This is an NBC News special report, the impeachment hearings. Here's Lester Holt and Savannah Guthrie.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to NBC News live coverage of today's hearing of the impeachment of President Donald Trump. There is the committee room. The members of the public just let in a moment ago, and members of the Intelligence Committee will be taking their places and will be underway quite soon. They will be hearing testimony on the continuing question, did President Trump abuse the powers of his office by meddling in the 2020 election for his personal political benefit, pressuring a foreign country, Ukraine, to investigate a 2020 political rival, Joe Biden? And did he improperly withhold hundreds of millions of dollars in badly needed congressionally authorized military aid and a promised White House meeting to increase that pressure?
Well, this is the third public hearing of this impeachment inquiry. It kicks off a very busy week here in Washington. 9 witnesses scheduled to testify over the next 3 days, including 4 people today. It'll start this morning with Jennifer Williams. So she's a State Department employee, a career Foreign Service officer on the national security staff, detailed over to the White House working for Vice President Mike Pence at the time in question. And appearing alongside her today, Lieutenant Colonel Alexander Vindman. Now, he is the director of European Affairs for the National Security Council at the White House. He's an Iraq War veteran, awarded the Purple Heart after being injured by a roadside bomb in 2004. Both Williams and Vindman have been attacked by the president as never Trumpers, although there is not evidence of that. Both, importantly, for this hearing today, they were actually listening on that now famous July 25th phone call between the president and Ukrainian President Zelensky.
And that's key because Republicans have complained the previous witnesses didn't have intimate knowledge. They weren't a part of that call. Joining us here today, moderator of Meet the Press, Chuck Todd, and former Justice Department prosecutor Andrew Weissman, now an NBC News legal analyst. But let's start with NBC's Jeff Bennett on Capitol Hill. Jeff?
Hey, Lester, good morning. The point you make is a perfect one. You have both of these Trump administration officials, Williams and Vindman, both of whom listened in on this key July 25th call in question, and both of whom, based on their prior closed-door testimonies, reacted with varying degrees of disapproval. You have Jennifer Williams, the State Department official who has been detailed to Vice President Mike Pence's national security team. She said that President Trump's interaction with his Ukrainian counterpart was inappropriate and unusual. Then you have Vindman. He's the Army officer assigned to the White House National Security Council. He was so alarmed by what he heard on that call that he flagged the National Security Council lawyer, he says, out of a sense of duty. So both of these testimonies really bring the impeachment inquiry, Lester, closer to President Trump than ever before.
All right, Jeff, thank you.
And we turn to Peter Alexander, who's on duty at the White House this morning. And Peter, we've always asked at the start of these hearings whether or not the president plans to watch. Well, we know he did the other day because he actually tweeted in real time talking about the witness who was on the stand, former Ukraine Ambassador Marie Yovanovitch. So what do you expect today?
Yeah, Savannah. In fact, some of the president's allies at his preferred cable channel, Fox News, have even encouraged him publicly not to tweet during today's testimony, not to mention any of these witnesses. But the first two, Jennifer Williams and Alexander Vindman, he has said that both of them are never Trumpers without any evidence to back that up. White House officials here are saying that it is likely the president will be engaged today. Even as early as this morning, though, they are trying to create some form of counter-programming, say that the president is likely to be doing some local radio interviews with stations around the country, trying to focus on the business of the country, to focus on the USMCA, that trade deal, among other topics, in an effort to make it clear that he is not focused on the issue of Ukraine, even if the Capitol clearly is today.
And
Savannah?
Peter, as you speak, we just saw the two witnesses who will begin this morning's proceedings, Colonel Vindman and Jennifer Williams, take their take their places there, and they'll be sworn in just a moment. As we turn to our panel now, Chuck Todd, Andrew Weissman with us.
And Chuck, we're going to hear, we've seen transcripts of this testimony already. We know what's being said. We know what was said last week. Has the case in many ways been made? And if so, what's this all about?
Well, I think the Democrats have made the case that the president appeared to tie all this Ukrainian, both the meeting and assistance to this. The question is whether they have made the case that it hits this extraordinarily high bar that says, you know what, disqualifying him from even being able to seek re-election, right? That continues to be the bar they have to hit at some point if they're going to, if this impeachment case sees its way through. Today's going to be interesting to see how aggressive the Republicans are going to get, particularly with Lieutenant Colonel Vindman. he is somebody that Ron Johnson, the Republican senator from Wisconsin, is going to be quoted, it looks like, by some of the Republican members today in questioning Vindman by saying, oh, he got the sense that Vindman was speaking on his own, that wasn't necessarily speaking on behalf of the president. I'll be curious to see how aggressive these Republicans
are. And Colonel
Vindman,
by the way,
he's a man. He sits in uniform. He's got a stellar military record. It's a risky strategy, but he is one of the first people to tie the He's the first. He's not a hearsay witness.
About. And then the actual readout of the call, the so-called transcript, is bereft of any signs of Burisma or the Bidens haven't been talked about. So there's going to be a real question.
You're saying there's an implication that some of this stuff that would have looked bad was lifted by the White House. Do you think that testimony suggests that?
I think that's what you're going to hear from Vindman, is that this is what he heard on the call, and yet it's not in the transcript.
And then the placement of Sondland later on the week. How key is that?
It's going to be fascinating to see with Sondland just exactly what he does, because he has already backtracked once, and signs are, I think, that he's going to have to backtrack again. So his credibility is certainly going to be an issue in terms of whether he can really be believed.
The White House is in an interesting spot here, because while they do, and we've certainly heard it from the president, we've heard from advisors around the president, they denigrate some of these witnesses as saying, they're from the State Department, they're deep staters, or they don't have firsthand knowledge, something that can't be said of these two witnesses today. On the other hand, there are those with firsthand knowledge, presumably, like Mick Mulvaney, the former chief of staff, other employees who the White House is blocking their testimony. So they can only go so far with that argument.
Right, and this is why I think it's like how they're trying to use Ron Johnson. Well, we just have a statement from him, and we're just going to have his observations, but it's not like it's a deposition. Knowing this president, even he'll go against his own counsel. I won't be surprised if he starts pushing.
This is the third in a series of
and the hearing begins.
The committee will be holding as part of the House of Representatives impeachment inquiry. Without objection, the chair is authorized to declare a recess of the committee at any time. There is a quorum present. We will proceed today in the same fashion as our first hearing. I'll make an opening statement, and then Ranking Member Nunes will have the opportunity to make a statement. Then we will turn to our witnesses for their opening statements, and then to questions. For audience members, we welcome you and respect your interest in being here. In turn, we ask for your respect as we proceed with today's hearing. It is the intention of the committee to proceed without disruptions. As chairman, I'll take all necessary and appropriate steps to maintain order and ensure that the committee is run in accordance with House rules and House Resolution 660. With that, I now recognize myself to give an opening statement in the impeachment inquiry into Donald J. Trump, the 45th President of the United States. Last week, we heard from 3 experienced diplomats who testified about President Trump's scheme to condition official acts, a White House meeting, and hundreds of millions of dollars of U.S. military aid to fight the Russians on a deliverable by the new Ukrainian President Zelensky, 2 politically motivated investigations that Trump believed would help his re-election campaign. One of those investigations involved the Bidens, and the other involved a discredited conspiracy theory that Ukraine and not Russia was responsible for interfering in our 2016 election. As Ambassador Sondland would later tell career Foreign Service Officer David Holmes immediately after speaking to the president, Trump did not give he then used an expletive, about Ukraine. He cares about big stuff that benefits the president, like the Biden investigation that Giuliani was pushing. To press a foreign leader to announce an investigation into his political rival, President Trump put his own personal and political interests above those of the nation. He undermined our military and diplomatic support for a key ally and undercut U.S. anti-corruption efforts in Ukraine. How could our diplomats urge Ukraine to refrain from political investigations of its own citizens if the President of the United States was urging Ukraine to engage in precisely the same kind of corrupt and political investigations of one of our own citizens? At the White House, career professionals became concerned that President Trump, through an irregular channel that involved his acting chief of staff, Mick Mulvaney, EU Ambassador Gordon Sondland, and Rudy Giuliani, was pushing a policy towards Ukraine at odds with the national interest. This morning, we hear from two of the national security professionals who became aware of those efforts. Lieutenant Colonel Alex Vindman, whose family fled oppression in the Soviet Union when he was a toddler, is a career Army officer, an Iraq War veteran who was awarded a Purple Heart, and an expert in Russia and Ukraine who has worked at the highest levels of the Pentagon. In July 2018, he was detailed to the White House in part to coordinate policy on Ukraine. Jennifer Williams is a career Foreign Service officer who is currently detailed to the Office of the Vice President and responsible for Europe and Eurasia-related issues. Following his initial and congratulatory phone call with Ukrainian President Zelensky on April 21st, President Trump asked Vice President Pence to represent him at Zelensky's upcoming inauguration. Ms. Williams was working on logistics for the trip. Pence would be a coveted attendee, second in significance only to the president, and would have sent an important signal of support to the new Ukrainian president. In early May, however, Rudy Giuliani had been planning to go to Ukraine to pursue the president's interest in having the Bidens investigated, but had to call off the trip after it became public. Among others, Giuliani blamed people around Zelensky for having to cancel and claimed that they were antagonistic to Trump. 3 days later, the president called off the vice president's attendance at Zelensky's inauguration. Instead, a lower-level delegation was named: Energy Secretary Rick Perry, Ambassador Sondland, and Ambassador Kurt Volker, the three amigos. Senator Ron Johnson and Lieutenant Colonel Vindman would also attend. After returning from the inauguration, several members of the delegation briefed President Trump on their encouraging first interactions with Zelensky. They urged Trump to meet with the Ukrainian president, but Trump instead criticized Ukraine and instructed them to work with Rudy. A few weeks later, on July 10th, Ambassador Sondland met at the White House with a group of U.S. and Ukrainian officials, including Colonel Vindman, and informed the group that, according to Chief of Staff Mulvaney, the White House meeting sought by the Ukrainian president with Trump would happen if Ukraine undertook certain investigations. National Security Advisor Bolton abruptly ended the meeting and said afterwards that he would not be part of whatever drug deal Sondland and Mulvaney are cooking up on this. Undeterred, Sondland brought the Ukrainian delegation downstairs to another part of the White House and was more explicit, according to witnesses. Ukraine needed to investigate the Bidens or Burisma if they were to get a White House meeting with Trump. After this discussion, which Vindman witnessed, he went to the National Security Council's top lawyer to report the matter. Vindman was told to return in the future with any concerns. He would soon find the need to do so. A week later, on July 18th, the representative of the Office of Management and Budget announced on a video conference call that Mulvaney, at Trump's direction, was freezing nearly $400 million in military assistance to Ukraine, which was appropriated by Congress and enjoyed the support of the entirety of the U.S. national security establishment. And 1 week after that, Trump would have the now infamous July 25th phone call with Zelensky. During that call, Trump complained that the U.S. relationship with Ukraine had not been reciprocal. Later, Zelensky thanks Trump for his support in the area of defense and says that Ukraine was ready to purchase more Javelins, an anti-tank weapon that was among the most important deterrents of further Russian military action. Trump's immediate response: "I would like you to do us a favor, though." Trump then requested that Zelensky investigate the discredited 2016 conspiracy theory and, even more ominously, look into the Bidens. Neither was part of the official preparatory material for the call, but they were in Donald Trump's personal interest and in the interests of his 2020 re-election campaign. And the Ukrainian president knew about both in advance, because Sondland and others have been pressing Ukraine for weeks about investigations into the 2016 election, Burisma, and the Bidens. Both Colonel Vindman and Ms. Williams were on the July 25th call. Vindman testified that due to the unequal bargaining position of the two leaders and Ukraine's dependency on the U.S., the favor Trump asked of Zelensky was really a demand. After the call, multiple individuals, including Vindman, were concerned enough to report it to the National Security Council's top lawyer. It was the second time in 2 weeks that Vindman had raised concerns with NSC lawyers. For her part, Williams also believed that asking Zelensky to undertake these political investigations was inappropriate, and that it might explain something else that she'd become aware of, the otherwise inexplicable hold on U.S. military assistance to Ukraine. Both Colonel Vindman and Ms. Williams also took note of the explicit use of the word Burisma by Zelensky, a fact conspicuously left out of the record of the call, now locked away on an ultra-secure server. Colonel Vindman believed that Zelensky must have been prepped for the call to be able to make the connection between Biden and Burisma, a fact that other witnesses have now confirmed. In the weeks that followed the July 25th call, Colonel Vindman continued to push for a release of the military aid to Ukraine and struggled to learn why it was being withheld. More disturbing word of the hold had reached Ukrainian officials prior to its becoming public. By mid-August, the Ukrainian deputy ambassador asked Vindman why the United States was withholding the aid. Although Vindman didn't have an answer, Sondland made it explicit to Ukrainians at a meeting in Warsaw. They needed to publicly commit to these two investigations if they hoped to get the aid. Ms. Williams, we all saw the president's tweet about you on Sunday afternoon and the insults he hurled at Ambassador Yovanovitch last Friday. You are here today, and the American people are grateful. Colonel Vindman, we have seen far more scurrilous attacks on your character and watched as certain personalities on Fox have questioned your loyalty. I note that you have shed blood for America, and we owe you an immense debt of gratitude. I hope no one on this committee will become part of those vicious attacks. Today's witnesses, like those who testified last week, are here because they were subpoenaed to appear, not because they are for or against impeachment. That question is for Congress, not the fact witnesses. If the president abused his power and invited foreign interference in our elections, if he sought to condition, coerce, extort, or bribe an ally into conducting investigations to aid his re-election campaign and did so by withholding official acts, a White House meeting, or hundreds of millions of dollars of needed military aid, it will be up to us to decide whether those acts are compatible with the office of the presidency. I now recognize Ranking Member Nunes for any remarks he'd like to make.
Thanks, gentlemen. I'd like to address a few brief words to the American people watching at home. If you watched the impeachment hearings last week, you may have noticed a disconnect between what you actually saw and the mainstream media accounts describing it. When you saw three diplomats who dislike President Trump's Ukraine policy discussing second-hand and third-hand conversations about their objections with the Trump policy. Meanwhile, they admitted they had not talked to the president about these matters, and they were unable to identify any crime or impeachable offense the president committed. But what you read in the press were accounts of shocking, damning, and explosive testimony that fully supports the Democrats' accusations. If these accounts have a familiar ring, it's because this is the same preposterous reporting the media offered for 3 years on the Russian hoax. On a nearly daily basis, the top news outlets in America reported breathlessly on the newest bombshell revelations, showing that President Trump and everyone surrounding him were Russian agents. It really wasn't long ago that we were reading these headlines. From CNN, Congress investigating Russian investment fund with ties to Trump officials. This was false. New York Times, Trump campaign aides had repeated contacts with Russian intelligence. Also false. Slate was a Trump server communicating with Russia. This was false. New York Magazine, will Trump be meeting with his counterpart or his handler? This was false. The Guardian, Manafort held secret talks with Assange and Ecuadorian embassy. Also false. BuzzFeed, President Trump directed his attorney to lie to Congress about the Moscow Tower project. All of these were false. There was no objectivity or fairness in the media's Russia stories, just as a fevered rush to tarnish and remove a president who refuses to pretend that the media are something different from what they really are, puppets of the Democratic Party. With their biased misreporting on the Russia hoax, the media lost confidence of millions of Americans, and because they refused to acknowledge how badly they botched the story, they've learned no lessons and simply expect Americans will believe them as they try to stoke yet another partisan frenzy. In previous hearings, I've outlined 3 questions the Democrats and the media don't want asked or answered. Instead of shedding light on these crucial questions, the media are trying to smother and dismiss them. Those questions start with, what is the full extent of the Democrats' prior coordination with the whistleblower, and who else did the whistleblower coordinate this effort with? The media have fully accepted the Democrats' stunning reversal on the need for the whistleblower to testify to this committee. When the Democrats were insisting on his testimony, the media wanted it too. But things have changed since it became clear the whistleblower would have to answer problematic questions that include these. What was the full extent of the whistleblower's prior coordination with Chairman Schiff, his staff, and any other people he cooperated with while preparing the complaint? What are the whistleblower's political biases and connections to Democratic politicians? How does the whistleblower explain the inaccuracies in the complaint? What contact did the whistleblower have with the media, which appears to be ongoing? What are the sources of the whistleblower's information? Who else did he talk to? And was the whistleblower prohibited by law from receiving or conveying any of that information? The media have joined the Democrats in dismissing the importance of cross-examining this crucial witness. Now that the whistleblower has successfully kick-started impeachment, he has disappeared from the story, as if the Democrats put the whistleblower in their own witness protection program. My second question, what was the full extent of Ukraine's election meddling against the Trump campaign? In these depositions and hearings, Republicans have cited numerous indications of Ukraine meddling in the 2016 elections to oppose the Trump campaign. Many of these instances were reported, including the posting of many primary source documents by veteran investigative journalist John Solomon. Since the Democrats switched from Russia to Ukraine for their impeachment crusade, Solomon's reporting on Burisma, Hunter Biden, and Ukraine election meddling has become inconvenient for the Democratic narrative, and so the media is furiously smearing and libeling Solomon. In fact, the publication The Hill told its staff yesterday it would conduct a review of Solomon's Ukraine reporting. Coincidentally, the decision comes just 3 days after a Democrat on this committee told a Hill writer that she would stop speaking to The Hill because it had run Solomon's stories. And she urged the writer to relay her concerns to Hill's management. So now that Solomon's reporting is a problem for the Democrats, it's a problem for the media as well. I'd like to submit for the record John Solomon's October 31st story entitled Debunking Some of Ukraine's Scandal Myths About Biden and Election Interference. I encourage viewers today to read this story and draw your own conclusions about the evidence Solomon has gathered. Ask unanimous consent that we put this into the record, Mr. Chair.
Without objection.
The concerted campaign by the media to discredit and disown some of their own colleagues is shocking. And we see it again in the sudden denunciations of New York Times reporter Ken Vogel as a conspiracy theorist after he covered similar issues, including a 2017 Politico piece entitled "Ukrainian Efforts to Sabotage Trump Backfire." My third question: why did Burisma hire Hunter Biden? What did he do for them? And did his position affect any U.S. government actions under the Obama administration? We have now heard testimony from the Democrats' own witnesses that diplomats were concerned about a conflict of interest involving Hunter Biden. That's because he had secured a well-paid position despite having no qualifications on the board of a corrupt Ukrainian company, while his father was vice president charged with overseeing Ukrainian issues. After trying out several different accusations against President Trump, the Democrats have recently settled on bribery. According to widespread reports, they replaced their quid pro quo allegation because it wasn't polling well. But if the Democrats and the media are suddenly so deeply concerned about bribery, you would think they would take some interest in Burisma paying Hunter Biden $83,000 a month. And you think they would be interested in Joe Biden threatening to withhold U.S. loan guarantees unless the Ukrainians fired a prosecutor who was investigating Burisma. That would be a textbook example of bribery. The media, of course, are free to act as Democrat puppets, and they're free to lurch from the Russia hoax to the Ukraine hoax at the direction of their puppet masters. But they cannot reasonably expect to do so without alienating half the country who voted for the president they're trying to expel. Americans have learned to recognize fake news when they see it, and if the mainstream press won't give it to them straight, they'll go elsewhere to find it, which is exactly what the American people are doing. With that, I yield back.
I thank the gentleman. Today we are joined by Lieutenant Colonel Vindman and Jennifer Williams. Lieutenant Colonel Alexander Vindman is an active duty military officer who joined the Army after college and served multiple tours overseas, serving in South Korea, Germany, and Iraq. He was deployed to Iraq at a time of heavy fighting and was awarded a Purple Heart after being wounded by a roadside bomb. Since 2008, Colonel Vindman has served as a foreign area officer specializing in Eurasia, serving both at home and in U.S. embassies in Ukraine and Russia. He has served as a politico-military affairs officer for Russia for the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff. He joined the Trump administration in July 2018 when he was asked to serve on the National Security Council. Jennifer Williams began her career in government service in 2005, shortly after graduating from college, when she joined the Department of Homeland Security as a political appointee during the George W. Bush administration, and after working as a field representative on the 2004 Bush-Cheney presidential campaign. She joined the Foreign Service the following year, completing tours in Jamaica, Beirut, and Lebanon. Prior to joining the office of the Vice President, she served at the U.S. Embassy in London as a public affairs officer. In April 2019, Ms. Williams was detailed to the office of the Vice President, Mike Pence, where she serves as a special advisor on his foreign policy team covering Europe and Russia issues. In that capacity, she keeps the Vice President aware of foreign policy issues in Europe and Russia and prepares him for foreign policy engagements and meetings with foreign leaders. Two final points before witnesses are sworn. First, witness depositions as part of this inquiry were unclassified in nature, and all open hearings will also be held at the unclassified level. Any information that may touch unclassified information will be addressed separately. Second, Congress will not tolerate any reprisal, threat of reprisal, or attempt to retaliate against any U.S. government official for testifying before Congress, including you or any of your colleagues. If you would both please rise and raise your right hand, I will begin by swearing you in. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you are about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Let the record show the witnesses have answered in the affirmative. Thank you, and you may be seated. The microphones are sensitive, so please speak directly into them. Without objection, your written statement will be made part of the record. With that, Ms. Williams, you are now recognized for your opening statement, and when you are concluded, Lieutenant Colonel Vindman, you are recognized immediately thereafter for your opening statement. Ms. Williams.
Thank you, Chairman Schiff, Ranking Member Nunes, and other members of the committee for the opportunity to provide this statement. I appear today pursuant to a subpoena and am prepared to answer your questions to the best of my abilities. I have had the privilege of working as a Foreign Service officer for nearly 14 years, working for 3 different presidential administrations, 2 Republican and 1 Democratic. I joined the State Department in 2006 after serving in the Department of Homeland Security under Secretary Michael Chertoff. It was with great pride and conviction that I swore an oath to uphold and defend the Constitution, administered by a personal hero of mine, former Secretary of State Condoleezza Rice. As a career officer, I am committed to serving the American people and advancing American interests abroad in support of the President's foreign policy objectives. I have been inspired and encouraged in that journey by the thousands of other dedicated public servants who I'm proud to call colleagues across the Foreign Service, Civil Service, military, and federal law enforcement agencies. I have served overseas tours in Kingston, Jamaica, Beirut, Lebanon, and London, United Kingdom. I have worked to implement humanitarian assistance programs to serve millions of victims of the Syria conflict and served as an advisor on Middle East issues to the Deputy Secretary of State. And this spring, it was the greatest honor of my career to be asked to serve as a special advisor to the Vice President for Europe and Russia. Over the past 8 months, I have been privileged to work with the dedicated and capable men and women of the Office of the Vice President to advance the administration's agenda. I have also worked closely with talented and committed colleagues at the National Security Council, State Department, Department of Defense, and other agencies to advance and promote U.S. foreign policy objectives. In this capacity, I have advised and prepared the Vice President for engagements related to Ukraine. As you are aware, on November 7th, I appeared before the committee for a closed-door deposition pursuant to a subpoena. I would like to take this opportunity to briefly summarize my recollection of some of the events I expect the committee may ask me about. On April 21st, Volodymyr Zelensky won the Ukrainian presidential election. On April 23rd, the Vice President called to congratulate President-elect Zelensky. During the call, which I participated in, the Vice President accepted an invitation to attend President-elect Zelensky's upcoming inauguration, providing that the scheduling worked out. The Vice President had only a narrow window of availability at the end of May, and the Ukrainian Parliament would not meet to set a date for the inauguration until after May 14th. As a result, we did not expect to know whether the Vice President could attend until May 14th at the earliest, and we made only preliminary trip preparations in early May. On May 13th, an assistant to the Vice President's Chief of Staff called and informed me that President Trump had decided that the Vice President would not attend the inauguration in Ukraine. She did not provide any further explanation. I relayed that instruction to others involved in planning the potential trip. I also informed the NSC that the Vice President would not be attending so that it could identify a head of delegation to represent the United States at President-elect Zelensky's inauguration. On July 3rd, I learned that the Office of Management and Budget had placed a hold on a tranche of security assistance designated for Ukraine. According to the information I received, OMB was reviewing whether the funding was aligned with the administration's priorities. I subsequently attended meetings of the Policy Coordination Committee, where the hold on Ukrainian security assistance was discussed. During those meetings, representatives of the state and defense departments advocated that the hold should be lifted, and OMB representatives reported that the White House Chief of Staff had directed that the hold should remain in place. On September 11th, I learned that the hold on security assistance for Ukraine had been released. I have never learned what prompted that decision. On July 25th, along with several of my colleagues, I listened to a call between President Trump and President Zelensky, the content of which has since been publicly reported. Prior to July 25th, I had participated in roughly a dozen other presidential phone calls. During my closed-door deposition, members of the committee asked about my personal views and whether I had any concerns about the July 25th call. As I testified then, I found the July 25th phone call unusual because, in contrast to other presidential calls I had observed, it involved discussion of what appeared to be a domestic political matter. After the July 25th call, I provided an update in the Vice President's daily briefing book, indicating that President Trump had a call that day with President Zelensky. A hard copy of the memorandum transcribing the call was also included in the book. I do not know whether the Vice President reviewed my update or the transcript. I did not discuss the July 25th call with the Vice President or any of my colleagues in the Office of the Vice President or the NSC. On August 29th, I learned that the Vice President would be traveling to Poland to meet with President Zelensky on September 1st. At the September 1st meeting, which I attended, President Zelensky asked the Vice President about news articles reporting a hold on U.S. security assistance for Ukraine. The Vice President responded that Ukraine had the United States' unwavering support and promised to relay their conversation to President Trump that night. During the September 1st meeting, neither the Vice President nor President Zelensky mentioned the specific investigations discussed during the July 25th phone call. Thank you again for the opportunity to provide this statement. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Mr. Chairman, ranking members, thank you for the opportunity to address the House Permanent Select Committee on Intelligence with respect to the activities relating to Ukraine and my role in the events under investigation. I've dedicated my entire professional life to the United States of America. For more than 2 decades, it has been my honor to serve as an officer in the United States Army. As an infantry officer, I served multiple overseas tours, including South Korea and Germany, and I was deployed to Iraq for combat operations. Since 2008, I have been a foreign area officer specializing in European and Eurasian political and military affairs. I served in the United States embassies in Kiev, Ukraine, and Moscow, Russia. In Washington, D.C., I was the political and military affairs officer for Russia for the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, where I drafted the Armed Forces Global Campaign Plan to counter Russian aggression and Russian malign influence. In July 2018, I was asked to serve at the White House National Security Council. At the NSC, I'm the principal advisor to the National Security Advisor on Ukraine and other countries in my portfolio. My role at the NSC is to develop, coordinate, and implement plans and policies to manage the full range of diplomatic, informational, military, and economic national security issues for the countries in my portfolio. My core function is to coordinate policy with departments and agencies. The committee has heard from many of my colleagues about the strategic importance of Ukraine as a bulwark against Russian aggression. It is important to note that our country's policy of supporting Ukrainian sovereignty and territorial integrity, promoting Ukrainian prosperity, and strengthening a free and democratic Ukraine as a counter to Russian aggression has been a consistent, bipartisan foreign policy objective and strategy across various administrations, both Democratic and Republican, and that President Zelensky's election in April 2019 created an unprecedented opportunity to realize our strategic objectives. In the spring of 2019, I became aware of 2 disruptive actors, primarily Ukraine's then prosecutor Yuri Lutsenko and former Mayor Rudolph Giuliani, President's personal attorney, promoting false narratives that undermined the United States-Ukraine policy. The NSC and its interagency partners, including the State Department, grew increasingly concerned about the impact that such information was having on our country's ability to achieve our national security objectives. On April 21st, 2019, Volodymyr Zelensky was elected president of Ukraine in a landslide victory on a unity, reform, and anti-corruption platform. President Trump called President Zelensky on April 21st, 2019 to congratulate him on his victory. I was the staff officer who produced the call materials and was one of the staff officers who listened to the call. The call was positive, and President Trump expressed his desire to work with President Zelensky and extended an invitation to visit the White House. In May, I attended the inauguration of President Zelensky as part of the presidential delegation led by Secretary Perry. Following the visit, the members of the delegation provided President Trump a debriefing offering a positive assessment of President Zelensky and his team. After this debriefing, President Trump signed a congratulatory letter to President Zelensky and extended another invitation to visit the White House. On July 10, 2019, Alexander Danylyuk, then Ukraine's National Security Advisor, visited Washington, D.C. for a meeting with National Security Advisor Bolton. Ambassadors Volker and Sondland, and Secretary Rick Perry also attended the meeting. I attended with Dr. Hill. We fully anticipated the Ukrainians would raise the issue of a meeting between the presidents. Ambassador Bolton cut the meeting short when Ambassador Sondland started to speak about the requirement that Ukraine deliver specific investigations in order to secure the meeting with President Trump. Following this meeting, there was a short debriefing during which Ambassador Sondland emphasized the importance of Ukraine delivering the investigations into the 2016 elections, the Bidens, and Burisma. I stated to Ambassador Sondland that this was inappropriate and had nothing to do with national security. Dr. Hill also asserted his comments were improper. Following the meeting, Dr. Hill and I agreed to report the incident to the NSC's lead counsel, Mr. John Eisenberg. On July 21st, 2019, President Zelensky won a parliamentary election in another landslide victory. The NSC proposed that President Trump call President Zelensky to congratulate him. On July 25th, 2019, the call occurred. I listened on the call in the Situation Room with White House colleagues. I was concerned by the call. What I heard was inappropriate, and I reported my concerns to Mr. Eisenberg. It is improper for the President of the United States to demand a foreign government investigate a U.S. citizen and a political opponent. I was also clear that if Ukraine pursued an investigation, it was also clear that if Ukraine pursued an investigation into the 2016 elections, the Bidens and Burisma, it would be interpreted as a partisan play. This would undoubtedly result in Ukraine losing bipartisan support, undermining U.S. national security, and advancing Russia's strategic objectives in the region. I want to emphasize to the committee that when I reported my concerns on July 10th relating to Ambassador Sondland, and then July 25th relating to the President, I did so out of a sense of duty. I privately reported my concerns in official channels to the proper authority in the chain of command. My intent was to raise these concerns because they had significant national security implications for our country. I never thought that I'd be sitting here testifying in front of this committee and the American public about my actions. When I reported my concerns, my only thought was to act properly and to carry out my duty. Following each of my reports to Mr. Eisenberg, I immediately returned to work to advance the President's and our country's foreign policy objectives. I focused on what I have done throughout my military career, promoting America's national security interests. I want to take a moment to recognize the courage of my colleagues who have appeared and are scheduled to appear before this committee. I want to state that the character attacks on these distinguished and honorable public servants is reprehensible. It is natural to disagree and engage in spirited debate, and this has been the custom of our country since the time of our founding fathers. But we are better than personal attacks. The uniform I wear today is that of the United States Army. The members of our all-volunteer force are made up of a patchwork of people from all ethnicities, regions, socioeconomic backgrounds who come together under a common oath to protect and defend the Constitution of the United States of America. We do not serve any political party, we serve the nation. I am humbled to come before you today as one of many who serve in the most distinguished and able military in the world. The Army is the only profession I've ever known. As a young man, I decided I wanted to spend my life serving this nation and gave my family refuge from authoritarian oppression. For the last 20 years, it has been an honor to represent and protect this great country. Next month will mark 40 years since my family arrived in the United States as refugees. When my father was 47 years old, he left behind his entire life and the only home he had ever known to start over in the United States so his 3 sons could have a better and safer lives. His courageous decision inspired a deep sense of gratitude in my brothers and myself and instilled in us a sense of duty and service. All 3 of us have served or are currently serving in the military. My little brother sits behind me here today. Our collective military service is a special part of our family's history, a story in America. I also recognize that my simple act of appearing here today, just like the courage of my colleagues who have also truthfully testified before this committee, would not be tolerated in many places around the world. In Russia, my act of expressing concern to the chain of command in an official and private channel would have severe personal and professional repercussions, and offering public testimony involving the president would surely cost me my life. I'm grateful to for my father's brave act of hope 40 years ago, and for the privilege of being an American citizen and public servant, where I can live free of fear for mine and my family's safety. Dad, I'm sitting here today in the U.S. Capitol talking to our elected professionals is proof that you made the right decision 40 years ago to leave the Soviet Union and come here to the United States of America in search of a better life for our family. Do not worry. I will be fine for telling the truth. Thank you again for your consideration. I'll be happy to answer your questions.
Thank you, Colonel. Thank you, Ms. Williams. Colonel, your brother and family are more than welcome here. We're grateful to have them with us. We will proceed to the first round of questions as detailed in the memo provided to committee members. There'll be 45 minutes of questions conducted by the chairman or majority counsel, followed by 45 minutes for the ranking member or minority counsel. Under House Resolution 660, that time may not be delegated to other members. Following that, unless I specify an additional equal time for extended questioning, we will proceed under the 5-minute rule, and every member will have a chance to ask questions. I now recognize myself or majority counsel for the first 45 minutes. Before we get into the substance of your testimony, Ms. Williams, I want to ask you about a phone call between Vice President Pence and President Zelensky of Ukraine on September 18th. Were you on that call?
I was.
And did you take notes of the call?
Yes, sir.
Is there something about that call that you think may be relevant to our investigation?
Mr. Chairman, as we previously discussed with the committee, the Office of the Vice President has taken the position that the September 18th...
Sir, could you move the microphone a little closer to you?
As we've previously discussed with both majority and minority staff of the committee, the Office of the Vice President has taken the position that the September 18th call is classified. As a result, with respect to the call, I'd refer the committee to the public record, which includes Ms. Williams' November 7th testimony, which has been publicly released, as well as the public readout of that call, which has previously been issued by the White House. Beyond that, given the position of the Vice President's office on classification, I've advised Ms. Williams not to answer further questions about that call in an unclassified setting.
Thank you, counsel. Ms. Williams, I would only ask you in this setting whether you think there's something relevant to our inquiry in that call, and whether, if so, you'll be willing to make a classified submission to the committee.
I would also refer to my testimony that I gave in the closed session, and I'm very happy to appear for a classified setting discussion as well.
It may not be necessary for you to appear if you'll be willing to submit the information in writing to the committee.
I'd be happy to do so.
I thank you. Colonel Vindman, if I could turn your attention to the April 21st call, that is the first call between President Trump and President Zelensky. Did you prepare talking points for the President to use during that call?
Yes, I did.
And did those talking points include rooting out corruption in Ukraine?
Yes.
That was something the President was supposed to raise in the conversation with President Zelensky?
Those were the recommended talking points that were cleared through the NSC staff for the President, yes.
Did you listen in on that call?
Yes, I did.
The White House has now released the record of that call. Did President Trump ever mention corruption in the April 21st call?
To the best of my recollection, he did not.
On the April 21st call, President Trump told President Zelensky that he would send a high-level U.S. delegation to the inauguration. Following that call, Ms. Williams, was your understanding that the President wanted the Vice President to attend the inauguration in Kyiv?
Yes, that was my understanding.
And did the President subsequently tell the Vice President not to attend the inauguration?
I was informed by our Chief of Staff's office, by the Vice President's Chief of Staff's office, that the President had told the Vice President not to attend. I did not witness that conversation.
And am I correct that you learned this on May 13th? Is that right?
That's correct.
Am I also correct that the inauguration date had not been set by May 13th?
That's correct.
Do you know what accounted for the President's decision to instruct the Vice President not to attend?
I do not.
Colonel Vindman, you were a member of the U.S. delegation to the inauguration on May 20th, is that correct?
Yes, Chairman.
And during that trip, did you have an opportunity to offer any advice to President Zelensky?
Yes, Chairman.
What was the advice that you gave him?
During a bilateral meeting in which the whole delegation was meeting with President Zelensky and his team, I offered two pieces of advice. To be particularly cautious with regards to Ukraine, to be particularly cautious with regards to Russia and its desire to provoke Ukraine, and the second one was to stay out of U.S. domestic policy.
Do you mean politics?
Politics, correct.
And why did you feel it was necessary to advise President Zelensky to stay away from U.S. domestic politics?
Chairman, in the March and April timeframe, became clear that there were actors in the U.S. Public actors, non-governmental actors, that were promoting the idea of investigations and 2016 Ukrainian interference, and it was consistent with U.S. policy to advise any country, all the countries in my portfolio, any country in the world, to not participate in U.S. domestic politics. So I was passing the same advice consistent with U.S. policy.
I know Mr. Goldman will have more questions about that when I turn to him. But let me turn, if I can, to the hold on security assistance, which I think you both testified you learned about in early July. Am I correct that neither of you were provided with a reason for why the President put a hold on security assistance to Ukraine?
My understanding was that OMB was reviewing the assistance to ensure it was in line with administration priorities, but it was not made more specific than that.
And Colonel Vindman?
That is consistent. The review was to ensure it remained consistent with administration policies.
And Colonel Vindman, you attended a meeting in John Bolton's office on July 10th, where Ambassador Sondland interjected to respond to a question by senior Ukrainian officials about a White House visit. What did he say at that time?
To the best of my recollection, Ambassador Sondland said that in order to get a White House meeting, the Ukrainians would have to provide a deliverable, which is investigations, specific investigations.
And what was Ambassador Bolton's response or reaction to that comment?
We had not completed all of the agenda items, and we still had time for the meeting, and Ambassador Bolton abruptly ended the meeting.
Did you report this incident to the National Security Council lawyers?
Yes, I did.
Based on Ambassador Sondland's remark at the July 10th meeting, was it your clear understanding that the Ukrainians understood they had to commit to investigations President Trump wanted in order to get the White House meeting?
It may have not been entirely clear at that moment. Certainly, Ambassador Sondland was calling for these meetings, and he had stated that this was developed per a conversation with the Chief of Staff, Mr. Mick Mulvaney, but the connection to the President wasn't clear at that point.
But the import of what Ambassador Sondland said during that meeting was that there was an agreement with Mick Mulvaney that Zelensky would get the meeting if they would undertake these investigations.
That is correct.
About 2 weeks after that July 10th meeting, President Trump and President Zelensky had their second call, the now infamous July 25th call. Colonel Vindman, what was your real-time reaction to hearing that call?
Chairman, without hesitation, I knew that I had to report this to the White House counsel. I had concerns, and it was my duty to report my concerns to the proper people in the chain of command.
And what was your concern?
Well, Chairman, as I said in my statement, it was inappropriate, it was improper for the president to request to demand an investigation into a political opponent, especially a foreign power where there's at best dubious belief that this would be a completely impartial investigation, and that this would have significant implications if it became public knowledge, and it would be perceived as a partisan play. It would undermine our Ukraine policy, and it would undermine our national security.
Now, Colonel, you've described this as a demand, this favor that the president asked. What is it about the relationship between the President of the United States and the President of Ukraine that leads you to conclude that when the President of the United States asks a favor like this, it's really a demand?
Chairman, the culture I come from, the military culture, when a senior asks you to do something, even if it's polite and pleasant, it's not to be taken as a request. It's to be taken as an order. In this case, the power disparity between the two leaders, my impression is that in order to get the White House meeting, President Zelensky would have to deliver these investigations.
Ms. Williams, I think you described your reaction in your deposition as, when you listened to the call, as you found it unusual and inappropriate. But I was struck by something else you said in your deposition. You said that it shed some light on possible other motivations behind a security assistance hold. What did you mean by that?
Mr. Chairman, I was asked during the closed-door testimony how I felt about the call, and in reflecting on what I was thinking in that moment, it was the first time I had heard internally the president reference particular investigations that previously I had only heard about through Mr. Giuliani's press interviews in press reporting. So in that moment, it was not clear whether there was a direct connection or linkage between the ongoing hold on security assistance and what the president may be asking President Zelensky to undertake in regard to investigations. So it was noteworthy in that regard. I did not have enough information to draw any firm conclusions.
But it raised a question in your mind as to whether the two were related.
It was the first I had heard of any requests of Ukraine which were that specific in nature. So it was noteworthy to me in that regard.
Both of you recall President Zelensky in that conversation raising the issue or mentioning Burisma, do you not?
That's correct.
Correct.
And yet the word Burisma appears nowhere in the call record that's been released to the public. Is that right?
That's right.
Correct.
Do you know why that's the case? Why that was left out?
I do not. I was not involved in the production of that transcript.
I attribute that to the fact that this transcript that is being produced may have not caught the word Burisma, and it was in the transcript that was released. It was released as the company, which is accurate. It's not a significant omission.
But Colonel, you pointed out the fact that that word was used, did you not?
Correct.
And yet it was not included in the record released to the public.
That's right. It's I'd say it's informed speculation that the folks that produce these transcripts do the best they can, and they just didn't catch the word, and that was my responsibility to then make sure that the transcript was as accurate as possible, and that's what I attempted to do by putting that word back in, because that was in my notes.
I think, Colonel, you testified in your deposition that you found it striking that Zelensky would bring up Burisma, that it indicated to you that he had been prepped for the call to expect this issue to come up. What led you to that conclusion?
It seemed unlikely that he would be familiar with a single company in the context of a call that was on the broader bilateral relationship. And it seemed to me that he was either tracking this issue because it was in the press or he was otherwise prepped.
Mr. Goldman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning to both of you.
Good morning.
On July 25th at approximately 9 a.m., you both were sitting in the Situation Room, probably not too much further away than you are right now. And you were preparing for a long-awaited phone call between President Trump and President Zelensky. Now, Colonel Vindman, in advance of this phone call, did you prepare talking points as you did for the April 21st call?
Yes, I did.
What were those talking points based upon?
They were, so this is not in the public record, and I can't comment too deeply, but what is, the areas that we've consistently talked about in public, it was cooperation on supporting his reform agenda, anti-corruption efforts, and helping President Zelensky implement his plans to end Russia's war against Ukraine.
In other words, they're based on official U.S. policy?
Correct.
And is there a process to determine official U.S. policy?
Yes, that is, my job is to coordinate U.S. policy. So throughout the preceding year that I've been on staff, I had undertaken an effort to make sure we had a cohesive, coherent U.S. policy.
And as you listened to the call, did you observe whether President Trump was following the talking points based on the official U.S. policy?
Counsel, the president could choose to use the talking points or not. He's the president, but they were not consistent with what I provided, yes.
Let's take a look at a couple of excerpts from this call. And right after President Zelensky thanked President Trump for the United States' support in the area of defense, President Trump asks President Zelensky for a favor and then raises this theory of Ukrainian interference in the 2016 election. He says in the highlighted portion, "I would like you to do us a favor, though, because our country has been through a lot and Ukraine knows a lot about it. I would like you to find out what happened with this whole situation with Ukraine. They say CrowdStrike. I guess you have one of your wealthy people. The server, they say Ukraine has it." Now, Colonel Vindman, was this statement based on the official talking points that you had prepared?
No.
And was this statement related to the 2016 Ukraine interference in the 2016 election part of the official U.S. policy?
No, it was not.
Now, at the time of this July 25th call, Colonel Vindman, were you aware of a theory that Ukraine had intervened or interfered in the 2016 U.S. election?
I was.
Are you aware of any credible evidence to support this theory?
I am not.
Are you also aware that Vladimir Putin had promoted this theory of Ukrainian interference in the 2016 election?
I am well aware of that fact.
And ultimately, which country did U.S. intelligence services determine to have interfered in the 2016 election?
It is the consensus of the entire intelligence community that the Russians interfered in U.S. elections in 2016.
Let's go to another excerpt from this call where President Trump asked President Zelensky to investigate his political opponent, Vice President Joe Biden. Here, President Trump says, "The other thing, there's a lot of talk about Biden's son, that Biden stopped the prosecution, and a lot of people want to find out about that. So whatever you can do with the Attorney General would be great. Biden went around bragging that he stopped the prosecution, so if you can look into it." "It sounds horrible to me," he said. Again, Colonel Vindman, was this included in your talking points?
It was not.
Is such a request to investigate a political opponent consistent with official U.S. policy?
was not consistent with the policy as I understood it.
Now, are you aware of any credible allegations or evidence to support this notion that Vice President Biden did something wrong or against U.S. policy with regard to Ukraine?
I am not.
Ms. Williams, are you familiar with any credible evidence to support this theory against Vice President Biden?
No, I'm not.
Now, Ms. Williams, prior to the July 25th call, approximately how many calls between the President of the United States and foreign leaders had you listened to?
I would say roughly a dozen.
Had you ever heard a call like this?
As I testified before, I believe what I found unusual or different about this call was the President's reference to specific investigations, and that struck me as different than other calls I had listened to.
You testified that you thought it was political in nature. Why did you think that?
I thought that the references to specific individuals and investigations, such as former Vice President Biden and his son, struck me as political in nature, given that the former Vice President is a political opponent of the President.
And so you thought that it could potentially be designed to assist President Trump's re-election effort?
I can't speak to what the President's motivation was in referencing it, but I just noted that the reference to Biden sounded political to me.
Colonel Vindman, you said in your deposition that it doesn't take a rocket scientist to see the political benefits of the President's demands. For those of us who are not rocket scientists, can you explain what you meant by that?
So my understanding is that it was the connection to investigate into a political opponent was inappropriate and improper. I made that connection as soon as the President brought up the Biden investigation.
Colonel Vindman, you testified that the President Trump's request for a favor from President Zelensky would be considered as a demand to President Zelensky. After this call, did you ever hear from any Ukrainians, either in the United States or Ukraine, about any pressure that they felt to do these investigations that President Trump demanded?
Not that I can recall.
Did you have any discussions with officials at the embassy here, the Ukrainian embassy here in Washington, D.C.?
Yes, I did.
Did you discuss at all the demand for investigations with them?
I did not.
Did you discuss at all, at any point, their concerns about the hold on security assistance?
To the best of my recollection, in the August timeframe, the Ukrainian embassy started to become aware of the hold on security assistance, and they were asking if I had any comment on that or if I could substantiate that.
And that was before it became public, is that right?
Yes.
And what did you respond?
I believe I said that I don't recall, frankly. I don't recall what I said, but I believe it may have been something along the lines of I'm not aware of it.
You testified that one of your concerns about the request for investigations related to U.S. domestic politics was that Ukraine may lose bipartisan support. Why was that a concern of yours?
Ukraine is in a war with Russia, and the security assistance that we provide Ukraine is significant. Absent that security assistance, and maybe even more importantly, the signal of support for Ukrainian sovereignty and territorial integrity, that would likely encourage Russia to potentially escalate, to pursue further aggression, further undermining Ukrainian sovereignty, European security, and U.S. security.
So in other words, Ukraine is heavily dependent on United States support, both diplomatically, financially, and also militarily.
Correct.
Colonel Vindman, what languages do you speak?
I speak Russian and Ukrainian, and a little bit of English.
Do you recall what language President Zelensky spoke on this July 25th phone call?
I know he made a valiant effort to speak English. He'd been practicing up his English, but he also spoke Ukrainian.
I want to look at the third excerpt from the July 25th call. And Chairman Schiff addressed this with you in his questioning. And you see in the highlighted portion, it says specifically to the company that you mentioned in this issue. Is that the portion of the call record that, Colonel Vindman, you thought President Zelensky actually said Burisma?
Correct.
And you testified earlier that his use of, or his understanding that when President Trump mentioned the Bidens, that referred to the company Burisma, sounded to you like he was prepped or prepared for this call. Is that right?
That is correct.
I want to go to the next slide, if we could, which is actually a text message that neither of you is on, but this is from Ambassador Kurt Volker to Andrei Yermak. And Colonel Vindman, who's Andrei Yermak?
Andrei Yermak is a senior advisor within the presidential administration to Ukrainian presidential administration. He's a senior advisor to President Zelensky.
Now, this text message is less than a half hour before the call on July 25th. And since neither of you are on it, I'll read it. It says from Ambassador Volker, "Good lunch, thanks. Heard from White House. Assuming President Z convinces Trump he will investigate, quote, get to the bottom of what happened, unquote, in 2016, we will nail down date for visit to Washington. Good luck. See you tomorrow, Kurt." Now, is this the sort of thing that you're referring to when you say that it sounded like President Zelensky was prepared for this call?
That this would be consistent, yes.
Now, turning to the fourth excerpt from the July 25th call, where Ukraine's President Zelensky links the White House meeting to the investigations that President Trump requests. President Zelensky says, "I also wanted to thank you for your invitation to visit the United States, specifically Washington, D.C. On the other hand, I also wanted to assure you that we will be very serious about the case and will work on the investigation." Colonel Vindman, when President Zelensky says, "on the other hand," would you agree that he's acknowledging a linkage between the White House visit that he mentions in the first sentence and the investigations that he mentions in the second sentence?
It could be taken that way. I'm not sure if it seems like a reasonable conclusion.
And if that is the case, that would be consistent with the text message that Ambassador Volker sent to Andrei Yermak right before the call. Is that right?
Seemingly so.
Now, you've testified in your deposition that a White House visit, an Oval Office visit, is very important to President Zelensky. Why is that?
The show of support for President Zelensky, still a brand new president, frankly, a new politician on the Ukrainian political scene, looking to establish his bona fides as a regional and maybe even a world leader, would want to have a meeting with the United States, the most powerful country in the world, and Ukraine's most significant benefactor, in order to be able to implement his agenda.
It would provide him with some additional legitimacy at home?
Yes.
So just to summarize, in this July 25th call between the presidents of the United States and Ukraine, President Trump demanded a favor of President Zelensky to conduct investigations that both of you acknowledge were for President Trump's political interest, not the national interest. And in return for his promise of a much-desired White House meeting for President Zelensky. Colonel Vindman, is that an accurate summary of the excerpts that we just looked at?
Yes.
Ms. Williams?
Yes.
Colonel Vindman, you immediately reported this call to the NSC lawyers. Why did you do that?
So at this point, I had already been tracking this initially, what I would describe as alternative narrative, false narrative, and I was certainly aware of the fact that it was starting to reverberate, gain traction. The fact that it, in the July 10th call, ended up being pronounced by a public official, Ambassador Sondland, had me alerted to this, and I was, subsequent to that report, I was invited to follow up with any other concerns to Mr. Eisenberg.
And we're going to discuss that July 10th meeting in a moment. But when you say alternative false narratives, are you referring to the 2 investigations that President Trump referenced in the call?
Yes.
Now, at some point, did you also discuss how the written summary of the call record should be handled with the NSC lawyers?
There was, following the report, there was a discussion in the legal shop on the best way to manage the transcript, yes.
What did you understand they concluded?
My understanding is that this was viewed as a sensitive transcript, and to avoid leaks, and if I recall the term properly, or something along the lines of preserve the integrity of the transcript, it should be segregated to a smaller group of folks.
To preserve the integrity of the transcript, what did that mean?
I'm not sure. I mean, it seems like a legal term. I'm not an attorney, but it was, I didn't take it as anything nefarious. I just understood that they wanted to keep it in a smaller group.
If there was real interest in preserving the integrity of the transcript, don't you think they would have accepted your correction that Burisma should have been included?
Not necessarily. The way these edits occur, they go through, like everything else, a approval process. I made my contribution. It was cleared by Mr. Morrison. Then when I returned it, you know, sometimes that doesn't happen. There are administrative errors. I think that in this case, I didn't see it. When I first saw the transcript without the 2 substantive items that I had attempted to include, I didn't see that as nefarious. I just saw it as, okay, no big deal. You know, these might be meaningful, but it's not that big a deal.
You said 2 substantive issues. What was the other one?
There was a reference in a section. One second. Yeah. On page 4, the top paragraph, let me find the right spot. Okay. Yes. You can look into it, ellipse. There are videos, is what I recall, or the recordings.
Instead of an ellipses, it should have said, to what you heard, that there are recordings?
Correct.
Did you ultimately learn where the call record was put?
I understood that it was being segregated into a separate system, separate secure system.
Why would it be put on a separate secure system?
This is definitely not unprecedented, but at times, if you want to limit access to a smaller group of folks, you put it on the secure system to ensure that a smaller group of people with access to the secure system have it.
But can't you also limit the number of people who can access it on the regular system?
You can do that, but to the best of my recollection, the decision was made, frankly, on the fly after I conveyed my concerns to Mr. Eisenberg. Mr. Ellis came in. He hadn't heard the entire conversation, and when it was mentioned that it was sensitive, it was kind of on-the-fly decision to just segregate it in this other system.
Mr. Eisenberg and Mr. Ellis are the NSC lawyers?
Correct.
But it was your understanding that it was not a mistake to put it on the highly classified system, is that right?
I'm not sure I understand.
Was it intended to be put on the highly classified system by the lawyers? Or was it a mistake that it was put there?
I think it was intended, but again, it was intended to prevent leaks and to limit access.
Now, you testified, both of you, about the April 21st call a little earlier. And Colonel Vindman, you indicated that you did include in your talking points the idea of Ukraine rooting out corruption. but that President Trump did not mention corruption. I want to go to the White House readout from the April 21st call. And I'm not going to read the whole thing, but you see the highlighted portion where it says root out corruption?
Yes.
So in the end, this readout was false, is that right?
Maybe that's a bit of a, it's not entirely accurate, but I'm not sure if I would describe it as false. It was consistent with U.S. policy, and these items are used as messaging tools also. So a statement that goes out, in addition to reading out the meeting itself, is also a messaging platform to indicate what is important with regards to U.S. policy.
So it is a part of U.S. official policy that Ukraine should root out corruption, even if President Trump did not mention it in that April 21st phone call. Is that right?
Certainly.
And he also did not mention it in the July 25th phone call. Is that right?
Correct.
So even though it was included in his talking points for the April 21st call, and presumably even though you can't talk about it for the July 21st call, it was not included in either. Is that right?
For the April 21st call.
He did not mention it in either, rather.
Correct.
So when the president says now that he held up security assistance because he was concerned about rooting out corruption in Ukraine, that concern was not expressed in the 2 phone conversations that he had with President Zelensky earlier this year. Is that right?
Correct.
Now, Ms. Williams, you testified that earlier that after this April 21st call, President Trump asked Vice President Pence to attend President Zelensky's inauguration. Is that right?
That's correct.
And that on May 13th, you were just informed by the Chief of Staff's office that Vice President Pence will not be going per request of the president. Is that right?
That's what I was informed, yes.
And you didn't know what had changed from April 21st to May 13th. Is that right?
No, not in terms of that decision.
Well, Colonel Vindman, since you in particular, a little bit more perhaps than Ms. Williams, who has a broader portfolio, focuses on Ukraine, I want to ask you if you were aware of the following things that happened from April 21st to May 13th. Were you aware that Ambassador Yovanovitch was abruptly recalled from Ukraine in that time?
Yes.
Were you aware that President Trump...
I'm sorry, to correct it. So she was recalled prior, let me see. So the notification occurred towards the end of April, and she was finally recalled in May timeframe, I think May 20th, if I recall correctly.
So she learned about it after April 21st, on April 24th, is that right?
Correct.
And were you aware that President Trump had a telephone call with President Putin during this time period in early May?
I was.
And were you aware that Rudy Giuliani had planned a trip to go to Ukraine to pressure the Ukrainians to initiate the 2 investigations that President Trump mentioned on the July 25th call in this time period?
I was aware that he was traveling there and that he had been promoting the idea of these investigations.
I want to move now to that July 10th meeting that you referenced, Colonel Vindman. What exactly did Ambassador Sondland say when the Ukrainian officials raised the idea of a White House meeting?
As I recall, he referred to specific investigations that Ukrainians would have to deliver in order to get these meetings.
And what happened to
the White House meeting?
What happened to the broader meeting after he made that reference?
Ambassador Bolton very abruptly ended the meeting.
And did you have any conversations with Ambassador Bolton about this meeting?
No, I did not.
Did you follow Ambassador Sondland and the others to the ward room for a meeting follow-up?
There was a photo opportunity that we leveraged in order to demonstrate U.S. support. So the White House visit, demonstrating U.S. support for Ukraine, and the new National Security Advisor, who's a technocrat. And then after that, we went down to a short post-meeting huddle or debrief.
Were the investigations, the specific investigations that Ambassador Sondland referenced in the larger meeting, also discussed in the wardroom meeting?
They were.
And what did Ambassador Sondland say?
Ambassador Sondland referred to investigations into the Biden's Burisma in 2016.
How did you respond, if at all?
I said that this request to conduct these meetings was inappropriate. These investigations was inappropriate and had nothing to do with national security policy.
Was Ambassador Volker in this meeting as well?
I don't recall specifically. I believe he was there for at least a portion of the time. I don't recall if he was there for that the whole meeting.
Was this statement made in front of the Ukrainian officials?
I believe there was some discussion prior to the Ukrainians leaving, when it was apparent there was some discord between the senior folks, Ambassador Sondland, and other White House staff. Myself, they were asked to step out. So I don't recall if they were there for the entire discussion.
The senior White House staff you're referring to, does that include Fiona Hill, your immediate supervisor at the time?
Correct.
Now, you said you also reported this incident to the NSC lawyers, is that right?
Correct.
And what was their response?
John Eisenberg said that he took notes while I was talking, and he said that he would look into it.
Why did you report this meeting and this conversation to the NSC lawyers?
Because it was inappropriate, and following the meeting, I had a short conversation, following the post-meeting meeting in the wardroom, I had a short conversation with Dr. Hill, and we discussed the idea of needing to report this.
So am I correct, Colonel Vindman, that at least no later than that July 10th meeting, the Ukrainians had understood, or at least heard, that the Oval Office meeting that they so desperately wanted was conditioned on these specific investigations into Burisma and the 2016 election?
That was the first time I was aware of the Ukrainians being approached directly by a government official.
And directly linking the White House meeting to the investigations?
Correct.
Ms. Williams, you testified that in your opening statement that you attended the September 1st meeting between Vice President Pence and President Zelensky in Warsaw. Is that right?
That's correct.
What was the first thing that President Zelensky asked Vice President Pence about at that meeting?
President Zelensky asked the Vice President about the status of security assistance for Ukraine because he had seen the Politico article and other news reporting that the security assistance was being held.
And you testified in your deposition that in that conversation, President Zelensky emphasized that the military assistance, the security assistance, was not just important to assist Ukraine in fighting a war against Russia, but that it was also symbolic in nature. What did you understand him to mean by that?
President Zelensky explained that more than, or just equally with the financial and physical value of the assistance, that it was the symbolic nature of that assistance that really was the show of U.S. support for Ukraine and for Ukraine's sovereignty and territorial integrity. And I think he was stressing that to the Vice President to really underscore the need for the security assistance to be released.
And that if the United States was holding the security assistance, is it also true then that Russia could see that as a sign of weakening U.S. support for Ukraine and take advantage of that?
I believe that's what the President Zelensky was indicating, that any signal or sign that U.S. support was wavering would be construed by Russia as potentially an opportunity for them to strengthen their own hand in Ukraine.
Did Vice President Pence provide a reason for the hold on security assistance to the Ukrainian president in that meeting?
The Vice President did not specifically discuss the reason behind the hold, but he did reassure President Zelensky of the strongest U.S. unwavering support for Ukraine and they talked about the need for European countries to step up and provide more assistance to Ukraine as well.
Did Vice President Pence report back to President Trump on that meeting, to your knowledge?
The Vice President conveyed to President Zelensky that he would follow up with President Trump that evening and convey to President Trump what he had heard from President Zelensky with regard to his efforts to implement reforms in Ukraine. I am aware that the Vice President spoke to President Trump that evening, but I was not privy to the conversation.
Are you also aware, however, that the security assistance hold was not lifted for another 10 days after this meeting?
That's correct.
And am I correct that you didn't learn the reason why the hold was lifted?
That's correct.
Colonel Vindman, you didn't learn a reason why the hold was lifted either, is that right?
Correct.
Colonel Vindman, are you aware that the committees launched an investigation into Ukraine matters on September 9th, 2 days before the hold was lifted?
I am aware, and I was aware.
And on September 10th, the Intelligence Committee requested the whistleblower complaint from the Department of National Intelligence. Are you aware of that?
I don't believe I was aware of that.
Were you aware that the White House was aware of this whistleblower complaint prior to that date?
The first I heard of the whistleblower complaint is, I believe, when the news broke. I was only aware of the committees investigating the hold on security assistance.
So is it accurate to say, Colonel Vindman, that whatever reason that was provided for the hold, including the administrative policies, which would support the hold, would support the security assistance, is that right, to your understanding?
I'm sorry, I didn't understand that.
I was just asking that the administrative policies of President Trump supported the security assistance. Is that your understanding?
So the interagency policy was to support security assistance for Ukraine.
Thank you. I yield back.
Now recognize Ranking Member Nunes or Minority Counsel for 45 minutes. Thank you. Ms. Williams, welcome. I want to just establish a few basic facts about your knowledge, Ukraine, Burisma, and the role of the Bidens.
Yes, sir.
You spend an extraordinary amount of your time on Ukraine, correct? Ukraine
is one of the countries in my portfolio. I would not say an extraordinary amount of time, but certainly the Vice President has engaged on Ukraine policy quite a bit in my 8 months.
And it's in your portfolio?
That's correct.
First off, were you aware in September of 2015, then U.S. Ambassador to Ukraine, Jeffrey Pyatt, publicly called for an investigation into Zlochevsky, the president of Burisma. Were you aware of these public statements?
No, not at the time.
You are today, though.
I've since heard them, yes.
Did you know of anti-Trump efforts by various Ukrainian officials as well as Alexander Chalupa, a DNC consultant?
No, I was not aware.
Did you know about the Deputy Assistant Secretary of State Kent's concerns about potential conflict of interest into Hunter Biden sitting on the board of Burisma?
I did not work on Ukraine policy during that time frame, so I've become aware of it through...
in the last year or so?
I've become aware of it through Mr. Kent's testimony through this process.
Did you know that financial records show a Ukrainian natural gas company, Burisma, routed more than $3 million to American accounts tied to Hunter Biden?
No, I was not aware.
Until
you
prepared for this hearing?
Until others have been testifying in more detail on those issues, that's correct.
You've been following it more closely?
Correct.
Did you know that Burisma's American legal representatives met with Ukrainian officials just days after Vice President Biden forced the firing of the country's chief prosecutor?
Again, sir, I was not working on Ukraine policy during that time.
So yeah, and none of these are trick questions. I'm just trying to get through them.
I understand. Yeah.
Did you know that Burisma lawyers pressured the State Department in February 2016 after the raid and month before the firing of Shokin, and that they invoked Hunter Biden's name as a reason to intervene?
I was not aware.
Did you know that Joe Biden called Ukrainian President Poroshenko at least 3 times in February 2016 after the president and owner of Burisma's home was raided on February 2nd by the state prosecutor's office?
Not at the time. Again, I've become aware of that through this proceeding.
Thank you, Ms. Williams. Lieutenant Colonel Vindman, I'm going to ask you same questions just to establish some basic facts about your knowledge about Ukraine, Burisma, and the role of the Bidens. In September 2015, U.S. Ambassador to Ukraine Jeffrey Pyatt publicly called for an investigation into Zlochevsky, the president of Burisma. Were you aware of these public statements?
I wasn't aware of them at the time.
When did you become aware of them?
During the course of the testimony and the depositions after this impeachment inquiry began.
Did you know of anti-Trump efforts by various Ukrainian government officials as well as Alexander Chalupa, a DNC consultant?
I'm not aware of any of these interference efforts.
Did you know about Deputy Assistant Secretary of State Kent's concerns about potential conflict of interest with Hunter Biden sitting on the board of Burisma?
The only thing I'm aware of is pertains to his deposition.
Did you know that financial records show a Ukrainian natural gas company, Burisma, routed more than $3 million to the American accounts tied to Hunter Biden?
I'm not aware of this fact.
Until recently.
I guess I didn't independently look into it. I'm just not aware of what kind of payments Mr. Biden may have received. This is not something I'm aware of.
Did you know that Burisma's American legal representatives met with Ukrainian officials just days after Vice President Biden forced the firing of the country's chief prosecutor?
I'm not aware of these meetings.
Did you know that Burisma lawyers pressured the State Department in February 2016 after the raid and a month before the firing of Shokin, and that they invoked Hunter Biden's name as a reason to intervene?
I'm not aware of any of these facts.
Did you know that Joe Biden called Ukrainian President Poroshenko at least 3 times in February 2016 after the president and owner of Burisma's home was raided on February 2nd by the state prosecutor's office?
I'm aware of the fact that President Biden, or Vice President Biden, was very engaged on Ukraine and had numerous engagements. That's what I'm aware of.
Ms. Williams and Lieutenant Colonel Vindman, as you may or may not know, this committee has spent nearly 3 years conducting various investigations, starting with the Russia collusion hoax, FISA abuse, Democratic hysteria over the lack of collusion in the Mueller report, and now this impeachment charade. One of the most concerning things regarding all of these investigations is the amount of classified or otherwise sensitive information I read in the press that derive either from this committee or sources in the administration. To be clear, I'm not accusing either one of you of leaking information. However, given that you are the first witnesses who actually have some firsthand knowledge of the president's call by listening in on July 25th, it's imperative to the American public's understanding of the events that we get a few matters out of the way first. Ms. Williams, let me just go to you first. For the purposes of the following questions, I'm only asking about the time period from July 25th to September 25th.
Okay.
Did you discuss the July 25th phone call between President Trump and President Zelensky, or any matters associated with the phone call, with any members of the press?
No.
To be clear, you never discussed these matters with the New York Times, the Washington Post, Politico, CNN, or any other media outlet?
No, I did not.
Did you ask or encourage any individual to share the substance of the July 25th phone call or any matter associated with the call with any member of the press?
I did not.
Do you know of any individual who discussed the substance of the July 25th phone call or matter associated with the call with any member of the press?
No, I do not.
Lieutenant Colonel Vindman, the same questions for you. Did you discuss the July 25th phone call between President Trump and President Zelensky, or any matter associated with the phone call with any member of the press?
I did not.
Just to be clear, you did not discuss this with the New York Times, the Washington Post, Politico, CNN, or any other media outlet?
I did not.
Did you ask or encourage any individual to share the substance of the July 25th phone call or any matter associated with the call with any member of the press?
I did not.
Do you know of any individual who discussed the substance of the July 25th phone call or any matter associated with the call with any member of the press?
We have an NSC press shop, and they field any of these types of questions. I do not engage with the press at all.
Let me ask the question again. Do you know of any individual who discussed the substance of the July 25th phone call or any matter associated with the call with any member of the press?
We have an NSC press shop whose job is to engage on any of these types of questions. I am not aware, but it is possible and likely that the press shop would field these types of questions.
Right, but the question is,
I'm sorry.
The question is, do you know any individual, do you personally know any individual who discussed the substance of the July 25th phone call or any matter associated with the call with any member of the press?
Thank you, Ranking Member, for clarifying. I do not.
Thank you. Ms. Williams, did you discuss the July 25th phone call with anyone outside the White House on July 25th or July 26th, and if so, with whom?
No, I did not discuss the call with anyone outside or inside the White House.
Ms. Williams, during your time on the NSC, have you ever accessed a colleague's work computer without their prior authorization or approval?
I have not, and just to clarify, I'm in the Office of the Vice President, so not on the NSC.
Right, but representing
no,
the
I have
Vice
not.
President.
No.
Thank you for that clarification. Lieutenant Colonel Vindman, did you discuss the July 25th phone call with anyone outside the White House on July 25th or the 26th? And if so, with whom?
Yes, I did. My core function is to coordinate U.S. government policy, interagency policy, and I spoke to two individuals with regards to providing some sort of readout of the call.
Two individuals that were not in the White House?
Not in the White House, cleared U.S. government officials with appropriate need to know.
And what agencies were these officials with?
Department of State, Deputy Assistant Secretary George Kent, who is responsible for the portfolio Eastern Europe, including Ukraine, and an individual from the office of an individual in the intelligence community.
As you know, the intelligence community has 17 different agencies. What agency was this individual from?
If I could interject here, we don't want to use these proceedings.
It's our time,
I know,
Mr. Chair.
but we need to protect the whistleblower.
Please stop.
I want to make sure that there's no effort to out the whistleblower through the use of these proceedings. If the witness has a good faith belief that this may reveal the identity of the whistleblower, that is not the purpose that we are here for, and I want to advise the witness accordingly.
Mr. Vindman, you testified in your deposition that you did not know the whistleblower.
Ranking Member, it's Lieutenant Colonel Vindman, please.
Lieutenant Colonel Vindman, you testified in the deposition that you did not know who the whistleblower was, or is.
I do not know who the whistleblower is. That is.
So how is it possible for you to name these people and then out the whistleblower?
Per the advice of my counsel, I've been advised not to answer specific questions about members of the intelligence community.
Are you aware that this is the Intelligence Committee that's conducting an impeachment hearing?
Of course I am.
Wouldn't the appropriate place for you to come to testify would be the Intelligence Committee about someone within the intelligence community?
Ranking Member, per the advice of my counsel and the instructions from the chairman, I've been advised not to provide any specifics on who I've spoken to inside the intelligence community. What I can offer is that these were properly cleared individuals, or was a properly cleared individual with a need to know.
Well, this is, I mean, you can plead the fifth, but you're here to answer questions, and you're here under subpoena. So you can either answer the question or you can plead the fifth.
Excuse me. On behalf of my client, we are following the rule of the committee, the rule of the chair with regard to this issue, and this does not call for an answer that is invoking the fifth or any theoretical issue like that. We're following the ruling of the chair.
Counselor, what ruling is that?
If I could interject, counsel is correct. Whistleblower has the right, statutory right to anonymity. These proceedings will not be used to out the whistleblower.
And I've advised my client accordingly, and he's going to follow the ruling of the chair. If there's an alternative or you want to work something out with the chair, that's up to you, Mr. Nunes.
Well, we've attempted to subpoena the whistleblower to sit for a deposition. The chair has tabled that motion and then has been unwilling to recognize those motions over the last few days of this impeachment inquisition process. Well, that I'll go to Mr. Castor.
Thank you, Ranking Member Nunes. The call transcript as published on September 25th is complete and accurate. Will both of you attest to that, Ms. Williams?
I didn't take a word-for-word accounting. When I first saw the publicly released version, it looked substantively correct to me.
And Colonel Vindman?
I think I certainly would describe it as substantively correct.
I think in your testimony, your deposition, you said very accurate?
Correct.
Okay. And you flagged a couple edits, Colonel Vindman. I think you had Burisma on page 4, where President Zelensky was talking about the company mentioned in the issue.
I'm sorry, could you say that question
I believe
again?
in your testimony you explained that you offered an edit that on page 4 of the transcript that was ultimately published, you thought President Zelensky mentioned the word Burisma.
Oh, I had it in my notes. I know that's what he said, yes.
Okay. And Ms. Williams, and that was on page 4, correct?
Correct.
And Ms. Williams, I believe after your deposition, you went back and checked your notes, and you had President Zelensky using the term Burisma as well. Is that correct?
That's correct.
But that came up on a different part of the transcript than what Colonel Vindman was relating to, correct?
Yes, I believe so.
Yours came up on page 5, and it would have been in substitution for the word case?
That's right. That's where I have it in my notes.
Okay. Colonel Vindman, we've had some discussion earlier today and also at your deposition about whether the president had a demand for President Zelensky. And, you know, I suggested to you in the deposition that the president's words are in fact ambiguous. And he uses some phrases that certainly could be characterized as hedging. On page 3, in the first paragraph, he talks about whatever you can do. He talks about if that's possible. On page 4, he mentions if you could speak to him. He's talking about the Attorney General or Rudy Giuliani. And then at the end of the first paragraph on page 4, he says whatever you can do. The president also says, you know, if you can look into it. And I asked you during your deposition whether you saw or acknowledged the fact that certain people could read that to be ambiguous.
And I said correct, yes.
And I believe you said, I think people want to hear what they have already preconceived. Is that what you testified?
Actually, if I could ask for just a page cite.
256.
256
Yeah.
and a line. Thank you. Just a minute, please.
And
just a minute, please. Okay, we got the page.
Okay. And then you went on to say, yeah, you agreed with me. You said, yeah, I guess you could interpret it different ways. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Turning attention to the preparation of the transcript, that followed in the ordinary process, correct?
So I think it followed the appropriate process in terms of making sure that eventually it came around for clearances, for accuracy,
okay.
But it was in a different system. So
well, I'll get to that in a second. That relates to the storage of it. You had some concerns. Mr. Morrison articulated his concerns about if the transcript was leaked out. And I think both you and Mr. Morrison agreed that it needed to be protected.
Just a correction, I don't think it was Mr. Morrison. It was Mr. Eisenberg, right?
Mr. Morrison testified at his deposition.
Okay, we don't have that in front of us. If you can give us that, we'll take a look.
Yeah, I think in this, but I could say for myself, there were, the concerns about leaks seemed valid, and I wasn't particularly critical. I thought this was sensitive, and was not going to question the attorney's judgment on that.
Right. And even on the code word server, you had access to it.
Yes.
So at no point in time during the course of your official duties were you denied access to this information?
Correct.
Is that correct? Ms. Williams, I want to turn to you for a moment. And you testified that you believe the transcript is complete and accurate, other than the one issue you mentioned?
Yes, substantively accurate, yes.
Now, did you express any concerns to anyone in your office about what you heard on the call?
My supervisor was listening on the call as well. So because he had heard the same information, I did not feel a need to have a further conversation with him about it.
And you never had any concerns with anyone else in the Vice President's office?
I did not discuss the call further with anyone in the Vice President's office.
Okay, so you didn't flag it for the Chief of Staff or the Vice President's counsel or anyone of that sort?
Again, my immediate supervisor, Lieutenant General Kellogg, was in the room with me.
Right. So. And after the call, did you and General Kellogg ever discuss the contents of the call?
We did not, no.
Okay. Now, in the run-up to the meeting in Warsaw, the Vice President was meeting with President Zelensky September 1st in Warsaw. You were involved with the preparation of the Vice President's briefing materials?
I was.
And did you flag for the Vice President this parts of the call that had concerned you?
No, we did not include the call transcript in the trip briefing book. We don't normally include previous calls in trip briefing books.
So I'm just wondering if the concerns were so significant, how come nobody on the Vice President's staff at least alerted him to the issue that President Zelensky might be on edge about something that had been mentioned on the 725 call?
Again, my supervisor had been in the call with me, and I ensured that the Vice President had access to the transcript in the moment on that day. As we were preparing for the September meeting with President Zelensky, the more immediate issue at hand was 2 days prior, the news had broken about the hold on the security assistance. So we were much more focused on the discussion that was likely to occur about the hold on security assistance for that meeting.
And to your recollection, you were in the meeting with President Zelensky and Vice President Pence?
I was.
And Burisma didn't come up, or the Bidens, or
No.
any of these investigations?
No, it did not.
Colonel Vindman, you testified that the president has long-standing concerns about corruption in Ukraine, correct?
I don't recall, but there are concerns. There are broad concerns about corruption, yes.
But you would agree that if the U.S. is giving hundreds of millions of dollars to a foreign nation that has a corruption problem, that's certainly something that the U.S. government officials and the president would want to be concerned about?
Yes.
And if a foreign country has a problem with oligarchs taking U.S. taxpayer dollars, that's something that the president ought to be concerned about in advance of dispensing the aid?
Yes.
And I believe you did testify that corruption is endemic in Ukraine?
Correct.
Are you also aware of the president's skepticism of foreign aid generally?
I am.
And it's something that he's made part of his priorities to make sure that U.S. foreign aid is spent wisely?
That is correct.
And you're also aware the president has concerns about burden sharing among our allies?
Yes.
And with respect to Ukraine, he was very interested and engaged in seeing if there was a possibility for our European allies to step up and contribute more?
Yes, I think that would be in the context of military assistance. In terms of burden sharing, the European Union provides over $15 billion.
Okay.
Has provided since 2014.
Okay, but you are aware of the president's concern of burden sharing, right?
Yes, I am.
Okay. Turning our attention specifically to the company Burisma. Mykola Zlochevsky, the co-founder of Burisma, it's one of Ukraine's largest natural gas producers, correct?
That is my understanding, yes.
And it's been subject to numerous investigations over the years.
I'm not aware of, I guess I couldn't point to specific investigations, but there is a, what I would call a pattern of questionable dealings and questions about corruption.
Zlochevsky had served as the Minister of Ecology during President Yanukovych's tenure.
I came to learn that that is correct, yes.
And are you aware, and George Kent testified a little bit about this last week, that under the Obama administration, the U.S. government encouraged Ukraine to investigate whether Zlochevsky used his government position to grant himself or Burisma exploration licenses. Are you aware of that?
I would defer to George Kent. He's a fount of knowledge on Ukraine, much deeper knowledge than I have. Okay. And if he attested to that, then I'd take his word for it.
And he testified that the U.S., along with the United Kingdom, was engaged in trying to recoup about $23 million in taxpayer dollars from Zlochevsky and the Burisma entity?
I understand he testified that, yes. Correct.
Okay. And Mr. Kent also testified that the investigation was moving along, and then all of a sudden there was a bribe paid, and the investigation went away. Did you hear him mention that?
I heard him mention that. Okay. These are events that occurred before my time, so frankly, beyond what he said, I don't know much more.
Fair enough. Right around the time the bribe was paid, the company sought to bolster their board. Are you aware that they tapped some luminaries for their corporate board?
Certainly, I learned that at some point, yes.
Including the president of Poland, I believe?
Yes.
And Hunter Biden?
Yes, I came to learn that as well.
And are you aware of any specific experience Hunter Biden has in the Ukrainian corporate governance world?
I don't know much about Mr. Hunter Biden.
And we talked a little bit about, at your deposition, about whether Mr. Biden was qualified to serve on this board. And you know, I believe you acknowledged that apparently he was not, in fact, qualified?
As far as I can tell, he didn't seem to be, but like I said, I don't know his qualifications.
Okay. And Ms. Williams, I want to turn our attention to the inaugural trip. Okay. At one point, the Vice President and the Vice President's office was focusing on attending that, correct?
That's right.
And it's somewhat complicated because, as I understand it, the White House doesn't want the President and the Vice President to be out of the country at the same time?
Yes, that's correct.
And during the time frame, the President was in Japan. I believe he was in Japan May 24th to 28th. And then he returned to Europe for the D-Day ceremonies, June 2nd to 7th. And I think you told us that there was a window you provided of 4 days at the end of May, that if the Vice President was going to attend the inauguration, it had to be the 29th, 30th, 31st, or 1st?
Our embassy in Kyiv had been in discussions with the Ukrainian, with President Zelensky's team. And as we had learned, obviously the Ukrainian parliament was not going to come back into session until mid-May, and so we wouldn't know formally what the date would be. But we understood that the initial thinking was that they were looking at dates at the end of May. And so honing in on that time frame, we were aware of President Trump's planned travel on either end. And so that's why we advised the Ukrainians that if Vice President Pence were to be able to participate, the only really available days would be May 30th, May 31st, or June 1st.
Okay. And before the Vice President travels to a foreign nation, you have to send the Secret Service, do advance work, book hotels, and it's a relatively involved preparation experience, right?
That's correct.
And do you know if the Secret Service ever deployed, booked hotels or anything of that sort?
My understanding is that our advance team was looking into those preparations, including hotel availability, and we were trying to determine when it would be appropriate to send out Secret Service and other advanced personnel in order to lay groundwork for a trip. But because we weren't sure yet when the date would be, we hesitated to send those officials out.
But ultimately, the Secret Service, as I understand it, did not deploy.
I don't believe they did, no.
Okay. And the President Zelensky's inauguration was May 20th, if I'm not mistaken?
Yes, that's correct.
And you had about 4 days' notice?
In the end, the Ukrainian parliament decided on May 16th to set the date for May 20th. That's correct.
So you would acknowledge that that made it quite difficult for the vice president and the whole operation to mobilize and get over to Ukraine, correct?
It would have been, but we had already stopped the trip planning by that point.
And when did that happen?
Stopping the trip planning?
Yeah.
On May 13th.
Okay, and how did you hear about that?
I was called by a colleague in the vice president's chief of staff's office and told to stop the trip planning.
Okay, and as I understand it, it was the assistant to the chief of staff?
That's correct.
Okay, and so you didn't hear about it from General Kellogg or the chief of staff or?
Correct.
Or the president or the vice president? You heard about it from Mr. Short's assistant?
That's right.
And did you have any knowledge of the reasoning for stopping the trip?
I asked my colleague why we should stop trip planning and why the vice president would not be attending, and I was informed that the president had decided the vice president would not attend the inauguration.
Okay, but do you know why the president decided?
No, she did not have that information.
Okay. And ultimately, the vice president went to Canada for a USMCA event.
That's right.
During this this window of time, correct?
Correct.
So it's entirely conceivable that the president decided that he wanted the vice president to go to Canada on behalf of USMCA instead of doing anything else, correct?
I'm really not in a position to speculate what the motivations were behind the president's decision.
Well, you know the vice president's done quite a bit of USMCA events, correct?
Absolutely, yes, sir.
Okay. And are you aware of whether anyone at the State Department inquired with your office about the vice president's availability for the trip to Canada?
For the trip, at what point?
Early May, maybe May 8th.
I was not involved in the trip planning for Canada. Mm-hmm. One of my colleagues who covers Western Hemisphere was in charge of that, so I'm not aware of specific requests about the vice president's availability. I was aware from my colleague who was planning that trip that we had competing trips potentially for the same window, but I was told that the Ukraine trip would take priority.
Okay, but ultimately you don't know?
I don't know about the Canada trip?
You don't know the reason as to why the vice president was sent to Canada for a USMCA event instead of going to the Ukraine?
I would say I don't know the reason behind why the president directed the vice president not to go to Ukraine. I can't speak to the motivations or about the Canada trip.
Okay. Colonel Vindman, I'd like to turn a little bit to the July 10th meeting in Ambassador Bolton's office and the subsequent post-meeting in the wardroom. Who all was in the July 10th meeting, to the best of your recollection?
Are we talking about the wardroom, or are we talking about the actual meeting with Ambassador Bolton?
We'll start with the first meeting in the ambassador's office.
So from the U.S. side, we had Ambassador Bolton, Dr. Hill, I believe there was another special assistant to the president, Wells Griffith was in there, and myself from the Ukrainians.
Who from the Ukrainians? Oh, sorry.
Yeah, for the Ukrainian side, we had Alexander Danylyuk, Andriy Yermak, and I think Alexander Danylyuk's advisor, Alexei Semeny.
Okay. And you testified that you couldn't recall exactly why Ambassador Bolton stopped the meeting short, and you only learned it subsequently when talking to Dr. Fiona Hill?
Yeah, I noted that, it ended abruptly, but I didn't, frankly, I didn't exactly know why.
And in the Bolton meeting, you don't remember Ambassador Sondland using the word Biden?
He did not,
Okay.
To the best of my recollection. I don't think he did.
And then the group decamped to take a photo, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So the general feeling of the group was a positive one at that time, even though it may have ended abruptly.
I think Ambassador Bolton was exceptionally qualified. He understood the strategic communications opportunity of having a photo, and we prompted him to before we completely adjourned to see if he was willing to do a photo, and he did.
Okay, so you went out to West Executive Ave or wherever in the White House and you took a photo. I think you said you took it?
I certainly took a couple of them, yes.
Okay, and in the photo is Secretary Perry, Ambassador Bolton, Ambassador Volker,
that's right. Yeah.
Mr. Danylyuk, and Mr. Yermak?
Yes, and I apologize. When I was running through the U.S. side, of course, Ambassador Bolton, Volker, and Sondland were there, and Secretary Perry was there.
Okay. Now, you testified that before the July 10th meeting, you had developed concerns about the narrative, involving Rudy Giuliani. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And had you heard like a firsthand account from anyone on the inside, or had you just been following news accounts?
I certainly was following news accounts, and that's from the Ukrainian side, Ukrainian press, and U.S. press.
Okay.
And my colleagues in the interagency also were concerned about this, as this had started in the March timeframe, kind of emanating from the John Solomon story all the way through. So there had been ongoing conversations, so several different sources, Council.
Okay. And so when Ambassador Sondland mentioned the investigations, you sort of had a little bit of a clue of what the issue was?
Oh, definitely.
Okay, and then you took the photo, very nice photo, and then you went to the wardroom?
Correct.
And do you remember, I think you conceded to us that you had a hard time remembering exactly what was said in the wardroom. Again, it's 4 months ago. It's hard to be precise about whether Sondland, what specific words he used, whether he used Burisma, 2016 investigations.
Yeah, so I believe it's in the deposition, the three elements, Burisma, Biden's, and the 2016 elections were all mentioned.
In the wardroom?
Correct.
I think we can maybe go back to this, but I think on page 64 of your testimony, you told us that you don't remember him using 2016 in the wardroom?
I believe that I actually followed up, and because this question was asked multiple times, I said that all three elements were in there. So
okay, so
picked out
when we asked the question, it sort of refreshed your recollection?
Yes, I guess that's a term now.
There was some discussion of, whether when Mr. Morrison took over the portfolio for Dr. Hill, whether you were sidelined at all. Did you feel like you were?
So I certainly was excluded or didn't participate in the trip to Ukraine, Moldova, Belarus at the end of August. And I wasn't initially, before it changed from a POTUS trip to a vice president trip to Warsaw, I wasn't participating in that one. So I didn't miss that, no.
Okay. Did you express any concerns to Mr. Morrison about why you weren't included on those trips?
So Mr. Morrison, I was on leave. I was supposed to be on leave from the 3rd of August through about the 16th or so of August. And he called me and asked me to return. There was obviously high priority travel to the region. He needed my assistance to help plan for it. And in asking me to return early from leave, which I take infrequently, I assumed that I'd be going on the trip. So after returning from leave early, when I was told I wasn't going, I inquired about it, correct.
Okay. And what feedback did he give you?
He initially told me that the aircraft that was acquired, the Mil Air, was too small and there wasn't enough room.
Okay. Had you ever had any discussions with Mr. Morrison about concerns that he or Dr. Hill had with your judgment?
Did I ever have any conversations with Mr. Morrison about it?
Yeah.
No.
Okay. Did Mr. Morrison ever express concerns to you that he thought maybe you weren't following the chain of command in all instances?
He did not.
Did Dr. Hill or Mr. Morrison ever ask you questions about whether you were trying to access information outside of your lane?
They did not.
Another, aspect of the Ukraine portfolio that you were not a part of were some of the communications Mr. Morrison was having with Ambassador Taylor?
Correct.
And did you ever express concern that he was leaving you off those calls?
Well, certainly it was concerning. He had just come on board. He didn't have the, he wasn't steeped in all the items that we were working on, including the policy that we had developed over the preceding months. and I thought I could contribute to that, to the performance of his duties.
Okay. When you went to Ukraine for the inauguration?
Correct.
May 20th. At any point during that trip, did Mr. Daniluk offer you a position of defense minister with the Ukrainian government?
He did.
And how many times did he do that?
I believe it was 3 times.
And do you have any reason why he asked you to do that?
I don't know, but every single time I dismissed it. Upon returning, I notified my chain of command and the appropriate counterintelligence folks about the offer.
I mean, Ukraine's a country that's experienced a war with Russia. Certainly their Minister of Defense is a pretty key position. For the Ukrainians, President Zelensky, Mr. Daniluk, to bestow that honor on you, at least asking you. I mean, that was a big honor, correct?
I think it would be a great honor, and frankly, I'm aware of service members that have left service to help nurture the developing democracies in that part of the world, certainly in the Baltics. Former officers, and if I recall correctly, it was an Air Force officer that became Minister of Defense. But I'm an American. I came here when I was a toddler, and I immediately dismissed these offers, did not entertain them.
When he made this offer to you initially, did you leave the door open? Was there a reason that he had to come back and ask a second and third time, or was he just trying to convince you?
Yeah, Counsel, you know what? It's the whole notion is rather comical that I was being asked to consider whether I'd want to be the Minister of Defense. I did not leave the door open at all.
Okay.
But it is pretty funny for a Lieutenant Colonel in the United States Army, which really is not that senior, to be offered that illustrious a position.
When he made this offer to you, was he speaking in English or Ukrainian?
Oh, Mr. Daniluk is a absolutely flawless English speaker. He's speaking in English.
Okay.
And just to be clear, there were 2 other staff officers, Embassy Kiev staff officers, that were sitting next to me when this offer was made.
Okay. Yeah. And who were they?
So one of them you may have met. It was Mr. David Holmes, and the other one was, I don't know. I mean, I guess it's another Foreign Service officer, Keith Bean.
Okay. Yeah, we met Mr. Holmes last Friday evening.
I understand. Yeah. He's a delightful fellow.
And you said when you returned to the United States, you papered it up, given your with SCI clearance. Whenever a foreign government makes an overture like that, you paper it up and you tell your chain of command?
I did, but I also don't know if I fully entertained it as a legitimate offer. I was just making sure that I did the right thing in terms of reporting, yes.
Okay. And did any of your supervisors, Dr. Hill at the time, or Dr. Kupperman or Ambassador Bolton ever follow up with you about that? It's rather significant.
Yeah.
You know, the Ukrainians offered you the post of defense minister. Did you tell anyone in your chain of command about it? After
I spoke to, and I believe the deputy, our deputy senior director, John Areth, was there. Once I mentioned it to both of them, I don't believe there was ever a follow-up discussion.
Okay. So it never came up with Dr. Kupperman or Dr. Hill?
Following that conversation I had with Dr. Hill, I don't believe there was a subsequent conversation, and I don't recall ever having a conversation with Dr. Kupperman about it.
Okay, and did you brief Director Morrison when he came on board?
No, I completely forgot about it.
Okay, and subsequent to the May trip, did Mr. Daniluk ever ask you to reconsider? Were there any other offers?
No.
Okay. When he visited for the July 10th meeting with Ambassador Bolton, did it come up again?
It never came up again.
Okay. And did you ever think that possibly if this information was, got out, that it might create at least the perception of a conflict, that the Ukrainians thought so highly of you to offer you the defense ministry post, on one hand, but on the other hand, you're responsible for Ukrainian policy at the National Security Council?
So, frankly, it's more important about what my American leadership, my American chain of command thinks than any of the, and this is, these are honorable people. I'm not sure if he meant it as a joke or not, but it's much more important what my civilian White House, National Security Council chain of command thinks more so than anybody else. And frankly, if they were concerned about me being able to continue my duties,
of course,
they would have brought that to my attention. Dr. Hill stayed on for several more months, and we could continue to work to advance U.S. policy.
Okay. And during the times relevant of the committee's investigation, did you have any communications with Mr. Yermak or Danny Look outside of the July 10th meeting?
I recall a courtesy note from Mr. Yermak within days of his return to July, in which he wanted to preserve an open channel communication, and I said, please feel free to contact me with any concerns.
And were you following this? There's sort of two tracks. Ambassador Taylor walked us through it during his testimony last Wednesday. He called it a regular channel, and then he called it an irregular but not outlandish channel with Ambassador Sondland and Ambassador Volker. Were you tracking the Sondland and Volker channel during this time period?
Yeah, so I'm trying to recall at which point I became aware of Ambassador. Certainly, I was aware of the fact that they were working together. Ambassador Sondland, Ambassador Volker, and Secretary Perry were working together to advance U.S. policy interests that were in support of what had been agreed to. But I didn't really learn, like I said, until the July 10th. Actually, there may have been a slightly earlier point. I recall a meeting in which Ambassador Bolton facilitated a meeting between Ambassador Volker and Ambassador Bolton in the June timeframe. And there may have been some discussion about this external channel, but
okay.
I frankly didn't become aware of these particular U.S. government officials being involved in this alternate track until July 10th.
Okay, and I think we had some discussion that Mr. Giuliani was promoting a negative narrative about the Ukraine, and certain officials were trying to help the president understand that with Zelensky, it was a new day, and Ukraine's going to be different. Is that your understanding?
That is correct. That is exactly what was being reported by the intelligence community, by the policy channels within the NSC, and the concerted voices of the various people that have actually met with him, including foreign officials.
And to the extent that you're aware of what Ambassador Sondland's goals were here and Ambassador Volker's goals were here, you think they were just trying to do the best they could and try to advocate in the best interest of the United States?
That is what I believed, and that is what I still believe, frankly.
And so to the extent Mr. Giuliani may have had differing views, they were trying to help him understand that it was time to change those views?
I think they were trying to bring him into the tent and have him kind of support the direction that we had settled on.
And you never conferred with Mr. Giuliani?
No.
You never had any meetings, phone calls, or anything of that sort?
I did not.
And did you have any?
I only know him as New York's finest mayor.
America's mayor.
America's mayor.
And did you have any discussions, communications during this relevant time period with the president?
I've never had any contact with the president of the United States.
My time's expired, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
I thank the gentleman. We're going to now move to the 5-minute member rounds. Are you good to go forward, or do you need a break?
I think we'll elect to take a short break.
Okay, let's try to take a 5 or 10 minute break, and we will resume with the 5-minute rounds. If I could ask the audience and members to please allow the witnesses to leave the room first.
And we'll take that as our
Committee is
cue
in
to
recess.
analyze what we've watched over the last couple of hours here. Two folks who were on that July 25th call who have intimate familiarity with what was said and what was left out. Alexander Vindman, Lieutenant Colonel Vindman, along with Jennifer Williams, both testifying, getting Republican and Democratic questions. And I think what we saw, Savannah, with Colonel Vindman there was an attempt to use him as a conduit to get to the whistleblower.
Yeah, there was an extraordinary moment where he was asked whether he had leaked any of this information, his readout of the call to any member of the press. He said he had not. Then he was asked, did you tell anyone else within the administration? He started to say yes, and started to say one of those persons was in the intelligence part of the government. And it was at that point that Adam Schiff, the chairman, reached out to say, whoa, 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 we might be getting into the whistleblower. So I think the presumption, as we bring our analysts into this, is that he potentially could have said, I told this person, and that person may well be the whistleblower. At the same time, it's a little confusing because he was asked, do you know the identity of the whistleblower? And Vindman says, I don't know. But it may be a little technical, Andrew Weissman. He may not know for certain who the whistleblower is. He knows who he told about these matters, and that person may well be the whistleblower.
Exactly. So in other words, he could give the name of who he told, and he made it very clear, by the way, that the person he told had every right to be told and was within the proper chain and classification. And he just doesn't know whether that person in turn was the whistleblower, but that in effect would out the whistleblower.
If there were any doubt, it was assuaged when Chairman Schiff intervened to say, we are getting into the territory where we may reveal the whistleblower. So it seems clear that as far as the chairman is concerned, Vindman told a person who turns out to be the whistleblower.
I have to say, though, they spent an awful long amount of time on trying to prove something that is basically tangential. It's just sort of not
You mean the
really,
whistleblower thing?
Yeah, not just the whistleblower, but also trying to discredit Vindman because his information might be tainted because he may have personal views that are different. It just felt like they spent an awful lot of time. They didn't get anywhere. All they ended up doing was spending an hour reaffirming his credentials.
Questions of whether he used the right channels to report.
They kept trying, well, you were offered this job with the Ukrainian government. The efforts they made to discredit him, I think, only reinforced his credibility, perhaps, because they didn't get anywhere with it. Even when where they almost had an aha moment. Oh, you were offered a job, and then the more that they got him to explain it, the more it was obvious the whole reason they know about this is because he reported it through the proper channels. He did everything he was supposed to do. So they only, to me, reinforced his credibility as an honest broker.
Here's the problem, though, that they have is they could attack the credibility. Let's say they successfully attacked the credibility of these two witnesses who were privy to the call. They still have a transcript of that call with all of the relevant facts admitted to and acknowledged by the White House. I mean, so that these witnesses only get the Democrats and the Republicans so far. There's a transcript, a rough transcript, a near verbatim of this call, and these two witnesses are saying, yep, that's basically how it happened, although we remember they actually used the word Burisma.
Right, and it's the same thing where you're trying to distract if you say, let's look at who potentially is the whistleblower. Who cares? In other words, who cares whether Vindman told this information to someone who turned out to be the whistleblower? You have a transcript and you have Vindman. It doesn't really matter what he told the whistleblower.
This is a reminder of literally the two alternative realities that I think the country views. If you spend a lot of time on the president's favorite cable channel, you followed that questioning really closely. This is the center of the argument is about the deep state, about the whistleblower, about these things. If you don't follow that, you were probably really confused about the line of questioning because it is just bizarre at some points, some of the places that they went with it. So it is a reminder, some of this questioning that you're hearing, if you don't spend a lot of time on the president's favorite cable channel, you almost have no idea of this narrative that they're trying to weave, which makes it, and there were times that even you could tell the witnesses are confused.
Let me bring in someone who has some experience in these sorts of calls. Juan Zarate is a senior national security analyst for NBC News and joins us, I believe, from London, watching along with us. Juan, what stood out to you at what we've heard this morning?
Well, Lester, what I see are two national security professionals, one on the vice president's staff, one on the national security staff, that are trying to walk a fine line by simply presenting their facts and their point of view. But it's clear that the value of these witnesses, at least to some of the members, is in trying to determine what's outside of the norms, what felt different to these staffers, both in the context of the call and in the context of this parallel process and channel that had been established and that Rudy Giuliani was leading. And you see two staffers that are trying to explain what is U.S. policy toward Ukraine, what are the things that they were doing and that their chains of command, whether it's through the National Security Council or the vice president and his team, what were they trying to do to execute that strategy? And what were the tensions and the challenges and, frankly, the bizarre nature of some of these parallel processes and what is really a hyper-personalized diplomacy led by the president. And so what I'm keen on is the fact that you had staffers that were trying their best to execute policy and strategy, and they were faced with this very unusual kind of parallel process and even parallel intentions, perhaps, from the president. And you can see that tension in how they're answering the questions. You can see how careful they're trying to be in being precise. But at the end of the day, they were staffers trying to execute what they thought was the best in the best interest of the U.S. government and what our policy was. And they're faced with these real challenges of a parallel process.
Can I just jump in there, though, Juan? Because people who are watching will have heard some of the testimony, the questioning coming from the Republican side who say, and Vindman agreed with this, that there is a longstanding corruption problem in Ukraine and that these investigations fit within that rubric. So can you explain why this is extraordinary, why this is remarkable, and not just the pursuit of anti-corruption efforts in Ukraine, which would be within the purview of U.S. foreign policy objectives?
Yeah, what makes this difficult, I think, to understand, especially in terms of some of the questions being posed, is that you have two core elements of our Ukraine policy that are at play, both in the call as well as in the president's parallel process. And so, yes, the question of security assistance to the Ukraine and how we help the Ukrainian government with its legitimacy and to confront Russian aggression is a central part of our policy. And yes, of course, has to be part of what the president focuses on, what the foreign policy community focuses on. And yes, the anti-corruption concerns are fundamental in the context of the Ukraine. There's no question about that. But what you have here is, in the context of this parallel process, a bit of a use of those very important policy issues as part of the parallel diplomacy and process. And what gets confusing for viewers is the fact that you have two very important issues: the security assistance, the conveyance of nearly $400 million in aid, the sending of Javelin anti-defense missile systems to the Ukrainians, along with a concern around corruption, all of which are legitimate, but in the context of a request for an investigation that appears to be personal and political and driven by the president's personal motives as opposed to foreign policy motives. And I think that's really the trouble here in understanding this. These are all the issues that matter in the context of Ukraine, but they're distorted through the lens of this personal and political request that the president was making.
Yeah, Juan, let me turn to Michael McFaul now, an NBC News analyst, former U.S. ambassador to Russia. Michael, as you watch this, it seems like this is all going to rise and fall on whether the American public believes there was a real national security risk here, not just misdeeds, but a national security risk. Did anything we heard this morning establish that in a way that in bite-sized pieces?
Well, I think what you heard today is that the President of the United States used his public office for private gain. And whether that rises to a national security interest and an impeachable offense, that's for the U.S. Congress to decide. But nothing in the general narrative that we've known now for a long, long time was questioned at all. In fact, what I was struck by was the way, the rabbit holes that they were going down. First, the idea that Lieutenant Colonel Vindman, by the way, somebody with whom I served in Moscow, somehow did something wrong by briefing the interagency. That was one line of attack. And then second, they were questioning his loyalty to the United States of America because he happened to be born in the Soviet Union. But neither of those were substantive attacks on the general story. The Republicans didn't do anything to damage that general story, which we know well now.
Ambassador McFaul, I thought there was an interesting moment where Colonel Vindman, who is testified, he's the one who actually prepared the talking points. These are the notes that you give to the leader that you're staffing to say, these are the things that we want you to talk about. They can use them or not use them, but he prepared those talking points. He was asked by the Democratic Council whether or not this whole idea about Ukraine interfering in the 2016 election, was that in the talking points that you prepared? He said, no, it was not. And then I thought this was interesting, and as you are our former ambassador to Russia, he was asked, are you aware that Putin promotes that theory, that it was Ukraine, not Russia, that interfered in 2016. And Vindman said, I am well aware of that fact. A couple of times over these few days of public testimony, you've seen the Democrats trying to prove what House Speaker Nancy Pelosi likes to say, that all roads lead to Putin when it comes to President Trump.
For more than 2 decades.
Yeah, I also thought that was a very effective line of questioning. I also worked at the National Security Council. I also wrote talking points for President Obama. By the way, President Obama always used every talking point that I wrote. He didn't diverge here. And what you saw in that line of questioning was the Trump administration policy towards Ukraine, represented in the talking points that Lieutenant Colonel Vindman presented on the one hand, and the private interests of President Trump. And I really want to underscore this fact. Vindman is not making up U.S. policy towards Ukraine. It is the entire administration that has one policy, and it was the president pursuing this alternative set of questions to President Zelensky for his re-election efforts.
All right, just got a shot of Colonel Vindman there in the hallway as they prepare to go back in the hearing room after a short break. But as we wait for that, let me go to Peter Alexander at the White House. Peter, have we heard from the president during this testimony today?
Yeah, Lester, we haven't yet heard from President Trump, but it's likely that we will just moments from now. Reporters, members of the White House press corps now gathered in preparation to head into the cabinet room today at 11:30 Eastern time. Effectively, right now, he's supposed to be beginning another cabinet meeting. It's when they often go around the horn and the president is briefed by other members of his administration, but it's often an opportunity for the president just to speak his mind on whatever topic may be there at the moment. Certainly this is one topic the president's been so heavily focused on. You were speaking with our experts and teammates that are around the table right now about this issue of the whistleblower earlier. It's really been the president who's been amplifying it more than anybody. Just 24 hours ago, the president tweeting, "Where is the fake whistleblower?" He has been the one really pushing this line that all of this should be undermined because of the person who came forward with this complaint in the very beginning, but as evidenced by Jennifer Williams' testimony and the testimony of Alexander Vindman as well. They were primary sources. They were firsthand witnesses to that call. And what was striking in the way that Vindman described that call, the president and the president's allies have said that even Ukraine's president said that there was no pressure, that they never felt any pressure at any point. Of course, the Democrats would say, what else would you expect him to say? Vindman said that the way he viewed that, when he said, I'd like you to do us a favor, though, was not as a request, not an ask, but that he viewed it as an order. Lester?
All right, Peter, thank you.
Let's go to Jeff Bennett. He's on Capitol Hill. There was an interesting moment at the top of the hearing when Jennifer Williams, who is a State Department employee who had been detailed out to the vice president's office to work for the vice president, talked about a phone call with Vice President Pence and President Zelensky on September 18th. She was asked about it, and then on the advice of counsel said she couldn't discuss the contents of that call because it was classified, and the White House was asserting that it was classified and she was not permitted to talk about it. What more do we know about that call? And I would note it happened September 18th, so that would have been 7 days after that military aid was finally released.
And the reason why the call matters, Savannah, is because House Democrats make the point that this call, the July 25th call between Presidents Trump and Zelensky did not happen in isolation, that call was part of a broad, coordinated, months-long scheme. And so one of the reasons why they're focused on this September 18th meeting between Vice President Mike Pence and Zelensky is to get a sense of the follow-up that happened by the administration after that call in question. Now, what's interesting about this is that, as you correctly pointed out, the lawyer in real time said that he had learned from the vice president's office that the contents of that call is now classified. But up until today, you have the vice president, a couple of weeks ago, in fact, saying that he intended to make that call public. He said that he was working in coordination with the White House to release the contents of what was said. Now that it came up in a hearing, we're told that it's classified. But I'll tell you what, as we expect this hearing to come back into session any minute now, a big question heading into this was how would Republicans handle this testimony from these firsthand fact witnesses? And now we know. I think they have settled on what is really a three-pronged strategy, I think best telegraphed by Devin Nunes, the top Republican on this committee, and Steve Castor, the Republican counsel. What we saw Devin Nunes do was to try to take this Ukraine question down as many unrelated, in some cases conspiratorial, rabbit holes. He also tried to invoke the name of the Bidens and Burisma as many times as he could, in part to raise doubts and to raise the sort of damaging information in the public sphere that President Trump himself is said to have wanted Ukraine officials to do. That really goes to the heart of this entire impeachment inquiry. And so we see Ms. Williams and Lieutenant Colonel Vindman taking their seats as this hearing is about to get underway. So I'll throw it back to you.
As we wait for that, Andrew, just very quickly, on this issue of the whistleblower, is that not equivalent to the person that calls 911? Is it someone you even would typically in a criminal matter even need to hear or talk to?
It may be even less than a 911 call because a 911 call, it may have first-hand information. Here we know that the person who's calling in, who's the whistleblower, has no first-hand information. So it's even less relevant than a 911 call.
We will return back to the hearing now.
If I could ask you, Ms. Williams and Colonel Vindman, you were asked a series of questions by the ranking member at the outset. Were you aware of the fact that, and then there was a recitation of information about Burisma, Zlochevsky, the Bidens. Is it fair to say you have no firsthand knowledge of any of the matters that were asked in those questions?
That's correct.
That is correct.
Ms. Williams, you were also asked a series of questions about the vice president's schedule and whether he could have made the inauguration or was the president traveling or the trip to Canada. But let's be clear about something. The president, you were instructed that the president had told the vice president not to go before you even knew the date of the inauguration. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
So at the time he was told not to go, there was no calculation about where he might be or where the president might be because the date hadn't even been set yet. Is that right?
That's right. The date had not been set, so we were weighing a number of different scenarios of when the inauguration might fall.
Now, I think you said that originally the president had told him to go, and then you received the instruction that the president no longer wanted him to go. Were you aware in the interim between the president telling him to go and the president telling him not to go that Rudy Giuliani had to abort a trip that he was going to make to Ukraine?
I had seen that in the press, yes.
And had you seen in the press that Rudy Giuliani blamed people around Zelensky for having to cancel the trip?
For having to cancel his trip?
Yes.
I had read that in the press reporting, yes.
And did you read in the press reporting also that Giuliani wanted to go to Ukraine to, as he put it, not meddle in an election, but meddle in investigations?
I did read that, yes.
And that occurred prior to the president canceling the vice president's trip to the inauguration?
It did. I believe it was around May 10th or so.
Colonel Vindman, you were asked by the Minority Council about the president's words in the July 25th call and whether the president's words were ambiguous. Was there any ambiguity about the president's use of the word Biden?
There was not.
It was pretty clear that the president wanted Zelensky to commit to investigating the Bidens, was it not?
That is correct.
That is one of the favors that you thought should be properly characterized as a demand?
That is correct.
And there's no ambiguity about that?
In my mind, there was not.
It's also true, is it not, that these two investigations that the president asked Zelensky for into 2016 and into the Bidens were precisely the two investigations that Rudy Giuliani was calling for publicly, were they not?
That is correct.
So when people suggest, well, maybe Rudy Giuliani was acting on his own and maybe he was a freelancer or whatever, the president referred to exactly the same two investigations Rudy Giuliani was out pushing on his behalf. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Now, Ms. Williams, you were asked about the meeting the vice president had with Zelensky in September, in which the Ukrainians brought up their concern about the hold on the security assistance. Is that right?
That's right.
And you were asked about whether in that meeting between the vice president and Zelensky, the Bidens or Burisma came up, and I think you said they did not, correct?
That's correct. They did not come up.
Now, that bilateral meeting was a large meeting that involved 2 or 3 dozen people, wasn't it?
It was.
So in the context of this meeting with 2 or 3 dozen people, the Vice President didn't bring up those investigations, correct?
No, he did not bring up those investigations. He's never brought up those investigations.
Were you aware that immediately, and I mean immediately after that meeting broke up, Ambassador Sondland has said that he went over to Mr. Yermak, one of the top advisors to Zelensky, and told Yermak that if they wanted the military aid, they were going to have to do these investigations, or words to that effect?
I was not aware at the time of any meetings, side meetings that Ambassador Sondland had following the Vice President's meeting with President Zelensky. I've only learned that through Ambassador Sondland's testimony.
So at the big public meeting, it didn't come up, and you can't speak to the private meeting that was held immediately thereafter?
Correct. The Vice President moved on with his schedule immediately after his meeting with President Zelensky.
Now, Colonel Vindman, I want to go back to that July 10th meeting or meetings, the one with Ambassador Bolton and then the one in the wardroom that followed quickly on its heels. Were you aware that Ambassador Bolton instructed your superior, Dr. Hill, to go talk to the lawyers after that meeting?
I learned shortly after she was finished talking to Ambassador Bolton, and after we wrapped up with the wardroom, that she did have a meeting with him, and that's what was expressed.
Now, you thought you should go talk to the lawyers on your own, correct?
That is my recollection, yes.
But Bolton also thought that Dr. Hill should go talk to the lawyers because of his concern over this drug deal that Sondland and Mulvaney were cooking up. Is that right?
That is my understanding.
And in fact, this drug deal, as Bolton called it, involved this conditioning of the White House meeting on these investigations that Sondland brought up. Is that right?
That is my understanding.
And in fact, this same conditioning or the same issue of wanting these political investigations and tying it to the White House meeting, this came up in the July 25th call, did it not, when the president asked for these investigations?
That is correct.
So the very same issue that Bolton said to Hill, go talk to the lawyers, the very same issue that prompted you to go talk to the lawyers, ends up coming up in that call with the president. Is that right?
That is correct.
And it was that conversation that once again led you back to the lawyer's office.
That is correct.
Now yield to the ranking member.
Parliamentary inquiry, Mr. Chairman, you took 7 minutes, so I assume you're going to give us equal time?
Yes, Mr. Nunes.
Thank you, gentlemen. Lieutenant Colonel Vindman, before I turn to Mr. Jordan, I asked Ms. Williams about this, about if she had ever accessed, without authorization, fellow employees' computer system. She answered no to the question. Have you ever accessed anyone's computer system at the NSC without authorization?
Without their knowledge, no.
Knowledge or authorization?
I'm sorry?
Knowledge or authorization. You never accessed someone's computer without their knowledge or authorization?
Correct.
Mr. Jordan.
I thank the ranking member. Colonel, I want to thank you for your service and sacrifice to our great country. This afternoon, your former boss, Mr. Morrison, is going to be sitting right where you're sitting, and he's going to testify. And I want to give you a chance. I think we're bringing you a copy. I want to give you a chance to respond to some of the things Mr. Morrison said in his deposition, page 82 of the transcript from Mr. Morrison. Mr. Morrison said this: I had concerns about Lieutenant Colonel Vindman's judgment. Among the discussions I had with Dr. Hill in the transition was our team, its strength, its weaknesses, and Fiona and others had raised concerns about Alex's judgment. When Mr. Morris was asked by Mr. Castor, did anyone ever bring concerns to you that they believe Colonel Vindman may have leaked something, Mr. Morrison replied, yes. So your boss had concerns about your judgment. Your former boss, Dr. Hill, had concerns about your judgment. Your colleagues had concerns about your judgment, and your colleagues felt that there were times when you leaked information. Any idea why they have those impressions, Colonel Vindman?
Yes, Representative Jordan, I guess I'll start by reading Dr. Hill's own words, as she attested to in my last evaluation that was dated middle of July, right before she left. Alex is a top 1% military officer and the best Army officer I have worked with in my 15 years of government service. He is brilliant, unflappable, and exercises excellent judgment.
So
it was It was exemplary during numerous visits, so forth and so on, but I think you get the idea. Mr. Morrison, yeah, the date of that was, let's see, I'm sorry, July 13th. So, Mr. Jordan, I would say that I can't say what why Mr. Morrison questioned my judgment. We had only recently started working together. He wasn't there very long, and we were just trying to figure out our relationship. Maybe it was a different cultures, military culture versus.
And Colonel, you never leaked information?
I never did, never would. That is preposterous that I would do that.
Okay. Colonel, it's interesting. We deposed a lot of people in the bunker in the basement of the Capitol over the last several weeks, but of all those depositions, only 3 of the individuals we deposed were actually on the now somewhat famous July 25th phone call between President Trump and President Zelensky. There was you, the individual sitting beside you, Ms. Williams, and then there, of course, was your boss, Mr. Morrison, who I just read from his deposition. When we asked Ms. Williams who she spoke to after the call about the call, she was willing to answer our questions, and chairmanship allowed her to answer our questions. When we asked Mr. Morrison who he spoke to after the call about the call, he was willing to answer our question, and chairmanship allowed him to answer our question. But when we asked you, you first told us 3 individuals at the NSC, your brother and the 2 lawyers. And then you said there was a group of other people you communicated with, but you would only give us 1 individual in that group, Secretary Kent. And the chairman would only allow you to give us that name. When we ask you who else you communicated with, you would not tell us. So I want to know first, how many other people are in that group of people you communicated with outside the 4 individuals I just named?
Yes, Mr. Jordan, on call readout, certainly after the first call, there were probably a half a dozen or more people that I read out. Those are people with the proper clearance and the need to know. In this case, because of the sensitivity of the call and Mr. Eisenberg told me not to speak to anybody else, I only read out, outside of the NSC, 2 individuals.
2 individuals.
Das Kent and 1 other person.
And you're not willing to tell us who that other individual is?
Mr. Chairman, point of order.
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman, point of order.
The gentleman suspend. Counsel.
Mr. Chairman, I would ask you to enforce the rule with regard to the disclosure with regard to the intelligence officer.
Thank you, counsel. You know, as I indicated before, this committee will not be used to out the whistleblower. That same
Mr. Chairman, can you first stop the time so I don't lose the time?
Will persist. You are recognized again, Mr. Jordan.
Mr. Chairman, I don't see how this is outing the whistleblower. The witness has testified in his deposition that he doesn't know who the whistleblower is. You have said, even though no one believes you, you have said you don't know who the whistleblower is. So how is this outing the whistleblower to find out who this individual is?
Jordan, this is your time for questioning. You can use it any way you like, but your question should be addressed to the witness. And your question should not be addressed to trying to out the whistleblower.
Well, okay. Colonel Vindman, there's another thing Mr. Morrison told us in his deposition. He said he was not concerned about the call itself. He said there was nothing illegal or improper on the call, but he was concerned about the call leaking, the contents of the call leaking. He said this, he was concerned how it would play out in Washington's polarized environment, how the contents would be used in Washington's political process. Mr. Morrison was right.
Excuse me, Mr. Jordan, could I get a page?
Page 44.
Thank
Mr. Morrison was right. The call leaks. The whistleblower goes to Chairman Schiff, staff. Then he runs off to the lawyer, the same lawyer who said in January of 2017 the coup has started against President Trump. The one thing the Democrats they didn't count on was the president releasing the call transcript and letting us all see what he said. They didn't count on that. Transcript shows no linkage. The 2 individuals on the call have both said no pressure, no pushing, no linkage, but security assistance dollars to an investigation. Ms. Williams? After the call on the 25th, we know that Colonel Vindman talked to several people. After the call on the 25th, how many people did you talk to about the call?
I did not speak to anybody about the call.
Didn't speak to anybody?
No.
I yield back.
Mr. Himes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I ask unanimous consent to enter the Lieutenant Colonel's performance review into the record.
May I inquire of Colonel Vindman whether you would like us to do that? If you would, we're happy to. If you would prefer it not be in the record, I leave that to you.
Yeah, I guess with redactions, it has PII in it, and that should be protected. And maybe the only elements that are relevant are the actual narrative. Chairman.
Did you read the relevant portions, or?
I mean, that was the short version. There were some other paragraphs in there, but.
Mr. Chairman, I'll withdraw my request.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you both for your testimony. Ms. Williams, you joined the Foreign Service in 2006, correct?
Correct.
Prior to becoming a nonpartisan career official, you worked as a field representative for the Bush-Cheney campaign in 2004, and then you held a political appointment in the Department of Homeland Security under Secretary Chertoff. Is that correct?
That's correct, sir.
And now as a Foreign Service officer, you have served 3 presidents, 2 Republicans and 1 Democrat in a variety of roles, correct?
Yes, sir.
And in your current position, you're detailed from state to advise the Vice President on foreign policy towards Europe and Russia, correct?
That's right.
Ms. Williams, on Sunday, the President personally targeted you in a tweet. This is after he targeted Ambassador Yovanovitch during her hearing testimony. I'd like to show and read you the tweet. It reads, "Tell Jennifer Williams, whoever that is, to read both transcripts of the presidential calls and see the just-released statement from Ukraine. Then she should meet with the other never-Trumpers, who I don't know and mostly never even heard of, and work out a better presidential attack." Ms. Williams, are you engaged in a presidential attack?
No, sir.
Ms. Williams, are you a never-Trumper?
I'm not sure I know an official definition of a never-Trumper.
Would you describe yourself that way?
I would not, no.
Did that tweet make an impression on you when you read it?
It certainly surprised me. I was not expecting to be called out by name.
Which surprised me too, and it looks an awful lot like witness intimidation and tampering in an effort to try to get you to perhaps shape your testimony today. Lieutenant Colonel, you previously testified that you've dedicated your entire professional life to the United States of America. Colonel, above your left breast, you are wearing a device which is a Springfield musket on a blue field. What is that device?
It's a combat infantryman's badge.
How do you get the combat infantryman's badge?
You have to be serving in a brigade and below a tactical unit. That means a fighting unit, frontline unit, in combat.
Under fire?
Correct.
You're also wearing a Purple Heart. Can you tell us in 20 or 30 seconds why you're wearing a Purple Heart?
In 2014, in the ramp up to probably the largest urban operation in decades. Outside of Fallujah, we were conducting a reconnaissance patrol in conjunction with the Marines, and my vehicle was struck by an improvised explosive device that penetrated the armor.
Were you injured?
I was.
The day after you appeared for your deposition, Lieutenant Colonel, President Trump called you a never-Trumper. Colonel Vindman, would you call yourself a never-Trumper?
Representative, I'd call myself never partisan.
Thank you. Colonel Vindman, in your military career, you've served under 4 presidents, 2 Democrats, and 2 Republicans. Have you ever wavered from the oath you took to support and defend the Constitution?
Never.
Do you have any political motivations for your appearance here today?
None.
Colonel Vindman, multiple right-wing conspiracy theorists, including Rudy Giuliani, have accused you of harboring loyalty towards Ukraine. They make these accusations based only on the fact that your family, like many American families, immigrated to the United States. They've accused you of espionage and dual loyalties. We've seen that in this room this morning. The 3 minutes that were spent asking you about the offer made to make you the Minister of Defense, that may have come cloaked in a Brooks Brothers suit and in parliamentary language, but that was designed exclusively to give the right-wing media an opening to question your loyalties. And I want people to understand what that was all about. It's the kind of attack, it's the kind of thing you say when you're defending the indefensible. It's what you say when it's not enough to attack the media, the way the ranking member gave over his opening statement, or to attack the Democrats, but it's what you stoop to when the indefensibility of your case requires that you attack a man who is wearing a Springfield rifle on a field of blue above a Purple Heart. I, sir, thank you for your service and yield back the balance of my time.
Mr. Conaway.
Madam Chair, I yield my 5 minutes to Mr. Ratcliffe. I thank the gentleman for yielding. In a press conference last Thursday, Speaker of the House, Nancy Pelosi, said that President Trump committed the impeachable offense of bribery, evidenced in his July 25th call transcript with President Zelensky. In concert with that, multiple Democratic members of this committee gave TV and radio interviews over this past week discussing how the president's conduct supported his impeachment for committing bribery, all of which struck me as very odd, because for the longest time this was all about quid pro quo, according to the whistleblower complaint. But after witness began saying there was no quid pro quo, or even that quid pro quo was not even possible, we saw a shift from the Democrats. They briefly started to refer to the president's conduct on the July 25th call as extortion. And now it's shifted again last week to bribery. Ms. Williams, you used the word unusual to describe the president's call on July 25th. Lieutenant Colonel Vindman, you used the word inappropriate and proper. Now, I've word searched each of your transcripts, and the word bribery or bribe doesn't appear anywhere in that. Ms. Williams, you've never used the word bribery or bribe to explain President Trump's conduct, correct?
No, sir.
Colonel Vindman, you haven't either.
That is correct.
The problem is, in an impeachment inquiry that the Speaker of the House says is all about bribery, where bribery is the impeachable offense, no witness has used the word bribery to describe President Trump's conduct. None of them. These aren't all of the deposition transcripts. These are just the 10 that have been released. 6 weeks of witness interviews in this impeachment inquiry, hundreds of hours of testimony, thousands of questions asked, thousands of answers given. The number of times that witnesses have been asked any question about whether or not President Trump's conduct constituted bribery before Ambassador Yovanovitch was asked by my colleague, Congressman Stewart, last Thursday, is 0. The number of times witnesses have used the word bribery or bribe to describe President Trump's conduct in the last 6 weeks of this inquiry is 0. In fact, in these 3,500 pages of sworn deposition testimony and just these 10 transcripts released thus far, the word bribery appears in these 3,500 pages exactly one time. And ironically, it appears not in a description of President Trump's alleged conduct, it appears in a description of Vice President Biden's alleged conduct. This is important because as early as next week, my Democratic colleagues are going to say, we need to vote on the evidence from this impeachment inquiry, on the impeachment of the president for bribery. And they're going to send a report to the Judiciary Committee, and because there's more Democrats than Republicans, it's going to likely pass. And when that happens, the American people need to be clear that when the Democrats, what they are describing as bribery, not a single witness is describing as bribery. We've heard many times in the course of this proceeding that the facts of the president are not in dispute. But the American people are asking, if the facts are the same, why do the crimes that the president is being accused of keep changing? Why do we go from quid pro quo to extortion, now to bribery? Chairman Nunes told you the answer. The answer is polling. Washington Times asked Americans what would be the most damning accusation, and it didn't come back quid pro quo, it didn't come back extortion, it came back bribery. So this case is all about bribery. Look, it's bad enough that the Democrats have forbidden White House lawyers from participating in this proceeding. It's hard enough to defend yourself without your lawyers present. But what's even worse is trying to defend yourself against an accusation that keeps changing in the middle of the proceeding. If Democrats accuse the president of a high crime or impeachable offense, he at least ought to know which one it is. And when Speaker Pelosi says this is all about bribery, she's promised us evidence of bribery that would be compelling and overwhelming, and instead, it's invisible. I yield back.
Ms. Sewell.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to join everyone in thanking both of our witnesses for your service. Lieutenant Colonel Vindman, as part of your policy portfolio in the White House, you maintain a relationship with Ukrainian officials, do you not?
That is correct.
You explained earlier in your testimony that your job within the White House was to coordinate United States and Ukraine policy. Is that right?
It is to coordinate United States policy vis-a-vis Ukraine, correct.
You testified in the spring of this year that these officials, these Ukrainian officials, began asking you, quote, advice on how to respond to Mr. Giuliani's advances, end quote. Is that correct?
That is correct.
What do you understand they meant by Mr. Giuliani's advances?
I understood that to mean both his public commentary, so publicly calling for investigations into 2016, Burisma and Hunter Biden, as well as his direct overtures to the government of Ukraine, directly and through proxies. That's what I understood.
And as you understand it, under whose authority do you think Mr. Giuliani was acting under?
Congresswoman, I don't know.
Did the Ukrainian officials you spoke to understand that Mr. Giuliani was telling them to investigate Vice President Biden's son and debunk the 2016 conspiracy theories?
I'm sorry, can you say that again, ma'am?
Do you think that the Ukrainian officials that you spoke to understood the underlining meaning of Mr. Giuliani's advances to be both investigating the Bidens as well as debunking the 2016 conspiracy theories?
Yes, I think to be clear, I think you're referring to debunking that it was Russian interference.
Exactly.
And
now, was this
somehow implicating themselves that it was Ukrainian interference. I'm not sure.
Exactly. Now, was this official U.S. foreign policy to push for investigation into the Bidens?
It was not part of any process that I participated in.
Now, Ms. Williams, do you agree that pressing these two investigations was inconsistent with official U.S.-Ukraine policy?
Obviously, anti-corruption reforms is a big part of our policy. I understand. I was not in a position to determine whether these particular investigations were appropriate.
That's fair. Colonel, is it true that President Trump directed the Ukrainian president on the call on July 25th to work with Mr. Giuliani on these investigations?
That is correct.
In fact, Mr. Giuliani has made no secret of the fact that he is acting on behalf of President Trump. As Mr. Giuliani told the New York Times, and I'm going to put this on the screen, he told them, quote, "My only client is the President of the United States. He's the one I have the obligation to report to, tell him what happens." He added that the investigations would be, quote, "very, very helpful to my client and may turn out to be helpful to my government," end quote. Colonel, is it fair to say that the Ukrainian officials that you are on a daily basis, well, you're in contact with, given your portfolio, were concerned about Mr. Giuliani's advances?
Yes, they were.
In your assessment, did they understand the political nature of the request being asked of them?
I believe they did.
Did they understand that it was affecting U.S. domestic policy?
I'm not sure what they frankly understood about U.S. I think they understood the implications, yes.
Now, you testified earlier that you warned the Ukrainians not to get involved in U.S. domestic policy. Is that right?
I counseled them, yes.
Counseled them. In fact, you testified that you felt like it was important that you were espousing not just what you thought, but tradition and policy of the United States to say that.
It is what I knew for a fact to be U.S. policy.
Now, why do you think it's important that for foreign governments not to get involved in political affairs of a nation like the United States?
Congresswoman, the first thought that comes to mind is Russian interference in 2016, the impact that had on internal politics, and the consequences it had for Russia itself.
Exactly.
This administration enforced sanctions, heavy sanctions against Russia for their interference, and that would not be in U.S. policy to.
And so, Mr. Colonel, I'm running out of time.
I understand.
Is it normal for a private citizen, a non-U.S. government official, to get involved in foreign policy and foreign affairs like Mr. Giuliani?
I don't know if I have the experience to say that, but it certainly wasn't helpful, and it didn't help advance U.S. national security interests.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Mr. Turner.
Ms. Williams, Lieutenant Colonel Vindman, I want to thank you also for your service. Your knowledge and expertise is incredibly important as we look to formulating policy with both our allies and to try to counter those who are not our allies. I think we're all very concerned about our European policy and how it can thwart Russian aggression. Ms. Williams, and you are responsible, as you said, as part of your portfolio, you advise the Vice President about Ukraine, correct?
Correct.
Lieutenant Colonel Vindman, you said that you are the principal, in your opening you say you are the principal advisor to the President on Ukraine, and you coordinate U.S.-Ukraine policy, correct?
Congressman, in this statement I issued this morning, I probably eased that back. I took that off my job description that I have on my eval, but I certainly spent much more time advising the ambassador than I did the president.
But your statement, as you submitted it and read it today, says, at the NSC, I am the principal advisor to the National Security Advisor and the President on Ukraine, correct?
That is not what I read into the transcript. That might have been what I had in there yesterday when I was drafting it, but I chose to ease back on that language, even though it was in my evaluation, just because I didn't want to overstate my role.
You wrote what I just read.
But, Congressman, what I'm saying is what I read into the record this morning didn't say that.
Okay. Noted. Because you know Ukraine, you know that we work through our allies and our multilateral relations, and you know that the Ukraine is an aspiring member of the EU and NATO, right, Ms. Williams?
Yes, that's correct.
Lieutenant Colonel Vindman?
Yes, correct.
And you know that probably that the EU and the NATO both have offices in the Ukraine, and that we try to advance our policy with the EU and NATO. And you would agree that our Ambassador Kay Bailey Hutchinson and Ambassador Sondland would be responsible for advancing our policy interest with Ukraine at the EU and at NATO, right, Ms. Williams?
I would say that certainly in terms of this specific relationship between NATO and Ukraine, that would fall to Ambassador Hutchison, and between the EU and Ukraine to Ambassador Sondland. But obviously we have an ambassador in Ukraine as well.
Right. Lieutenant Colonel Vindman, you would agree?
I agree with Ms. Williams.
Great. Now, Lieutenant Colonel, you said in your written statement that Mayor Rudolph Giuliani promoted false information that undermined the United States-Ukraine policy. Have you ever met Giuliani?
Just to be, again, accurate, I said false narrative just because that's what I said in the record this morning, but okay. I have not met him.
And so you've never had a conversation with him about Ukraine or been in a meeting with him where he has spoken to others about Ukraine?
No, just what I saw him, his comments on TV
so news
and
reports.
in news, yes.
And similarly, you've never met the President of the United States, right?
That is correct.
So you've never advised the President of the United States on Ukraine?
I advised him indirectly. I made all his preparations for the calls and.
But you've never spoken to the President of the United States and told him advice on Ukraine?
That is correct.
So in your written statement, you said, in May, I attended the inauguration of President Zelensky as part of the President delegation led by Secretary Perry. Following the visit, the members of the delegation provided President Trump a debriefing. Well, that's not really accurate, right? Because the members didn't, because you were a member, but you weren't in that meeting, were you?
That is correct.
Okay, so we'll just have a note there that meeting occurred without you. You do know that this impeachment inquiry is about the President of the United States, don't you, Lieutenant Colonel Vindman?
I do, Representative.
Excellent. Now, you've said that you're responsible for coordinating U.S.-Ukrainian policy.
Correct.
Does the Secretary of State, Pompeo, report to you?
He does not.
Ambassador Volker?
He does not. We coordinate.
Ambassador of Ukraine, EU, NATO, Assistant Secretary for Europe, anyone at DOD report to you with respect to your responsibilities of coordinating U.S. policy with Ukraine?
Congressman, at my level, I convene what's called a sub-policy coordinating committee, That's Deputy Assistant Secretary. I chair those meetings. And
Does anybody need your approval in your role on Ukraine policy to formulate Ukraine policy? Do they seek your approval?
According to the NSPM4, the policy signed by the President,
so he
policy
gets to
should
do
be
it.
coordinated by the
do it.
NSC, correct. We help
Ms.
advise.
Williams, do you have any information that any person who has testified as part of this impeachment inquiry, either in secret or in public, has either perjured themselves or lied to this committee?
I have not read the other testimonies, and
So you do not. Do you have any evidence, though, that they have perjured themselves or lied?
No, because I have not read them.
Lieutenant Colonel Vindeman, do you have any evidence that anyone who has testified before this committee in the impeachment inquiry has perjured themselves or lied to this committee?
Not that I'm aware of.
Thank you. I yield back.
Mr. Carson.
Thank you, Chairman Schiff. I yield to the chairman.
I thank the gentleman for yielding. Wanted to just make one point clear for folks that are watching the hearing today. Bribery does involve a quid pro quo. Bribery involves the conditioning of an official act for something of value. An official act may be a White House meeting. An official act may be $400 million in military aid. And something of value to a president might include investigations of their political rival. The reason we don't ask witnesses that are fact witnesses to make the judgment about whether a crime of bribery has been committed or whether, more significantly, what the founders had in mind when they itemized bribery or other high crimes and misdemeanors is your fact witnesses. It will be our job to decide whether the impeachable act of bribery has occurred. That's why we don't ask you those questions. For one thing, you're also not aware of all the other facts that have been adduced during the investigation. With that, I yield back to Mr. Carson.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you both for your service. Colonel Vindman, you were in a July 10th White House meeting in Ambassador Bolton's office. Isn't that right, sir?
I'm sorry, could you say that again?
You were in a July 10th White House meeting with Ambassador Bolton.
Correct.
In that meeting, the Ukrainians asked about when they would get their Oval Office meeting, and Ambassador Sondland replied that they need to, quote, speak about Ukraine delivering specific investigations in order to secure a meeting with the president, end quote. Is that correct, sir?
That is correct.
Colonel Vindman, did you later learn why Ambassador Bolton cut the meeting short?
I did.
After Ambassador Bolton ended that meeting, sir, some of the group that attended a follow-on meeting in a different room in the White House called the Ward Room. Is that correct, sir?
That is correct.
And Ambassador Sondland was there with the senior Ukrainian officials. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Did NSC lawyers tell you to come directly to them, sir, if you had any other concerns after July 10th?
They said that, I believe the words were something to the effect of, if you have any other concerns, feel free to come back.
In this follow-on meeting, sir, Ambassador Sondland left, in your words, no ambiguity about what specific investigations he was requesting. Ambassador Sondland made clear that he was requesting an investigation of Vice President Joe Biden's son. Isn't that correct, sir?
That is correct.
And he stated that he was asking these requests in coordination with Chief of Staff, White House Chief of Staff Mick Mulvaney. Correct, sir?
That is what I heard him say.
Colonel, in your career, had you ever before witnessed an American official request that a foreign government investigate a U.S. citizen who is related to the president's political opponent?
I have not.
And Colonel, you immediately raised concerns about this, correct, sir?
That is correct.
What exactly happened?
After I reported it to the, I'm sorry. Oh, I'm sorry. Could you say that again? I apologize.
You raised concerns about this, correct, sir?
Correct.
What happened?
To Ambassador Sondland, if I understood you correctly, I stated that it was inappropriate and had nothing to do with national security policy.
Did you also raise concern that day with White House lawyers?
I did.
What did you tell them?
I reported the same thing. That I reported the content of the conversation with Ambassador Sondland. At that point, I wasn't aware that Dr. Hill had a conversation with Ambassador Bolton. So I just relayed what I had, what I experienced to the attorney, lead legal counsel.
As we are now aware, sir, Ambassador Bolton expressed his concerns and instructed Dr. Fiona Hill, your supervisor, to also meet with the same White House lawyers to tell them what happened. Colonel Vindman, I agree that there is no question that Ambassador Sondland was proposing a transaction to Ukrainian officials trading White House meetings for specific investigations, with the full awareness of the President's Chief of Staff, White House attorneys, and his National Security Advisor. In my view, sir, that's appalling. Thank you both for your service. I yield back to the Chairman.
Thank the gentleman. I would just point out as well that when the matter does move to the Judiciary Committee and no decision has been made about the ultimate resolution, the White House, through its counsel, will have the opportunity to submit or make a submission to the Judiciary Committee. I now turn to Dr. Wenstrup.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Lieutenant Colonel Vindman, thank you very much for being here. As an Army colonel who served a year in Iraq, I appreciate your service and the sacrifice that you made during that time, and I know the environment. And I understand and appreciate the importance of chain of command. In your deposition, you emphasized the importance of chain of command. You were a direct report to Dr. Fiona Hill and then Mr. Tim Morrison, and they were your seniors, correct?
That is correct.
When you had concerns about the 725 call between the two presidents, you didn't go to Mr. Morrison about that, did you?
I immediately went to John Eisenberg, the lead legal counsel.
So that doesn't seem like change of command. So in the deposition with Mr. Morrison, page 58 to 60.
Congressman,
excuse me, please allow Colonel Vindman to answer.
Yeah. So I reported it to John Eisenberg. I attempted to report it to Mr. Morrison.
Okay, thank you.
He didn't avail himself. And at that point, I was told not to speak
well,
to anybody else.
Well, he did avail himself, and I'll get into that.
Please allow the witness to finish. Colonel, are you finished with your answer?
Yes. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. In the Morrison deposition on page 58 to 60, the question was, do you know if anyone else on the call went to Eisenberg to express concerns? And the answer was, I learned based on today's proceedings, based on open source reporting, which I have no firsthand knowledge that other personnel did raise concerns. Question, who? Based on open source, without firsthand knowledge, Alex Vindman on my staff. The question then, and he reports to you, correct? Answer, he does. Lieutenant Colonel Vindman's direct report was Mr. Morrison, and it didn't happen. Lieutenant Colonel Vindman, in your deposition, page 96, the question was, okay, after the call on 725, do you have any discussions with Mr. Morrison about your concerns? Answer, after the call, per the exercise in the chain of command and expressing, I immediately went to the senior NSC legal counsel and shared those concerns. That would be Mr. Eisenberg, correct?
I'm sorry, my lawyer was talking. Could you say that again, please, Doctor?
You went to Mr. Eisenberg. You've already said that, so we can go on. And you are not a JAG officer. You're not a lawyer. And on page 153 of your testimony deposition, in reference to that meeting with Mr. Eisenberg, you said, I was not making a legal judgment. All I was doing is sharing my concerns with my chain of command. Yet we've established that your direct report is to Mr. Morrison. So let's establish your role and your title. In your deposition, Lieutenant Colonel Vindman, page 200, 201, in a colloquy with Mr. Stewart, you said, I would say, first of all, I'm the director for Ukraine. I'm responsible for Ukraine. I'm the most knowledgeable. And I'm there for the National Security Council and the White House. Are you the only one of the entire universe of our government or otherwise that can advise the president on Ukraine? Couldn't someone like Ms. Williams also advise on Ukraine? It's in her portfolio.
That's not typically what would happen. It would be, frankly, it would be Ambassador Bolton.
So other people can advise on Ukraine besides you. Going on in your testimony, you said, I understand all the nuances, the context, and so forth surrounding these issues. On my judgment, I expressed concerns within the chain of command, which I think to me, as a military officer, is completely appropriate, and I exercise that chain of command. Lieutenant Colonel Vindman, on your deposition, page 259, you said, I forwarded my concerns through the chain of command, and the seniors then decide the action to take. Mr. Morrison's your senior. He didn't know about it. How can he decide an action to take? But that's what you said. In Mr. Morrison's deposition, page 60, the question is, at what point did you learn that Lieutenant Colonel Vindman went to Eisenberg? He said, about the 25th phone call? He said, yes, in the course of reviewing for this proceeding, reviewing the open record. So the next question, so Eisenberg never came to you and relayed to you the conversation? He said, no. He said, Ellis never did either? Not to the best of my recollection. So Mr. Morrison was skipped in your chain of command about your other concerns. So Mr. Morrison said he's the final clearing authority. He said he saw your edits. Do you remember if all of the edits were incorporated? And he said, yes, I accepted all of them. That's on page 6162. So he believes all your edits were accepted. Let me ask you, were in your edits, did you insist that the word demand be put into the transcription between the conversation of the two presidents?
I did not.
But you did say that in your opening statement today. Thank you, and I yield back.
Ms. Spear.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you both for your testimony and your service. Colonel Vindman, wasn't it the case that Mr. Eisenberg, the attorney, had said to you after the July 5th meeting that you should come to him if you have any other concerns?
After the July 10th meeting, yes, ma'am, that is correct.
And it is not going outside the chain of command to speak to the lawyer within the institution, is that correct?
No, he is the senior between the two, certainly.
All right. Our colleagues on the other side of the aisle have been complaining about other witnesses having only secondhand information. But in both your cases, you have firsthand information because you were on the July 25th phone call. Is that correct?
That's correct.
That is correct.
Now, Colonel, you in your comments today said, I want to state that the vile character attacks on these distinguished and honorable public servants is reprehensible. Would you like to expand on that at all?
Ma'am, I think they stand on their own. I don't think it's necessary to expand on it.
So in both your situations, since you have given depositions, since those depositions have been made public, have you seen your experience in your respective jobs changed, or have you been treated any differently?
I have not, no.
Since the report on the July 25th, as I stated, I did notice I was being excluded from several meetings that would have been appropriate for my position.
So in some respects, then, there have been reprisals.
I'm not sure if I could make that judgment. I could say that it was out of the course of normal affairs to not have me participate in some of these events.
Thank you. In preparation for the July 25th phone call, it's standard for the National Security Council to provide talking points. Is that correct?
Correct.
Because the words of the president carry incredible weight. Is that not correct?
That is correct.
So it's important to ensure that everyone has carefully considered the implications of what the president might say to a foreign leader.
That is correct.
Colonel Vindman, you are the National Security Council's director for Ukraine. Did you participate in preparing the talking points for the president's call?
I did. I prepared them.
So you prepared them. They were then reviewed and edited by multiple senior officers at the NSC and the White House. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Did the talking points for the president contain any discussion of investigations into the 2016 election, the Bidens or Burisma?
They did not.
Are you aware of any written product from the National Security Council suggesting that investigations into the 2016 election, the Bidens or Burisma, are part of the official policy of the United States?
No, I'm not.
Some of President Trump's allies have suggested that the president requested these investigations for official policy reasons as part of some plan to root out corruption in Ukraine. In your experience, did the official policies of the United States include asking Ukraine to specifically open investigations into the Bidens and interference by Ukraine in the 2016 election?
Nothing that we prepared or had discussed up until that point included any of these elements.
Would it ever be U.S. policy, in your experience, to ask a foreign leader to open a political investigation?
There are proper procedures in which to do that. Certainly the president is well within his right to do that. It is not something the NSC, certainly a director at the NSC, would do As a matter of fact, we are prohibited from being involved in any transaction between Department of Justice and a foreign power to ensure that there is no perception of manipulation from the White House. So it is not something that we participate in.
Ms. Williams, in your experience, did the official policies of the United States include asking Ukraine to open investigations into the Bidens?
I had not seen any reference to those particular cases in our policy formulation process.
All right, let me just say to you, Lieutenant Colonel Vindman, that in listening to your opening statement, I had chills up and down my spine. And I think most Americans recognize what an extraordinary hero you are to our country. And I would say to your father, he did well. I yield back.
Mr. Stewart.
Thank you, Ms. Williams, Lieutenant Colonel Vindman. Thank both of you for being here today. Lieutenant Colonel Vindman, I see you're wearing your dress uniform. Knowing that's not the uniform of the day, you normally wear a suit to the White House. I think it's a great reminder of your military service. I, too, come from a military family. These are my father's Air Force wings. He was a pilot in World War II. 5 of his sons served in the military. So as one military family to another, thank you and your brothers for your service. Your example here. Very quickly, I'm curious, when Ranking Member Nunes referred to you as Mr. Vindman, you quickly corrected him and wanted to be called Lieutenant Colonel Vindman. Do you always insist on civilians calling you by your rank?
Mr. Stewart, Representative Stewart, I'm in uniform wearing my military rank. I just thought it was appropriate to stick with that.
Well,
I'm sorry, Mr. Stewart.
I apologize. He meant no disrespect.
Because I don't believe he did. But the attacks that I've had in the press, in Twitter, have kind of eliminated the fact that either marginalized me as a military officer or
listen. I'm just telling you that the ranking member meant no disrespect to you.
I believe that.
I'd like to go back to your previous testimony earlier today. Much has been talked about, as we've discussed, between the President Trump and President Volodymyr and the word favor, and this being interpreted as a basis for impeachment. And your interpretation of the word favor, and I'll paraphrase you, and you feel free to correct me, you said, in the military culture, which you and I are both familiar with, when a superior officer asks for a favor of a subordinate, they will interpret that as a demand. Is that a fair synopsis of what you previously stated?
Representative, when a superior makes a request, that's an order.
Okay. In short, then, you think your interpretation of a favor as a demand is based on your military experience and the military culture?
I think that is correct.
I think that is correct. Is President Trump a member of the military?
He is not.
Has he ever served in the military?
Not that I'm aware of.
Is President Zelensky a member of the military?
I don't believe so. I don't know.
He's not. Would it be fair then to take a person who has never served in the military and to take your reevaluation of their words based on your military experience and your military culture and to attach that culture and that meaning of those words to someone who has never served?
Representative, I made that judgment. I stick by that judgment.
Okay, well, I got to tell you, I think it's nonsense. Look, I was in the military. I could distinguish between a favor and an order and a demand, and so could my subordinates. And I think President Zelensky did as well. He never initiated an investigation. In fact, he's been very clear. He said, I never felt any pressure at all. So you interpreted the word favor, but the two people who were speaking to each other did not interpret that as a demand. It was your interpretation. Is that fair?
The context of this call, consistent with the July 10th meeting, with the reporting that was going on, including the president's personal attorney, made it clear that this was not simply a request.
Well, that's not true at all. It's not clear at all. You say it makes it clear. It's not clear at all. And the two individuals who were talking to each other didn't interpret it that way. I'd like to go on to discuss your reaction to the phone call and, again, your previous testimony. And for brevity and for clarity, I'm going to refer to your previous testimony, page 155. Your attorney is welcome to follow on. Quoting you, Lieutenant Colonel Vindman, I did not know whether this was a crime or anything of that nature. I thought it was wrong. And I'd like to key on the word wrong here because we're going to come back to that. In my mind, Did I consider this factor? There could have been other implications? Yes, but it wasn't the basis of, I don't know, lodging a criminal complaint or anything like that. Then you go on to talk about policy concerns and moral and ethical judgments. So your concerns regarding this phone call were not legal. They were based on moral, ethical, and policy differences. Let me ask you then, and which you thought were wrong, to use your word. You said this was wrong. Not illegal, but wrong. There are, as I've stated sitting here a couple days ago, there are dozens of corrupt nations in the world, hundreds of corrupt government officials. Exactly one time did a vice president go to a nation and demand the specific firing of one individual and give a 6-hour time limit and withhold or threaten to withhold $1 billion in aid if not. It was the one individual who was investigating a company that was paying his son. So I'll ask you, was that also wrong?
That is not what I understand. I frankly don't have any firsthand knowledge of that.
You've not seen the video?
I've seen the video.
That's all I've described is with video. Everything I just said to you was in the video. Was that wrong as well?
Congressman, this is something I actually participated in.
I think the American people can make a judgment.
I don't know.
The time of the gentleman has expired. Colonel Vindman, if you'd like to answer the question, you're more than welcome.
I frankly don't know any that much more about that particular incident. I saw the snippet of the video, but I don't know if I could make a judgment off that.
Thank you. Mr. Quigley.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Colonel, it's one thing to ask somebody a favor like, hey, go pick up my dry cleaning. And it's another when the commander-in-chief of the most powerful army in the world asks an ally who's in a vulnerable position to do him a favor, is it not?
Yes.
Let me go back to that military assistance, if I could. Ms. Williams, again, when did you first learn that the security assistance was being held up, the nearly $400 million that was referenced?
July 3rd.
And were you aware of any additional, or did you attend any additional meetings in which that military assistance being withheld was discussed?
I did. I attended meetings on July 23rd and July 26th where the security assistance hold was discussed. I believe it may have also been discussed on July 31st.
And at that point, did anyone provide a specific reason for the hold?
In those meetings, the OMB representative reported that the assistance was being held at the direction of the White House Chief of Staff.
And did they give reasons beyond that it was being withheld by the White House Chief of Staff?
Not specifically. The reason given was that there was an ongoing review whether the funding was still in line with administration priorities.
Did anyone in any of those meetings or in any other subsequent discussion you had discuss the legality of withholding that aid?
There were discussions, I believe, in the July 31st meeting and possibly prior as well in terms of Defense and State Department officials were looking into how they would handle a situation in which earmarked funding from Congress that was designated for Ukraine would be resolved if the funding continued to be held as we approach the end of the fiscal year.
And from what you witnessed, did anybody in the national security community support withholding the assistance?
No.
Colonel, again, just for the record, when did you first learn the security assistance was being withheld?
On or about July 3rd.
And what exactly had you learned from the State Department, I believe, that prompted you to draft the notice on July 3rd?
So on or about July 3rd, I became aware of inquiries into security assistance funding in general. There are two typical pots, State Department and DOD, and I believe it was around that date that OMB put a hold on congressional notification.
Had you had any earlier indications that this might be the case?
Prior to that, there were some general inquiries on how the funds were being spent, things of that nature, nothing specific, but no hold, certainly.
Were you aware of anyone in the national security community who supported withholding the aid?
No.
No one from the national security?
None.
No one from the State Department?
Correct.
No one from the Department of Defense?
Correct.
Did anyone, into your understanding, raise the legality of withholding this assistance?
It was raised on several occasions.
And who raised those concerns?
Following the July 18th sub-PCC, which is again what I coordinate, or what I convene at my level, there was a July 23rd PCC that would have been conducted by Mr. Morrison. There were questions raised on as to the legality of the hold. Over the subsequent week, the issue was analyzed, and during the July 26th deputies, so the deputies from all the departments and agencies, there was a opinion rendered that it was legal to put the hold.
It was, excuse me?
There was an opinion rendered that it was okay to, that the hold was legal.
From a purely legal point of view?
Correct.
Very good. I yield back to the chairman.
I thank the gentleman for yielding. Ms. Stefanik.
Ms. Williams, Lieutenant Colonel Vindman, thank you for being here, and thank you both for your service. As millions of Americans are watching throughout the hysteria and frenzied media coverage, two key facts have not changed that are critical to these impeachment proceedings. One, Ukraine in fact received the aid, and two, there was no investigation into the Bidens. My question to both of you today will focus on the following: systemic corruption in Ukraine. Two, highlighting for the public that by law, aid to Ukraine requires anti-corruption efforts. And three, who in our government has the decision-making authority when it comes to foreign policy and national security matters? So on corruption in Ukraine, as Ambassador Yovanovitch testified, one of the key reasons why President Zelensky was overwhelmingly elected by the Ukrainian people was that they were finally standing up to rampant corruption in their country. Would you both agree with the ambassador's assessment?
Yes.
Yes. And Ms. Williams, corruption was such a critical issue from your perspective that when you prepared the Vice President for his congratulatory call with President Zelensky, you testified that the points you wanted to communicate on the call were the following: quote, looked forward to seeing President Zelensky really implement the agenda on which he had run related to anti-corruption reforms. That's correct.
That is, yes.
And Lieutenant Colonel Vindman, would you agree that this focus on anti-corruption is a critical aspect of our policy towards Ukraine?
I would.
And Lieutenant Colonel Vindman, you are aware that in 2014, during the Obama administration, the first anti-corruption investigation partnered between the U.S., the U.K., and Ukraine was into the owner of the company Burisma.
I'm aware of it now.
And Lieutenant Colonel Vindman, you testified that you were aware that Burisma had questionable business dealings. That's part of its track record.
That is correct.
You also testified that regarding Burisma, money laundering, tax evasion comports with your understanding of how business is done in Ukraine. Is that correct?
I'm not aware of specific incidents, but my understanding is that it would not be out of the realm of the possible for Burisma.
Well, that's page 207 from your testimony, but I'll move on. You are aware that Hunter Biden did sit on the board of Burisma at this time?
I am.
Well, I know that my constituents in New York 21 have many concerns about the fact that Hunter Biden, the son of the vice president, sat on the board of a corrupt company like Burisma. The Obama administration, State Department, was also concerned, and yet Adam Schiff refuses to allow this committee to call Hunter Biden despite our requests. Every witness who has testified and has been asked this has answered yes. Do you agree that Hunter Biden on the board of Burisma has the potential for the appearance of a conflict of interest?
Certainly the potential, yes.
And Ms. Williams?
Yes.
Now, shifting to the legal requirements that our aid to Ukraine is conditioned on anti-corruption, Lieutenant Colonel Vindman, you testified that you understood that Congress had passed, under the Ukrainian Security Assistance Initiative, a legal obligation to certify that corruption is being addressed.
That is correct.
And you also testified that it is required by the National Defense Authorization Act.
That is correct.
So for the public listening, we are not just talking about President Trump focusing on anti-corruption in Ukraine, but it is so critical, so important that hard-earned taxpayer dollars, when given to foreign nations, that by law, overwhelmingly bipartisan support requires anti-corruption in Ukraine in order to get U.S. taxpayer-funded aid. Lieutenant Colonel Vindman, you spoke extensively about the importance of defensive lethal aid to Ukraine, specifically javelins. This was in your deposition.
Correct.
And you testified that the Javelin in particular, because of its effectiveness in terms of influencing the Russian decision calculus for aggression, it is one of the most important tools we have when it comes to providing defensive lethal aid.
The system itself and the signaling of U.S. support, yes.
And it is a fact that that aid was provided under President Trump and not President Obama.
That is correct.
And my last question, Lieutenant Colonel Vindman, I know you serve at the NSC in the White House. I served in the West Wing of the White House for President Bush on the Domestic Policy Council and in the Chief of Staff's office, so I'm very familiar with the policy process. I also know that as a staff member, the person who sets the policy of the United States is the president, not the staff. And you testified that the president sets the policy, correct?
That is correct.
And I respect your deep expertise, your tremendous service to our country. We can never repay those that have worn the military uniform and served our nation. But I was struck when you testified in your deposition. I would say, first of all, I'm the director for Ukraine. I'm responsible for Ukraine. I'm the most knowledgeable. I'm the authority for Ukraine, for the National Security Council, and the White House. I just want a clarification. You report to Tim Morrison, correct?
In my
Your
advisory...
direct report is Tim Morrison,
in
correct?
my advisory, just to clarify, only in my advisory capacity, I advise up through the chain of command. That's what I do.
And the chain of command is Tim Morrison to Ambassador John Bolton, the National Security Advisor to the President of the United States.
Correct. Mm-hmm.
And do you agree that the President sets the policy as Commander-in-Chief, as you testified previously?
Absolutely.
Thank you. My time's expired.
Mr. Swalwell.
Thank you both. Lieutenant Colonel Vindman, I think the follow-up question that my colleague from New York did not ask you, but is relevant for everyone at home. Isn't it true that the Department of Defense had certified that the anti-corruption requirements of Ukraine had been met when the hold was put on by the president?
That is correct.
Now, Mr. Jordan suggested that the president did something none of us expected by releasing that call transcript. You listened to the call, is that right, Lieutenant Colonel?
That is.
Ms. Williams, you also listened to the call, is that right?
Yes.
Fair to say, Ms. Williams, a lot of other people at the White House listened to the call or read the transcript?
I can't characterize how many. I believe there were five or six of us in the listening room at the time.
And the transcript was distributed to others, is that right?
I wasn't part of that process, but that's my understanding.
So the president is asking for us and his defenders to give him a gold star because a number of people listened to the call or saw the call transcript and then he released it. The difference, of course, between this and, say, his one-on-one meeting in Helsinki with Vladimir Putin was it was a one-on-one meeting, and he took the notes from the interpreter, so none of us could see it. The point being, the president had no choice but to release a call that everyone had seen. Now, you've been asked to also characterize what exactly legally all of this means. And Mr. Ratcliffe pointed out that no one had used the term bribery in our depositions. And Ms. Williams, you're not a lawyer, are you?
I'm not, no.
Lieutenant Colonel Vindman, are you a lawyer?
Lawyer's back there.
The lawyer's your brother, right? Yeah. Born 20 seconds after you, is that what you said?
9 minutes.
9 minutes after you, yes. You're the older brother.
Yeah. Lifetime of wisdom there.
Now, I want to give you a hypothetical here. Suppose you have a shooting victim and the police respond after the victim is doing a little bit better and they ask the victim, well, tell us what happened. And the victim says, well, someone came up to my car, shot into the car, hit me in the shoulder, hit me in the back, hit me in the neck. Miraculously, I survived, but I can identify, who the person is that pulled the trigger. And the police say, okay, you were shot, you know who it is, but shucks, you didn't tell us that this was an attempted murder, so we're going to have to let the person go. Is that how it works in our justice system, that unless victims or witnesses identify the legal theories of a case, we just let people off the hook? Is that how it works, Lieutenant Colonel Vindman?
I'm not an attorney, but it doesn't seem so.
I don't think your brother would think so either. Ms. Williams, Vice President Pence was described to our committee by Mr. Morrison as a, quote, voracious reader of his intelligence read book. And after the April 21 call with President Zelensky, you put a transcript of that call in the Vice President's read book. Is that right?
That's correct.
And then the Vice President called President Zelensky 2 days later. Is that right?
That's correct.
And you told us in the deposition that he stuck pretty faithfully to what President Trump had said in that April 21 call. Is that right?
I believe his remarks were consistent, but he also spoke on other issues as well, including anti-corruption.
And you would describe the vice president as somebody who would make follow-up calls to world leaders after the president had done so. Is that right?
He has on occasion. It's not a normal practice. It depends on the situation.
And in that case, he stuck to President Trump's talking points.
I would say that I provided talking points for the April 23rd call for the vice president, which included discussion of President Zelensky's inauguration, which President Trump had also discussed with President Zelensky. But I would say the vice president discussed other issues with President Zelensky as well.
And as was stated earlier, the president sets the foreign policy for the United States. Is that right?
Absolutely.
And you told us that after the July 25 call between President Trump and President Zelensky, that you put the call transcript in Vice President Pence's intelligence briefing book. Is that right?
I ensured it was there. My colleagues prepared the book, but yes.
So let's flash forward to September 1. Vice President Pence meets with President Zelensky. Is that right?
That's correct.
You're there.
Yes.
And President Zelensky with Vice President Pence, they talk about a lot of things, but you will agree that Vice President Pence did not bring up the Bidens. Is that correct?
That's correct. He did not.
He did not bring up investigations.
No.
Is one reasonable explanation that although Vice President Pence will do a lot of things for President Trump, that he was not willing to bring up investigations in Biden's because he thought it was wrong?
I'm not in a position to speculate. We had not discussed those particular investigations in any of the preparatory sessions with the vice president.
But you didn't bring it up with the Ukrainians after the July 25 call, right?
He did not in that meeting, no.
And you did not either?
No.
And Lieutenant Colonel Vindman, did you ever ask the Ukrainians to do what President Trump was asking them to do after the July 25 phone call?
I did not. I didn't render any opinion on what was asked in the 25.
Thank you. Yield back.
Mr. Hurd.
Ms. Williams, I want to join my colleagues in thanking you for your service. We share a personal hero in Dr. Rice, so great minds think alike. Did you participate in or overhear any conversations about how potential information collected from the Ukrainians on the Bidens would be used for political gain?
No, I did not participate or overhear any conversations along those lines.
Thank you. Lieutenant Colonel Vindman, I think all of us would agree that your father made the right move to come here, and we're glad that he did. You've talked about how part of your responsibilities is developing talking points for your principals. Is that correct?
That is correct.
President, I'm assuming you also do that for your direct supervisor currently right now, Mr. Morrison. Is that correct?
Mr. Morrison has left the position some time ago already, at least 3 weeks ago.
But you prepare talking points for your supervisors. Is that correct?
Typically, frankly, at that level, they don't really take talking points, especially if they have expertise. The talking points are more intended for National Security Advisor, although Ambassador Bolton didn't really require him because of his deep expertise. It's the next level up. The president.
But traditionally, I'm just trying to establish that this position is somebody that creates talking points for a number of people. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Do they always use them?
No.
Or is President Trump known to stick to a script?
I don't believe so.
So is it odd that he didn't use your talking points?
No, it is not.
In your deposition, if your lawyer wants to follow on, it's page 306. You were asked about events during the temporary holds on U.S. assistance to Ukraine. This is that 55-day period or so. And you testified that the U.S. administration did not receive any new assurances from Ukraine about anti-corruption efforts, and the facts on the ground did not change before the hold was lifted. Is that accurate in recounting your testimony?
That is accurate.
When was President Zelensky sworn in?
He was sworn in on, May 20th, 2019.
And then he had a new parliament, too, elected after he was. Is that correct?
He did.
And when was that parliament seated?
That was July 21st, 2019.
That was when they won, right? They weren't properly seated until August.
That's right. That's when they won, and they weren't seated until August.
Your boss's boss, Ambassador Bolton, traveled to Ukraine in late August, right? August 27, 28. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Did he take you with you? Did he take you with him?
He didn't.
We know from other witnesses that when Ambassador Bolton was there, he met with President Zelensky and his staff, and they talked about how they were visually exhausted. because one of the things that President Zelensky did during that time period was change the Ukrainian constitution to remove absolute immunity from Rada deputies, right? Some of their parliamentarians, because that had been the source of raw corruption for a number of years. Is that accurate?
That is accurate.
Were you aware of this important change to Ukrainian law?
Of course. Yep.
And you don't believe that's a significant anti-corruption effort?
No, it is significant.
It's pretty significant, correct. Also, Ambassador Taylor testified that President Zelensky, with this new parliament, opened Ukraine's high anti-corruption court. Right? This had been an initiative that many folks and in our State Department had been pushing to happen, and that was established in that time frame. Were you aware of this?
Yes.
Do you think this is a significant anti-corruption?
I do.
When you talked about, how many times have you met President Zelensky?
I think it was just the one time from the presidential delegation, multiple engagements, but just the one trip.
And that's a one-on-one meeting?
That was in a larger bilateral format. Then there were a couple of smaller venues. They were all in. There was never a one-on-one, but there were a couple of again touch points. So the bilateral meeting, handshake, meet and greet. He had a short.
So there was a lot of people in the room.
Yeah.
When you met with them.
Yes,
but you still advised the Ukrainian president to watch out for the Russians.
Yes.
And and everybody else in the room, I'm assuming the National Security Advisor was there. I believe in this case, you had other members of the administration. Were your points pre-approved? Did they know you were going to bring up those points?
We did have a huddle beforehand, and it's possible I flagged them, but I don't recall specifically. It's possible I didn't.
And you counseled the Ukrainian president to stay out of U.S. politics?
Correct.
Mr. Chairman, I yield back a time I do not have.
Gentleman yields back. Mr. Castro.
Thank you, Chairman. Ms. Williams, thank you for your service to the country. Colonel Vindman, thank you for your service. And it's great to talk to a fellow identical twin. I hope that your brother's nicer to you than mine is to me. It doesn't make you grow a beard. You both listened in real time to the July 25th call. In particular, you would have heard President Trump ask the president of Ukraine, quote, "I'd like you to find out what happened with this whole situation with Ukraine. They say CrowdStrike, and quote, the server, they say Ukraine has it. This is a debunked conspiracy theory that has no basis in fact. President Trump's own former Homeland Security Advisor, Thomas P. Bossert, called the president's assertion that Ukraine intervened in the 2016 elections, quote, not only a conspiracy theory, but quote unquote, completely debunked, unquote. Colonel Vindman, are you aware of any evidence to support the theory that the Ukrainian government interfered in the 2016 election?
Congressman, I am not, and furthermore, I would say that this is a Russian narrative that President Putin has promoted.
And are you aware of any part of the U.S. government, its foreign policy or intelligence apparatus that supports that theory?
No, I'm not aware of.
You are aware that other parts of the U.S. government, our intelligence community, for example, has said definitively that it was the Russians who interfered in the 2016 elections.
That is correct.
It seems incredibly odd, though, unfortunately, but not inconsistent to me, that President Trump would be giving credence to a conspiracy theory about Ukraine that helps Russia really in at least two ways. First, it ignores and frankly undermines the assessment of the U.S. intelligence community and seeks to weaken a state dependent on the United States' support to fight Russian aggression. It also, for the United States, hurts our national security and emboldens Russia. And I want to look at what President Trump was doing on his call instead of pushing back against Russian hostility. He was pressuring Ukraine to do his political work. President Trump stated on that July 25th call, quote, there's a lot of talk about Biden's son, that Biden stopped the prosecution, and a lot of people want to find out about that, so whatever you can do with the Attorney General would be great. Biden went around bragging that he stopped the prosecution, so if you can look into it, it sounds horrible to me. Colonel Vindman, when you hear those words, Do you hear the president requesting a thoughtful and well-calibrated anti-corruption program consistent with U.S. policy?
I do not.
In fact, it sounds like President Trump was encouraging the Ukrainian president to engage in precisely the same type of behavior for President Trump's own political benefit that we discourage foreign leaders from undertaking in their own countries. And discouraging other countries from undertaking politically motivated investigation is, in fact, a major part of official U.S. anti-corruption policy. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And are you, in fact, aware of any evidence that Vice President Biden improperly interfered in an investigation of his family members?
I am not.
These false narratives, it should be said, are damaging our country. They poison our politics and distract from the truth. And pressing another country to engage in corruption is antithetical to who we are as a nation. You also mentioned that this request, well, you felt this request was wrong. And you've also said that corruption in Ukraine is endemic to Ukraine, just as it is in other places around the world. Can you speak to what is the danger of a President of the United States, whether it's Donald Trump or any future president, asking another nation where there's rampant corruption to investigate a political rival or just any other American citizen? What would be the danger to that American?
Congressman, the Ukrainian judiciary is imperfect at the moment, and the reliance on U.S. support could conceivably cause them to tip the scales of justice in favor of finding the U.S. citizen guilty if they thought they needed to do that in their national.
So they could trump up charges if they wanted to in a corrupt system like that?
They could, and Ukraine is making progress. Certainly, more broadly in Russia, that is likely to happen, where the state will be involved in judicial outcomes and drive them.
Thank you. I yield back, Chairman.
Mr. Ratcliffe.
Thank you, Chairman. Ms. Williams, you testified that what you noted as being unusual about the call that took place on July 25th was that the president raised what appeared to be a domestic political issue, correct?
Correct.
But raising an issue, even one that you thought was unusual, is different than making a demand. Would you agree?
Yes.
And as I read your deposition, it didn't sound like from your testimony that you heard what took place on that call as a demand for investigations. Is that fair?
I don't believe I'm in a position to characterize it further than the president did in terms of asking for a favor.
You didn't hear a demand?
Again, I would just refer back to the transcript itself.
Lieutenant Colonel Vindman, you've testified and explained to us why, in your mind, it was a demand. And you've given us reasons, a disparity of power between the two presidents. And because you did feel that way, you also felt that you had a duty to report what you thought was improper. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. So, two different people, two impartial observers, one felt the need to report the call because there was a demand that was improper, and one that didn't report it to anyone. You didn't report it to anyone, right, Ms. Williams?
I ensured that the information was available to my superiors.
So, while all this might seem as clear as mud, I think your honest and candid assessments of what you heard on the call tells us what we need to know. We have two independent folks, nonpartisans, and I'm not hearing a consensus between the two of you about what exactly you both heard on the call that you heard at the exact same time. And if you can't reach an agreement with regard to what happened on the call, how can any of us? An impeachment inquiry is supposed to be clear. It's supposed to be obvious. It's supposed to be overwhelming and compelling. And if two people on the call disagree honestly about whether or not there was a demand and whether or not anything should be reported on a call, that is not a clear and compelling basis to undo 63 million votes and remove a president from office. I yield my remaining time to Mr. Jordan.
I thank the gentleman for yielding. Colonel Vindman, why didn't you go, after the call, why didn't you go to Mr. Morrison?
I went immediately per the instructions from the July 10th incident. I went immediately to Mr. Eisenberg. After that, once I made that, expressed my concerns, it was an extremely busy week. We had a PCC just finish, we had the call, and then we had a deputies meeting, which consumed all of my time. I was working extremely long days. I attempted to try to communicate. I managed to speak to 2 folks in the interagency. I attempted to try to talk to Mr. Morrison. That didn't happen before I received instructions from John Eisenberg to not talk to anybody else any further.
So the lawyer, you not only didn't go to your boss, you said you tried, but you didn't go to your boss. You went straight to the lawyer, and the lawyer told you not to go to your boss?
No, he didn't tell me until what ended up unfolding is I had the conversation with the attorney. I did my coordination, my core function, which is coordination. I spoke to the appropriate people within the interagency, and then circling back around, Mr. Eisenberg came back to me and told me not to talk to anybody
I'm going to
else.
read from the transcript here. Why didn't you go to your direct report, Mr. Morrison? Your response was, this page 102, because Mr. Eisenberg had told me to take my concerns to him. Then I ask you, did Mr. Eisenberg tell you not to report, to go around Mr. Morrison? And you said, actually, he did say that. I shouldn't talk to any other people. Is that right?
Yes, but there's a period of time in there between when I spoke to him and when he circled back around. It wasn't that long a period of time, but it was enough time for me to...
Enough time to go to talk to someone that you won't tell us who it is, right?
I've been instructed not to, Representative Jordan.
Well, here's what I'm getting. The lawyer told you don't talk to any other people, and you interpret that as not talking to your boss, but you talk to your brother, you talk to the lawyers, you talk to Secretary Kent, and you talk to the one guy Adam Schiff won't let you tell us who he is. Is that right?
Representative Jordan, I did my job.
I'm not saying you didn't. All I'm saying is the instructions from the lawyer was you shouldn't talk to anybody, and you interpret that as don't talk to my boss, but I'm going to go talk to someone that we can't even ask you who that individual is.
That is incorrect.
Well, I just read what you said.
That is
I shouldn't
incorrect.
talk to any other
Time of
people.
the gentleman has expired.
Yeah, I'm sorry, Chairman, but
Yes,
that
you may
sequence is not the way it played out.
I'm reading from your transcript, Colonel Vindman.
Jordan, please let Colonel Vindman answer.
There's the sequence played out where immediately afterwards I expressed my concerns. I did my coordination function. Mr. Eisenberg circled back around, told me not to talk to anybody else. In that period of time, I did not manage
so
to talk to you.
that's when it happened. That's when you talked to someone.
Mr. Heck?
That's right.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Colonel Vindman, let's go back to that pair of meetings on July 10th in Ambassador Bolton's office and down in the wardroom, where you witnessed Ambassador Sondland inform the Ukrainian officials that as a prerequisite to a White House meeting between the 2 presidents, quote, the Ukrainians would have to deliver an investigation into the Bidens, end quote. You said that Ambassador Sondland was, quote, calling for an investigation that didn't exist into the Bidens and Burisma. Is that correct?
That is correct.
It's that same afternoon you went to Mr. Eisenberg, the counsel, correct?
That meeting occurred in the afternoon, and within, a couple hours, I'm sure it was within a couple hours I spoke to Mr. Eisenberg.
How did he react?
He was cool, calm, and collected. He took notes, and he said he would look into it.
And did he not also tell you to feel free to come back if you had additional concerns?
He did, Congressman.
Ambassador Sondland had told you that his request to the Ukrainians had been coordinated with the Chief of Staff, acting Chief of Staff, Mick Mulvaney. Did you report that to Mr. Eisenberg?
I did.
And what was his reaction?
He took notes, and he said he'll follow up or look into it. I don't recall exactly what he said.
Colonel, you've also testified that on the July 25th call now between the 2 presidents, quote, there was no doubt, end quote, that President Trump asked for investigations into the 2016 election and Vice President Biden's son in return for a White House meeting. Within an hour of that call, you reported that to Mr. Eisenberg, did you not?
I did.
Went back to him just as he had suggested would be appropriate?
He's an assistant to the president. It was less a suggestion, more of an instruction.
Did you tell the lawyers that President Trump asked President Zelensky to speak to Mr. Giuliani?
Yes.
And the lawyers, it was at this point, told you not to talk to anyone else?
That is not correct with regards to timing. They didn't follow back, they didn't circle back around. What ended up happening is, in my coordination role, I spoke to state, I spoke to a member of the intelligence community, and the general counsel from one of the intelligence bodies notified Mr. Eisenberg that there was, information on the call, on the July 25th call. At that point, Mr. Eisenberg told me I shouldn't talk to anybody else about it.
Colonel, I want to go back to 2014 in Iraq when you were blown up. I presume that given the point in your military career and what else was going on in the world, that upon recovery there was the very real prospect or possibility that you might once again find yourself in harm's way. Is that correct?
Yes, Congressman, it happened in 2004, but yes.
Excuse me, thank you. Did you consider leaving the military service at that point?
No, frankly, Congressman, I suffered light wounds. I was fortunate compared to my counterparts in the same vehicle, and I returned to duty I think it may have been that same day.
But you could have been subjected to additional harm. You chose to continue service in uniform.
I continued to serve in combat for the remaining 10 or 11 months of the tour.
You know, Colonel, I have to say, I find it a rich but incredibly painful irony that within a week of the president, contrary to all advice of the senior military officials, he pardons those who were convicted of war crimes, which was widely decried in the military community. Within the week of him doing that, he is engaged in an effort, and allies on his behalf, including some here today, to demean your record of service and the sacrifice and the contribution you have made. Indeed, sir, less than 20 minutes ago, the White House officially quoted out of context, the comments referred to earlier by Mr. Morrison in your judgment. I can only conclude, sir, that what we thought was just the president as the subject of our deliberations in this inquiry isn't sufficient to capture what's happening here. Indeed, what's subject to this inquiry and what is at peril is our Constitution and the very values upon which it is based. I want to say thank you for your service, but you know, thank you doesn't cut it. Please know, however, that it comes from the bottom of my heart, and I know on the bottoms of the heart of countless other Americans. Thank you for your service, sir. I yield back.
Mr. Jordan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Sunday, the Speaker of the United States House of Representatives called the President of the United States an imposter. Speaker of the House called the President an imposter. The guy 63 million people voted for, the guy who won an electoral college landslide, the Speaker calls an imposter. That's what's happened to our country, to this Congress. The Speaker's statement says it all. The Democrats have never accepted the will of the American people. Democrats don't trust the American people. The American people who wanted to send someone to this town who was willing to shake it up a bit, they don't trust that. And they have tried to do everything they can to undo what the American people decided on November 8th, 2016. They've been out to get the president since the day he was elected. The whistleblower's lawyer, the whistleblower's legal team said this, January 30th, 2017, president been in office about a week. Coup has started. First of many steps. Next sentence, impeachment will follow ultimately. I guess we're in the final step. Started 3.5 years ago. Congressman Tlaib started this Congress. First day of Congress said, impeach the president. Representative Green said, if we don't impeach him, the president's going to win re-election. We got to do it. Most importantly, 5 Democrat members of this committee voted to move forward with impeachment before the phone call ever happened. The truth is, the attacks actually started before the inauguration, even before the election. The ranking member talked about this in his opening statement. July 2016, FBI opens an investigation, so-called Trump-Russia coordination collusion, which was never there. Opened an investigation, spied on 2 American citizens associated with the presidential campaign. My guess is that's probably never happened in American history, but they did it. And for 10 months, Jim Comey's FBI investigated the president. Guess what? After 10 months, they had nothing. And you know why we know that? Because when we deposed Mr. Comey last Congress, he told us they didn't have a thing. No matter, Special Counsel Mueller gets appointed, and they do a 2-year, $40 million, 19-lawyer, unbelievable investigation. And guess what? They come back, and they got nothing. But the Democrats don't care. So now we get this. Bunch of depositions in the bunker in the basement of the Capitol. Witnesses who aren't allowed to answer questions about who they talked to about the phone call. We get this. All based on some anonymous whistleblower, no firsthand knowledge, bias against the president. These facts have never changed. We learned these right away. Who worked with Vice President Biden, who wrote a memo the day after somebody talked to him about the call, but waited 18 days to file a complaint. 18 days to file a complaint. What did he do in those 18 days? We all know. Ran off and talked with Chairman Schiff's staff. And then hired the legal team that I just talked about. One of the steps in the whole impeachment coup, as his legal team has said. This is scary what these guys are putting our country through. It is sad, it is scary, it is wrong. And the good news is the American people see through it all. They know the facts are on the president's side. As Representative Stefanik said, 4 facts will never change. We got the transcript, which they never thought the president would release. Shows no coordination, no conditionality, no linkage. We got the 2 guys on the call, President Trump, President Zelensky, who have said, nothing wrong, no pressure, no pushing here. We got the fact the Ukrainians didn't even know aid was held up at the time of the call. And most importantly, we have yet to have one witness tell us that any evidence from anyone that President Zelensky did anything on investigations to get the aid released. Those facts will never change. The facts are on the president's side. The process is certainly not. It has been the most unfair process we have ever seen, and the American people understand it. Those 63 million Americans, they understand it, and frankly, I think a lot of others do as well. They see what this for what it is, and they know this is wrong, especially wrong, just 11 months before the next election. I yield back.
Mr. Welch.
Thank you. What this hearing is about, I think, was best stated by Colonel Vindman's opening statement. The question before us is this: is it improper for the President of the United States to demand a foreign government investigate a United States citizen and political opponent? Very well stated. I just listened to Mr. Jordan, as you did as well, and I heard his criticisms of the process. Nothing really happened. A lot of people are out to get the president. I didn't hear an answer to the question as to whether it's proper for the President of the United States to demand a foreign government to investigate a U.S. citizen and political opponent. And to date, I haven't heard any one of my Republican colleagues address that question. Colonel Vindman and Ms. Williams, thank you. I want to ask some questions that go through the background. What's come out during this process is that we had 2 Ukraine policies. One was bipartisan and long-standing, and that was to assist Ukraine, which had freed itself from the domination of Russia, to fight corruption and to resist Russian aggression. Is that a fair statement, Colonel Vindman?
I think that's a fair characterization, Congressman.
And to give folks a reminder of the extent of corruption. By the way, a legacy of Putin's Russia is it your understanding that when their prior president, Mr. Yanukovych, fled to Russia into the arms of Mr. Putin, he took with him $30 to $40 billion of that impoverished country?
Those, there are different estimates, but it's on that scale, yes.
Vast scale for a poor country. And is it your understanding that powerless but motivated Ukrainians rose up in protest to this incredible graft and theft and abuse by their president?
That is correct.
And that was in the Maidan, it was called the Maidan Revolution, the Revolution of Dignity, correct?
Correct.
And young people went into that square in downtown Kyiv and demonstrated for months, correct?
Correct. And 100 died.
106 young people died and older people died, correct? That was between February 18, 2014 and February 22. Is that correct?
Correct.
106 died, including people who were shot by snipers, kids. And Yanukovych had put snipers on the rooftops of buildings to shoot into that square and kill, murder, slaughter those young people. Is that your understanding?
That is correct.
In our bipartisan support, and by the way, I want to say to my Republican colleagues, a lot of leadership to have this bipartisan support came from your side. Thank you. But our whole commitment was to get rid of corruption and to stop that Russian aggression. Is that correct?
That amounts to some of the key pillars.
That's right. And the Giuliani, Sondland, and it appears Trump policy was not about that. It was about investigations into a political opponent. Correct? I'll take that question back. We know it. And you know, I'll say this to President Trump. You want to investigate Joe Biden, you want to investigate Hunter Biden, go at it. Do it. Do it hard. Do it dirty. Do it the way you do it. Just don't do it by asking a foreign leader to help you in your campaign. That's your job. It's not his. My goal in these hearings is two things. One is to get an answer to Colonel Vindman's question. And the second, coming out of this, is for us as a Congress to return to the Ukraine policy that Nancy Pelosi and Kevin McCarthy both support. It's not investigations. It's the restoration of democracy in Ukraine and the resistance of Russian aggression. I yield back.
Mr. Maloney.
Thank you both for being here. Lieutenant Colonel Vindman, this may be one of your first congressional hearings like this, so you may not understand. I can't blame you for feeling that way, sir. Particularly when I've been sitting here listening to my Republican colleagues. You know, one of the advantages of being down here at the kids' table is that you get to hear the folks above you ask their questions. And I've been listening closely to my Republican colleagues, and I've heard them say just about everything except to contradict any of the substantive testimony you've both given. You may have noticed there's been a lot of complaints, and there's been a lot of insinuations, and there's been a lot of suggestions maybe that your service is somehow not to be trusted. You know, you were treated to questions about your loyalty because of some half-baked job offer, I guess, the Ukrainians made you, which you, of course, dutifully reported. I guess Mr. Castor is implying maybe you've got some dual loyalty, which is, of course, an old smear we've heard many times in our history. They tried to demean you as though maybe you've overstated your importance of your job. But, of course, you were the guy on the National Security Council responsible for directing Ukrainian policy. We've heard them air out some allegations with no basis in proof, but they just want to get them out there and hope maybe some of those strands of spaghetti, I guess, will stick on the wall if they keep throwing them. We've even had a member of this committee question, this is my favorite, question why you would wear your dress uniform today. Even though that dress uniform includes a breastplate that has a combat infantry badge on it and a Purple Heart medal ribbon. Seems like if anybody gets to wear their uniform, it's somebody who's got a breastplate with those commendations on it. So let's do it again. Let's do the substance. Can we do that? Because we've had a lot of dust kicked up. Ms. Williams, you heard the call with your own ears, right?
Yes, sir.
Not secondhand, not hearsay. You heard the president speak. You heard his voice on the call.
Correct.
And your conclusion was what he said about investigating the Bidens was, your words, unusual and inappropriate, I believe. Am I right?
That was my testimony.
And Mr. Vindman, you were treated to a July 10th meeting in the White House where you heard Ambassador Sondland raise investigations, conditioning a White House meeting on that, investigations that you thought were unduly political. I believe that's how you described them. And you went to the NSC Council and you reported it, right?
Correct.
And then later, you too were on the White House call. Am I right? You heard it with your own ears.
Correct.
Not secondhand, not from somebody else, not hearsay, right?
Correct.
You heard the president's voice on the call.
I did.
And you heard him raise that subject again that Ambassador Sondland had raised before about investigating the Bidens, right?
I did.
And I want to ask you, when you heard him say that, what was the first thought that went through your mind?
Frankly, I couldn't believe what I was hearing. It was probably an element of shock that maybe in certain regards my worst fear of how our Ukraine policy could play out was playing out, and how this was likely to have significant implications for U.S. national security.
And you went immediately and you reported it, didn't you?
I did.
Why?
Because that was my duty.
You still have your opening statement handy?
I do.
Could you read the last paragraph for me again? Not the one, the very last one, the second to last one. Would you read that one again for me? Because I think the American public deserves to hear it again.
That's
the one.
I think my dad would appreciate this one too. Dad, my sitting here today in the U.S. Capitol talking to our elected officials is proof that you made the right decision 40 years ago to leave the Soviet Union and come here to the United States of America in search of a better life for our family. Do not worry, I'll be fine for telling the truth.
You realize when you came forward out of sense of duty that you were putting yourself in direct opposition to the most powerful person in the world. Do you realize that, sir?
I knew I was assuming a lot of risk.
And I'm struck by that word, don't worry, that phrase, do not worry, you addressed to your dad. Was your dad a warrior?
He did serve. It was a different military, though.
And he would have worried if you were putting yourself up against the President of the United States, is that right?
He deeply worried about it because in his context, there was the ultimate risk.
And why do you have confidence that you can do that and tell your dad not to worry?
Congressman, because this is America. This is the country I've served and defended, that all of my brothers have served, and here, right matters.
Thank you, sir. Yield back.
Ms. Demings.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First of all, Ms. Williams, let me thank you for your service to our nation. It truly matters. Lieutenant Colonel Vindman, I had the honor of speaking to a group of veterans this past weekend. And what I said to them was that no words are really adequate or sufficient to fully express our gratitude for their service to our nation. So, Lieutenant Colonel Vindman, today I say to you, there are no words that are sufficient to fully express our gratitude to you for what you have done for our nation and, amazingly, what you are still willing to do for our nation. It is vitally important that the American people understand how President Trump's unethical demand that Ukraine deliver politically motivated investigations in exchange for military assistance created a security risk for the United States of America national security. The president was not just playing a political game by upholding military aid and meetings with Ukraine, threatening the hundreds of millions of dollars of military assistance that Congress had appropriated has real-life consequences for Ukraine and for the USA. In your deposition, Colonel Vindman, you testified, and I quote, "A strong and independent Ukraine is critical to our security interests." Could you please explain why a strong and independent Ukraine is so critical and why it is so vital to U.S. interests?
We sometimes refer to Ukraine as a frontline state. It's on the front line of Europe. They have actually described to me, the Ukrainians, that they consider themselves as a barrier between Russian aggression and Europe. And what I've heard them describe is the need for U.S. support in order to serve this role, in order to protect European and Western security.
Lieutenant Colonel, this is not just a theoretical conflict between Ukraine and Russia. You've already said this morning that Russia is actively fighting to expand into Ukraine, that Ukraine is in a hot war with Russia right now. Is that correct?
It's stable, but it's still a hot war.
And isn't it true, Lieutenant Colonel, that even if the security assistance was eventually delivered to Ukraine, the fact that it was delayed, just that fact, could signal to Russia that the bond between Ukraine and the U.S. was weakening?
That was the concern of myself and my colleagues.
And was the risk of even the appearance that the U.S.-Ukraine bond is shaky is that it could embolden Russia to act with more aggression? Would you say that's correct?
I believe that was my testimony.
Just last month during an interview, President Putin joked about interfering in our political elections. I can only guess that's what we have become to Russia and its president. I think he felt emboldened by the president's reckless actions, both attempts to hold critical military aid from Ukraine and President Trump's effort to blame Ukraine, not Russia, for election interference. Ms. Williams and Lieutenant Colonel Vindman, I can only say that every American, regardless of our politics, should be critically concerned about that. And let me just say this: yes, we do trust the American people. But you know what? The American people trust us, too, as members of Congress, to support, protect, and defend the Constitution of the United States against all enemies, foreign and domestic. And we intend to do just that. Thank you again for your service. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Mr. Krishnamurthy.
Good afternoon, Lieutenant Colonel Vindman and Ms. Williams. Thank you for your service. Lieutenant Colonel Vindman, I'm concerned that your loyalty has been questioned not just because you're bringing forward evidence of wrongdoing against the President of the United States, but because you're an immigrant. Recently, Fox News host Brian Kilmeade said he, meaning you, were born in the Soviet Union, emigrated with his family young. He tends to feel simpatico with the Ukraine. I find this statement reprehensible because it appears that your immigrant heritage is being used against you. Lieutenant Colonel, I came to this country when I was 3 months old. Your family fled the Soviet Union and moved to America when you were just 3.5 years old, right?
Correct.
And I understand that your father worked multiple jobs while also learning English, right?
Correct.
Your father stressed the importance of embracing what it means to be an American, correct?
That is correct.
All your childhood memories relate to being an American, correct?
That is correct.
You and your family faced difficult times during your childhood, correct?
Yes.
I can relate. That's my story too. But your father went on to become an engineer, right?
He reestablished himself in his former profession in the United States.
I can relate. I got a BS in engineering. Of course, some people claim I practice the BS part now. Your father never gave up working hard to build his very own American dream, did he?
He did not.
Well, Lieutenant Colonel Vindman, your father achieved the American dream, and so did you and your family. From one immigrant American to another immigrant American, I want to say to you that you and your family represent the very best of America. I assume that you are as proud to be an American as I am, correct?
Yes, sir.
Sir, I want to turn your attention to Yuri Lutsenko. You called him a disruptive actor in your opening statement, correct?
Correct.
Mr. Lutsenko, the former prosecutor general in Ukraine, has made various claims about various Americans, right?
Correct.
You are unaware of any factual basis for his accusations against Ambassador Yovanovitch, right?
Correct.
He also was a source for an article by John Solomon in The Hill, right?
That is correct.
And you said that key elements of that article, as well as his accusations, are false, right?
Correct.
Lutsenko is not a credible source, correct?
Correct.
Sir, the other side claims that there was absolutely no pressure on this July 25th phone call. I think that's what we heard earlier, right?
I believe so.
And you have termed what President Trump asked in terms of investigations on that phone call as a demand, correct?
Correct.
And you've pointed out the large power disparity between President Trump on the one hand and President Zelensky on the other, correct?
Yes.
There was pressure on that phone call, right?
The Ukrainians needed the meeting. The Ukrainians subsequently, when they found out about it, needed the security assistance.
So pressure was brought to bear on them, correct?
I believe so.
Sir, Colonel Vindman, last week we heard a decorated military veteran, namely Ambassador Bill Taylor, come before us. You interacted regularly with Ambassador Taylor, and you know him to be a man of integrity, and he's a patriotic American, isn't that right?
Superb individual.
I asked Ambassador Taylor a series of questions based on his experience as an infantry commander. I asked him, quote, is an officer allowed to hold up action placing his troops at risk until someone provides them a personal benefit? Ambassador Taylor responded, no, sir. Colonel Vindman, do you agree with Ambassador Taylor?
I do.
I then asked Ambassador Taylor, quote, is that because they would be betraying their responsibility to the nation? Ambassador Taylor responded, yes, sir. Colonel Vindman, do you agree with Ambassador Taylor?
I do.
I then asked Ambassador Taylor, quote, could that type of conduct trigger a court-martial? Ambassador Taylor said, yes, sir. Do you agree with Ambassador Taylor, Colonel Vindman?
I do.
Thank you for your service.
Concludes the member questioning. Representative Nunes, you're recognized for any concluding remarks.
Well, Act 1 of today's circus is over. For those of you who have been watching it at home, the Democrats are no closer to impeachment than where they were 3 years ago. In the process, the Department of Justice, FBI, State Department, elements within the IC, the ICIG, have all suffered long-term damage. The Democrats can continue to poison the American people with this nonsense. We sat here all morning without any evidence for impeachment, which would be a very serious crime, high crime and misdemeanors, as it says in the Constitution. No such thing. Policy disagreements and the Democrats' failure to acknowledge their involvement in the 2016 election, I would say it's astonishing, but that would be putting too little emphasis on their actions. With that, I yield back the balance of my time.
Thank the gentleman. I want to thank our witnesses today, Ms. Williams, Colonel Vindman, both of you for your service to the country, for your testimony here today. And I just want to address briefly some of the evidence you presented, as well as others thus far in the impeachment inquiry. First of all, I want to join my colleagues in thanking you, Colonel Vindman, for your military service. And I should tell you that notwithstanding all of the questions you got on why didn't you go talk to your supervisor, why didn't you go talk to Mr. Morrison, why did you go to the national security lawyer, as if there's something wrong with going to the national security lawyer. Are you aware that we asked Mr. Morrison whether he went to the national security lawyer right after the call, and that he did?
I am.
And are you aware also that we asked him, well, if you had this problem with Colonel Vindman not going to you instead of the lawyer, naturally you must have gone to your supervisor, and you know what his answer was? He didn't go to his supervisor either. He went directly to the National Security Council lawyer, so I hope my colleagues will give him the same hard time for not following his chain of command that he complained about with you, apparently. The president may attack you, and has. Others on right-wing TV might attack you, and they have. But I thought you should know, and maybe you know already, that this is what the former chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff had to say about you, Colonel Vindman. He is a professional, competent, patriotic, and loyal officer. He has made an extraordinary contribution to the security of our nation in both peacetime and combat. I'm sure your dad is proud to hear that. My colleagues have tried to make the argument here today, and we've heard it before, that the president was just interested in fighting corruption. That's our goal, fighting corruption in Ukraine, this terribly corrupt country. The problem, of course, with that is there's no evidence of the president trying to fight corruption. The evidence all points in the other direction. The evidence points in the direction of the president inviting Ukraine to engage in the corrupt act of investigating a U.S. political opponent. Ambassador Yovanovitch was known as a strong fighter of corruption, so what does the president do? He recalls her from her post. Ambassador Yovanovitch, in fact, was at a meeting celebrating other anti-corruption fighters, including a woman who had acid thrown in her face on the day she was told to get on the next plane back to Washington. You prepared talking points for the president's first conversation with Zelensky. He's supposed to talk about rooting out corruption. If this president had such a deep interest in rooting out corruption in Ukraine, surely he would have brought it up on the call, but of course we now know that he did not. We then see Rudy Giuliani not fighting corruption, but asking for an investigation of the Bidens. And my colleagues say, well, maybe he was acting on his own. Even though he says he's acting as the president's lawyer, maybe he was really acting on his own. But the two investigations that Rudy Giuliani wanted come up in the meeting you participate in on July 10th at the White House, when Ambassador Sondland brings up the Bidens and Burisma in 2016, tells the Ukrainians who want that meeting in the White House, you got to do these investigations. Now, they would say Ambassador Sondland was acting on his own, but that doesn't quite work either, because we have the call record from July 25th, which the president was forced to release, in which the president doesn't bring up corruption. He doesn't say how those anti-corruption courts going or great work in the RADA. Of course not. What does the president say? I want you to investigate the Bidens and this debunk conspiracy theory pushed by Vladimir Putin. That also helps me in my re-election. So much for fighting corruption. The message to Ukraine, the real message to Ukraine, our U.S. policy message is, don't engage in political investigations. The message from the president, however, was the exact opposite. Do engage in political investigations, and do it for my re-election. And it's also made clear, if they want the White House meeting, and ultimately if they want $400 million in U.S. aid, this is what they have to do. The only lament I hear from my colleagues is, it wasn't successful. They got caught. They didn't get the political investigations, and they still had to release the money. Now, they still haven't gotten the White House meeting, but they had to release the money because a whistleblower blew the whistle. Whistleblower the president wants to punish. And because Congress announced it was doing investigations, and very soon thereafter, the president was forced to lift the hold on the aid. They argue, well, this makes it okay that it was a failed effort to bribe Ukraine, a failed effort to extort Ukraine. That doesn't make it better. It's no less odious because it was discovered and it was stopped. And we have courageous people like yourself who come forward, who report things, who do what they should do, who have a sense, as you put it, Colonel, of duty. Of duty. Not to the person of the president, but to the presidency and to the country. And we thank you for that. At the end of the day, I think this all comes back to something we heard from another career Foreign Service officer just last Friday in a conversation he overheard with the president in a restaurant in Ukraine, in which the president, not Rudy Giuliani, not anyone else, the president of the United States wanted to know, are they going to do the investigations? This is the day after that July 25th call. Are they going to do the investigations? And he's assured by Ambassador Sondland they're going to do it. And what does Sondland relate to this Foreign Service officer after he hangs up that call? The president doesn't give an expletive about Ukraine. He only cares about the big things that help his personal interests. That's all you need to know. And it isn't just about Ukraine, of course. Ukraine is fighting our fight against the Russians, against their expansionism. That's our fight too. That's our fight too. At least we thought so on a bipartisan basis. That's our fight too. That's why we support Ukraine with the military aid that we have. Well, the president may not care about it, but we do. We care about our defense, we care about the defense of our allies, and we darn well care about our Constitution. We are adjourned. I please ask the audience to allow the witnesses and the members who have to go vote to leave first.
And believe it or not, we've got a lot more to go. We're over 4.5 hours now into this hearing, the second week of impeachment inquiry hearings, and this witnesses today, Jennifer Williams, a State Department employee attached to the Vice President's office, Lieutenant Colonel Alexander Vindman. What they have in common is that they were listening to that July 25th call between the president and the president of Ukraine. Both were bothered by it and pretty much stuck to their stories in very matter-of-fact testimony. We're going to break that down in all just a moment, but we want to note that the president had a cabinet meeting today in which he discussed some of the impeachment ongoing efforts. Let's go to Hallie Jackson right now at the White House. Hallie?
Lester, we know that President Trump was watching at least part of the impeachment hearings this morning. In his words, he said he believed Republicans were killing it, pleased with their performance. I was actually in that cabinet meeting on behalf of my colleagues here at the White House press corps. And after the president blasted House Speaker Nancy Pelosi as incompetent related to these impeachment proceedings, I asked him whether he believed Lieutenant Colonel Alexander Vindman was a credible witness. Watch.
The woman is grossly incompetent. All she wants to do is focus on impeachment, which is just a little pipe dream she's got. And she can keep playing that game. And I've been told, and who knows if this is so, but I think it's so, I have pretty good authority on it, that she's using USMCA because she doesn't have the impeachment votes. So she's using USMCA to get the impeachment vote. And it doesn't matter, because right now you have a kangaroo court headed by little Shifty Schiff, where we don't have lawyers, we don't have witnesses, we don't have anything, and yet I just got to watch, and the Republicans are absolutely killing it. They are doing so well because it's a scam. It's a big scam. They're doing something that the founders never thought possible and the founders didn't want. I don't know him. I don't know, as he says, Lieutenant Colonel, I understand somebody had the misfortune of calling him Mr., and he corrected them. I never saw the man. I understand now he wears his uniform when he goes in. No, I don't know Vindman at all. What I do know is that even he said that the transcript was correct. And if anybody reads the transcripts, I had 2 calls with the president of Ukraine, who, by the way, said there was no pressure whatsoever. There was no anything. They probably think they probably can't even understand what's going on with this country. But Vindman, I watched him for a little while this morning, and I think I'm going to let people make their own determination.
So there you have the president's remarks, but let me bring you behind the scenes inside the West Wing, Lester, as to what we are hearing from our sources based on our reporting over the last 4.5 hours or so. The White House, our sources are largely downplaying the hearing, calling this a dud, essentially. That's coming from officials who have been deployed in this impeachment rapid response team intended to essentially message out their perspective here. Unsurprisingly, these officials are picking out parts of the testimony from Lieutenant Colonel Vindman, from Jennifer Williams as well, of course, a detailee to the vice president's office in the national security apparatus, talking about things that back up, in the White House's view, their argument and the argument from the president. And you heard a little bit of it there. President Trump saying that even Alexander Vindman said the transcript was correct, said the transcript was largely accurate, essentially. So I would watch for that moving forward. I think it's notable that the president did not more directly attack Lieutenant Colonel Vindman. Remember, he did so last week when former ambassador to Ukraine, Marie Yovanovitch, was testifying. The president tweeted her, blasting her service. That has not happened this time so far. The president, perhaps cognizant of the optics of this, the lieutenant colonel, of course, a Purple Heart recipient, somebody who served the U.S. military, showing up today, obviously, in his uniform, answering questions in front of members of Congress. This was the sort of moment we were going to hear from the president today. He doesn't have any further public events scheduled, Lester, but keep in mind that he has a busy week here. The White House has been trying to counter-program these impeachment hearings. So the president this morning, and you heard this at the top of his remarks, talked about trade and the USMCA trade deal with Mexico and Canada just before that cabinet meeting. He brought in local radio reporters from around the country to do interviews, to talk with his team, to talk with his cabinet about that. Tomorrow, he heads down to Texas for another event. The White House is trying to show that even as the Democrats are focusing on impeachment here, President Trump is trying to do the work of the American people. That said, the president, obviously, Lester, by his own acknowledgement, is very clearly engaged in what is unfolding in front of America right now.
All right. Hallie Jackson, thanks. And it probably became self-evident, but I just want to clear it up that when the president was talking, he says, I think the woman is grossly incompetent. He was talking about Nancy Pelosi, not the witness, Jennifer Williams. I wanted to just make that clear before I bring back our panel. Chuck Todd and Barrett Berger joins us, a former federal prosecutor here in New York and an NBC legal analyst. Good to have you with us. Barrett, let me start with you on we knew going in that Republicans were going to have a difficult time of how to handle the colonel because he's, a wounded war vet, a combat veteran. They chose to go at the issue of him jumping the chain of command in terms of how he reported his discomfort with the call. Did they make inroads there?
Well, I think it probably depends on who you ask. I mean, they certainly muddied the waters a little bit. I mean, what to me was very clear from Colonel Vindman's testimony is that he was desperately trying to get this information out. He was trying to go through the appropriate channels, first reaching out to the lawyer, taking direction from the lawyer, trying to share this information. Now, did Republicans score any points by saying, well, you should have gone to your direct supervisor, you should have, not talked to all these people? It's hard to tell, but it does show that they probably were a little desperate as to how to attack this type of a witness if the type of reporting and the form of reporting is what they chose to focus on.
Yeah, Chuck, it was there. It was also trying to, they seized on his reluctance or unwillingness to point out who might be the whistleblower.
Well, they went through this whole, did you talk to the Washington Post, now New York Times? They were trying to paint him as, somebody that was out to get the president, right? That the whole time and may have been a leaker. I felt today that it was the equivalent of watching somebody punch couch cushions. Like the Republicans were trying desperately, and they would just sit there and they would try to throw something out there and it would go sort of nowhere, it would fall flat. They don't have a way of sort of undermining the credibility. I think they tried. It didn't really go anywhere. I think that's why the White House spin is trying to say, it's a dud. Well, it's a dud for them because all of their attempts to undermine these folks didn't work. Look, they got to prepare for what's coming. We're about to see testimony in the second half today from Ambassador Volker, who is going to change his testimony. And how that plays with that panel, both Democrats and Republicans, we're going to get a little hint of how tomorrow's going to go. Gordon Sondland's somebody who's had to change his testimony since the deposition. But we're also going to have Ambassador Volker doing the same thing. How that is received today will give us a hint at what tomorrow's going to look like.
And Timothy Morrison will testify
Timothy Morrison, too.
He's Colonel Vindman's boss and can address those issues.
And Republicans are hoping to make Morrison, they believe Morrison and Volker can help their story a bit here, can help the president a bit. I don't know I don't know if that's the case if Ambassador Volker ends up having to change his testimony again. That's going to be a real problem.
And Barrett, as you watch this play out, how critical are Volker and Morrison now in terms of continuing this layering effect of telling this narrative Democrats want to tell?
Yeah, I think they're going to be very important witnesses, and for exactly the same reasons as Chuck was saying. First of all, I think that these are sort of the first two witnesses that you're not exactly sure how Democrats themselves are going to approach them, because they don't necessarily fall into the same category of wholly helpful or friendly witnesses to them. So it may be a little bit trickier for Democrats as they're questioning these witnesses too. But I think they are certainly important for the narrative. Look, you saw one of the things that Colonel Vindman was really cross-examined on today was, his judgment. And you have the White House putting out on their page saying, that Morrison questioned Vindman's judgment. Well, this is going to be something that they're going to have the witness now to ask him, what exactly does this mean? Did you think that this was somebody that, had poor judgment? And why is that important for this proceeding?
Adam Schiff seemed concerned enough about it, though, that he redirected at the end there, almost saying, look, Morrison's going to end up testifying to the same thing you did, Lieutenant Colonel, which is that you went to the lawyer first. You didn't go to your direct report. So it's interesting. They're nervous enough about it to at least redirect that. But I also think it goes through. The Republicans are counting on Morrison to be more helpful than perhaps he will be.
I want to go to Richard Engel right now in London, our chief foreign correspondent. Richard, Republicans continue to mention that Zelensky publicly said there was no pressure. We remember that get-together he was with the president at the UN. Can you put that in perspective, what the Ukrainians have said about what the U.S. expected, what the administration expected?
Well, of course there was pressure. I've spoken to numerous Ukrainian government officials, and they said there is no way that there could be anything but pressure. You have the brand new Ukrainian president meeting with the president of the United States. It has been made clear to Ukrainian officials over a several month-long campaign that President Trump wants this information, wants investigations carried out both into the 2016 elections and into the Biden family. So he's going into this phone call knowing what the expectations are, and then he has to come out and say, were you pressured? If you look back, it is President Trump who basically says to him, were you pressured? What do you think he's going to say? And Ukrainian officials said, yes, of course he was pressured. And they had, one official described it to me almost like a hostage video, that he didn't really have any other choice. Now, what I think is going forward is, as Chuck was saying earlier, we're going to see a very different kind of testimony with Sondland and Volker. Because so far, what we've had are people who felt aggrieved by what President Trump was doing, people who opposed this alternative track for Ukraine policy. You had the first two senior State Department officials who didn't like that Rudy Giuliani and President Trump's team were trying to demand these investigations and withholding aid. Then you had the ambassador who was opposed to it and found herself slandered and removed from her office. Now you had two people today who were on the phone call, two subject matter experts who then raised the red flag. They didn't like what they were hearing. Going forward, you're going to see people who were on the other camp, people who were involved in this alleged conspiracy, this alleged abuse of power, because it was Volker who was trying to get the Ukrainians to do this investigation. It was Giuliani's camp that was trying to do this, and critically, Gordon Sondland as a major player in this. So I think we're going to see a shift from people who were appalled by what was happening to those who were actively involved on the president's side.
Okay, we're joined by Jeremy Bash now, a national security and intelligence analyst. I want to get your thoughts on Colonel Vindman's testimony about the fact that this information, this conversation was put in the secret server. He seemed to allow that, it was a little unusual, but there could be other reasons for it. Do you see anything other than the fact that there was a sense that this needed to stay out of the public view because it was politically toxic?
Well, look, I think, Lester, under ordinary circumstances, the National Security Council will work hard to make sure that these sensitive transcripts aren't disclosed. But it is highly unusual that they would put it in a computer system that's really reserved for the most secret, most classified intelligence. It shows that the National Security Council staff was worried not just that conversations would leak out, but that the content of this conversation was potentially so explosive. And of course, it's the transcript itself which has fueled so many of these hearings, much of this inquiry. And the president says it's a perfect transcript. But I think herein, Lester, you see the state of the Republican defense. In essence, Representative Stefanik said, look, we think that investigating corruption by Ukraine, that's appropriate. And there's where the Republicans are going to go. They're going to have to defend the president's underlying conduct. They're going to have to defend that transcript. They can't claim there was no linkage, no quid pro quo. They can't claim it's hearsay. They're going to have to defend the underlying.
And we lost Jeremy there, but the fact is the Republicans, Chuck, have had several defenses, and we saw them all put up there today.
Right.
But the one that I think you've kind of seized upon is it's not impeachable. So if you acknowledge the facts of the cases that Democrats put out, they haven't even got to the part where they say, here's why a president should be impeached.
I would get folks to zero back in on what Jim Jordan spent his 5 minutes doing. Jim Jordan spent his 5 minutes not questioning anybody. Jim Jordan spent his 5 minutes basically seizing on making the campaign aspect, basically making a campaign argument, not a bad one if you're the Republicans, who have essentially said, Democrats have been wanting to get him from day one. This is what they've done. They talked about impeaching him from day one. This is a campaign. And they, it's all about they're undermining that election, and they're trying to get him there, and they want to short circuit the ability of the voters to be able to do this. It's still their best argument that they have, which is, at the end of the day, should this be decided by Congress or the voters? And I think the fact that Jim Jordan went to that defense today, that he realized there was nothing to be gained by going after Ben. They made an early effort. They got nothing. And the fact that he used his entire 5 minutes at the end to essentially make the campaign argument for, saying, they're just trying to get him. Let's just make this go decide this at the ballot box.
But he doesn't plain speak?
I think it's effective politically, but I also think it's an acknowledgement that can't win on the facts.
Yeah, it's done in plain speak. And Barrett, as we sit here and talk, I think we're all very, sorry, but wonkish. We know all these names and who plays here. The average American, people are working with it. They're
it's a political fight. Shouldn't it be in a ballot box?
How did the Democrats break through? What's becoming more and more complicated in terms of just the players.
It goes back to something Andrew Weissman said on day one. I think Democrats, if the outcome they're looking for is basically to disqualify the president from seeking another term, because if that's what an impeachment, if it is, they need to be more explicit that he's been trying to cheat on 2020, that's what this is about. He can't be trusted to do this. We don't know how many other countries he's done this. They're not making that argument, I think, as upfront. If that is you're asking the country to make an extraordinary decision, to short circuit what would be their call, and you want them to do it with less than a year to go before the election. Again, it may be a legitimate thing to ask to say that you have to do. I don't know if Democrats have been as explicit as they need to be to make that case.
Is there a star witness here? I mean, you do trials. I mean, do you bring out your heaviest hitter at the end, the beginning, and does that person exist?
Well, I'm sure that person exists. I'm not sure that we'll ever hear from that person. I mean, there certainly could be some star witnesses here, including
John Bolton.
John Bolton, exactly. I mean, Eisenberg. There's a lot of people whose names we keep hearing that theoretically could be our star witness here. My guess is we will never actually hear from them. As far as witnesses that we'll hear from this week, I think the most interesting will probably be Sondland. I mean, he certainly has the most, he's sort of right in the soup of all of this. And I think he'll be the most interesting to see how he explains, the change in his testimony, how he reconciles his testimony with that of some of the other witnesses. But unfortunately, it all comes back to the hypocrisy of saying there are all these witnesses that have firsthand knowledge that were right there, but we're not going to let them testify.
All right, let's get a sense of what the hallway buzz may be at the Capitol as this session right now is adjourned for at least the early session. Jeff Bennett is standing by. Jeff?
Hey, Lester, well, as I stand here and talk to you, you have members on the committee who are rushing across the street to vote on unrelated legislation that will fund the government beyond this Thursday when the government is set to run out of money. I think there's a huge question mark around what comes next. This testimony we're set to hear from Tim Morrison and Kurt Volker, in part because, and Chuck spoke to this earlier, for weeks I've talked to Republicans who have been hitching their wagons on this public testimony from Morrison and Volker because they think it will be in some way exculpatory for President Trump. But I have to tell you, if you read through the testimony of the transcripts of their private testimony, neither man goes as far as Republicans are telegraphing that they will. Morrison has said that that President Trump's interaction with his Ukrainian counterpart is not illegal. He just found it to be politically problematic. Volker had previously said that he wasn't aware of a quid pro quo. Republicans have taken that and said that Volker had said that there was none at all. I'm told by a source familiar that Volker is prepared to amend his testimony, and he's going to say that he does not dispute that there was a direct link between the delivery of aid, between the offer of this White House meeting and the opening of these investigations that President Trump wanted the Ukrainians to open. He's just going to say now that he was not fully aware of it. And he wasn't aware that when Ukrainians were talking about Burisma, when the Trump administration officials were talking about Burisma, that had anything to do with the Bidens, because from his post in Ukraine, that was a domestic political issue that he wasn't fully briefed on. So that is what we expect these two men to talk about when they take the stand.
Jeff, very quick,
the
president's defenders have been saying while the Intelligence Committee is focused on impeachment, nothing's getting done. What's your sense about the work of Congress outside this impeachment inquiry?
Well, House Speaker Nancy Pelosi rejects that argument out of hand entirely. She points to dozens of bills that the Democratic-led House has passed, from gun control to lowering prescription drugs to a whole host of things that the Republican Senate won't take up. And the reason why Mitch McConnell says he won't take them up is because he's not going to pass anything that President Trump will not sign.
All right. Jeff Bennett, thank you very much. So the first part of today's hearing is concluded. As we mentioned earlier, when the committee returns, it will hear next from two more witnesses, Kurt Volker, former U.S. Special Envoy to Ukraine, and Tim Morrison, who was the top Russia staffer on the National Security Council at the White House. We'll be back on the air when the committee returns. For now, I'm Lester Holt, NBC News in New York. Good day, everyone. The hearing begins.
The committee will be holding as part of the House of Representatives impeachment inquiry. Without objection, the chair is authorized to declare a recess of the committee at any time. There is a quorum present. We will proceed today in the same fashion as our first hearing. I will make an opening statement, and then Ranking Member Nunes will have the opportunity to make a statement. Then we will turn to our witnesses for their opening statements and then to questions. For audience members, we welcome you and respect your interest in being here. In turn, we ask for your respect as we proceed with today's hearing. It is the intention of the committee to proceed without disruptions. As chairman, I'll take all necessary and appropriate steps to maintain order and ensure that the committee is run in accordance with House rules and House Resolution 660. With that, I now recognize myself to give an opening statement in the impeachment inquiry into Donald J. Trump, the 45th President of the United States. Last week, we heard from three experienced diplomats who testified about President Trump's scheme to condition official acts, a White House meeting, and hundreds of millions of dollars of U.S. military aid to fight the Russians on a deliverable by the new Ukrainian President Zelensky, two politically motivated investigations that Trump believed would help his re-election campaign. One of those investigations involved the Bidens, and the other involved a discredited conspiracy theory that Ukraine and not Russia was responsible for interfering in our 2016 election. As Ambassador Sondland would later tell career Foreign Service Officer David Holmes immediately after speaking to the president, Trump did not give he then used an expletive, about Ukraine. He cares about big stuff that benefits the president, like the Biden investigation that Giuliani was pushing. To press a foreign leader to announce an investigation into his political rival, President Trump put his own personal and political interests above those of the nation. He undermined our military and diplomatic support for a key ally and undercut U.S. anti-corruption efforts in Ukraine. How could our diplomats urge Ukraine to refrain from political investigations of its own citizens if the President of the United States was urging Ukraine to engage in precisely the same kind of corrupt and political investigations of one of our own citizens? At the White House, career professionals became concerned that President Trump, through an irregular channel that involved his acting chief of staff, Mick Mulvaney, EU Ambassador Gordon Sondland, and Rudy Giuliani, was pushing a policy towards Ukraine at odds with the national interest. This morning, we hear from two of the national security professionals who became aware of those efforts. Lieutenant Colonel Alex Vindman, whose family fled oppression in the Soviet Union when he was a toddler, is a career Army officer, an Iraq War veteran who was awarded a Purple Heart, and an expert in Russia and Ukraine who has worked at the highest levels of the Pentagon. In July 2018, he was detailed to the White House in part to coordinate policy on Ukraine. Jennifer Williams is a career Foreign Service officer who is currently detailed to the Office of the Vice President and responsible for Europe and Eurasia-related issues. Following his initial and congratulatory phone call with Ukrainian President Zelensky on April 21st, President Trump asked Vice President Pence to represent him at Zelensky's upcoming inauguration. Ms. Williams was working on logistics for the trip. Pence would be a coveted attendee, second in significance only to the president, and would have sent an important signal of support to the new Ukrainian president. In early May, however, Rudy Giuliani had been planning to go to Ukraine to pursue the president's interest in having the Bidens investigated, but had to call off the trip after it became public. Among others, Giuliani blamed people around Zelensky for having to cancel and claimed that they were antagonistic to Trump. 3 days later, the president called off the vice president's attendance at Zelensky's inauguration. Instead, a lower-level delegation was named: Energy Secretary Rick Perry, Ambassador Sondland, and Ambassador Kurt Volker, the three amigos. Senator Ron Johnson and Lieutenant Colonel Vindman would also attend. After returning from the inauguration, several members of the delegation briefed President Trump on their encouraging first interactions with Zelensky. They urged Trump to meet with the Ukrainian president, but Trump instead criticized Ukraine and instructed them to work with Rudy. A few weeks later, on July 10th, Ambassador Sondland met at the White House with a group of U.S. and Ukrainian officials, including Colonel Vindman, and informed the group that, according to Chief of Staff Mulvaney, the White House meeting sought by the Ukrainian president with Trump would happen if Ukraine undertook certain investigations. National Security Advisor Bolton abruptly ended the meeting and said afterwards that he would not be part of whatever drug deal Sondland and Mulvaney are cooking up on this. Undeterred, Sondland brought the Ukrainian delegation downstairs to another part of the White House and was more explicit, according to witnesses. Ukraine needed to investigate the Bidens or Burisma if they were to get a White House meeting with Trump. After this discussion, which Vindman witnessed, he went to the National Security Council's top lawyer to report the matter. Vindman was told to return in the future with any concerns. He would soon find the need to do so. A week later, on July 18th, the representative of the Office of Management and Budget announced on a video conference call that Mulvaney, at Trump's direction, was freezing nearly $400 million in military assistance to Ukraine, which was appropriated by Congress and enjoyed the support of the entirety of the U.S. national security establishment. And 1 week after that, Trump would have the now infamous July 25th phone call with Zelensky. During that call, Trump complained that the U.S. relationship with Ukraine had not been reciprocal. Later, Zelensky thanks Trump for his support in the area of defense and says that Ukraine was ready to purchase more Javelins, an anti-tank weapon that was among the most important deterrents of further Russian military action. Trump's immediate response: "I would like you to do us a favor, though." Trump then requested that Zelensky investigate the discredited 2016 conspiracy theory and, even more ominously, look into the Bidens. Neither was part of the official preparatory material for the call, but they were in Donald Trump's personal interest and in the interest of his 2020 re-election campaign. And the Ukrainian president knew about both in advance, because Sondland and others have been pressing Ukraine for weeks about investigations into the 2016 election, Burisma, and the Bidens. Both Colonel Vindman and Ms. Williams were on the July 25th call. Vindman testified that due to the unequal bargaining position of the two leaders and Ukraine's dependency on the U.S., the favor Trump asked of Zelensky was really a demand. After the call, multiple individuals, including Vindman, were concerned enough to report it to the National Security Council's top lawyer. It was the second time in 2 weeks that Vindman had raised concerns with NSC lawyers. For her part, Williams also believed that asking Zelensky to undertake these political investigations was inappropriate, and that it might explain something else that she'd become aware of, the otherwise inexplicable hold on U.S. military assistance to Ukraine. Both Colonel Vindman and Ms. Williams also took note of the explicit use of the word Burisma by Zelensky, a fact conspicuously left out of the record of the call, now locked away on an ultra-secure server. Colonel Vindman believed that Zelensky must have been prepped for the call to be able to make the connection between Biden and Burisma, a fact that other witnesses have now confirmed. In the weeks that followed the July 25th call, Colonel Vindman continued to push for a release of the military aid to Ukraine and struggled to learn why it was being withheld. More disturbing word of the hold had reached Ukrainian officials prior to its becoming public. By mid-August, the Ukrainian deputy ambassador asked Vindman why the United States was withholding the aid. Although Vindman didn't have an answer, Sondland made it explicit to Ukrainians at a meeting in Warsaw. They needed to publicly commit to these two investigations if they hoped to get the aid. Ms. Williams, we all saw the President's tweet about you on Sunday afternoon and the insults he hurled at Ambassador Yovanovitch last Friday. You are here today, and the American people are grateful. Colonel Vindman, we have seen far more scurrilous attacks on your character and watched as certain personalities on Fox have questioned your loyalty. I note that you have shed blood for America, and we owe you an immense debt of gratitude. I hope no one on this committee will become part of those vicious attacks. Today's witnesses, like those who testified last week, are here because they were subpoenaed to appear, not because they are for or against impeachment. That question is for Congress, not the fact witnesses. If the President abused his power and invited foreign interference in our elections, if he sought to condition, coerce, extort, or bribe an ally into conducting investigations to aid his re-election campaign and did so by withholding official acts, a White House meeting, or hundreds of millions of dollars of needed military aid, it will be up to us to decide whether those acts are compatible with the office of the presidency. I now recognize Ranking Member Nunes for any remarks he'd like to make.
Thanks, gentlemen. I'd like to address a few brief words to the American people watching at home. If you watched the impeachment hearings last week, you may have noticed a disconnect between what you actually saw and the mainstream media accounts describing it. When you saw three diplomats who dislike President Trump's Ukraine policy discussing second-hand and third-hand conversations about their objections with the Trump policy. Meanwhile, they admitted they had not talked to the President about these matters, and they were unable to identify any crime or impeachable offense the President committed. But what you read in the press were accounts of shocking, damning, and explosive testimony that fully supports the Democrats' accusations. If these accounts have a familiar ring, it's because this is the same preposterous reporting the media offered for 3 years on the Russian hoax. On a nearly daily basis, the top news outlets in America reported breathlessly on the newest bombshell revelations showing that President Trump and everyone surrounding him were Russian agents. It really wasn't long ago that we were reading these headlines. From CNN, Congress investigating Russian investment fund with ties to Trump officials. This was false. New York Times, Trump campaign aides had repeated contacts with Russian intelligence. Also false. Slate was a Trump server communicating with Russia. This was false. New York Magazine, will Trump be meeting with his counterpart or his handler? This was false. The Guardian, Manafort held secret talks with Assange and Ecuadorian embassy. Also false. BuzzFeed, President Trump directed his attorney to lie to Congress about the Moscow Tower project. All of these were false. There was no objectivity or fairness in the media's Russia stories, just as a fevered rush to tarnish and remove a president who refuses to pretend that the media are something different from what they really are, puppets of the Democratic Party. With their biased misreporting on the Russia hoax, the media lost confidence of millions of Americans, and because they refuse to acknowledge how badly they botched the story, they've learned no lessons and simply expect Americans will believe them as they try to stoke yet another partisan frenzy. In previous hearings, I've outlined 3 questions the Democrats and the media don't want asked or answered. Instead of shedding light on these crucial questions, the media are trying to smother and dismiss them. Those questions start with, what is the full extent of the Democrats' prior coordination with the whistleblower, and who else did the whistleblower coordinate this effort with? The media have fully accepted the Democrats' stunning reversal on the need for the whistleblower to testify to this committee. When the Democrats were insisting on his testimony, the media wanted it too. But things have changed since it became clear the whistleblower would have to answer problematic questions that include these. What was the full extent of the whistleblower's prior coordination with Chairman Schiff, his staff, and any other people he cooperated with while preparing the complaint? What are the whistleblower's political biases and connections to Democratic politicians? How does the whistleblower explain the inaccuracies in the complaint? What contact did the whistleblower have with the media, which appears to be ongoing? What are the sources of the whistleblower's information? Who else did he talk to? And was the whistleblower prohibited by law from receiving or conveying any of that information? The media have joined the Democrats in dismissing the importance of cross-examining this crucial witness. Now that the whistleblower has successfully kick-started impeachment, he has disappeared from the story, as if the Democrats put the whistleblower in their own witness protection program. My second question, what was the full extent of Ukraine's election meddling against the Trump campaign? In these depositions and hearings, Republicans have cited numerous indications of Ukraine meddling in the 2016 elections to oppose the Trump campaign. Many of these instances were reported, including the posting of many primary source documents by veteran investigative journalist John Solomon. Since the Democrats switched from Russia to Ukraine for their impeachment crusade, Solomon's reporting on Burisma, Hunter Biden, and Ukraine election meddling has become inconvenient for the Democratic narrative, and so the media is furiously smearing and libeling Solomon. In fact, the publication The Hill told its staff yesterday it would conduct a review of Solomon's Ukraine reporting. Coincidentally, the decision comes just 3 days after a Democrat on this committee told a Hill writer that she would stop speaking to The Hill because it had run Solomon's stories. And she urged the writer to relay her concerns to Hill's management. So now that Solomon's reporting is a problem for the Democrats, it's a problem for the media as well. I'd like to submit for the record John Solomon's October 31st story entitled Debunking Some of Ukraine's Scandal Myths About Biden and Election Interference. I encourage viewers today to read this story and draw your own conclusions about the evidence Solomon has gathered. Ask unanimous consent that we put this into the record, Mr. Chair.
Without objection.
The concerted campaign by the media to discredit and disown some of their own colleagues is shocking. And we see it again in the sudden denunciations of New York Times reporter Ken Vogel as a conspiracy theorist after he covered similar issues, including a 2017 Politico piece entitled Ukrainian Efforts to Sabotage Trump Backfire. My third question, why did Burisma hire Hunter Biden? What did he do for them? And did his position affect any U.S. government actions under the Obama administration? We have now heard testimony from the Democrats' own witnesses that diplomats were concerned about a conflict of interest involving Hunter Biden. That's because he had secured a well-paid position despite having no qualifications on the board of a corrupt Ukrainian company, while his father was vice president charged with overseeing Ukrainian issues. After trying out several different accusations against President Trump, the Democrats have recently settled on bribery. According to widespread reports, they replaced their quid pro quo allegation because it wasn't polling well. But if the Democrats and the media are suddenly so deeply concerned about bribery, you would think they would take some interest in Burisma paying Hunter Biden $83,000 a month. And you think they would be interested in Joe Biden threatening to withhold U.S. loan guarantees unless the Ukrainians fired a prosecutor who was investigating Burisma. That would be a textbook example of bribery. The media, of course, are free to act as Democrat puppets, and they're free to lurch from the Russia hoax to the Ukraine hoax at the direction of their puppet masters. But they cannot reasonably expect to do so without alienating half the country who voted for the president they're trying to expel. Americans have learned to recognize fake news when they see it, and if the mainstream press won't give it to them straight, they'll go elsewhere to find it, which is exactly what the American people are doing. With that, I yield back.
I thank the gentleman.
Hi, everyone. I'm Allison Morris. You're watching NBC News Now. Special coverage, day 3 of the public testimony in the impeachment hearings.
Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you are about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Let the record show the witnesses have answered in the affirmative.
After trying out several different accusations against President Trump, Democrats have recently settled on bribery.
I can't speak to what the president's motivation was in referencing it, but I just noted that the reference to Biden sounded political to me.
You have a kangaroo court headed by Little Shifty Schiff, and the Republicans are absolutely killing it.
Mr. Vindman, you testified in your deposition that you did not know the whistleblower.
Ranking member, it's Lieutenant Colonel Vindman, please.
Lieutenant Colonel Vindman.
Colonel, you never leaked information?
I never did, never would. That is preposterous that I would do that.
Had you ever heard a call like this?
As I testified before, I believe what I found unusual or different about this call was the president's reference to specific investigations, and that struck me as different than other calls I had listened to.
It is a pivotal week in the inquiry with 3 days of hearings from 9 witnesses. So far today, we've heard from the NSC's top Ukraine expert and decorated Army veteran Alexander Vindman, and Jennifer Williams, another career diplomat who's currently posted to Vice President Mike Pence's office. Both of them are key to the investigation because they listened to the president's July phone call with the Ukrainian president.
On July 25th, along with several of my colleagues, I listened to a call between President Trump and President Zelensky. I found the July 25th phone call unusual because, in contrast to other presidential calls I had observed, it involved discussion of what appeared to be a domestic political matter.
I was concerned by the call. What I heard was inappropriate, and I reported my concerns to Mr. Eisenberg. It is improper for the President of the United States to demand a foreign government investigate a U.S. citizen and a political opponent. I want to emphasize to the committee that when I reported my concerns on July 10th relating to Ambassador Sondland, and then July 25th relating to the president, I did so out of a sense of duty. I privately reported my concerns in official channels to the proper authority in the chain of command. My intent was to raise these concerns because they had significant national security implications for our country.
Vindman and Williams both testified that they were not aware of any national security officials who supported the decision to withhold the nearly $400 million in U.S. aid to Ukraine, which they said was directed by the White House Chief of Staff Mick Mulvaney. They said withholding the aid was damaging to the two countries' relationship and to Ukraine's ability to confront Russian aggression. Representatives from both parties questioned the two witnesses, Democrats hoping to back up the basis of their inquiry that Trump's pressure on Ukraine to investigate Joe Biden while withholding U.S. military aid may be grounds for removing him from office. Meanwhile, Republicans started the hearing trying to get the witnesses to name the still anonymous whistleblower, questioning Vindman's American loyalty and professionalism, and blaming Democrats for what they called an unfair process. Leanne Caldwell is following today's testimony from Capitol Hill. Leanne, what are your big takeaways from this morning's testimonies?
Well, my big takeaways are the fact that these two people were positioned together to talk. Of course, as you mentioned, they both were on the call, the infamous July 25th call between President Trump and President Zelensky. They both had problems with the call as well. What I noticed is that Republicans really had a big day today, and that's because they really dominated the question. Those were the most explosive moments. Democrats, meanwhile, they really tried to let the witnesses tell the story by bland questioning, let them lay out what they knew. Getting back to the Republicans really tried to poke holes in especially Alexander Vindman's account of what happening, especially since Vindman's testimony said that he interpreted what was happening as extreme as a demand from the president onto President Zelensky. They also really tried to distract and draw attention to the whistleblower as well. I think that overall Democrats really were able to lay out some more damning evidence, but Republicans, meanwhile, were really trying to undercut and sow discord and disbelief in the Democrats' argument by poking holes in these witnesses' testimony.
Leanne, let's stick with the Republicans for a moment. Last week, they repeatedly went after Kent and Taylor for not having firsthand accounts of the July 25th Ukraine call. Now, Vindman and Williams were both on that call. How did that affect their line of questioning today? As you mentioned, they tried to poke a lot of holes.
There was no more talk about hearsay. Remember last week they were talking about these testimonies were second and third hand knowledge. You didn't hear that today. So instead, what Republicans really tried to do is say that the call was not as problematic as these two witnesses say. But they also tried to talk about how the Democrats are using the term bribery now, not quid pro quo. One Congressman, John Ratcliffe of Texas, a Republican, he said that no, in all these thousands of pages of witnesses, not one person mentioned the word bribery, except for when they were talking about Vice President Joe Biden. Now, I didn't fact check that. I didn't go and do a count, but that was the argument that they were making, trying to point out that no one is talking about bribery here except for the Democrats. So Republicans are really trying to insist that the Democrats are overplaying their hand, that there's nothing impeachable here, Allison.
Leanne, before today, Republicans, many of them, went after Colonel Vindman's character. They questioned his political motivations. President Trump tweeted about Jennifer Williams like he did last week with former Ambassador Marie Yovanovitch. Representative Schiff addressed this in his opening statement. I'd like everyone to listen for a second.
Ms. Williams, we all saw the president's tweet about you on Sunday afternoon and the insults he hurled at Ambassador Yovanovitch last Friday. You are here today, and the American people are grateful. Colonel Vindman, we have seen far more scurrilous attacks on your character. I note that you have shed blood for America, and we owe you an immense debt of gratitude. I hope no one on this committee will become part of those vicious attacks.
Leanne, how would you characterize how the committee treated those witnesses today?
Williams didn't get a lot of tough treatment as far as her character is concerned. No one characterized her as a never-Trumper. They didn't really go there. But with Alexander Vindman, it was a different story. So it wasn't the members of Congress who talked about this idea of a dual loyalty for Alexander Vindman. It was the Republican counsel who went there. He talked about how in a meeting in Ukraine that Vindman was given a job offer to be defense minister in Ukraine. Now, Vindman dismissed that. He said it seemed like it was more of a joke, especially since there were other staffers there. He also said they reported that up the chain. And then when the Republican counsel really pressed him on that, he said, look, if my superiors thought it was a problem, they would have removed me from my position immediately, and they would have talked to me about it. But there was no follow-up from them. And so Vindman really tried to dismiss this. And in his opening statement, he made the point that, yes, his father immigrated from the Soviet Union when his father was 47 years old. And he addressed that directly, saying, I would never be able to sit here if I was in Russia talking about giving my opinion and what I thought was wrong about a world leader. But because I'm in the United States, I'm able to do that.
Leanne, we heard some details today of how the transcript of the July 25th call ended up on a highly secure server. What did we learn?
So we're learning a lot more of those details, not only through these testimonies in the public, but also in depositions that are the transcripts that are also being released. We have learned that that it was at the National Security Council lawyer who is the one who put it in those in the secure server. And what Alexander Vindman said today is that, yeah, there was a couple words that weren't accurate. And so he tried to correct that. He said that it was his job to give the most accurate transcript as possible. He gave his suggestions and they weren't taken. Now, the Democrats thought that that was pretty incredible because the word that was not used was Burisma. We know that this is the energy company that the president wanted an investigation into because it's associated with the Bidens. Vindman didn't say that it was that extreme of a situation, and he said generally the transcripts were correct and accurate.
Leanne, we talked a lot about the Republicans. Walk me through the Democrats' strategy today. What is it that they were trying to get out of Vindman and Williams this afternoon?
Yeah, they wanted to know how severe the two of them thought that this July 25th phone call was. Vindman characterized it as the president of the United States putting a demand on the president of Ukraine. And they really also talked about, they tried to get out how Vindman had said in his closed-door meeting that the power disparity between President Trump and President Zelensky is so intense that if someone with an enormous amount of power asks someone who doesn't have as much power and who needs something from the other person a favor, Vindman says that that is a demand. Now, Republicans said that that is not something that can be taken out of that, especially since both presidents said that the transcript was fine. But the Democrats think that what the testimony today did is give further evidence to how wrong the president was and how he was dealing with the new Ukrainian president.
Leanne, we all know now that July 25th phone call, the one that Vindman and Williams were both on, prompted the whistleblower to come forward. Representative Schiff had to caution Representative Nunes about not revealing the whistleblower's identity today. You were in the room at the time. Did it feel like he was trying to out the whistleblower there?
Yeah, it sure did. Not only that time, but also later in the hearing when Congressman Jordan did something similar. The reason is because Nunes and Jordan, they were asking a round of questions that were about, they were asking Vindman who he talked to, who he told his concerns to. Most of those people have been named, except there's one person who hasn't been named yet. And so the Republicans are implying that that one person is the whistleblower. Adam Schiff tried to stop that line of questioning. And then later in the hearing, Representative Jordan said, well, Congressman Schiff, you said you don't know who the whistleblower is, so why would you think that that's the whistleblower? What are you trying to stop here? So he tried to catch him, do a quick take there. Yeah. But it was very apparent that that Nunes and Jim Jordan were trying to get the whistleblower named, or at least a more description of who he was.
Leanne, it's been a big day so far, a lot more ahead. Yep. Thanks for running us through the first part of the hearings. We appreciate it.
Yep, thank you.
Now for a legal look at today's hearings, former federal prosecutor and legal analyst Barrett Berger is here. Barrett, give us some context. What would you say the Democrats' overall goal was today with these two witnesses?
Yeah, I think the Democrats' overall goal was to reestablish the core facts at issue here. That you had two different people listening to this call, coming from different backgrounds, that both were alarmed by the nature of this July 25th call and felt the need to do something about it.
How about on the Republican side of things, their strategy?
So their strategy, I think, was to create a lot of noise and to make the focus not on that core allegation, right? To make it on almost anything but. To make the focus on, the witnesses themselves, possibly trying to discredit them, trying to put the focus on the whistleblower, put the focus on the media. So I think the Republican strategy was to take the focus away from sort of the substance of the call and put it elsewhere.
We've been saying over the last week that a big strategy for the Republicans was to look at and point out hearsay and say, well, these witnesses that are here did not have first-hand knowledge of several things, including the July 25th phone call. That was very different today because these two witnesses did. I'd love it if you could talk to us on both sides of things. Sure. How did Republicans handle it differently today with that in mind? And then did this play into the Democrats' strategy because these witnesses did have firsthand knowledge.
Yeah, that was always an argument that they were making that was going to have an expiration date, because we knew that there was witnesses with firsthand information that were coming, and we also knew that it was somewhat hypocritical because there were so many witnesses with firsthand information that they were being blocked from coming.
Right.
I think the Republicans' approach was, like we talked about before, not to get into some of the substance, but to make the focus on issues with the witness itself. For example, all of the attacks that Colonel Vindman took based on how he went about reporting it. Did he report it to the right person? Was it proper for him to go to, the lawyer before? That really has nothing to do with anything. Right? That has nothing to do with the substance of what these impeachment proceedings are actually about. So it was a bit of a distraction.
You mentioned some of the more aggressive behavior towards Vindman. Congressman Nunes, in particular, went after him pretty hard, calling or asking him if he was a leaker. That legal tactic, can that backfire with a witness like this?
Absolutely.
Okay.
And you see it all the time in federal trials. You have to toe the fine line here. If you have either a jury that's feeling sympathetically to a witness, or here, the American public that's feeling sympathetic to a witness, attacking that person personally, as opposed to the substance of what they're actually testifying about, can absolutely backfire. The other thing that's important to keep in mind is, to some extent, what the Republican strategy has been is to say, this doesn't even matter. What the president did was absolutely proper. He has the authority to do this. If this is truly their defense, if this is something that the president has absolute authority to do, then why attack these witnesses who are just, career public servants listening in on a call, now testifying, probably not because they want to be there. It's sort of a mixed message that we care so much about what these witnesses have to say that we're going to attack them personally. Yet on the other hand, we're saying none of this matters because he has the right to do it.
Lieutenant Colonel Vindman said today that he prepared talking points for the president about Ukrainian corruption, but the president didn't stick to those. Why is that legally significant here? Why is that an important point to make?
Look, I think this probably plays into one of the Republican narratives that they're trying to establish, that this was just, how the president speaks in these calls. It was not part of, a planned pattern of, trying to bribe the Ukrainians here. This was just, the president sort of freewheeling in his conversation here. The fact that you have actually the career person saying, no, we carefully script these. It's important to be cautious. It's important to be careful in your communications with another world leader is significant, especially the president's, departure from that.
It's hard to believe that we have 9 witnesses this week. We've only heard from 2. We have 2 more this evening, Kurt Volker, Tim Morrison. What are you looking for this evening and from the other witnesses in the week ahead?
So I think the witnesses this afternoon are going to be interesting because these are the first 2 witnesses, Volker and Morrison, that I think the Republicans think they may get something out of. Okay. They may see these as somewhat more friendly witnesses, to the Republican cause here. So it'll be interesting to see how both the Democrats and the Republicans treat these witnesses. You also have to remember now we have Gordon Sondland coming up, who will have to deal with this issue of, amending his testimony. How are the Democrats going to walk him through those changes, and what do the Republicans deal with that?
So many people have said, person after person that's come and talked to us has said, okay, Wednesday is the big day with Sondland. Do you feel that way as well?
I do. I think he's really a crucial witness. He is just right in the thick of all of this. And, again, because he's had this change in his testimony, he has a lot of explaining to do as to how to reconcile his testimony with what other people have said.
Barrett, thanks so much for coming and talking to us. Great to see you again.
Yes.
We're going to go to President Trump reacting to today's testimony during a cabinet meeting. Take a listen.
Right now, you have a kangaroo court headed by Little Shifty Schiff, where we don't have lawyers, we don't have witnesses, we don't have anything, and yet I just got to watch, and the Republicans are absolutely killing it. They are doing so well because it's a scam. It's a big scam.
Hans Nichols is at the White House. And Hans, we just heard from the president there saying the Republicans are killing it, calling this a scam. What else are we hearing out of the White House today?
Well, the president is distancing himself from Lieutenant Colonel Vindman, saying he doesn't really know him. At the same time, he's trying to draw himself closer to him, at least aspects of his testimony, because what the White House and the president are trying to do is say that Vindman basically corroborates that the call log is accurate. And that's something that you hear from the White House, from the president on down, that they think they can win this. They think they can defend the president just on the basis of that July 25th call. So there's been an official White House statement. They're essentially saying nothing to see here. They're not really mentioning what the reaction was from Ms. Williams or Lieutenant Colonel Vindman about the call, and that was that it was inappropriate. They're saying that the
Hans,
log
I got to cut you for a second. I'm sorry. Thank you so much. The Democrats are speaking. We're going to head over there and listen in.
And the vulnerable Republicans are feeling the heat, but they don't know what to do about it. They're too afraid
to buck Trump and buck McConnell. The Dream and Promise Act, which Dick Durbin has such an interest in, 168 days ago was passed. The bipartisan background check, 265 days. The American people know who to blame for the inaction. Leader McConnell, President Trump. Senator Durbin.
A Senate is a terrible thing to waste, and we are wasting the United States Senate now. Do you know how many amendments have been voted on the floor of the United States Senate in the calendar year we're currently in? 21. 21 amendments in the entire year. And Leader McConnell comes out here and says the reason we're not doing anything is the impeachment inquiry in the House. How do you explain the first 10 months of the year, Majority Leader? 21 amendments during that period of time? That reflects the fact that we're not taking up legislation on the floor of the United States Senate. Obviously, Leader McConnell thinks there's really nothing to address, nothing that needs debating. Well, I think he's overlooking the obvious. We have a desperate need in this country to deal with the escalating price of prescription drugs across the United States. What bill is coming to the floor? None. We have a unanimous consent request from a Republican senator to bring a matter to the floor. I'd like to send a note to the senator from Texas and tell him you should speak to your majority leader. He sets the agenda on the floor, and we ought to be bringing up a bill that both Democrats and Republicans can debate on bringing down the cost of prescription drugs. Chuck mentioned the Promise and Dream Act. I went to that Supreme Court hearing just the other day, a hearing that will decide the fate of 790,000 people in the United States. Now we'll wait until next June to see if the Supreme Court rules and how they rule. In the meantime, what is the Senate going to do? What if we considered the bill passed by the House, the Promise and Dream Act, which would address this issue on a legislative basis and do it quickly so that their fate could be determined, and I hope in a positive way? It's an obvious indication that Leader McConnell, because of President Trump or whatever reason, has no interest in legislating. I'd say this to Senator McConnell: if you don't want to use the United States Senate, please give it to someone who will. Perhaps maybe give it to a few Democrats. We've got a few ideas.
Senator Murray.
Well, thank you so much. You know, since the beginning of this Congress in January, Leader McConnell and the Senate Republicans have worked aggressively to halt the regular legislative process and turn this Senate into a legislative graveyard, refusing to allow this body to do its job, to vote on laws that protect and serve the families and communities that we represent. So as we hear Republican leaders begin to blame the House impeachment inquiry for how little the Senate is getting done, I have to wonder, what stopped Leader McConnell from calling up bipartisan legislation to secure our elections from foreign interference that passed the House in March? What stopped Leader McConnell from bringing up bipartisan legislation passed by the House in May to address the climate crisis and stop President Trump from leaving the Paris Climate Agreement? What stopped Leader McConnell this fall from allowing the Senate to vote on legislation to stop the Trump administration from making it easier for insurers to threaten critical protections for patients with pre-existing conditions? And after devastating back-to-back mass shootings in Texas and Ohio in August, what prevented Leader McConnell from taking up universal background check legislation or any common sense gun safety reforms to finally address the gun violence issue that has cost too many lives? The fact is the Senate has stopped legislating for one reason: because the majority leader would rather rubber stamp President Trump's agenda than get anything done for our families and our communities. Senate Republicans can try to pass the blame anywhere they want, from the House impeachment inquiry to the weather, but their argument doesn't pass muster, not even close. And if they don't like it, when their inaction is pointed out, it's very clear what they can do. They can join Democrats and get to work on the long list of challenges we can and should be making progress on, from health care to gun violence to the climate crisis and more. We are ready to get to work. We have been ready to get to work from day one, and we're not going to stop pushing Senate Republican leaders to start getting things done here.
Senator Casey.
Thanks very much. I want to amplify what was referenced earlier in terms of the number of days in the legislative graveyard. Nothing has happened with regard to gun violence. We were told after the horrors of just this past summer that there would be action. The majority leader talked about considering a background check bill and an extreme risk protection order bill. Of course, neither has happened. Just in terms of the H.R. 8, the universal background check bill, 265 days in the legislative graveyard. We know that as a nation, we lose 100 people every day to gun violence. You would think in the face of that, we would at least, at a bare minimum, you would get a vote on a universal background check bill. No one would argue that that's going to be enough, but that would be a good start, but we haven't even had that. I can just recite some numbers, and unfortunately these numbers are the ages of people just in Philadelphia just the last couple of weeks. And I will only reference an age of someone who was actually killed. Starting in late October, just until recently, a 6-year-old, a 17-year-old, a 2-year-old, a 19-year-old. It goes on and on and on. And back in Pennsylvania, when I travel across our state, everywhere you go, people ask us, when are you going to vote on at least one measure, one common sense gun measure? People ask that all over the state. And I have to keep telling them over and over again, it's up to one person. One person can decide, and that person is the majority leader. He's chosen not to bring these bills to the floor. And I think the American people are losing patience with that. In addition to communities like Philadelphia, which have seemingly daily or at least weekly instances of violence, we had the most recent in Santa Clarita in California, 2 killed, 3 wounded. A story out of New Jersey, Pleasantville, at a football game, a 10-year-old, now apparently in a coma from that. We have children who are required to go through active shooter drills. And even this year, the advent of children going to school with backpacks that are up-armored, in a sense, because of gun violence. If we're demanding or pushing families to take those steps and schools to take those steps, the least that the United States Senate could do is pull one bill at least out of the graveyard and vote on universal background checks.
Okay. Questions? Burgess.
Senator Ernst said earlier today that you don't want to pass a Violence Against Women Act. Are you in opposition because you live more?
Well, we have tried to pass the Violence Against Women Act many times. Patty Murray has asked unanimous consents on it, and the House passed it over 200 days ago. Senator Ernst is simply afraid of the NRA. Ask Senator Ernst if she believes that a boyfriend of a woman who has gotten a protection order issued against him should get a gun. Senator Ernst evidently believes yes, because in the bill she's putting forward, it doesn't have that provision, even though it did in the House. So if Senator Ernst wants to debate VAWA, let her ask Leader McConnell, make a unanimous consent request to bring the House-passed bill on the floor, and we'll debate it. And we can debate her amendment, which the gun lobby wants, but almost no other American wants.
Some speculation about the president.
And by the way, she just introduced it today, so she's a bit, no pun intended, jumping the gun.
There's been some speculation about the president's trip to Walter Reed over the weekend. The White House issued a statement last night to clamp down on that. Do you have any concerns about this trip?
Well, look, I don't have any idea what's going on, but if we learned anything at all from this administration, it takes them several tries before they get their story straight and the truth comes out. So I think people are right to question the truthfulness of stories from the administration. In the meantime, I wish the president well from whatever he's recovering from and whatever caused him to go to the hospital in the first place.
I was going to ask
We'll do both of you.
Thank you. Do you have any concerns that a lengthy impeachment trial in the Senate will make it hard for members of your conference or your caucus to effectively run for president?
Well, the bottom line is impeachment is one of the most solemn responsibilities that the Constitution gives the Senate, to have a trial after the impeachment of a president should it occur in the House. And we're not going to let scheduling requests get in the way of that solemn responsibility, period.
Are appropriations to the NDAA bill viable vehicles for all legislation that aren't getting individual votes on the floor?
Well, look, the bottom line is we'd like to have individual votes on the floor. There should be a full debate, like on the VAWA bill. Should a boyfriend who has a protection order issued against him be able to get a gun? Should a woman on an Indian reservation get similar protections to other women? Those are important issues to be debated, so it's much better to debate these fully on the floor. Up to now, McConnell and the Republican leadership has not let that happen. Last one.
On health care, do you support the surprise medical billing legislation that came out of the Health Committee? I mean, I understand that New York hospitals have some concerns with that.
Look, I think we have to do something about surprise billing, and there are two different proposals, and I think the leadership is working that out. Okay? Thank you, everybody.
And Hans Nichols joins us again. Now, Hans, I have to apologize. I cut you off so rudely before, but the Democrats were speaking. We had to head over there. Before we cut you off, we were talking about the president and his reaction today. He was saying that the Republicans are killing it and calling this a sham. NBC News also asked the president if he believes that Lieutenant Colonel Vindman is a credible witness. What did he have to say about that?
About the transcript and it not being altered. And so they're really cherry picking some of the testimony, liking the parts that they think are advantageous to their case, namely that this testimony, there's fidelity to it, it's true and accurate, and that's the fight the White House wants to have. I mean, almost every discussion, Allison, I have with the White House officials, junior, senior, mid-level, they all come back to this idea that the president, in their mind, didn't do anything wrong in that transcript. That transcript is defensible, and that's not something you can impeach a president about. It's so clear that they want to have this be litigated over that initial memo, transcript, call log, however you want to refer to it. Allison?
Hans, let's talk about the president tweeting today. He tweeted about Jennifer Williams over the weekend ahead of her testimony earlier this afternoon. The White House sent out a tweet questioning Colonel Vindman's judgment. When this happened last week, when the president tweeted when Ambassador Marie Yovanovitch was testifying, Adam Schiff called that witness intimidation. Is that going to be another issue this week?
No, at least for the White House, they don't feel that's not going to prevent them or stop the White House or the president from tweeting or exercising what they say is his First Amendment rights. They flatly reject the notion that this is witness intimidation. They say the president will continue to comment and offer commentary in real time. I would note that today, while he was watching, he was largely silent on Twitter. And the first time that we heard from him was in that pool spray when he's in there in the cabinet room speaking with other officials. And he made an opening statement, and then Hallie Jackson jumped in and started asking him some questions, and then we got the news of the day. Now he's quite active on Twitter. He's retweeting a lot of things that he thinks are advantageous to him, a lot of favorable comments from congressmen, moments that they want to make viral and have it frame the discussion from heretofore.
Hans, that is notable that the president wasn't tweeting earlier today. Any sense of why not? What was going on?
No, and in parts because it's the way the White House does the schedule. What they'll do is they'll have the public events on his schedule, then there are obviously private events. Yesterday was a great example. The president didn't have anything public on his event until 2 in the afternoon here in the Oval Office. But in the morning, even though it wasn't on the schedule, he had a meeting with the Fed chairman, Fed Chair Jerome Powell, and that was in the residence. So in general, it's more difficult to get a sense of who he's meeting with in the residence because aides aren't always, and there are not as many aides going in and out of those meetings. So to answer your question on where the president watched this morning, how he watched and where he was, I suspect it was the residence just because there wasn't a lot of conversation over here about where the president was going to be. And I did talk to one official that said he was expected to be in the residence all morning. Allison?
Hans Nichols at the White House, thank you so much.
You bet.
The historic public impeachment hearings continue. Will the witnesses' testimony sway public opinion and convince Republican lawmakers to consider impeaching the president? Watch live starting tomorrow at 9 a.m. on NBC News Now.
A very busy news day.
Today's high-stakes confrontation.
Let's go live to the border where our colleague. Exclusive video.
The country's top intelligence officials testifying.
NBC News gets an exclusive look inside.
Live here at the nation's capital.
There's now an open investigation.
Blockbuster new reporting today on this.
This is the deadliest school shooting.
The Supreme Court upheld the revised version.
Well, this new report comes amid a staggering amount of news.
Breaking news tonight exclusively here on
NBC News was first out with this scoop today.
It's been an extraordinary night watching this develop. So, a lot to talk about.
We are going to start with something different tonight. This is one of those things that you have not been otherwise hearing about in the news, but stick with me.
Feed your mind with fresh perspective. Get your favorite MSNBC shows now as podcasts.
All eyes on the 2020 election. Follow the latest on the candidates with the NBC News mobile app. Stay connected with breaking news, top stories, live video, and your favorite NBC News shows. Text NBC News to 66866 to get the app.
A very busy news day.
Today's high-stakes confrontation.
Let's go live to the border where our colleague. Exclusive video.
The country's top intelligence officials testifying.
NBC News gets an exclusive look inside.
Live here at the nation's capital.
There's now an open investigation.
Blockbuster new reporting today on this.
This is the deadliest school shooting.
The Supreme Court upheld the revised version.
Well, this new report comes amid a staggering amount of news.
Breaking news tonight exclusively here on
NBC News was first out with this scoop today.
It's been an extraordinary night watching this develop. So, a lot to talk about.
Good evening, everyone. Breaking news tonight.
Lester Holt.
It sounds like a jet airplane up there, but that is fire. Let's talk about the MAX. How do you convince a skittish passenger to get on this airplane? We've met a lot of great people.
The most trusted TV news anchor in America.
That's Nightly News. I'm Lester Holt.
All eyes on the 2020 election. Follow the latest on the candidates with the NBC News mobile app. Stay connected with breaking news, top stories, live video, and your favorite NBC News shows. Text NBC News to 66866 to get the app.
When the facts are hidden in the shadows. When sources go silent because they're risking so much more. When every lead takes you further down a winding trail, but closer to the truth. And the challenge is greater because the stakes are higher. That's when the stories you unearth can shake the world.
Exclusive report from NBC News.
This is exclusive to us. NBC News is out today with some exclusive new reporting. We are going to start with something different tonight. This is one of those things that you have not been otherwise hearing about in the news, but stick with me.
Feed your mind with fresh perspective. Get your favorite MSNBC shows now as podcasts.
Washington feels more chaotic than ever. It's my job to ask the tough questions, left and right, and help you make sense of it all.
More Americans watch NBC News than any other news organization in the world.
Kurt Volker arrived moments ago on Capitol Hill. We'll be hearing from him soon. Volker will be testifying alongside Tim Morrison. You see him arriving there. Earlier today, in the first set of impeachment hearings, we heard from an aide to Vice President Pence and an Army Lieutenant Colonel who serves as the Director of European Affairs for the NSC. Both were on the July 25th Ukraine call. Here are a few of the most noteworthy moments.
On July 25th, along with several of my colleagues, I listened to a call between President Trump and President Zelensky, the content of which has since been publicly reported. Prior to July 25th, I had participated in roughly a dozen other presidential phone calls. During my closed-door deposition, members of the committee asked about my personal views and whether I had any concerns about the July 25th call. As I testified then, I found the July 25th phone call unusual because, in contrast to other presidential calls I had observed, it involved discussion of what appeared to be a domestic political matter.
I want to emphasize to the committee that when I reported my concerns on July 10th relating to Ambassador Sondland and then July 25th relating to the President, I did so out of a sense of duty. I privately reported my concerns in official channels to the proper authority in the chain of command. My intent was to raise these concerns because they had significant national security implications for our country. I never thought that I'd be sitting here testifying in front of this committee and the American public about my actions. When I reported my concerns, my only thought was to act properly and to carry out my duty.
About 2 weeks after that July 10th meeting, President Trump and President Zelensky had their second call, the now infamous July 25th call. Colonel Vindman, what was your real-time reaction to hearing that call?
Chairman, without hesitation, I knew that I had to report this to the White House counsel. I had concerns, and it was my duty to report my concerns to the proper people in the chain of command.
And what was your concern?
Well, Chairman, as I said in my statement, it was inappropriate, it was improper for the president to request to demand an investigation into a political opponent, especially a foreign power where there's at best dubious belief that this would be a completely impartial investigation, and that this would have significant implications if it became public knowledge, and it would be perceived as a partisan play. It would undermine our Ukraine policy, and it would undermine our national security.
Did Vice President Pence provide a reason for the hold on security assistance to the Ukrainian president in that meeting?
Vice President did not specifically discuss the reason behind the hold, but he did reassure President Zelensky of the strongest U.S. unwavering support for Ukraine, and they talked about the need for European countries to step up and provide more assistance to Ukraine as well.
As you know, the intelligence community has 17 different agencies. What agency was this individual from?
If I could interject here, we don't want to use these proceedings.
It's our time,
I know,
Mr. Chair.
but we need to protect the whistleblower.
Please stop.
I want to make sure that there's no effort to out the whistleblower through the use of these proceedings. If the witness has a good faith belief that this may reveal the identity of the whistleblower, that is not the purpose that we are here for, and I want to advise the witness accordingly.
Now, did you express any concerns to anyone in your office about what you heard on the call?
My supervisor was listening on the call as well, so because he had heard the same information, I did not feel the need to have a further conversation with him about it.
Your boss had concerns about your judgment. Your former boss, Dr. Hill, had concerns about your judgment. Your colleagues had concerns about your judgment, and your colleagues felt that there were times when you leaked information. And Colonel, you never leaked information?
I never did, never would. That is preposterous that I would do that.
Okay.
The day after you appeared for your deposition, Lieutenant Colonel, President Trump called you a never-Trumper. Colonel Vindman, would you call yourself a never-Trumper?
Representative, I'd call myself never partisan.
Is it normal for a private citizen, a non-U.S. government official, to get involved in foreign policy and foreign affairs like Mr. Giuliani?
I don't know if I have the experience to say that, but it certainly wasn't helpful, and it didn't help advance U.S. national security interests.
You are aware that Hunter Biden did sit on the board of Burisma at this time?
I am.
Well, I know that my constituents in New York 21 have many concerns about the fact that Hunter Biden, the son of the vice president, sat on the board of a corrupt company like Burisma. The Obama administration, State Department, was also concerned, and yet Adam Schiff refuses to allow this committee to call Hunter Biden despite our requests. Every witness who has testified and has been asked this has answered yes. Do you agree that Hunter Biden on the board of Burisma has the potential for the appearance of a conflict of interest?
Certainly the potential, yes.
President Trump stated on that July 25th call, quote, "There's a lot of talk about Biden's son, that Biden stopped the prosecution, and a lot of people want to find out about that. So whatever you can do with the Attorney General would be great." Biden went around bragging that he stopped the prosecution. So if you can look into it, it sounds horrible to me. Colonel Vindman, when you hear those words, do you hear the president requesting a thoughtful and well-calibrated anti-corruption program consistent with U.S. policy?
I do not.
Two different people, two impartial observers. One felt the need to report the call because there was a demand that was improper, and one that didn't report it to anyone. You didn't report it to anyone, right, Ms. Williams?
I ensured that the information was available to my superiors.
So, while all this might seem as clear as mud, I think your honest and candid assessments of what you heard on the call tells us what we need to know. We have two independent folks, nonpartisans, And I'm not hearing a consensus between the two of you about what exactly you both heard on the call that you heard at the exact same time. And if you can't reach an agreement with regard to what happened on the call, how can any of us? An impeachment inquiry is supposed to be clear. It's supposed to be obvious. It's supposed to be overwhelming and compelling. And if two people on the call disagree honestly about whether or not there was a demand and whether or not anything should be reported on a call, that is not a clear and compelling basis to undo 63 million votes and remove a president from office.
Dad, my sitting here today in the U.S. Capitol talking to our elected officials is proof that you made the right decision 40 years ago to leave the Soviet Union and come here to the United States of America in search of a better life for our family. Do not worry, I'll be fine for telling the truth.
You realize when you came forward out of sense of duty that you were putting yourself in direct opposition to the most powerful person in the world. Do you realize that, sir?
I knew I was assuming a lot of risk.
And why do you have confidence that you can do that and tell your dad not to worry?
Congressman, because this is America. This is the country I've served and defended, that all of my brothers have served, and here, right matters.
Thank you, sir. Yield back.
Ms. Dem.
We have been following voters in some of the nation's primary states and the counties that could determine the fate of the 2020 general election. As the impeachment hearings consume Washington, they're also consuming some Americans across the country. Dasha Burns spoke to voters in Kent County, Michigan.
Hey, Allison. Here in Kent County, people are really paying attention to this impeachment inquiry. We were in and out of businesses yesterday. We were talking to folks on Main Street at the farmers market. And, I thought that I might hear voters say that they're more so paying attention to issues that impact them more directly. But turns out they can do both. They can worry about healthcare and the economy, but also pay attention to what is going on in Washington. People here really do care about this. And some folks we talked to said they don't know what to make of it yet. They don't know how they feel about the president's conduct, and they really want more facts. They want more information. So they're watching this to see, to really make up their minds. And so those voters that the Democrats and Republicans are fighting for live here in Kent County, and they are, in fact, watching closely. Take a listen to some of what we heard. How much do you care about what's going on?
I care a lot about it. I think it's dividing our country, really. It's not good for anything.
Are you paying any attention to this impeachment inquiry?
Absolutely. I listen to the news back and forth to work every day.
I'm surprised by how many people we've talked to around here who are very engaged with this process. Why do you think that is?
I think it affects a lot of people, like maybe not just the specific issue, but a lot of issues that have come up in the last 3 years during this presidency are affecting a lot of people every day on the streets.
Corruption in Ukraine, a central focus of the public impeachment hearings. Matt Bradley visited the ousted Ukrainian president's estate outside Kyiv and talked to Ukrainians about the history of corruption in the nation.
These days, corruption in Ukraine is all over the news. But for Ukrainians, corruption isn't new. It's old. And it's not just among the bigwigs and businessmen. It's kind of everywhere. And your average Ukrainian is remarkably open about it.
Всім привіт, мене звати Олег, я громадянин України, і я в своєму житті стикнувся з корупцією. Тобто я заплатив хабар у розмірі $1300 для того, щоб не піти в армію.
10 років тому я ще студенткою, будучи, працювала в міністерстві. І от коли купа була дуже велика, мене попросили, запропонували з нижньої папки перекласти наверх, щоб міністр розглянув швидше і вирішилось питання швидше. Я це зробила і отримала компенсацію $800.
Давав хабаря дорожній поліції декілька разів. Вчора я заплатив хабар за навчання, тому що потрібно працювати 7 днів на тиждень і немає змоги відвідувати навчальний заклад. Було заплачено $200. В принципі, звичайна ціна за хабар в навчальних закладах.
International organizations and banks consistently rank Ukraine among the most corrupt countries in the world. Last year, Transparency International placed Ukraine 120 out of 180 countries on its Corruption Perception Index. For a long time, economic scarcity, top-down control of the economy, combined with a lack of transparency, meant that getting anything done required what some Ukrainians call giving a grunt. In a way, corruption is almost part of the culture.
Ukrainians have this, you can call it post-Soviet or maybe some other word, attitude, where like, okay, top politicians can steal money, but if we get something still in the end, it's okay.
So they're tolerant of it?
Yes, there was this level of tolerance as long as there is, some visible leftovers for the rest of the country.
The Soviet days are over, but not the Soviet mentality. David Saakvarelidze used to work for the same prosecutor who's now at the center of the impeachment fight, Viktor Shokin. That's the guy who Donald Trump says Joe Biden improperly pressured the Ukrainian government to fire. There's no evidence of that, but Shokin was shady, even if he was never convicted. When Saakvarelidze blew the whistle on rampant graft in the prosecutor's office, he was fired.
Mentally, he was a typical Soviet prosecutor. He spent 35 years in the system of the prosecutor's office. Most of it was Soviet, actually. The way these guys did their work and did their job, or they thought that they did their job, was diametrically inconsistent with the demands of New Ukraine.
He's a typical Soviet prosecutor.
Yes.
What does that mean exactly?
That means that the power and the wealth are not distinguished, are not separate.
Still, Ukrainians are moving on from their Soviet past. The country reinvented itself again in 2014, when months of violent protests toppled pro-Russian President Viktor Yanukovych. The so-called Revolution of Dignity was portrayed in the West as Ukrainians' rejection of Russia, but for Ukrainians, it was also about rejecting corruption. Now, the ousted president's enormous mansion and estate outside Kiev are kind of like a monument to that distasteful history. Before 2014, most Ukrainians didn't know quite how massive this place is. People come out here on day trips to walk around his beautiful gardens, his golf course, his vintage car collection, to take in the fountains and check out the novelty tall ship out back. They even come here to snap wedding pictures.
460,000 euro.
460,000 euros, okay.
Yes.
Does this house symbolize something for Ukrainian people?
Цей будинок символізує корупцію, адже це можна назвати навіть музей корупції.
They might call it a museum of corruption, but most Ukrainians want it to be a memorial. They don't want to repeat this history. They're working on it. The government created a special investigations unit for corruption in 2014, and just last month, a new court dedicated just to fighting corruption started hearing cases. But for some Ukrainians, that past will always haunt them. A few years ago, Nadia Kolyemets' diabetic father refused to bribe doctors in a government hospital to treat a wound on his leg. They refused to help him. Eventually, he got gangrene, and his leg had to be amputated.
It's complicated.
He didn't want to pay a bribe.
Yes. It's like, and we don't do nothing, that's all. So, no money, no money, no honey, no treatment. Yes.
And now Nadia has become a vocal opponent of corruption on social media, taking her example from the US. As Ukrainian, when you see this talk about Giuliani and Trump and corruption in America, what do you think? I mean, it's probably not going to affect Ukraine, but does it?
I think it's affect Ukraine because I think actually we believe like that Western world, especially America, keep eye on our government officials and say to them, you shouldn't be corrupted and everything. So if in America also corruption, how can we be saved?
The historic public impeachment hearings continue. Will the witnesses' testimony sway public opinion and convince Republican lawmakers to consider impeaching the president? Watch live starting tomorrow at 9 a.m. on NBC News Now.
A very busy news day.
Today's high-stakes confrontation.
Let's go live to the border where our colleague... Exclusive video.
The country's top intelligence officials testifying.
NBC News gets an exclusive look inside.
Live here at the nation's capital.
There's now an open investigation.
Blockbuster new reporting today on this.
This is the deadliest school shooting.
The Supreme Court upheld the revised version.
Well, this new report comes amid a staggering amount of news.
Breaking news tonight exclusively here
NBC News was first out with this scoop today.
It's been an extraordinary night watching this develop.
So, a lot to talk about.
Good evening, everyone. Breaking news tonight.
Lester Holt.
It sounds like a jet airplane up there, but that is fire. Let's talk about the MAX. How do you convince a skittish passenger to get on this airplane? We've met a lot of great people.
The most trusted TV news anchor in America.
That's Nightly News. I'm Lester Holt.
All eyes on the 2020 election. Follow the latest on the candidates with the NBC News mobile app. Stay connected with breaking news, top stories, live video, and your favorite NBC News shows. Text NBC News to 66866 to get the app.
When the facts are hidden in the shadows. When sources go silent because they're risking so much more. When every lead takes you further down a winding trail, but closer to the truth. And the challenge is greater because the stakes are higher. That's when the stories you unearth can shake the world.
Exclusive report from NBC News.
This is exclusive to us. NBC News is out today with some exclusive new reporting.
We are going to start with something different tonight. This is one of those things that you have not been otherwise hearing about in the news, but stick with me.
Feed your mind with fresh perspective. Get your favorite MSNBC shows now as podcasts.
Washington feels more chaotic than ever. It's my job to ask the tough questions, left and right, and help you make sense of it all.
More Americans watch NBC News than any other news organization in the world.
This morning, we heard from Jennifer Williams and Lieutenant Colonel Vindman. This afternoon, we'll hear from Kurt Volker. He's the former special envoy to Ukraine, and Tim Morrison. He's a former National Security Council aide. Leanne Caldwell is on Capitol Hill. She was inside the hearings this morning. She's heading back in just a little while. Leanne, let's start with Kurt Volker. He was one of the so-called Three Amigos, along with EU Ambassador Gordon Sondland and Energy Secretary Rick Perry. They were tasked by the president to handle Ukraine policy. What are we expecting to hear from Volker today?
Well, Volker is one of the witnesses that Republicans wanted. So this, you could expect him to be more sympathetic to the Republicans' argument. What we are expecting to hear, based on what he has already said behind closed doors, is that it was no quid pro quo, because he says he didn't think that the Ukrainians knew why the aid was being withheld. He also said that while he thought that it was the withholding of the aid was unusual, again, he thought that there was no quid pro quo. And he also is going to say that he wasn't aware that the president, that there was any direct connection to the president, that these were directives coming down from the Oval Office. Instead, that it was just being pushed by the president's personal lawyer, Rudy Giuliani. So this could be a good afternoon for Republicans, but we'll also have to wait and see.
Leanne, to Tim Morrison, he was on that July 25th phone call, but unlike Lieutenant Colonel Vindman, he said in his closed door testimony that he didn't view President Trump's actions as inappropriate. Can you talk to me about that?
Yeah, so Morrison, again, is another Republican witness, and we got some insight into how Republicans might deal with Morrison from the testimony this morning, when Republicans kept asking Vindman, who works for Morrison, why Morrison didn't completely give Vindman a lot of credit, and that he questioned Vindman's judgment. So Vindman was really used, or Morrison was really used in testimony this morning to tarnish the credentials of Vindman. So we could expect to see the same thing, that Republicans are going to continue to try to dismiss a lot of these characters that have been brought in by Democrats.
Leanne, you mentioned both of this afternoon's witnesses were requested to appear by Republican members of the Intelligence Committee. How does that change things? You said they are more Republican-friendly witnesses, but how does that also play into the Democrat strategy this afternoon?
Well, what's interesting about all these witnesses is there's no one, everyone's still corroborated each other, even from all these transcripts that we've seen. These are the two witnesses that have a little bit of a different interpretation of what happened. Their characterization is that it wasn't as bad as other witnesses have said. So what you could expect from Democrats is still to ask a very chronological timeline of questions of what they knew and when, and they might question the characteristic that these witnesses do hand over. So while these are Republican-called witnesses, these are witnesses that have also sat behind deposition doors for hours talking to committees. So we have a good understanding of what they're saying. And even though they might be more sympathetic to the Republicans or more sympathetic to the president and his role here in this Ukraine policy that was being played out for the past few months, I'm not necessarily sure that it's going to kind of really just diminish the Democrats' entire case here.
Leanne, as you head back in there, is there anything in particular you're going to be looking for in these testimonies? Something that you say, all right, if I hear this, it'll jump out as me as a major moment?
I'm going to be listening for if either of these witnesses change or alter what they said behind closed doors. So we did talk about how Volker said that there was no quid pro quo because he didn't think the Ukrainians knew about it. We're also, and that he didn't think that the president was directing all of this. So I'm super interested to see if he backtracks at all or softens that a little bit, because now we're going to have questions. They're going to face questions after seeing all these other depositions being released, questions after all these other people have already testified. And so it puts what they say in a much more pointed perspective, and super important, especially because we're now able to compare A to B, really.
Leanne, backtracking, as you mentioned, could be another big issue again tomorrow. We've got Gordon Sondland testifying. So many people have said that Wednesday is the day they are all waiting for. He's another person that we're looking to see, okay, what are you going to say? Are you going to change anything?
Sondland is going to be a huge testimony. I think that all eyes are going to be on Sondland, not only because he was he bragged about being able to talk to the president so often, but because neither Republican, he was supposed to be really a friendly witness for Republicans, because he was adamant that there was no quid pro quo, no bribery, no extortion, however you want to put it. But he since had to come and revise his testimony, and neither side really trusts him. He's not a career government official. He's not used to this. He's not a skilled diplomat. And so he's the least known quantity, but he's also the quantity and that is coming to testify that is the closest to the president. So Sondland is going to be extremely interesting tomorrow. Could get a lot of insight into what the president knew and when.
And Leanne, and that's only the midway point for the week. We were just showing a graphic of all the people testifying this week. After Sondland, we've got Cooper, Hale, Hill, Holmes. Anyone else in particular that you say, all right, once we get past Sondland, this is something else I'm really watching out for? Someone that you say could bring up a key point in all of this testimony this week?
David Holmes, he was a late addition to this entire process. His testimony on Friday was just added last night. We just also last night got the transcripts of his interview that just happened on Friday. Right. So this is all moving extremely quickly. And who is David Holmes? He is a State Department official who talked about a phone call that he overheard between Sondland and the president. In this phone call, he said that the president asked Sondland if Zelensky was going to conduct the investigations. Sondland said, yes, he is. Zelensky will do anything for you. And so, again, this is getting to the point of no longer hearsay when you have David Holmes overhearing a conversation directly with the president. So Holmes is also going to be a really big witness this week.
Leanne, last week we said over and over again that revelation of that phone call from Bill Taylor was the bombshell of the week. We've heard from a lot of people since then. Now we're in the second week. Is that still the biggest bombshell of these hearings, or have there been any other revelations since then that you say this is just as important?
Well, I think it's the bombshell because it was also new, right? So it's something that we didn't know about. I think at that point, the fact that it is new is going to be something that's questioned on Friday when David Holmes comes, because Ambassador Taylor said that he wasn't aware of it until just recently. But in Holmes's deposition of the transcripts that were just released overnight, he says that he actually told Ambassador Taylor about it in early August when he returned from vacation. He told Ambassador Taylor about this phone call. So, Republicans are really going to dig into that and ask why Ambassador Taylor didn't disclose this either in his deposition, and he waited till this public hearing. Holmes's explanation of why this came out so late, though, is that he didn't think it was relevant. He didn't connect it really until he started seeing all these news reports, and actually the Republican argument of saying everything was second and third hand knowledge of this. He thought, wait a minute, I directly heard the president talking about this. That's not second and third hand knowledge. I know, I heard, this is first hand. So he decided to come forward with it, and that was why this has been added so late.
Leanne, I guess it does make sense too once you put things in context. I know last week Ambassador McFaul was saying on MSNBC, and it sort of put things in context for me, that you don't just make cell phone calls to the president, that's almost unheard of. And you sit and you listen to that and you think, oh, okay, I get it now. This was an unusual circumstance.
Yeah, and he said he thought it was unusual at the time, but he didn't think of it in the whole picture. Right. Another thing that David Holmes talked about is the fact that that Sondland took out his cell phone, called the president, was connected to the president, and he was asked about, do you think that there were Russians listening to this phone call? And Holmes said, we operate under the assumption that the Russians are always listening. They own at least 2 of the 3 cell phone companies in Ukraine. And so that is just a common practice that they always operate under that assumption.
Leanne, I see Adam Schiff sitting down right now. I know you need to get back into that hearing room. We're going to take a quick break. We'll be right back. Thank you so much for being with us.
Thank you.
The historic public impeachment hearings continue. Will the witnesses' testimony sway public opinion and convince Republican lawmakers to consider impeaching the president? Watch live starting tomorrow at 9 a.m. on NBC News Now.
A very busy news day.
Today's high-stakes confrontation.
Let's go live to the border where our colleague... Exclusive video.
The country's top intelligence officials testifying.
NBC News gets an exclusive look inside.
Live here at the nation's capital.
There's now an open investigation.
Blockbuster new reporting today on this.
This is the deadliest school shooting.
The Supreme Court upheld the revised version.
Well, this new report comes amid a staggering amount of news.
Breaking news tonight exclusively here on
NBC News was first out with this scoop
today.
It's been
an extraordinary night watching this develop.
So, a lot to talk about.
Good evening, everyone. Breaking news tonight.
Lester Holt.
It sounds like a jet airplane up there, but that is fire. Let's talk about the MAX. How do you convince some skittish passenger to get on this airplane? We've met a lot of great people.
The most trusted TV news anchor in America.
That's Nightly News. I'm Lester Holt.
All eyes on the 2020 election. Follow the latest on the candidates with the NBC News mobile app. Stay connected with breaking news, top stories, live video, and your favorite NBC News shows. Text NBC News to 66866 to get the app.
When the facts are hidden in the shadows. When sources go silent because they're risking so much more. When every lead takes you further down a winding trail, but closer to the truth. And the challenge is greater because the stakes are higher. That's when the stories you unearth.
This is an NBC News special report. The impeachment hearings. Here's Lester Holt.
Good day, everyone. We're coming back on the air as the hearings into the impeachment of Donald Trump continue. The committee heard this morning from Jennifer Williams and Lieutenant Colonel Alexander Vindman, both of whom were on the July 25th call between President Trump and Ukrainian President Zelensky. And they both recounted the concern they felt about President Trump injecting domestic American politics into that conversation. The committee is now about ready to hear from 2 more witnesses, Kurt Volker, former U.S. Special Envoy to Ukraine, and Tim Morrison, who was the top Russia staffer on the National Security Council at the White House. That hearing is resuming.
Without objection, the chair is authorized to declare recess of the committee at any time. There is a quorum present. We will proceed today in the same fashion as our other hearings. I'll make an opening statement, and then the ranking member will have an opportunity to make his opening statement. Then we will turn to our witnesses for opening statements and then to questions. With that, I now recognize myself to give an opening statement in the impeachment inquiry into Donald J. Trump, the 45th President of the United States. This afternoon, we will hear from two witnesses requested by the minority, Ambassador Kurt Volker, the State Department Special Representative for Ukraine negotiations, and Tim Morrison, the former Senior Director for European Affairs at the National Security Council. I appreciate the minority's request for these two important witnesses, as well as Undersecretary of State David Hale, from whom we will hear tomorrow. As we have heard from other witnesses, when Joe Biden was considering whether to enter the race for the presidency in 2020, the president's personal lawyer, Rudy Giuliani, began a campaign to weaken Vice President Biden's candidacy by pushing Ukraine to investigate him and his son. To clear away any obstacle to the scheme, days after the new Ukrainian president was elected, Trump ordered the recall of Marie Yovanovitch, the American ambassador in Kyiv, who was known for pushing anti-corruption efforts. Trump also canceled Vice President Mike Pence's participation in the inauguration of President Zelensky on May 20th, and instead sent a delegation headed by Energy Secretary Rick Perry, Ambassador to the EU Gordon Sondland, and Ambassador Kurt Volker. These three returned from Kyiv and briefed President Trump on their encouraging first interactions with the new Ukrainian administration. Hopes that Trump would agree to an early meeting with the Ukrainian president were soon diminished, however, when Trump pushed back. According to Volker, he just didn't believe it. He was skeptical, and he also said, "That's not what I hear. I hear, he's got some terrible people around him." President Trump also told them he believed that Ukraine tried to take him down. He told the three amigos, "Talk to Rudy." And they did. One of those interactions took place a week before the July 25th phone call between Trump and Zelensky, when Ambassador Volker had breakfast with Rudy Giuliani at the Trump Hotel. Volker testified that he pushed back on Giuliani's accusation against Joe Biden. On July 22nd, just days before Trump would talk to Zelensky, Ambassador Volker had a telephone conference with Giuliani and Andrei Yermak, a top advisor to the Ukrainian president, so that Giuliani could be introduced to Yermak. On July 25th, the same day as the call between President Trump and Zelensky, but before it took place, Ambassador Volker sent a text message to Yermak. Quote, "Heard from the White House, assuming President Z convinces Trump he will investigate/get to the bottom of what happened in 2016, we will nail down date for a visit to Washington. Good luck!" Exclamation point. Later that day, Donald Trump would have the now infamous phone call with Zelensky, in which he responded to Ukraine's appreciation for U.S. defense support and a request by President Zelensky to buy more Javelin anti-tank missiles by saying, "I would like you to do us a favor, though." And the favor involved the two investigations that Giuliani had been pushing for into the Bidens in 2016. Ambassador Volker was not on the call, but when asked about what it reflected, he testified, "No president of the United States should ask a foreign leader to help interfere in a U.S. election." Among those listening in on the July 25th call was Tim Morrison, who had taken over as the NSC's Senior Director for European Affairs at the NSC only days before, but had been briefed by his predecessor, Fiona Hill, about the irregular second channel that was operating in parallel to the official one. Lieutenant Colonel Vindman and Ms. Williams, from whom we heard this morning, like them, Morrison emerged from the call troubled. He was concerned enough about what he heard on the July 25th call that he went to see the NSC legal advisor soon after it had ended. Colonel Vindman's fear was that the president had broken the law, potentially, but Morrison said of his concern that his concern was that the call could be damaging if it were leaked. Soon after this discussion with lawyers at the NSC, the call record was hidden away on a secure server used to store highly classified intelligence, where it remained until late September when the call record was publicly released. Following the July 25th call, Ambassador Volker worked with Sondland and the Ukrainian president's close advisor Yermak on a statement that would satisfy Giuliani. When Yermak sent over a draft that still failed to include the specific words Burisma and 2016, Giuliani said the statement would lack credibility. Ambassador Volker then added both Burisma and 2016 to the draft statement. Both Volker and Morrison were, by late July, aware that the security assistance had been cut off at the direction of the President and acting White House Chief of Staff Mick Mulvaney. As the Ukrainians became aware of the suspension of security assistance and the negotiations over the scheduling of a White House meeting between Trump and Zelensky dragged on, the pressure increased and any pretense that there was no linkage soon dropped away. Morrison accompanied Vice President Pence to Warsaw on September 1st, where Pence and Zelensky met, and Zelensky raised the suspended security assistance. Following that meeting, Sondland approached Yermak to tell him that he believed that what could help move the aid was if the Ukrainian prosecutor general would go to the mic and announce that he was opening the Burisma investigation. On September 7th, Ambassador Sondland had a telephone call with Trump and asked him what he wanted from Ukraine. According to Morrison, who spoke with Sondland after the call, Trump insisted that there was no quid pro quo, but President Zelensky must personally announce the opening of the investigations, and he should want to do it. Sondland also said that if President Zelensky didn't agree to make a public statement about the investigations, the U.S. and Ukraine would be at a stalemate, meaning it would not receive the much-needed security assistance. Morrison had a sinking feeling after the call, as he realized that the ask was now being directed at Zelensky himself and not the prosecutor general, as Sondland had relayed to a senior Ukrainian aide in Warsaw on September 1st. While President Trump claimed there was no quid pro quo, his insistence that Zelensky himself must publicly announce the investigations or they'd be at a stalemate made clear that at least two official acts, a White House meeting and $400 million in military aid, were conditioned on receipt of what Trump wanted, the investigations to help his campaign. The efforts to secure the investigations would continue for several more days, but appear to have abruptly ended soon after the three committees of Congress announced an investigation into the Trump-Giuliani Ukraine scheme. Only then would the aid be released. I now recognize Ranking Member Nunes for any remarks he would like to make.
Welcome back to Act 2 of today's circus, ladies and gentlemen. We are here to continue what the Democrats tell us is a serious, somber, and even prayerful process of attempting to overthrow a duly elected president. If they're successful, the end result would be to disenfranchise tens of millions of Americans who thought the president is chosen by the American people, not by 13 Democrat partisans on a committee that's supposed to be overseeing the government's intelligence agencies. And isn't it strange how we've morphed into the impeachment committee, presiding over a matter that has no intelligence component whatsoever? Impeachment, of course, is the jurisdiction of the Judiciary Committee, not the Intelligence Committee. But putting this farce in our court provides two main advantages for the Democrats. It made it easier for them to shroud their depositions in secrecy, and it allowed them to avoid giving too big of a role in this spectacle to another Democrat committee chairman in whom the Democrat leaders obviously have no confidence. Who can possibly view these proceedings as fair and impartial? They are being conducted by Democrats who spent 3 years saturating the airwaves with dire warnings that President Trump is a Russian agent. And these outlandish attacks continue to this very day. Just this weekend, in front of a crowd of Democratic Party activists, the chairman of this committee denounced President Trump as a profound threat to our democracy and vowed that we will send that charlatan in the White House back to the golden throne he came from. How can anyone believe that people who would utter such dramatic absurdities are conducting a fair impeachment process and are only trying to discover the truth? It's obvious the Democrats are trying to topple the president solely because they despise him, because they've promised since Election Day to impeach him, and because they're afraid he will win re-election next year. No witnesses have identified any crime or impeachable offense committed by the president, but that doesn't matter. Last week, the Democrats told us his infraction was asking for a quid pro quo. This week, it's bribery. Who knows what ridiculous crime they'll be accusing him of next week. As witnesses, the Democrats have called a parade of government officials who don't like President Trump's Ukraine policy, even though they acknowledge he provided Ukraine with lethal military aid after the Obama administration refused to do so. They also resent his conduct of policy through channels outside their own authority and control. These actions, they argue, contradict the so-called interagency consensus. They don't seem to understand that the president alone is constitutionally vested with the authority to set the policy. The American people elect a president, not an interagency consensus. And of course, our previous witnesses had very little new information to share in these hearings. That's because these hearings are not designed to uncover new information. They're meant to showcase a hand-picked group of witnesses who the Democrats determined through their secret audition process will provide testimony most conducive to their accusations. In fact, by the time any witness says anything here, people are actually hearing it for the third time. They heard it first through the Democrats' cherry-picked leaks to their media sympathizers during the secret depositions. And second, when the Democrats published those deposition transcripts in a highly staged manner. Of course, there are no transcripts from crucial witnesses like Hunter Biden, who could testify about his well-paying job on the board of a corrupt Ukrainian company, or Alexander Chalupa, who worked on an election meddling scheme with Ukrainian officials on behalf of the Democratic National Committee and the Clinton campaign. That's because the Democrats refused to let us hear from them. As for evidence, what we're left with is the transcript of the Trump-Zelensky phone call, which the president made public. That means Americans can read for themselves an unremarkable conversation with President Zelensky, who repeatedly expressed satisfaction with the call afterward. The Democrats, however, claim President Zelensky was being bribed, and therefore he must be lying when he says the call was friendly and posed no problems. There's some irony here. For weeks, we've heard the Democrats bemoan the damage President Trump supposedly caused to the U.S.-Ukrainian relations. But when the Ukrainian president contradicts their accusations, they publicly dismiss him as a liar. I may be wrong, but I'm fairly sure calling a friendly foreign president, newly elected, a liar violates their so-called interagency consensus. So overall, the Democrats would have you believe President Zelensky was being blackmailed with a pause on lethal military aid that he didn't even know about, that President Trump did not mention to him, and that diplomats have testified they always assumed would be lifted, which it was, without the Ukrainians undertaking any of the actions they were supposedly being coerced into doing. This process is not serious, it's not sober, and it is certainly not prayerful. It's an ambitious attack to deprive the American people of the right to elect a president that the Democrats don't like. As I mentioned, the chairman of this committee claims that democracy is under threat. If that's true, it's not the president who poses the danger. I yield back.
I thank the gentleman. We are joined this afternoon by Ambassador Kurt Volker and Mr. Timothy Morrison. Ambassador Kurt Volker served in the U.S. Foreign Service for nearly 30 years, working on European and Eurasian political and security issues under 5 different presidential administrations. During the George W. Bush administration, he served as the Acting Director for European and Eurasian Affairs in the National Security Council and later as the Deputy Assistant Secretary of State for European and Eurasian Affairs. In 2008, President Bush appointed Ambassador Volker to the United States Permanent Representative to NATO, where he served until May 2009. In July 2017, Ambassador Volker was appointed to be the U.S. Special Representative for Ukraine negotiations, serving in that position until he resigned in September. It is a pleasure to welcome Mr. Morrison back to the legislative branch, where he served for almost 2 decades as a Republican staffer. He was a professional staff member for Representative Mark Kennedy of Minnesota and Senator John Kyle of Arizona. Later, Mr. Morrison served as the longtime policy director for the Republican staff of the House Armed Services Committee. In July 2018, Mr. Morrison joined the National Security Council as Senior Director for Countering Weapons of Mass Destruction. Following the departure of Dr. Fiona Hill in July 2019, Mr. Morrison assumed the position of Senior Director for Russia and Europe. Two final points before the witnesses are sworn. First, witness depositions as part of this inquiry were unclassified in nature, and all open hearings will also be held at the unclassified level. Any information that may touch on classified information will be addressed separately. Second, Congress will not tolerate any reprisal, threat of reprisal, or attempt to retaliate against any U.S. government official for testifying before Congress, including you or of any of your colleagues. If you would both please rise and raise your right hand, I will begin by swearing you in. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Let the record show that the witness has answered in the affirmative. Thank you, and please be seated. The microphones are sensitive, so please speak directly into them. Without objection, your written statements will also be made part of the record. With that, Mr. Morrison, you are recognized for your opening statement, and immediately thereafter, Ambassador Volker, you are recognized for your opening statement.
Chairman Schiff, Ranking Member Nunes, and members of the committee, I appear before you today under subpoena to answer your questions about my time as Senior Director for European Affairs at the White House and the National Security Council, as related to Ukraine and U.S. security sector assistance to that country. I will provide you the most complete and accurate information I can, consistent with my obligations to protect classified and privileged information. Whether the conduct that is the subject of this inquiry merits impeachment is a question for the U.S. House of Representatives. I appear here today only to provide factual information based upon my knowledge and recollection of events. I will not waste time restating the details of my opening statement from my deposition on October 31, 2019, which has recently been made public. However, I will highlight the following key points. First, as I previously stated, I do not know who the whistleblower is, nor do I intend to speculate as to who the individual may be. Second, I have great respect for my former colleagues from the NSC and the rest of the interagency. I am not here today to question their character or integrity. My recollections and judgments are my own. Some of my colleagues' recollections of conversations and interactions may differ from mine, but I do not view those differences as the result of an untoward purpose. Third, I continue to believe Ukraine is on the front lines of a strategic competition between the West and Vladimir Putin's revanchist Russia. Russia is a failing power, but it is still a dangerous one. The United States aids Ukraine and her people so they can fight Russia over there, and we don't have to fight Russia here. Support for Ukraine's territorial integrity and sovereignty has been a bipartisan objective since Russia's military invasion in 2014. It must continue to be. As I stated during my deposition, I feared at the time of the call on July 25th how its disclosure would play in Washington's political climate. My fears have been realized. I understand the gravity of these proceedings, but I beg you not to lose sight of the military conflict underway in eastern Ukraine today, the ongoing illegal occupation of Crimea, and the importance of reform of Ukraine's politics and economy. Every day that the focus of discussion involving Ukraine is centered on these proceedings instead of those matters is a day when we are not focused on the interests Ukraine, the United States, and Western-style liberalism share. Finally, I concluded my active service at the National Security Council the day after I last appeared before you. I left the NSC completely of my own volition. I felt no pressure to resign, nor have I feared any retaliation for my testimony. I made this career choice sometime before I decided to testify on October 31st. I'm prepared to answer your questions to the best of my ability and recollection.
Thank you. Ambassador Volker.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, Ranking Member. Thank you very much for the opportunity to provide this testimony today. As you know, I was the first person to come forward to testify as part of this inquiry. I did so voluntarily, and likewise voluntarily provided relevant documentation in my possession in order to be as cooperative, clear, and complete as possible. I am here today voluntarily, and I remain committed to cooperating fully and truthfully with this committee. All I can do is provide the facts as I understood them at the time. I did this on October 3rd in private, and I will do so again today. Like many others who have testified in this inquiry, I'm a career foreign policy professional. I began my career as an intelligence analyst for Northern Europe for the Central Intelligence Agency in 1986, before joining the State Department in 1988. I served in diplomatic postings primarily focused on European political and security issues for over 20 years under Presidents Ronald Reagan, George H.W. Bush, Bill Clinton, George W. Bush, and Barack Obama. My last three positions before leaving the Senior Foreign Service in 2009 were as Director for NATO and West European Affairs at the National Security Council, Principal Deputy Assistant Secretary of State for European Affairs at the State Department, and finally, as U.S. Ambassador to NATO. In the spring of 2017, then Secretary of State Tillerson asked if I would come back to government service as U.S. Special Representative for Ukraine negotiations. I did this on a part-time, voluntary basis with no salary paid by the U.S. taxpayer, simply because I believed it was important to serve our country in this way. I believed I could steer U.S. policy in the right direction. For over 2 years, as U.S. Special Representative for Ukraine negotiations, my singular focus was advancing the foreign policy and national security interests of the United States. In particular, that meant pushing back on Russian aggression and supporting the development of a strong, resilient, democratic, and prosperous Ukraine, one that overcomes a legacy of corruption and becomes integrated into a wider transatlantic community. This is critically important for U.S. national security. If we can stop and reverse Russian aggression in Ukraine, we can prevent it elsewhere. If Ukraine, the cradle of Slavic civilization predating Moscow, succeeds as a freedom-loving, prosperous, and secure democracy, it gives us enormous hope that Russia may one day change, providing a better life for Russian people and overcoming its current plague of authoritarianism, corruption, aggression toward neighbors, and threats to NATO and the United States. The stakes for the United States in a successful Ukraine could not be higher. At no time was I aware of or knowingly took part in an effort to urge Ukraine to investigate former Vice President Biden. As you know from the extensive real-time documentation I have provided, Vice President Biden was not a topic of our discussions. I was not on the July 25th phone call between President Trump and President Zelensky. I was not made aware of any reference to Vice President Biden or his son by President Trump until the transcript of that call was released on September 25th, 2019. From July 7, 2017 until September 27th, 2019, I was the lead U.S. diplomat dealing with Russia's war on Ukraine. My role was not some irregular channel, but the official channel. I reported directly to Secretaries of State Tillerson and Pompeo, kept the National Security Advisor and Secretary of Defense well informed of my efforts, and worked closely with Ambassador Masha Yovanovitch, NSC Senior Director Hill and her successor Tim Morrison, then Assistant Secretary Wes Mitchell and his successor, Acting Assistant Secretary Phil Reeker, Deputy Assistant Secretary George Kent, Deputy Assistant Secretary of Defense Laura Cooper, NSC Director Alex Vindman, and many, many others. I have known many of them for several years. It was a team effort. When Ambassador Yovanovitch left Kyiv, I identified and recommended Bill Taylor to Secretary Pompeo, so we would still have a strong, seasoned professional on the ground. For 2 years before the events at the heart of this investigation took place, I was the most senior U.S. diplomat visiting the conflict zone, meeting with victims of Russia's aggression, urging increased U.S. security assistance, including lethal defensive weapons, working with Ukrainian President Poroshenko and then his successor, President Zelensky, and their teams, working with France and Germany in the so-called Normandy process, pressing for support from NATO, the EU, and OSCE, supporting the OSCE's Special Monitoring Mission, and engaging in negotiations and other contacts with Russian officials. At the time I took the position in the summer of 2017, there were major complicated questions swirling in public debate about the direction of U.S. policy toward Ukraine. Would the administration lift sanctions against Russia? Would it make some kind of grand bargain with Russia in which it would trade recognition of Russia's seizure of Ukrainian territory for some other deal in Syria or elsewhere? Would the administration recognize Russia's claimed annexation of Crimea? Will this just become another frozen conflict? There are also a vast number of vacancies in key diplomatic positions, so no one was really representing the United States in the negotiating process about ending the war in eastern Ukraine. During over 2 years of my tenure as U.S. Special Representative, we fundamentally turned U.S. policy around. U.S. policy toward Ukraine was strong, consistent, and enjoyed support across the administration, bipartisan support in Congress, and support among our allies and Ukraine. We changed the language commonly used to describe Russia's aggression. I was the administration's most outspoken public figure highlighting Russia's invasion and occupation of parts of Ukraine, calling out Russia's responsibility to end the war. I visited the war zone 3 times, meeting with soldiers and civilians alike, always bringing media with me to try to raise the public visibility of Russia's aggression and the humanitarian impact on the lives of the citizens of the Donbass. We coordinated closely with our European allies in Canada to maintain a united front against Russian aggression and for Ukraine's democracy, reform, sovereignty, and territorial integrity. Ukraine policy is perhaps the one area where the U.S. and its European allies had been in lockstep. This coordination helped to strengthen U.S. sanctions against Russia and to maintain EU sanctions as well. Along with others in the administration, I strongly advocated for lifting the ban on the sale of lethal defensive weapons, or at least the defensive arms to Ukraine, advocated for increasing U.S. security assistance to Ukraine, and urged other countries to follow suit. My team and I drafted the Pompeo Declaration of July 25, 2018, in which the Secretary clearly and definitively laid out the U.S. policy of non-recognition of Russia's claimed annexation of Crimea. I engaged with our allies, with Ukraine, and with Russia in negotiations to implement the Minsk agreements, holding a firm line on insisting on the withdrawal of Russian forces, dismantling of the so-called People's Republics, and restoring Ukrainian sovereignty and territorial integrity. Together with others in the administration, we kept U.S. policy steady through presidential and parliamentary elections in Ukraine and worked hard to strengthen the U.S.-Ukraine bilateral relationship under the new president and government, helping shepherd in a peaceful transition of power in Ukraine. So in short, whereas 2 years ago, most observers would have said that time is on Russia's side, by 2019, when I departed, we had turned the tables, and time was now on Ukraine's side. It's a tragedy for the United States and for Ukraine that our efforts in this area, which were bearing fruit, have now been thrown into disarray. One of the critical aspects of my role as U.S. Special Representative was that as the most senior U.S. official appointed to work solely on the Ukraine portfolio, I needed to step forward to provide leadership. If we needed to adopt a policy position, I made the case for it. If anyone needed to speak out publicly, I would do it. When we failed to get a timely statement about Russia's illegal attack on Ukraine's Navy and seizure of Ukraine's sailors, I tweeted about it in order to condemn the act. If a problem arose, I knew it was my job to try to fix it. That was my perspective when I learned in May 2019 that we had a significant problem that was impeding our ability to strengthen our support for Ukraine's new president in his effort to ramp up Ukraine's fight against corruption and implementation of needed reforms. I found myself faced with a choice: to be aware of a problem and to ignore it, or to accept that it was my responsibility to try to fix it. I tried to fix it. The problem was that despite the unanimous positive assessment and recommendations of those of us who were part of the U.S. presidential delegation that attended the inauguration of President Zelensky, President Trump was receiving a different negative narrative about Ukraine and President Zelensky. That narrative was fueled by accusations from Ukraine's then Prosecutor General and conveyed to the president by former Mayor Rudy Giuliani. As I previously told this committee, I became aware of the negative impact this was having on our policy efforts when 4 of us, who were part of the presidential delegation to the inauguration, met as a group with President Trump on May 23rd. We stressed our finding that President Zelensky represented the best chance for getting Ukraine out of the mire of corruption it had been in for over 20 years. We urged him to invite President Zelensky to the White House. The president was very skeptical. Given Ukraine's history of corruption, that's understandable. He said that Ukraine was a corrupt country full of terrible people. He said, "They tried to take me down." In the course of that conversation, he referenced conversations with Mayor Giuliani. It was clear to me that despite the positive news and recommendations being conveyed by this official delegation about the new president, President Trump had a deeply rooted negative view on Ukraine rooted in the past. He was receiving other information from other sources, including Mayor Giuliani, that was more negative, causing him to retain this negative view. Within a few days, on May 29th, President Trump indeed signed the congratulatory letter to President Zelensky, which included an invitation to the president to visit him at the White House. However, more than 4 weeks passed, and we could not nail down a date for the meeting. I came to believe that the president's long-held negative view toward Ukraine was causing hesitation in actually scheduling the meeting, much as we had seen in our Oval Office discussion. After weeks of reassuring the Ukrainians that it was just a scheduling issue, I decided to tell President Zelensky that we had a problem with the information reaching President Trump from Mayor Giuliani. I did so in a bilateral meeting at a conference on Ukrainian economic reform in Toronto on July 2nd, 2019, where I led the U.S. delegation. I suggested that he call President Trump directly in order to renew their personal relationship and to assure President Trump that he was committed to investigating and fighting corruption, things on which President Zelensky had based his presidential campaign. I was convinced that getting the two presidents to talk with each other would overcome the negative perception of Ukraine that President Trump still harbored. President Zelensky's senior aide, Andriy Yermak, approached me several days later to ask to be connected to Mayor Giuliani. I agreed to make that connection. I did so because I understood that the new Ukrainian leadership wanted to convince those, like Mayor Giuliani, who believed such a negative narrative about Ukraine, that times have changed, and that, under President Zelensky, Ukraine is worthy of U.S. support. Ukrainians believe that if they could get their own narrative across in a way that convinced Mayor Giuliani that they were serious about fighting corruption and advancing reform, Mayor Giuliani would convey that assessment to President Trump, thus correcting the previous negative narrative. That made sense to me, and I tried to be helpful. I made clear to the Ukrainians that Mayor Giuliani was a private citizen, the president's personal lawyer, and not representing the U.S. government. Likewise, in my conversations with Mayor Giuliani, I never considered him to be speaking on the president's behalf or giving instructions. Rather, the information flow was the other way, from Ukraine to Mayor Giuliani, in the hopes that this would clear up the information reaching President Trump. On July 10th, after hearing from Mr. Yermak, I wrote to Mayor Giuliani to seek to get together, and finally on July 19th, we met for breakfast for a longer discussion. At that meeting, I told Mr. Giuliani that in my view, the prosecutor general with whom he had been speaking, Mr. Lutsenko, was not credible and was acting in a self-serving capacity. To my surprise, Mayor Giuliani said that he had already come to that same conclusion. Mr. Giuliani also mentioned both the accusations about Vice President Biden and about interference in the 2016 election, and stressed that all he wanted to see was for Ukraine to investigate what happened in the past and apply its own laws. Concerning the allegations, I stressed that no one in the new team governing Ukraine had anything to do with anything that may have happened in 2016. They were making television shows at the time. I also said that it's not credible to me that former Vice President Biden would have been influenced in any way by financial or personal motives in carrying out his duties as Vice President. A different issue is whether some individual Ukrainians may have attempted to influence the 2016 election or thought they could buy influence. That is at least plausible, given Ukraine's reputation for corruption. But the accusation that Vice President Biden acted inappropriately did not seem at all credible to me. After that meeting, I connected Mayor Giuliani and Mr. Yermak by text and later by phone. They met in person on August 2nd, 2019. In conversations with me following that meeting, which I did not attend, Mr. Giuliani said that he had stressed the importance of Ukraine conducting investigations into what happened in the past, and Mr. Yermak stressed that he told Mr. Giuliani it is the government's program to root out corruption and implement reforms, and they would be conducting investigations as part of this process anyway. Mr. Giuliani said he believed the Ukrainian president needed to make a statement about fighting corruption and that he had discussed this with Mr. Yermak. I said I did not think that this would be a problem since that is the government's position anyway. I followed up with Mr. Yermak, and he said that they would indeed be prepared to make a statement. He said it would reference Burisma and 2016 in a wider context of bilateral relations and rooting out corruption anyway. There was no mention of Vice President Biden. Rather, in referencing Burisma and 2016 election interference, it was clear to me that he, Mr. Yermak, was only talking about whether any Ukrainians had acted inappropriately. At this time, I was focused on our goal of getting President Zelensky and President Trump to meet with each other. And I believed that their doing so would overcome the chronically negative view President Trump had toward Ukraine. I was seeking to solve the problem I saw when we met with President Trump in the Oval Office on May 23rd. As a professional diplomat, I was comfortable exploring whether there was a statement Ukraine could make about its own intentions to investigate possible corruption that would be helpful in convincing Mr. Giuliani to convey to President Trump a more positive assessment of the new leadership in Ukraine. On August 16th, Mr. Yermak shared a draft with me, which I thought looked perfectly reasonable. It did not mention Burisma or 2016 elections, but was generic. Ambassador Sondland and I had a further conversation with Mr. Giuliani, who said that in his view, in order to be convincing that this government represented real change in Ukraine, the statement should include specific reference to Burisma and 2016. Again, there was no mention of Vice President Biden in these conversations. Ambassador Sondland and I discussed these points, and I edited the statement drafted by Mr. Yermak to include these points to see how it looked. I then discussed it further with Mr. Yermak. He said that for a number of reasons, including the fact that Mr. Lutsenko was still officially the prosecutor general, they did not want to mention Burisma or 2016. I agreed, and the idea of putting out a statement was shelved. These were the last conversations I had about this statement, which were on or about August 17 to 18. My last contact with Mr. Giuliani, according to my records, was on August 13th, until he tried to reach me on September 20th after the impeachment inquiry was launched. At this time, that is to say, in the middle of August, I thought the idea of issuing this statement had been definitively scrapped. In September, I was surprised to learn that there had been further discussions with the Ukrainians about President Zelensky possibly making a statement in an interview with U.S. media similar to what we had discussed in August. Since these events, and since I gave my testimony on October 3rd, a great deal of additional information and perspectives have come to light. I've learned many things that I did not know at the time of the events in question. First, at the time I was connecting Mr. Yermak and Mr. Giuliani and discussing with Mr. Yermak and Ambassador Sondland a possible statement that could be made by the Ukrainian president, I did not know of any linkage between the hold on security assistance and Ukraine pursuing investigations. No one had ever said that to me, and I never conveyed such a linkage to the Ukrainians. I opposed the hold on U.S. security assistance as soon as I learned about it on July 18th, and I thought we could turn it around before the Ukrainians ever knew or became alarmed about it. I did not know the reason for the hold, but I viewed it as a U.S. policy problem that we needed to fix internally, and I was confident we would do so. I believe the Ukrainians became aware of the hold on August 29th and not before. That date is the first time any of them asked me about the hold by forwarding an article that had been published in Politico. When I spoke to the Ukrainians about the hold after August 29th, instead of telling them that they needed to do something to get the hold released, I told them the opposite, that they should not be alarmed, it was an internal U.S. problem, and we were working to get it fixed. I did not know others were conveying a different message to them around the same time. Second, I did not know about the strong concerns expressed by then National Security Advisor John Bolton to members of his NSC staff regarding the discussion of investigations. I participated in the July 10th meeting between National Security Advisor Bolton and then Ukrainian Chairman of the National Security and Defense Council, Alex Danylyuk. As I remember, the meeting was essentially over when Ambassador Sondland made a general comment about investigations. I think all of us thought it was inappropriate. The conversation did not continue, and the meeting concluded. Later on in the wardroom, I may have been engaged in a side conversation or had already left the complex because I do not recall further discussion regarding investigations or Burisma. Third, I did not understand that others believed that any investigation of the Ukrainian company Burisma, which had a history of accusations of corruption, was tantamount to investigating Vice President Biden. I drew a sharp distinction between the two. It has long been U.S. policy under multiple administrations to urge Ukraine to investigate and fight internal corruption. I was quite comfortable with Ukraine making its own statement about its own policy of investigating and fighting corruption at home. At the one in-person meeting I had with Mayor Giuliani on July 19th, Mayor Giuliani raised and I rejected the conspiracy theory that Vice President Biden would have been influenced in his duties as Vice President by money paid to his son. As I previously testified, I have known Vice President Biden for 24 years. He is an honorable man, and I hold him in the highest regard. At no time was I aware of or knowingly took part in an effort to urge Ukraine to investigate former Vice President Biden. And as you know from the extensive documentation I provided, Vice President Biden was not a topic of discussion. I was not on the July 25th phone call between President Trump and President Zelensky, and I was not made aware of any reference to Vice President Biden or his son by President Trump until the transcript of that call was released on September 25th, 2019. Throughout this time, I understood that there was an important distinction between Burisma and Biden, and I urged the Ukrainians to maintain such a distinction. I did not know that President Trump or others had raised Vice President Biden with the Ukrainians or had conflated the investigation of possible Ukrainian corruption with investigation of the former vice president. In retrospect, for the Ukrainians, it would clearly have been confusing. In hindsight, I now understand that others saw the idea of investigating possible corruption involving the Ukrainian company Burisma as equivalent to investigating former Vice President Biden. I saw them as very different, the former being appropriate and unremarkable, the latter being unacceptable. In retrospect, I should have seen that connection differently, and had I done so, I would have raised my own objections. Fourth, much has been made of the term Three Amigos in reference to Secretary Perry, Ambassador Sondland, and myself. I've never used that term and frankly cringe when I hear it because for me, the Three Amigos will always refer to Senator McCain, Senator Lieberman, and Senator Graham in reference to their work to support the surge in Iraq. Moreover, I was never aware of any designation by President Trump or anyone else putting Ambassador Sondland or the three of us as a group in charge of Ukraine policy. Rather, as I understood it, each of us in our own respective official capacities continued to work together after our attendance at President Zelensky's inauguration to push for greater U.S. support for Ukraine. Leading the diplomacy around Ukraine negotiations had long been my official responsibility, but I welcomed the added support and influence of a cabinet member and our EU ambassador. Fifth, I was not aware that Ambassador Sondland spoke with President Trump on July 26th, while Ambassador Taylor and I were visiting the conflict zone. Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, allow me to thank you again for the opportunity to provide this testimony. I believe that U.S. foreign policy and national security interests in Ukraine are of critical importance, and I would be pleased to answer your questions. Thank you.
Thank you, gentlemen, for your opening statements. We'll now proceed to the first round of questions. As detailed in the memo provided to committee members, there'll be 45 minutes of questions conducted by the chairman or majority counsel, followed by 45 minutes for the ranking member or minority counsel. Following that, unless I specify additional equal time for extended questioning, we'll proceed under the 5-minute rule, and every member will have a chance to ask questions. I now recognize myself or counsel for the first round of questions. Ambassador Volker, I was going to just yield to the minority counsel, but there are a couple points that you made in your opening statement that I wanted to ask about first. First, you said that now former Attorney General Lutsenko was not credible. Mr. Lutsenko is the author of a number of allegations against Ambassador Yovanovitch, a number of allegations that were shared with John Solomon of the Hill, a number of allegations that have been repeatedly brought up by my Republican colleagues. Why is it that you found Mr. Lutsenko not credible and told Mr. Giuliani so?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First off, the allegations themselves, including those against Ambassador Yovanovitch, did not appear to me to be credible at all. I know her to be an incredibly competent professional, someone I've worked with for many, many years. The suggestions that she was acting in some inappropriate manner were not credible to me. I've known Vice President Biden for a long time. Those accusations were not credible. And then separate from that, I also was aware of the political situation in Ukraine. We had a situation where President Poroshenko appeared to not be in a favorable position going into the elections, where it was increasingly apparent then candidate Zelensky was going to win. As is often the case in Ukraine, a change in power would mean change in prosecutorial powers as well. And there have been efforts in the past at prosecuting the previous government. I think Mr. Lutsenko, in my estimation, and I said this to Mayor Giuliani when I met with him, was interested in preserving his own position. He wanted to avoid being fired by a new government in order to prevent prosecution of himself, possible prosecution of himself. Possibly also this is something that President Poroshenko would have welcomed as well, because he probably would have avoided any efforts to prosecute President Poroshenko as well. So by making allegations like this and making sure they were reaching U.S. media, I think that Mr. Lutsenko was trying to make himself appear to be an important and influential player in the United States.
Ambassador, let me also ask you about the allegations against Joe Biden, because that has been a continuing refrain from some of my colleagues as well. Why was it that you found the allegations against Joe Biden related to his son or Burisma not to be believed?
Simply because I've known former Vice President Biden for a long time. I know how he respects his duties of higher office, and it's just not credible to me that a Vice President of the United States is going to do anything other than act as how he sees best for the national interest.
And finally, Ambassador, before I turn it over, I was struck by something you said on page 8 of your statement, which reads, "In hindsight, I now understand that others saw the idea of investigating possible corruption involving the Ukrainian company Burisma as equivalent to investigating former Vice President Biden. I saw them as different, the former being appropriate and unremarkable, the latter being unacceptable. In retrospect," you said, "I should have seen that connection differently, and had I done so, I would have raised my own objections." What is it now, Ambassador, in retrospect, that you recognize that you didn't at this time that leads you to conclude that you would or should have raised these objections?
Yeah. That others did not see the distinction between these things as I saw it. As I said, there is a history of corruption in Ukraine. There's a history with the company of Burisma that's been investigated. That is well known. There is a separate allegation about the Vice President acting inappropriately. His son was a board member of this company, but those things I saw as completely distinct. And what I was trying to do in working with the Ukrainians was to thread a needle, to see whether things that they can do that are appropriate and reasonable as part of Ukraine's own policy of fighting corruption, that help clarify for our president that they are committed to that very effort. If there's a way to thread that needle, I thought it was worth the effort to try to solve that problem. As it turns out, I now understand that most of the other people didn't see or didn't consider this distinction, that for them it was synonymous.
Well, one of those people who saw it synonymous turns out to be the President of the United States. I take it you didn't know until the call record was released that the President in that call doesn't raise Burisma. He asked for an investigation of the Bidens. Is that right?
That is correct.
I take it, since you say that you acknowledge that asking for an investigation of the Bidens would have been unacceptable and objectionable, that had the President asked you to get Ukraine to investigate the Bidens, you would have told him so?
I would have objected to that, yes, sir.
Mr. Goldman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just one follow-up on that, Ambassador Volker. When you say thread the needle, you mean that you understood the relationship between Vice President Biden's son and Burisma, but you were trying to separate the two of them in your mind. Is that right?
Well, I believe that they were separate. This references the conversation I had with Mr. Giuliani as well, where I think the allegations against Vice President Biden are self-serving and not credible. Separate question is whether it is appropriate for Ukraine to investigate possible corruption of Ukrainians that may have tried to corrupt things or buy influence. To me, they are very different things. And as I said, I think the former is unacceptable. I think the latter in this case is
understood. But you understood the relationship between Hunter Biden and Burisma.
I knew that he had been a board member of the company, yes.
Let's go back.
That's why it was so important to maintain a distinction.
Let's focus on the July 25th call for a moment. And Mr. Morrison, July 25th was day number what for you as the senior director overseeing Ukraine?
I officially took over on the 15th, approximately 10 days, very few days actually in the office.
You testified in your deposition that you received an email on the morning of July 25th from Ambassador Sondland shortly before the call. Is that right?
Yes.
And I believe in that email, Ambassador Sondland told you that he had briefed President Trump about in advance of the call. Is that right?
Yes.
And you also testified that Ambassador Sondland had told you on another occasion that he could call the president whenever he wanted. Is that right?
Yes.
And on July 25th, did you in fact make an effort to confirm whether or not the phone call between Ambassador Sondland and President Trump actually occurred?
I did.
And did it happen?
Yes.
On other occasions, when Ambassador Sondland told you that he spoke with President Trump, on some other occasions, did you also seek confirmation of that fact?
On some, yes.
And on those occasions when you did seek to confirm that they had spoken, what did you find?
They had.
Now I want to pull up a text message on the morning of July 25th it should be another one. Ambassador Sondland with you, Ambassador Volker. And at 7:54, in the morning, Ambassador Sondland says, call ASAP. Then at 9:35, Ambassador Volker, you respond. Is the screen working in front of you or just to the side? Yeah. So if you could go ahead and read what you said.
Yes.
At 9:35.
Yes. So I say, hi, Gordon, got your message. Had a great lunch with Yermak and then passed your message to him. He will see you tomorrow. Think everything is in place.
And who is Yermak?
Andriy Yermak is the senior advisor to President Zelensky of Ukraine.
Now, what was the message that you had received?
That President Zelensky should be clear, convincing, forthright with President Trump about his commitment to fighting corruption, investigating what happened in the past, get to the bottom of things, whatever there is. And if he does that, President Trump was prepared to be reassured that he would say, yes, come on, let's get this date for this visit scheduled.
And did you understand from that message that Ambassador Sondland had spoken to President Trump?
I wasn't sure whether he had or not. He, as Mr. Morrison just said that he does speak with President Trump. I knew that he had conversations in general. I didn't know specifically about one leading up to this.
Now on the screen in front of you is another text message from you that same morning.
Yes.
At 8:36 in the morning to Andriy Yermak.
Yes, I believe because of the time difference, this is actually in the afternoon. In Ukraine.
In Ukraine. And so this is East Coast time. That's right. So this is slightly less than a half hour before the call between President Trump and President Zelensky.
Right.
And can you just read what you wrote there?
Yes. And just after the lunch that I had with Andriy Yermak. It says, good lunch, thanks. Heard from White House. Assuming President Z convinces Trump he will investigate, get to the bottom of what happened in 2016, we will nail down date for a visit to Washington. Good luck. See you tomorrow, Kurt.
And does this accurately relay the message that you had received from Ambassador Sondland?
Yes.
Now, Mr. Morrison, did the National Security Council also prepare talking points for President Trump for this call?
The NSC staff did, yes.
And per usual custom, were these talking points based on the official United States policy objectives?
They were.
And since there's been a little bit of dispute about what that means, can you explain how official U.S. policy is determined through the interagency process?
We operate under what's known as NSPM 4, National Security Presidential Memorandum 4. It's available on the internet. That lays out how the president wants to be provided options for his decision.
And there's an extensive process to finalize any policy, is that right?
Sometimes.
Did you, Mr. Morrison, you listened to this call on the 25th, is that right?
I did.
Where did you listen from?
The White House Situation Room.
In your deposition, you testified that the call was not what you were hoping to hear. What did you mean by that?
I was hoping for a more full-throated statement of support from the president concerning President Zelensky's reform agenda, given where we were at the time with respect to the overwhelming mandate President Zelensky's servant of the party people had received in the Rada election.
And that Rada, which is the Ukrainian parliament, that election had occurred 4 days earlier?
Sounds right.
And President Zelensky's party won in a landslide, is that right?
They received more than a majority in their own right.
So at least in Ukraine, there was tremendous support for Zelensky's anti-corruption agenda, is that right?
At the time.
And within the interagency, within the national security agencies here in the United States, was there broad support for President Zelensky?
There was broad support for giving President Zelensky a chance.
And to that point, he had shown that he had at least put his money where his mouth was for the 3 months that he had been in office. Is that right?
Approximately 3 months, yes.
Now, I want to show a couple of excerpts from this call record to each of you. The first is President Trump responding to a comment by President Zelensky related to defense support from the United States and the purchase of javelins. And President Trump then says, "I would like you to do us a favor, though, because our country has been through a lot, and Ukraine knows a lot about it. I would like you to find out what happened with this whole situation with Ukraine. They say CrowdStrike. I guess you have one of your wealthy people, the server. They say Ukraine has it." And if we could go to the next excerpt, where President Trump says, "The other thing, there's a lot of talk about Biden's son, that Biden stopped the prosecution, and a lot of people want to find out about that. So whatever you can do with the Attorney General would be great. Biden went around bragging that he stopped the prosecution, so if you can look into it, it sounds horrible to me." Now, Mr. Morrison, were these references to CrowdStrike, the server, in 2016 election, and to Vice President Biden and his son, were they included in the president's talking points?
They were not.
And were they consistent with what you understood at that time to be official U.S. policy?
I was not aware of much of this at the time.
And in fact, subsequent to this call, you did nothing to implement the investigations that President Trump implement the request for the investigations that President Trump asked for. Is that right?
I did not understand any instruction to do so.
And you were not aware of anyone else within you coordinate the interagency process, and you were not aware of anyone else who was doing that either. Is that right?
Correct.
Now, you testified in your deposition that hearing this call confirmed what you called the parallel process that your predecessor, Fiona Hill, had warned you about. What did you mean by that?
During the period in which Dr. Hill and I were conducting handoff meetings so that I could be up to speed on the various things that were occurring in the portfolio at the time, she mentioned the traditional NSPM4 process and the parallel process. And in the context of discussing the parallel process, she mentioned issues like Burisma which were noteworthy to me at the time because I had never heard of them before. And upon hearing them in the call, it wound up confirming, okay, there's something here.
And who did she inform you was involved in this parallel process?
As I recall, it was definitely Ambassador Sondland and I believe Mr. Giuliani.
And after she informed you of this company, Burisma, what, if anything, did you do to determine what that was?
After that particular handoff meeting, I proceeded to look it up on the internet. I Googled it.
And did you find that it had some association with Hunter Biden?
Yes.
Now, Ambassador Volker, you did not listen to this call, but you testified that you were surprised and troubled when you read the call record after it was released on September 25th. And you also said that after reading the call record, it was clear to you that the Biden, Burisma, and the 2016 election investigations that President Trump discussed on the call were designed to serve the president's political interests, not the national interest. What did you mean when you said that?
So I don't recall that language from my testimony. It's from my October 3rd testimony?
Yes, it was.
Thank you. Well, what I do mean by that, and I'd like to phrase it in my own words now, is I don't think that raising 2016 elections or Vice President Biden or these things I consider to be conspiracy theories that have been circulated by the Ukrainians, particularly the former prosecutor general, are sort of, they're not things that we should be pursuing as part of our national security strategy with Ukraine. We should be supporting Ukraine's democracy, reforms, its own fight against corruption domestically, its struggle against Russia, its defense capabilities. These are the heart of what we should be doing, and I don't think pursuing these things serves a national interest.
Now, Mr. Morrison, shortly after you heard the July 25th call, you testified that you alerted the NSC legal advisor, John Eisenberg, pretty much right away. Is that right?
Correct.
And you indicated in your opening statement, or at least from your deposition, that you went to Mr. Eisenberg out of concern over the potential political fallout if the call record became public and not because you thought it was illegal. Is that right?
Correct.
But you would agree, right, that asking a foreign government to investigate a domestic political rival is inappropriate, would you not?
It's not what we recommended the president discuss.
Now, in a second meeting with Mr. Eisenberg, what did you recommend that he do to prevent the call record from leaking?
I recommended we restrict access to the package.
Had you ever asked the NSC legal advisor to restrict access before?
No.
Did you speak to your supervisor, Dr. Kupperman, before you went to speak to John Eisenberg?
No.
Did you subsequently learn that the call record had been put in a highly classified system?
I did.
And what reason did Mr. Eisenberg give you for why the call record was put in the highly classified system?
It was a mistake.
He said it was just a mistake?
It was an administrative error.
Now, isn't it also true, though, that you had authority to restrict access on the regular system if you wanted to?
I believe I could have instructed the appropriate staff to do so, yes.
So why did you go to the NSC legal advisor to recommend that?
Well, I was also concerned that based on the participants in the listening room that day, I did not then, and I do not now recall any representatives from the NSC legal advisor's office, as they were often on head of state calls, but not always. And I wanted to make sure that John Eisenberg, as the legal advisor, and his deputy were aware to review this particular transcript.
And you wanted them to review it because you were concerned about the potential political consequences, not because of anything was wrong?
Correct. And political consequences was an umbrella term I used in my statement to describe a series of effects I feared about what would happen if and when the content of the transcript or the content of the MEMCON leaked.
So just to make sure I understand this correctly, Mr. Morrison, you heard the call. You recognize that President Trump was not discussing the talking points that the NSC had prepared based on official U.S. policy, and was instead talking about the investigations that Fiona Hill had warned you about, and then you reported it immediately to the NSC legal advisor. Is that the correct chain of events here?
That's correct.
Now, Ambassador Volker, in the July 25th call, President Zelensky volunteers to President Trump that Rudy Giuliani had already spoken with one of his associates and that President Zelensky hopes Giuliani will come to Ukraine. Then in response, President Trump proceeds to mention Mr. Giuliani on 3 separate occasions during this call. You testified about a May 23rd meeting in the Oval Office where the president spoke quite negatively about Ukraine and how it would try to take him down, and that he also repeated some of the allegations that Mr. Giuliani was making. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, and those allegations were in the media, were they not?
Yes.
And during that meeting, President Trump told you and Ambassador Sondland and Secretary Perry to talk to Giuliani. Isn't that correct?
I didn't take it as an instruction. I want to be clear about that. He said, that's not what I hear. You know, when we were giving him our assessment about President Zelensky and where Ukraine is headed, that's not what I hear. I hear terrible things. He's got terrible people around him. Talk to Rudy. And I understood in that context him just saying that's where he hears it from. I didn't take it as an instruction.
So when he said talk to Rudy, you didn't take it for him to mean for you to talk to Rudy?
No, I didn't take it that way. I took it as that just part of the dialogue that I hear other things. I hear them from Rudy Giuliani, I hear them from other people. That's not what's going on. He's surrounded by terrible people. Talk to Rudy. You know, it just seemed like part of the dialogue.
Well, after that meeting, did you in fact talk to Rudy?
After that meeting, not immediately, no. Remember, this was May 23rd, and we continued to proceed with our effort to get the White House visit for President Zelensky scheduled and to keep ramping up our support for the new Ukrainian president and ultimately the new Ukrainian government. I did, however, on July 2nd, as I was becoming concerned that we were not succeeding at this, tell President Zelensky, I think we have a problem, and that problem being this negative feed of information from Mr. Giuliani.
And ultimately, I think as you testified in your opening statement, you introduced Mr. Yermak to Mr. Giuliani, and they eventually met. Is that right?
That is correct.
Now, during this whole time in July and after the call into early August when they met, Ukraine still desperately wanted that Oval Office meeting for President Zelensky, correct?
That is correct.
And you also wanted that for President Zelensky, is that right?
That is correct.
Why was that Oval Office meeting so important to President Zelensky?
I think that he felt that he was not well understood by President Trump. He is a charismatic leader who ran a remarkable campaign in Ukraine against the legacy of corruption and political malaise that had been there. He had a massive showing in the presidential election, 73% support. He believed he was leading a movement of major change in Ukraine, and that President Trump did not see that or didn't appreciate that. But if he had a chance to sit down and speak with President Trump face to face, he believed that he could be very convincing about that, and I agree with him.
That certainly was your assessment, right?
It was my assessment, and I believe it was also what President Zelensky believed.
And certainly that you understood from your experience in Ukraine that there would be a significant boost in legitimacy at home for President Zelensky if there were photos of him in the Oval Office, et cetera, right?
Yes, that is correct.
Now, you testified in your opening statement that Mr. Giuliani and Mr. Yermak, Zelensky's aide, met on August 2nd. Where did they meet?
They met in Madrid.
And did you learn that Mr. Giuliani requested anything of the Ukrainians at that meeting?
Only when I spoke with Mr. Giuliani afterwards, he said that he thought Ukraine should issue a statement. And then I spoke with Mr. Yermak after that, and he said yes, and we were prepared to make a statement. And that then kicked off the series of discussions that I said in my testimony.
We'll get into that in a second, but Mr. Giuliani did not explain to you what needed to be included in that statement, in that call you had?
He said something more general, as I recall. I recall him saying fight corruption, that their commitment to being different. Mr. Yermak told me when I spoke with him, as I recall, that the statement would include specific mention of Burisma and 2016.
Right. Let's go through some of the text messages so we know exactly who said what. And first, let's start on August 9th. This is a text exchange between you and Ambassador Sondland, where Ambassador Sondland writes at the top, Morrison ready to get dates as soon as Yermak confirms. And what did you respond?
I said, excellent, with 2 exclamation points. How did you sway him with a smile afterwards?
Ambassador Sondland responded, not sure I did. I think POTUS really wants the deliverable. And what did you say to that?
But how does he know that?
And Ambassador Sondland says, yep, clearly lots of convos going on. Now, Mr. Morrison, you're referenced in this text message. Had you discussed confirming a date for a White House visit for President Zelensky with Ambassador Sondland around this time?
I likely would have.
And did you have any discussions with him about a statement that Ukraine that they were trying to get Ukraine to make?
I did not.
Were you aware that? Do you yourself know what Ambassador Sondland meant by the deliverable?
I did not at the time. I think I have an understanding now.
And what is the understanding now?
There seems to have been discussions about a statement, various drafts of which have been discussed in various proceedings.
Okay. But this, to your knowledge, was part of that parallel process you were talking about?
Yes.
If we can now go to the next exhibit, which is another text exchange just a few minutes later between Ambassador Sondland and you, Ambassador Volker, where Ambassador Sondland says, to avoid misunderstandings, might be helpful to ask Andre for a draft statement embargoed so that we can see exactly what they propose to cover. Even though Zelensky, does a live presser, they can still summarize in a brief statement. Thoughts? And how did you respond?
Agree.
And this relates to the statement that Mr. Giuliani wanted, is that right, Ambassador Volker?
It relates to the statement that he and Mr. Yermak had discussed.
Right. And now to the next day, on August 10th, there's another text exchange between you and Mr. Yermak, who's the same aide that Mr. Giuliani had met in Madrid. And if you could read what you wrote at the top at 5:02 p.m.
Right. I wrote, I agree with your approach. Let's iron out statement and use that to get date, and then President Zelensky can go forward with it.
And Mr. Yermak responds, once we have a date, we will call for a press briefing announcing upcoming visit and outlining vision for the reboot of U.S.-Ukraine relationship, including, among other things, Burisma and election meddling in investigations. And what did you respond?
Sounds great.
Now, the date that he's referring to, that is the date for the White House visit?
That's correct.
Now, 2 days later, on August 12th, you receive another text message from Mr. Yermak, which reads, special attention should be paid to the problem of interference in the political processes of the United States, especially with the alleged involvement of some Ukrainian politicians. I want to declare that this is unacceptable. We intend to initiate and complete a transparent and unbiased investigation of all available facts and episodes, which in turn will prevent the recurrence of this problem in the future. Now, Ambassador Volker, this was a draft, was it not, of the statement that you and Mr. Giuliani and Mr. Yermak and Ambassador Sondland had been discussing?
This is the first draft of that from Mr. Yermak after the conversations that we had.
And it does not mention Burisma or the 2016 election interference, correct?
It does not.
And you testified in your deposition that you and Ambassador Sondland and Mayor Giuliani had a conversation about this draft after you received it. Is that right?
That is correct.
And Mr. Giuliani said that if the statement did not include Burisma and 2016 election, it would not have any credibility. Is that right?
That's correct.
Now, this was the same Rudy Giuliani that President Trump was discussing in that May 23rd meeting and asked you and the others to talk to, correct?
That is the same Mr. Giuliani.
And even at that point, on May 23rd, you were aware of these investigations that he was publicly promoting, correct?
I knew that he had adopted or was interested in all of those conspiracy theories that had come from Lutsenko.
Back in May, you knew that?
Back in May.
Yeah. Now, he was insisting on a public commitment from President Zelensky to do these investigations, correct?
Well, now, what do we mean by these investigations?
Burisma in the 2016 election.
Burisma in 2016, yes.
Yeah. And at the time that you were engaged in coordinating for this statement, did you find it unusual that there was such an emphasis on a public statement from President Zelensky to carry out the investigations that the president was seeking?
I didn't find it that unusual. I think when you're dealing with a situation where I believe the president was highly skeptical about President Zelensky being committed to really changing Ukraine after his entirely negative view of the country, that he would want to hear something more from President Zelensky to be convinced that, okay, I'll give this guy a chance.
And perhaps he also wanted a public statement because it would lock Mr. President Zelensky in to do these investigations that he thought might benefit him?
Well, again, when we say these investigations, what I understood us to be talking about was Ukrainian corruption.
Well, what we're talking about is Burisma in the 2016 election. Let's just, we can agree on that. And so when we're talking about these investigations, isn't it clear that a public statement would be important to Mr. Giuliani because it was politically useful to the president?
The way I saw it is that it would be helpful.
Right.
It would be a way of being convincing to Mayor Giuliani and also the president that this team in Ukraine is serious about fighting corruption reform, that they are different. And if that would be helpful in getting a more positive attitude and the White House meeting scheduled, then that would be useful.
And that would be helpful to get that White House meeting.
Correct.
In fact, it was a necessary condition, as you understood at that point, right?
I wouldn't have called it a necessary condition. And in fact, when it became clear later that we were not able to agree on an agreement that the Ukrainians were comfortable with, I agree with the Ukrainians just to drop it. It's not worth it.
No, I understand that, but is it your testimony that based on the text that you wrote, linking the investigations and the 2016 election on July 25th to the White House meeting, you're saying that by this point in August, with this back and forth, that you were unaware that this public statement was a condition for the White House meeting?
I wouldn't have called it a condition. It's a nuance, I guess, but I viewed it as very helpful. If we could get this done, it would help improve the perception that President Trump and others had, and then we would get the date for a meeting. If we didn't have a statement, I wasn't giving up and thinking that, oh, well, then we'll never get a meeting.
Let's go to the next day, where there's another text exchange. And at the top, could you just read the first text there?
It says, "Hi, Andre, good talking. Following is text with insert at the end for the 2 key items. We will work on official request."
And then you'll see the highlighted portion of the next text. The other is identical to your previous one, and then it just adds, including these involving Burisma in the 2016 elections. Is that right?
That is correct.
And that was what Mr. Giuliani insisted on adding to the statement?
That's what he said would be necessary for that to be credible.
Okay. And the Ukrainians ultimately did not issue this statement. Is that right?
That is correct.
And President Zelensky ultimately did not get the Oval Office meeting either, did he?
Not yet.
Now, I want to move forward to September, in early September, when the security assistance begins to more overtly be used as leverage to pressure the Ukrainians to conduct these investigations that President Trump wanted. Mr. Morrison, you accompanied Vice President Pence to Warsaw when he met with President Zelensky, is that right?
I was in Warsaw when the vice president was designated as the president's representative. I was accompanying Ambassador Bolton.
Understood. But you were at the bilateral meeting with the vice president and President Zelensky, correct?
I was.
And in that meeting, were the Ukrainians concerned about the hold on military assistance, rather?
Yes.
What did they say?
It was the first issue that President Zelensky raised with Vice President Pence. They were very interested. They talked about its importance to Ukraine, its importance to the relationship.
And what was Vice President Pence's response?
The Vice President represented that it was a priority for him and that we were working to address, and he characterized President Trump's concerns about the state of corruption in Ukraine and the president's prioritization of getting the Europeans to contribute more to security sector assistance.
And did he directly explain to the Ukrainians that those were the actual reasons for the hold, or was he just commenting on general concerns of the president?
I don't know that he necessarily acknowledged a hold. He mentioned that we were reviewing the assistance. I mean, that's the way I heard it. That's the way I would characterize it. And those were the points he raised to help President Zelensky understand where we were in our process.
And to your knowledge, though, on sort of the staff level, as the coordinator of all the interagency process, you were not aware of any review of the Ukraine security assistance money, were you?
Well, we had been running a review. We had been running an interagency process to provide the president the information that I had been directed to generate for the president's consideration as to the state of interagency support for continuing Ukraine security sector assistance.
And the entire interagency supported the continuation of the security assistance, isn't that right?
That is correct.
Now, after this larger meeting with Vice President Pence and President Zelensky, you testified at your deposition that you saw Ambassador Sondland immediately go over and pull Andrei Yermak aside and have a conversation. Is that right?
I mean, it was President Zelensky left the room, Vice President Pence left the room, and in sort of an ante-room, Ambassador Sondland and Presidential Advisor Yermak had this discussion, yes.
And what did Ambassador Sondland tell you that he told Mr. Yermak?
That the Ukrainians would have to have the Prosecutor General make a statement with respect to the investigations as a condition of having the aid lifted.
And you testified that you were not comfortable with what Ambassador Sondland had told you. Why not?
Well, I was concerned about what I saw as essentially an additional hurdle to accomplishing what I had been directed to help accomplish, which was giving the president the information he needed to determine that the security sector assistance could go forward.
So now there's a whole other wrinkle to it, right?
There was the appearance of one based on what Ambassador Sondland represented.
And you told Ambassador Taylor about this conversation as well, is that right?
I promptly reached out to Ambassador Taylor to schedule a secure phone call.
And in your deposition, you testified that his testimony, other than one small distinction between President Zelensky and the Prosecutor General, was accurate as to what you told him. Is that correct?
About that conversation, yes.
And generally speaking, you confirmed everything that Ambassador Taylor told you, except for that one thing and a small other ministerial matter relating to the location of a meeting. Is that correct?
Correct.
Now, did you tell Ambassador Bolton about this conversation as well?
I reached out to him as well and requested his availability for a secure phone call.
And what was his response when you explained to him what Ambassador Sondland had said?
Tell the lawyers.
Did you go tell the lawyers?
When I returned to the States, yes.
And did he explain to you why he wanted you to tell the lawyers?
He did not.
Now, a few days later, on September 7th, you spoke again to Ambassador Sondland, who told you that he had just gotten off the phone with President Trump. Isn't that right?
That sounds correct, yes.
What did Ambassador Sondland tell you that President Trump said to him?
If I recall this conversation correctly, this was where Ambassador Sondland related that there was no quid pro quo, but President Zelensky had to make the statement and that he had to want to do it.
And by that point, did you understand that the statement related to the Biden and 2016 investigations?
I think I did, yes.
And that was essentially a condition for the security assistance to be released?
I understood that that's what Ambassador Sondland believed.
After speaking with President Trump?
That's what he represented.
Now, you testified that hearing this information gave you a sinking feeling. Why was that?
Well, I believe if we're on September 7, the end of the fiscal year, September 30th, these are one-year dollars, the DOD and the Department of State funds. So we only had so much time, and in fact, because Congress imposed a 15-day notification requirement on the State Department funds, September 7th, September 30th, that really means September 15th, in order to secure a decision from the President to allow the funds to go forward.
Did you tell Ambassador Bolton about this conversation as well?
I did, yes.
And what did he say to you?
He said to tell the lawyers.
And why did he say to tell the lawyers?
He did not explain his direction.
But he doesn't tell you to go tell the lawyers because you're running up on the 8-day deadline there, right?
Again, I don't know why he directed that, but it seemed reasonable and was consistent with what I was going to do anyway.
Right. And you weren't going to go tell them because of that concern, right? You were concerned about what you were hearing Ambassador Sondland relay to you, correct? So just so we're clear, you reported 2 concerning conversations that you had with Ambassador Sondland to the lawyers in early September, in which you understood from him that the president was withholding security assistance as additional leverage to get Ukraine to publicly announce the specific political investigations that President Trump had discussed on the July 25th call. Is that accurate?
I was concerned about what Ambassador Sondland was saying were requirements, yes.
Right. And you understood, though, that the investigations that Ambassador Sondland was referring to were the 2 that President Trump referenced on the July 25th call, correct?
At this point, yes.
And during this early September time period, Mr. Morrison, did you have any conversations with Ambassador Volker about any of this?
I believe we had one conversation.
And what do you recall about that conversation?
I believe on or about September 6th, Ambassador Volker was in town to provide an update on some of his activities, and he provided that update, and then we had a one-on-one conversation about this track, this separate process.
And what do you recall saying to him about the separate process?
I think I was interested in understanding his understanding of events.
Did you explain to him what your understanding of events was?
I think I was primarily on receive mode.
Okay. And Ambassador Volker, do you recall this conversation?
Thank you. I do remember a conversation with Tim. I'm not sure about the timing. I left around that time to go on a trip, and so it may have been a little bit earlier. I'm not sure about the timing. And what I do remember the discussion being is Tim asking me, what is my impression of the role that Ambassador Sondland plays? And my response to that was, well, I find it helpful that he has political contacts in the White House. I don't have those contacts. I'm working the national security, the diplomatic front, but I don't have the political contacts. And so if he's able to use those to support the same goals that we are working toward, then I view that as helpful.
Well, that's a good segue to our next exhibit, which is a September 8th text exchange with you and Ambassador Taylor and Ambassador Sondland. And at the top, Ambassador Sondland says, guys, multiple convos with Z, that's Zelensky, period, POTUS, period, let's talk. And then Ambassador Taylor, about 16 minutes later, says, Gordon and I just spoke. I can brief you, meaning you, Ambassador Volker, if you and Gordon don't connect. Approximately 1 hour later, Ambassador Taylor says, the nightmare is they give the interview and don't get the security assistance. The Russians love it, and I quit. And then at the bottom, about 5 hours later, how do you respond?
Say, I'm not in the loop. Talk Monday?
So you were not in the loop in terms of all of these conversations that Ambassador Taylor, Mr. Morrison, Ambassador Sondland were having?
Yes, that's correct.
And now ultimately the hold was lifted on September 11th. Is that right, Ambassador Volker?
That's my understanding.
Okay. And Mr. Morrison, were you aware that prior to September 11th that the White House, that there was a whistleblower complaint circulating around the White House?
I don't believe so, no.
But you were aware of a request to preserve records, were you not?
We received a number of those requests. I have a general recollection of one as it related to Ukraine.
And one final question. When was the hold lifted?
As I understand it, the president gave that direction the evening of September 11th.
Which was 2 days after Congress announced an investigation. Were you aware of that?
I believe I was familiar with the letter from the three committee chairmen.
I yield.
That concludes the majority 45 minutes. Before I turn to the minority, are you both and your counsel okay, or do you need a break? Okay. Ranking Member Nunes, you're recognized for 45 minutes.
Well, Ambassador and Mr. Morrison, I have some bad news for you. TV ratings are way down, way down. Don't hold it personally. I don't think it's you guys. But whatever drug deal the Democrats are cooking up here on the dais, American people aren't buying it. I know you've both answered this in your opening statements, but I just want to bring a little more clarity to it. Mr. Morrison, I'll start with you. Did anyone ever ask you to bribe or extort anyone at any time during your time in the White House?
No, sir.
And you were the top person for Ukraine in the White House, correct? At the NSC level.
I would argue Ambassador Bolton would be, but...
Reporting to Ambassador Bolton.
I was a senior official, yes, sir.
Ambassador Volker, you have a storied career. We're very thankful for your service, and you were the special envoy to Ukraine.
That is correct.
Did anyone at the White House ever ask you to bribe or extort anything out of anyone at any time?
No, sir.
Thank you. I want to thank you both for being here, and I'll yield to Mr. Castor.
Thank you, Mr. Nunes. Thank you both for being here today and also for participating in the lengthy depositions. Ambassador Volker, you were the first one on October 3rd, and Mr. Morrison, you were with us on Halloween. So thank you for your participation. Mr. Morrison, also want to thank you. You're a longtime Hill staffer. I certainly have appreciation for that, nearly 20 years. So thank you. And Ambassador Volker, Hatboro, Pennsylvania resident.
Absolutely.
It's an incredible part of the country.
Very proud of it.
Yeah, I'm from nearby. Just want to walk through some of your positions. You were Senate confirmed ambassador to NATO for a stint.
That is correct.
And then you were at the State Department, and your portfolio spanned much of what I believe George Kent has currently.
I was the principal deputy assistant secretary, so I had all of, working for the assistant secretary, I had all of Europe and Eurasia, and particular responsibility for NATO, Western Europe, and the European Union.
And then you were involved with the National Security Council. You were the director for NATO and Western Europe.
That is correct.
And then you were the senior director for European and Eurasian affairs.
I was acting for several months, 6 months or so.
Okay, and much like the job that Mr. Morrison had. And we'll note that all the witnesses that we have interacted with have just heaped praise on you. Ambassador Yovanovitch said you were a brilliant diplomat, so that's very high praise. And for over 2 years, you served as the special representative for Ukraine negotiations?
That is correct.
And you served for free?
That is correct.
You served on a voluntary basis?
I did.
And you put a lot of time and effort into that job, didn't you?
Yes, I did.
And the taxpayers certainly got their money's worth, didn't they?
Not for me to say.
You believe America's policy towards Ukraine has been strengthened during your tenure as the special representative?
Absolutely. When I look back at the record, I think we did an awful lot to support Ukraine.
And is it fair to say that's in part due to President Trump?
President Trump approved each of the decisions made along the way, providing lethal defensive equipment and the non-recognition statement on Crimea, I think, being two of the most important ones.
And for many years, there had been an initiative in the interagency to advocate for lethal defensive weaponry for Ukraine. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And it wasn't until President Trump and his administration came in that went through?
That is correct.
The delegation to President Zelensky's inauguration in May, I believe you testified it was one of the largest delegations.
I believe it was, I can't be 100% sure, but I believe it was the largest national.
Lester Holt in New York. We're going to pause here for just a moment to allow some of our stations to return to local programming. For others, our coverage continues on NBC.
Johnson was there, and also the charge d'affaires at the U.S. Embassy at the time, Joe Pennington.
Okay. And talked a little bit this morning, but the President Zelensky's inauguration came together rather quickly.
It did. I believe we had about 3 days' notice in which to put the delegation together.
There's been some discussion about whether the vice president was going to be able to lead that effort, and as it turned out, he was not able to lead it. Do you have any information as to why the vice president was unable to join?
I don't.
And Mr. Morrison, do you have any information as to why the vice president was unable to participate in the delegation?
No.
Ambassador Volker, you testified during your deposition that aid, in fact, does get held up from time to time for a whole assortment of reasons. Is that your understanding?
That is true.
And sometimes the holdups are rooted in something at OMB, sometimes it's at the Defense Department, sometimes it's at the State Department, sometimes it's on the Hill, correct?
That is correct.
And so when the aid was held up for 55 days for Ukraine, that didn't, in and of itself, strike you as uncommon?
No, it's something that had happened in my career in the past. I'd seen holdups of assistance. I just assumed it was part of the decision-making process. Somebody had an objection, and we had to overcome it.
Okay. And in fact, there were concerns that, perhaps President Zelensky wasn't going to be the reformer that he campaigned on?
That was a supposition that I made because of the meeting with the president on May 23rd. I thought that could be what's behind it.
And in fact, the aid was lifted shortly after he was able to convene a parliament?
I believe he, let me get the date straight. I believe, yes, he was able to convene the parliament around the 1st of September, and I believe the aid was released on the 11th of September.
And when he was able to convene a parliament, he was able to push through a number of anti-corruption initiatives?
That began with the parliament seated on that day. It was a 24-hour session, but then it continued for some time.
And that was an encouraging sign?
It started off in a very encouraging way, yes.
And other than these things going on in the background, with the pause in the aid, the U.S. relations with Ukraine, you testified, you stated it was about as good as you'd want them to be?
Can you repeat the question? I'm sorry.
You testified at your deposition that once the aid was lifted, despite all the things going on in the background, that U.S.-Ukrainian relations were strong, were as good as you want them to be.
Yes.
And you referenced that the security sector assistance was lifted, any hold on that there was a positive meeting in New York.
That's correct.
At the UNGA, and there was momentum in putting pressure on the Russians. Is that correct?
That is correct.
In your deposition, you made it clear that President Trump had a deep-rooted negative view in Ukraine and their corruption environment?
Yes.
And you first became aware of his views back in September 2017?
That is correct.
Can you tell us a little bit about that?
Yes. In September of 2017, I was invited by Secretary Tillerson to do a pre-brief with President Trump before his meeting with President Poroshenko on the margins of the UN General Assembly. I did the pre-brief, and then I took part in the bilateral meeting.
And so long before President Zelensky was elected, President Trump had a negative view of
Yes, he had a very strongly negative view.
Back in 2017, do you remember anything he said or did that gave you a feeling that he had these negative views?
Yes, I want to be very careful here because this was a bilateral meeting between the two presidents. I don't want to stray into classified material, but I can tell you my impression was that he had a very strongly negative view of Ukraine at the time.
Okay, fair enough. And you described the president's skepticism at your deposition as a reasonable position?
Yes.
And I believe you said most people who know anything about Ukraine would possibly think that.
Yes.
And you viewed it as part of your role to help change his mind, that President Zelensky was a genuine reformer, that he was not running for office for self-enrichment, that he was indeed a good person.
That's correct.
During the May 23rd meeting with the President in the Oval Office, could you just relate to us the concerns the President articulated? about Ukraine?
Yes. The president came into the meeting and immediately started speaking. He had just a string of comments that Ukraine is a terrible place. They're all corrupt. They're terrible people. They tried to take me down. I tried to explain, along with the others that were there, each of us took turns speaking. I tried to explain that President Zelensky agrees with you, that he was elected because of that situation in Ukraine, and he has a strong mandate from the people of Ukraine to change it. And that's why it's important that we actually show him very strong support now. But the president was not convinced, and he said that Zelensky is no different, that he has terrible people around him. You know, it's not what I hear about Ukraine, what we're telling him. You know, I hear that, you know, nothing has changed, talk to Rudy, that kind of dialogue as I described.
And when the president said that the Ukrainians tried to take him down, did you have any idea what he was referring to?
I did. I believe that he was referring to the rumors of efforts to interfere in the 2016 election by providing damaging information about the president or about Paul Manafort to the Hillary Clinton campaign. That was one of the rumors that had been out there and that had gotten some support from the Ukrainian prosecutor general.
And to the best of your knowledge, the president genuinely believed that, right?
I believe he was concerned about it. I don't know what he actually believed, but he brought it up.
Okay. And Mr. Morrison, you were also aware of the president's skeptical view of foreign aid generally?
Yes.
And that there was an initiative that he was looking at foreign aid pretty broadly?
Yes.
And trying to scrutinize to make sure the U.S. taxpayers were getting their money's worth?
Yes.
And the president was also interested, was he not, in better understanding opportunities for increased burden sharing among the Europeans?
Yes.
And what can you tell us about that?
The president was concerned that the United States seemed to bear the exclusive brunt of security assistance to Ukraine. He wanted to see the Europeans step up and contribute more security assistance.
And was there any interagency activity, whether it be with the State Department or the Defense Department, and coordination by the National Security Council to look into that a little bit for the president?
We were surveying the data to understand who was contributing what and sort of in what categories.
And so the president's evinced concerns, the interagency tried to address them?
Yes.
And by late August, we just discussed with Ambassador Volker that a new Rada was seated. And did that give possibly some hope that President Zelensky would be able to push through some of these reforms?
Yes.
And did you hope during this time period, during this 55 days where the aid was paused, that potentially Zelensky would be able to demonstrate his bona fides and would subsequently be able to get the president to lift the aid?
Yes.
In fact, you traveled with Ambassador Bolton to the Ukraine right around Labor Day weekend, correct?
Yes.
And you met with President Zelensky on, I believe it was August 29th?
Ambassador Bolton had a meeting with President Zelensky, and I staffed that meeting.
And that's right around the time when the Rada had met and they had started to push through their reforms?
As I recall, the date of the meeting between Ambassador Bolton and President Zelensky was actually the first day of the new Rada.
And some of these reforms included naming a new prosecutor general?
A new prosecutor general, a brand new cabinet, yes.
And they pushed through some legislation that eliminated immunity for Rada members?
Yes, eliminating a parliamentary immunity.
And I believe you provided some color into this experience, this meeting, and you said that the Ukrainians had been up all night working on some of these legislative initiatives.
Yes, the Ukrainians with whom we met were, by all appearances, exhausted from the pace of activity.
And was Ambassador Bolton encouraged by the activity?
Yes, he was.
And was the meeting altogether favorable?
Quite.
And at that point in time, after the meeting, Ambassador Bolton, did he head off to Warsaw with the vice president, or did he just, I know you went to Warsaw.
Well, we had a few stops between Ukraine and Poland, but yes, Ambassador Bolton proceeded to Warsaw, where we were expecting to ensure everything was staged properly for the president's arrival.
And did you have an opportunity to brief the vice president on?
I did not.
Did Ambassador Bolton?
He did.
And what do you remember from what Ambassador Bolton shared with the vice president about the Zelensky meeting?
So I was not there. The issue I remember most starkly was Ambassador Bolton was quite annoyed that Ambassador Sondland crashed the pre-brief.
Okay.
But the ambassador had everything he needed to ensure that either the president or the vice president were well prepared.
But did you brief Ambassador Bolton before he had an opportunity to meet with the vice president?
I didn't need to. Ambassador Bolton was there.
Okay. But as far as you know, Ambassador Bolton communicated to the vice president that the goings-on in Ukraine were positive?
That's my understanding.
With President Zelensky. And at this time, Ambassador Bolton was advocating for the lifting of the aid?
He had been for some time, yes.
And did you participate in the Warsaw meetings?
We had a reduced schedule from what had been arranged for the vice president. But the vice president met with President Duda of Poland, and he met with President Zelensky, and I participated in both meetings.
And what do you remember from the meeting with President Zelensky?
It seemed very positive, very cordial.
What was the message? I mean, President Zelensky, he raised the issue of the aid, correct?
Yes.
And how did the vice president respond?
He represented his support for the aid. He represented the strong commitment of the United States to Ukraine, and he explained that President Trump, because this is after the Politico article had come out that made clear there was a hold, he explained that what we were doing was the United States government, the interagency was examining what more Europe could do in the security space and taking a look at how Ukraine was reforming what has been a history of corruption.
And was there any discussion during the meeting with President Zelensky on the part of the vice president about any of these investigations we've come to talk about?
No.
So Burisma wasn't raised?
No.
2016 election wasn't raised?
No.
And the vice president didn't mention any investigations at all, did he?
No.
You mentioned the August 28th Politico article. Was that the first time that you believe the Ukrainians may have had a real sense that the aid was on hold?
Yes.
So from the 55-day period spanning July 18th through September 11th, it didn't really become public until August 28th?
That's correct. Ambassador Taylor and I had a number of phone calls where we, in fact, talked about, do the Ukrainians know yet? Because we both felt very strongly it was important that we ensure that the president was able to make the decision to release the aid before the Ukrainians ever found out about it.
Okay. And Ambassador Volker, is that also your recollection?
Yes, it is.
That it wasn't until the Politico article that...
That's correct. I received a text message from one of my Ukrainian counterparts on August 29th forwarding that article, and that's the first they raised it with me.
And can you share a little bit with us about your communications during that time period about the hold in the aid?
Yes. I didn't have any communications with the Ukrainians about the hold on aid until after they raised it with me, for the same reason that Tim just gave, the hope that we could get it taken care of ourselves before it became something that they became aware of. Inside the U.S. government, I was aware that the hold was placed. I was aware of that on July 18th. It was referenced at an interagency meeting, and I got a readout from that meeting from one of my assistants. I then immediately spoke with several people in the administration to object. I thought that this was a bad decision or a bad hold, maybe not a decision, but a process. And I wanted to make sure that all the arguments were marshaled to get it lifted. And so I spoke with the Pentagon, with Laura Cooper. I spoke with Assistant Secretary of Paul Mill Affairs at the State Department, who was going to represent the State Department at the next higher level meeting. I believe I spoke with officials in the European Bureau, with the National Security Council staff. So I was actively trying to convey that this needed to be lifted, and I wanted them to be able to use my name in doing so because I felt that the best prospect for positioning ourselves for negotiations with Russia is the strongest defense capability for Ukraine.
And during this time period, did you come to believe that any of these investigations were part of the holdup in the aid?
No, I did not.
Backtracking just a little bit, on July 3rd, you met in Toronto with President Zelensky, and there's been some, Ambassador Taylor and Mr. Kent provided some testimony that they had some apprehension that part of this irregular channel that Ambassador Taylor referenced would rear its head in Toronto. I'm just wondering if you can tell us whether that in fact happened.
Yes, thank you. I can only tell you what I know. There may have been other conversations or other things, but I know that we had a conversation, Bill Taylor and I believe Gordon Sondland and I, around the 28th of June, that later connected to a conversation with President Zelensky, although I may not have been part of the latter. That being said, I was convinced after that conversation we had gotten nowhere. We had our White House briefing of President Trump on May 23rd. He signed a letter inviting President Zelensky to the White House on May 29th. And for several weeks, we were just temporizing with the Ukrainians, saying, well, we're working on it. It's a scheduling issue. We'll get there. Don't worry. And I told Bill and Gordon that I was going to see President Zelensky in Toronto. And I feel an obligation to tell him the truth, that we have a problem here. We're not getting a date scheduled. Here's what I think the problem is. It's the negative information flow from Mayor Giuliani. And that he would, that I would advise him that he should call President Trump personally, because he needed to renew that personal relationship and be able to convey to President Trump that he was serious about fighting corruption, investigating things that happened in the past, and so forth. So I did all of that with President Zelensky in a pull-aside after our formal bilateral meeting.
Okay. And during that meeting in Toronto, or the series of meetings, there was no discussion of preconditions, investigations of anything of that sort?
No.
And you were there with Mr. Kent?
Yes, I believe so.
And did you ever have any discussions with him about preconditions or investigations?
Not at that time. I think later on these things came up about when we were talking about a statement, whether there were investigations. But I believe at this time in Toronto, it was really more referring to investigations generically, that is how you go about fighting corruption, and that President Zelensky should reaffirm his commitment to President Trump in a direct phone call.
Okay. And at any point in time, had Mr. Kent raised any concerns to you about any of this?
Not at that time.
Okay. Next event I want to cover is the July 10th meeting in Ambassador Bolton's office. We talked a little bit about this morning. I don't know if you caught the coverage, but there was a testimony that at some point Ambassador Sondland mentioned investigations, and reportedly the meeting ended abruptly. What can you tell us about that fact?
Thank you. Let me answer that question first. I'd like to come back to your prior question for a second, too, if I may. But on the July 10th meeting, this was a meeting that we had arranged between Alex Daniliuk, who is the head of the National Security and Defense Council, and National Security Advisor Bolton. Attending the meeting was also Secretary Perry, Ambassador Sondland, myself, I believe Fiona Hill, and also Andrei Yermak. The purpose was really a counterpart visit. I thought that this would be the best opportunity. It was the first high-level meeting that we were having in Washington with a senior U.S. official, Ambassador Bolton, after President Zelensky's inauguration. I thought it would be a great opportunity for the Ukrainians to make their case. They are the new team in town, real deal about fighting corruption. I was rather disappointed with the meeting as it transpired. It struck me as down in the weeds. talking about reform of national security structures in Ukraine and legislation that they were working on, and not the big picture and not the bilateral relationship. So I was a bit disappointed by that. At the end of the meeting, I do recall having seen some of the other testimony. I believe Ambassador Sondland did raise the point of investigations in a generic way. This was after the meeting was already wrapping up, and I think all of us thought it was inappropriate, and the conversation did not pick up from there. It was the meeting was over. We all went outside, and we had a picture taken in front of the White House. And then all of us, except Ambassador Bolton, went down to the wardroom to talk through follow-up about how do we follow up on this meeting to keep the momentum in the relationship. And I think we broke up into several small groups. I remember having a conversation with Secretary Perry and one of his assistants about energy reform as part of that. I don't recall other conversations following up on investigations or Burisma.
And to the best of your knowledge, there certainly was no precondition discussed, right?
No. Again, the issue of the security assistance was one where I thought that this was really related to a general negative view about Ukraine. There was nothing specific ever communicated to me about it or the reasons why it was held, and we certainly didn't want to talk about it with the Ukrainians. We wanted to fix it.
Okay. And the next couple weeks later, the July 25th call happened, and you were headed to Ukraine during that time period?
Yes, I was actually already on my way to Ukraine, I think 2 days prior to that.
And you received readouts both from the U.S. side and the Ukrainian side. Could you tell us about that?
Yes. So I was not on the phone call. I had arrived in Ukraine, and I had had that lunch with Mr. Yermak that we saw on the day of the phone call. I had been pushing for the phone call because I thought it was important to renew the personal connection between the two leaders and to congratulate President Zelensky on the parliamentary election. The readout that I received from Mr. Yermak and then also from the U.S. side, although I'm not exactly sure who it was from on the U.S. side, but there was a U.S. and a Ukrainian readout, were largely the same, that it was a good call. It was a congratulatory phone call for the president's win in the parliamentary election. President Zelensky did reiterate his commitment to reform and fighting corruption in Ukraine. And President Trump did reiterate his invitation to President Zelensky to come visit him in the White House. It's exactly what I thought the phone call would be, so I was not surprised at getting that as the readout.
And did you ever have any discussions with Ambassador Taylor about this?
At that time, we were together in Ukraine at that time. We went the very next day to visit the conflict zone, and I'm sure he heard the same readout that I did.
And you had a meeting with President Zelensky on the 26th?
Yes, we had a meeting the day after the phone call on the 26th in the morning before heading out to the conflict zone.
Were any of these concerning elements that some witnesses have raised about the call raised in the meeting with President Zelensky?
No, only the very bare bones readout that I had received. That was also how it was discussed in the meeting with President Zelensky.
So to the extent there's been assertions that President Zelensky was concerned about demands President Trump had made,
I don't recall that.
You don't recall that?
I do not recall being, I don't recall, well, let me turn that around and say he was very positive about the phone call.
Okay.
I don't recall him saying anything about demands, but he was very upbeat about the fact of the call.
And there was no discussion on the part of President Zelensky on how to navigate the various
I don't recall that.
Concerns that people have articulated about the call?
I don't remember that.
And Mr. Zeldin asked you in the deposition that in no way, shape, or form, in either readouts from the United States or Ukraine, did you receive any indication whatsoever for anything that resembled a quid pro quo. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And the same would go for this new allegation of bribery?
I've only seen an allegation of bribery in the last week.
It's the same common set of facts. It's just instead of quid pro quo, now it's bribery.
I was never involved in anything that I considered to be bribery at all.
Okay, or extortion?
Or extortion.
Okay.
Mr. Castor, may I address two specific points?
Of course.
One is I'm reminded that the meeting with Ambassador Bolton and Mr. Daniliuk took place on July 10th,
Yes.
and I did not become aware of the hold on security assistance until July 18th.
Right. Okay.
So that is another reason why that did not come up.
Okay. And at that point in time, you didn't know that the potential pause in the security assistance was brewing?
I did not. No, I heard about it for the first time on the 18th of July. May I make a second observation as well?
Absolutely.
I do remember having seen some of the testimony of Mr. Kent, a conversation in which he had asked me about the conspiracy theories that were out there in Ukraine. I don't remember what the date of this conversation was. And my view was, well, if there are things like that, then why not investigate them? I don't believe that there's anything to them. If there is, 2016 election interference is what I was thinking of. We would want to know about that, but I didn't really believe there's anything there to begin with.
You testified in your deposition to the extent the Ukrainians were going to investigate other Ukrainians for wrongdoing, that was perfectly appropriate in your mind?
Correct. That has been U.S. policy for years.
So if certain Ukrainians involved with the Burisma company,
that I think is the only plausible thing to look at there. As I said, I don't find it plausible or credible that Vice President Biden would have been influenced in his duties, but whether individual Ukrainians in the society that we know Ukraine has been for decades were trying to act in a corrupt way or to buy influence, that's plausible.
Right. Deputy Assistant Secretary Kent last Wednesday told us about, there was an investigation into Burisma trying to recoup millions of taxpayer dollars, and the Ukrainians were pursuing an investigation. There was a bribe paid. Were you tracking that?
I was aware of those kinds of things. I couldn't give you those kinds of details. I just know that there was a reputation around the company.
Okay. And subsequent to those facts and the bribe being paid, the Burisma company wanted to improve their image and added some folks to their board, including the president of Poland, including Hunter Biden. Are you familiar with that?
That's what I understand.
And to the extent the Ukrainians, the folks affiliated with Burisma, wanted to hire those people for their board for protection purposes so they could continue to engage in misdeeds, if that was a fact worth investigating, you certainly would be supportive of Ukrainians trying to get to the bottom of that, correct?
Well, I can't speculate as to any of the specifics of what was motivating Burisma or not. Ukrainian government authorities investigating possible corruption by Ukrainian citizens is a perfectly appropriate thing for them to do.
Mr. Morrison, I want to turn our attention back to the July 25th call. You were in the room. Did anything concern you on the call?
No.
And after the call ended, you, like Colonel Vindman, one of your next steps was to engage the NSC lawyers. And your reasons for doing that were slightly different than Colonel Vindman's. And you articulated three concerns. And do you want to share them with us, or would you rather I do it?
So I think I articulated two concerns. If I'm forgetting one, please remind me. But the two concerns I had were, one, I did not see representatives of NSC Legal on the call. And so I wanted to make sure that the legal advisor and his deputy were aware of the call. And I was also concerned about taking steps to protect the MEMCON, limit its disclosure for fear of the consequences of it leaking.
And you were concerned about it leaking because you were worried about how it would play out in Washington's polarized political environment, correct?
Yes.
And you were also worried how that would lead to the bipartisan support here in Congress towards Ukraine, right?
Yes.
And you were also concerned that it might affect the Ukrainians' perception negatively.
Yes.
And in fact, all three of those things have played out, haven't they?
Yes.
You didn't ask the lawyers to put it on the code word system, correct?
Oh, I want to be precise about the lexicon here. I did not ask for it to be moved to a compartmented system.
Okay. You just wanted the transcript to be controlled.
I wanted access to be restricted.
Okay. And when you learned that the transcript had been stored on the compartmented server, you believe that was a mistake, correct?
Well, it was represented to me that it was a mistake. I was trying to pull up that MEMCON because we were in the process of pulling together Ambassador Bolton's materials and the President's materials for what was a planned bilat between POTUS and President Zelensky. And when I went to do that, I could not pull up the package in our system, and I did not understand why. I spoke with the NSC Executive Secretariat staff, asked them why, and they did their research, and they informed me it had been moved to the higher classification system at the direction of John Eisenberg, whom I then asked why. I mean, if that was the judgment he made, that's not necessarily mine to question, but I didn't understand it. And he essentially told me I gave no such direction. He did his own inquiry, and he represented back to me that his understanding was that it was a kind of administrative error, that when he also gave direction to restrict access, the Executive Secretariat staff understood that as an apprehension that there was something in the content of the MEMCON that could not exist on the lower classification system.
So to the best of your knowledge, there's no malicious intent in moving the transcript to the compartmented server?
Correct.
And to your knowledge, anybody on the NSC staff that needed access to the transcript for their official duties always was able to access it, correct? People that had a need to know and a need to access it?
Once it was moved to the compartmented system?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. The MEMCON of the July 25th call was, in your experience, prepared normally?
Yes.
That there isn't an exact transcription of what's said on the call, correct?
Correct.
That there's note takers in the Situation Room, and then they prepare a draft and it's circulated among relevant parties?
Essentially, yes.
And you had responsibility for coordinating any edits?
Yes, we look at the shorthand, we'll call it a transcript, but the memorandum of conversation, and we ensure that transcription is as close to accurate as possible given our requirements under the Presidential Records Act.
Okay. And Colonel Vindman testified that he thought it was very accurate. Did you as well?
I viewed it as complete inaccurate.
Okay. Colonel Vindman did articulate that he had a couple edits. He wanted Burisma inserted. I think it was on page 3 or 4 in place of the company in one of the sections where President Zelensky was talking. Are you aware of that edit request?
I understand that he said in either this proceeding or the deposition that he wanted that request, yes.
Okay. At the time, did you understand that he had asked for that?
I don't recall that. It was my practice, if I believed an edit accurately represented the call, I would accept it. If I didn't hear it in the call, if it didn't exist in my notes, I wouldn't have made the edit.
Okay. Yeah, he just, on page 4, he wanted to swap out the word company for Burisma. And when that edit from Colonel Vindman was not installed, did he give you any negative feedback that it was crucial that that edit get in the document?
Not that I can recall.
Okay. Did he ever raise any concerns to you about the accuracy of the transcript?
Not that I can recall.
Did he ever raise any concerns to you generally about the call?
When we were discussing the track changes version of the MEMCON, I believe he had some concerns about the call. I believe we both agreed we wanted that more full-throated embrace of President Zelensky and his reform agenda, and we didn't get it.
Okay. You indicated in your deposition that when you took over the portfolio for Dr. Hill, July 15th, you were alerted to potential issues in Colonel Vindman's judgment?
Yes.
Did she relay anything specifically to you? Why she thought that?
Not as such. It was more of a overarching statement from her and her deputy, who became my deputy, that they had concerns about judgment.
Okay. Did any other NSC personnel raise concerns with you about Mr. Vindman?
Yes.
Or, I'm sorry, Colonel Vindman? And what were some of those concerns that were brought to your attention?
There were...
I'm sorry, we are not going to, I'm going to instruct him not to answer. I'm going to instruct him not to answer because I think that it's beyond the scope of what you're asking for. These concerns, Mr. Castor, predated any involvement with Ukrainian sector assistance.
Well, during the deposition, I asked you, Mr. Morrison, whether others raised the concern that Colonel Vindman may have leaked information.
You did ask that, yes.
Yeah, and your answer was?
Others had represented that, yes.
Okay. And I asked you whether you were concerned Colonel Vindman did not keep you in the loop at all times with his official duties?
Yes.
And in fact, when he went to the National Security Council lawyers following the July 25th call, he did not first come to you, is that correct?
Correct.
And you were his supervisor in the chain of command, correct?
Correct.
And in hindsight, did you wish that he had come to you first before going to the lawyers?
Yes.
And why is that?
One, if he had concerns about something, about the content of the call, that's something I would have expected to have been notified of. I also think, just as a matter of practice, since we both went to the lawyers, we didn't necessarily both need to, and economy of effort may have prevailed.
Okay. At any point subsequently, did he become frustrated that he felt cut out of some of the Ukraine portfolio?
Yes.
And what was the nature of his concerns?
Well, I think the easiest way to say it is he was concerned with respect to, for example, the Ukraine trip, that he was not, he did not go. He asked me why it was my practice to have a number of the conversations with Ambassador Taylor one-on-one, and there were certain other matters.
Okay. And did you ever get the sense that you resolved his concerns, or did they linger?
I explained to him my thinking, and that was that.
Okay. Before my time expires, Ambassador Volker, I want to turn quickly to the what Ambassador Taylor describes as the irregular channel. He was a participant with you and Ambassador Sondland, hundreds of text messages, correct?
Correct.
And so, did he ever raise concerns about what was going on during the time period of the early August time period?
Only as you saw reflected in the text messages themselves, where he said, is this now a linkage, or are we doing this? He had a concern about, just in general, Rudy Giuliani, which of course I think a lot of us had, but the issue is, what do you do about it, about the role that he's playing? And as you note, we were in frequent contact, near daily contact throughout this entire period.
And so, did he ever engage you in a one-on-one telephone call to articulate his concerns?
No, we were on many one-on-one telephone calls. He did not raise those concerns that way, no.
Okay. And this, I mean, you're a experienced diplomat. At one point in time, Senate confirmed. Ambassador Sondland is the ambassador to the European Union. Secretary Perry is a Secretary of Energy. Certainly not, it doesn't sound like an irregular bunch. Did he ever articulate to you that he thought the three of you working on Ukraine policy was a problem?
No, he did not.
And were you surprised during his testimony when he came in for the deposition, when he sort of establish these two tracks, that one was a regular channel that he was in charge of and the other was a
Yes,
irregular
I don't agree with his characterization of that because I had been in my role for a couple of years. I had been the lead on U.S.-Ukraine negotiations and negotiating with Russia and the interagency work and the work with our allies. And we have a Secretary of Energy who is a cabinet official. And I think having support from various U.S. officials for our strengthening our engagement with Ukraine, I view it as a very positive thing. And if the concern is not us so much then, because we're all U.S. officials, but Mayor Giuliani, I don't view that as a channel at all because he's not a representative of the U.S. government. He's a private citizen. I viewed him as perhaps a useful barometer in understanding what may be helpful communication from the Ukrainian government, but not someone in a position to represent the U.S. government at all.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, why don't we take a 5 or 10 minute break? If I could ask the audience to allow the witnesses to leave the room first.
And we will take that 5 minutes here to kind of sum up where we are. This is the second hearing of the day. We started I think we started at 9 a.m. Eastern time. It's now 5:41 Eastern time, and they're taking a break, and they will resume here shortly with members of the Intelligence Committee. But I'm here with Chuck Todd and Barrett Berger, former federal prosecutor and an NBC News legal analyst. Let me start with you, Chuck. Going in, Tim Morrison, NSC Russia expert, seen as someone that might be more sympathetic to the case Republicans are making. He didn't have a problem necessarily with what he heard on that July 25th call. Did he deliver?
I don't know if he delivered as well as Republicans hoped he would. I think he was definitely a fact witness for them. I thought, though, that they were hoping he would be more helpful than he was. Yes, he didn't hear anything illegal on the call in his mind, but that didn't mean he didn't hear something problematic. Now, he viewed it as politically problematic. That's certainly, and so in that case, I don't think it's as helpful as Republicans thought it would be. Look, I do think they did a good job. They did a good job. If the Republican goal was to get Volker and Morrison to say, hey, some of this stuff was more routine than it comes across, I think they've painted some of this stuff as more routine. The problem they have is that even Volker and Morrison are saying, yeah, but that phone call was unusual, and some of these requests were unusual. And ultimately, what I think has been the most damaging for the Republicans today, because I think they hoped that Volker and Morrison would sort of, I think, help them more than they did, is how much Volker changed his testimony. Volker strikes me as somebody who just threw himself on the mercy of this impeachment inquiry and said, look, man, I don't know what Giuliani was up to. I really was just trying to land this plane. And he's sitting there going, this is, I didn't quite understand.
But he's watching aid cut off.
Yeah,
he's not connecting the dots.
And I think there's some people think, oh, you were willfully blind on some of this stuff if you didn't think Burisma and Biden were the same thing. But maybe that's okay. Maybe the Democrats will take it. But that's, if I'm the president, if I'm Republicans, I'm nervous about Volker essentially saying, look, yes, this was a mess. I was trying to land it. I wasn't doing it with corrupt intent. Please believe.
Barrett, give me the legal perspective on that. These two witnesses, we're still watching, keeping in mind they're going to continue testimony here. But are they being more helpful to one side or the other?
Yeah, I agree with Chuck. I'm not sure either of these witnesses is really going far for the Republicans. I mean, look, it may be the standard that they're not hurting them, which is not the same as helping. I mean, remember, we just listened to Volker very adamantly saying, I don't think Joe Biden had anything to do with any sort of corruption multiple times in, the brief time that he's already been testifying. He's really deflecting attention away from any wrongdoing Biden may have had. And that's something that the Republicans can't like having repeated multiple times.
In about 30 seconds, how does this raise the stakes now for Sondland tomorrow?
Oh, Sondland's name has been mentioned, countless times by every single witness today. Sondland's testimony, it is as critical as it could possibly be, and he has got to be sweating right now.
There's still one more person that they could like to testify that I think whose names gets invoked a lot too. That's John Bolton. The most devastating part of Morrison's testimony is what he recalled of hey, Bolton told me to talk to the lawyers.
So when Sondland testifies, is there any thought, any possibility that he might invoke the Fifth?
Well, that's the rumor running around. That, to me, would make matters worse. But
I agree.
then, right?
Look, it's a huge sort of acceptance of, I have something that I should feel, potentially would incriminate me. I think it's too much consciousness of guilt. I think it's unlikely that we would actually see it. Now, that's not saying he maybe shouldn't be in a position where that would be a good idea, where if you were his lawyer, you might advise him. But I think it would be unlikely to actually see him.
But he's got a lot to clear up. And that phone call that we now know about is going to be.
By the way, Volker's telegraphing one strategy. Dump on Rudy.
Yeah.
I'll be curious if Gordon Sondland suddenly becomes part 2 of Dump on Rudy. Let's see what happens.
All right. Well, Chuck and Barrett, thanks to both of you. Our coverage continues in some of these NBC stations and on our streaming network, NBC News Now. And, of course, we'll be back on the air tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. for testimony from Gordon Sondland, the U.S. ambassador to the European Union, and perhaps the most eagerly anticipated witness so far because of his direct communications on Ukraine with President Trump. I'll see you here shortly with a complete wrap-up of all we've seen today on NBC Nightly News. Until then, I'm Lester Holt, NBC News in New York. Good day, everyone.
Hey everyone, I'm Allison Morris, and you're watching NBC News Now's special coverage. We're in the second half of day 3 of the public impeachment hearings. Leanne Caldwell is on Capitol Hill. She has been in the hearings all day long. And Leanne, tonight we're hearing from Kurt Volker and Tim Morrison. What are the big headlines for you so far?
Well, Allison, one of the first headlines is about Volker. He had come into this hearing today and revised his testimony from his deposition that he gave behind closed doors a few weeks ago. He said that at the time he said that there was no connection between Burisma, the energy company, and the Bidens. Well, today he said, after learning more since his deposition, that in fact there was a connection between the two, that Burisma and the Bidens was one and the same. And with that, though, he also said that he had a lot of respect for Joe Biden. The fact that he said that he knew Joe Biden for 25 years and that there was nothing corrupt about him. So Volker's testimony, that was explosive in of that. As Morrison's testimony, there's a lot we can go through with what Morrison said. Remember, he's the National Security Council advisor. He left his position, and he said that that in this July 25th phone call with the president, he was disappointed because he wanted full-throated support of President Zelensky by President Trump. That is something that did not happen, and so he thought that the call was unfortunate, Allison.
Leanne, these were 2 witnesses that Republicans wanted to hear from tonight. Given what we've heard so far, do you think these are still 2 witnesses that Republicans wanted to hear from tonight?
It's an excellent question. So the Republicans called these witnesses, and you would have expected these witnesses to really poke holes into the Democrats' entire theory here. But they didn't do that. What they did actually is they corroborated a lot of what was already said by other witnesses before. Where they differ slightly from the other witnesses is the fact that they didn't think things were as explosive or traumatic or serious of a problem as other witnesses did. But they also didn't dismiss anything here either. They said, yes, they had problems with this July 25th phone call. They said that in fact, that the aid was being investigated or was being withheld until there was a public announcement of investigations by the president of Ukraine. And so while these were supposed to be the Republican witnesses, they did nothing to advance the case for Republicans.
Leanne, we're showing you on a split screen right now. We're showing what's going on in the hearing room. Would you talk to us about why you're outside that room and we're chatting with you right now?
Yeah, so we can't have a camera where I do a live shot outside of the hearing room. And so walk to the building next door. We're in the Cannon office building. So what's happening now is, press and everyone is milling about. It's the end of the day. There's our own Jeff Bennett right there walking out of the shot. So, photographers are there taking photos. People, it's an opportunity to talk and have some time. But since it's the end of the day, this is, hour 9 or 10 of 8 something of hearings. The audience has started to thin out. There's no longer a line outside the hearing room. But there's still people there. And all the members of the Intelligence Committee are still in this hearing room. Going to be there for the duration, which is actually pretty amazing for a congressional hearing, because even when congressional hearings on Capitol Hill only last an hour or 2 or maybe 3 hours on some other topic, members come and go. They never sit through the whole thing. So the fact that they are there from beginning to end just on its own denotes the seriousness and how big of an issue this is, especially the fact that the Republicans are sitting there. They think this is a sham process, but they are 100% involving themselves and participating in it.
And Leanne, we know this is just early in the week. We have a whole lot of other hearings throughout the week, more testimony. A lot of people talking about tomorrow and how important Gordon Sondland's testimony will be. His name came up a whole lot already today. Would you mind addressing that just a bit?
Gordon Sondland is the name of this entire inquiry. If it wasn't for the president, other than the president, it's Gordon Sondland. He was invoked again and again in both the morning session and tonight as well. One thing that was interesting that Morrison said is that he finally realized that Sondland was in fact connecting the aid to the investigations. But then Morrison also said that he now knows that that Sondland was in fact in touch with the president. He said that every time Sondland said that he talked to the president, he would look into it, and it was in fact true. So Morrison, remember, the Republicans' witness said that Sondland is in fact in constant communication with the president. The president said he doesn't even know who Sondland, he barely even knows the guy. And that's what the Democrats really want. They want a direct connection of this quid pro quo, of this withholding of aid to the president. And that's one of the things that Morrison gave them today. So when Sondland comes before the hearing tomorrow, he's going to have so many questions from both sides of the aisle, because from what all these witnesses have said is that he is the one who is talking to the president the most, other than Rudy Giuliani. That was another theme that came out in today's hearing, in tonight's session of this hearing, is the outsized and unwarranted influence of Rudy Giuliani. Both Morrison and Volker made those points over and over again.
Leanne, thank you so much for being with us. I want to ask you to hang on for a second, because I want to bring in MSNBC legal analyst Danny Ceballos. And Danny, so many legal questions for you today. I want to ask you about Sondland, but also about Volker today. He said today that the hearings that he has heard since have changed how he is informed about investigations into Burisma and the connection to the Bidens. Could you talk about that? And some people might be wondering, my goodness, did he just perjure himself here? He's changing what he was saying.
It's so hard to say at this point, because on the one hand, you have multiple series of testimony, and some of it is inconsistent with each other.
Right.
So it's really hard to say that somebody just stepped on a perjury mine, especially because so much is dependent on what he remembers and what he's testifying about, and whether it's consistent with what he's told people in the past, and whether or not it's consistent with testimony that we're hearing today. Right. So it's really challenging, and I don't want to go so far as to say someone is committing perjury ever, because perjury is just not that easy to prove ultimately.
And this is probably going to be, or there's going to be a similar question or a similar issue tomorrow, because people have said, well, Gordon Sondland testifies tomorrow. He has already changed or stepped back on some of his testimony. And he may be in a position where he has to do that again tomorrow.
I don't normally talk about the vibe I get from a transcript, but Gordon Sondland sounds to me, at least the one that's been released, that we already have access to. Keep in mind, we already know a lot of things that Gordon Sondland said in 300 plus pages of testimony. But one of the things that emerges or radiates from his testimony is somebody who's trying to hedge his bets. He was ordered essentially by the president to go talk to Rudy about whatever Rudy wanted to talk about. He then passes that on to other folks. Well, that was really Perry's job. That was Volker's job. I generally knew about corruption. I didn't know that it was about investigating the Bidens. That I wouldn't have been down with. But the other stuff I sort of knew, and then this Biden stuff I found out later. And then when it gets squishy, when it gets dangerous, he falls back on a lot of I don't remembers. And they're the kind of things that even if you're operating at a very high level and dealing with important things every day, that probably you should remember.
If we're looking at this from a legal perspective, if we're treating this as, say, a trial of sorts, is that what Republicans want, for people to sort of be confused or not be clear on what happened? Does that help them make their case that this is not a cut and dry impeachment situation?
Republicans have an uphill battle. First of all, they're dealing with witnesses who, on the whole, at least in the last week, their credibility, at least in terms of their character, their experience, their personal knowledge, and I don't mean personal knowledge as a percipient witness, someone who saw something happen. I mean their knowledge about Ukraine and foreign affairs and their experience in their job is unquestionable. You can't challenge that. So for the Republicans, it has been very difficult for them to mount an offense against these witnesses because of their character. I mean, it's unquestioned. But at the same time, they have to go back to credibility issues. And they do that by saying not that you are a liar or you are not a credible person, but that you don't have firsthand knowledge, you don't have firsthand information, you didn't say the word bribe, you were just worried about something, and you skipped the chain of command, Lieutenant Colonel Vindman. You did all these other things that you probably shouldn't have done. This is classic cross-examination, but you have to pick and choose. You can't nitpick things in a cross-examination, at least when you're cross-examining a witness for a jury. Juries know that sometimes people don't remember, was it a red shirt or a blue shirt? So if you beat up on a witness that much in cross-examination, the jury might not take it out on the witness. They might take it out on the cross-examining lawyer.
I want to stick with the Republicans for a moment, because last week we talked so much about how they relied on this hearsay argument. You mentioned this. You didn't have firsthand knowledge. It was hearsay. That changed today when we heard from Vindman and Williams. They were on that July 25th call. Did the Republicans, in your mind, do a good job of shifting their strategy of handling this differently because you couldn't go to the hearsay argument anymore?
They had to, but in a sense, it was similar to the hearsay argument of last week. Not necessarily pure hearsay. Instead, we concede that you heard what you heard on the phone call, but you didn't really hear all this other stuff that was going on. You never talked to the president before. You never met Rudy Giuliani. You don't know what was in Rudy Giuliani's head or in the president's head. You don't know why he made that decision, and he's the president. He's allowed to make a lot of very high-level command decisions. In fact, arguably all of them. So the Republican strategy really wasn't that different. Instead of saying, this is hearsay, you're not a percipient witness, now they're saying, you may have been a percipient witness as to this small circle of things, but you are just a cog in the wheel of life witness. You only know a small circle, and the giant circle of foreign affairs you were not privy to.
How about the impeachment case the Democrats are trying to lay out today? How do you think they did?
I think they've done a very good job of calling witnesses whose credibility is strong, even though it may be secondhand information or they may not know all the possible facts. Their character is impeccable. They're career servants. And the other thing that Congress is doing, the House, the Democrats are doing, is educating the public. For the most part, people don't really know what the State Department and the DOD and our Foreign Service Corps, what they do on a day-to-day basis. So in many ways, the House Democrats are using this opportunity to educate the public about the way things are supposed to be done and then the way things were actually done. And that's the way they paint a picture of something being rotten in the state of Ukraine because of all this back-channel activity that was going on and the fact that you had someone in Rudy Giuliani who was doing something that none of these folks had ever seen before. So just on its face, it may not be patently wrong, but it sure smells funny.
All right, we've talked about how the Republicans and the Democrats did. Let's talk about the White House for a moment. Chief White House correspondent Hallie Jackson's outside the White House. Hallie, do we know if the president was watching today, and how has he reacted so far?
Yeah, we do know he was watching, Allison. I had the opportunity to represent my colleagues in the cabinet room in the West Wing a little earlier today as a member of the pool, and the president said he was tuned in. He thought Republicans, in his words, are absolutely killing it. He was happy to see his GOP allies rallying around him, defending him to the point that you are making with Danny there. I asked the president if he felt like Lieutenant Colonel Alexander Vindman was a credible witness. The president, interestingly, didn't go after Vindman in the way we saw him attack Marie Yovanovitch, for example, simply said he did not know him. But what I've been hearing from sources and officials here at the White House throughout the day has been essentially a selective look at the parts of testimony from Tim Morrison, from Vindman, from Jennifer Williams, the detail lead of the vice president's national security staff, and others. things that back up the argument they have been making, right? So you're seeing a lot of discussion about the points where, for example, Williams and Vindman acknowledge that they had no issue with the way that the transcript was put together, right? You're seeing the White House seize on that. You're seeing them seize on the point that, for example, Tim Morrison is talking about how his thoughts on that July 25th phone call, for example. So the White House is looking at certain pieces of this. This is not surprising, right? Of course, they are selecting the parts that back up their argument. I would say, though, that you have also seen from the White House Twitter account, from the president's retweets, some attack-adjacent issues with Lieutenant Colonel Vindman, if I could use that kind of language here. It not going after him directly, but raising questions about his judgment, for example, things that his former boss, right, said about him that they found problematic. So there is this sort of more subtle campaign to try to discredit Vindman, which, again, has some optical risks here, just given that Vindman is somebody who came out, talked about his military service, talked about his family's history, coming to this country as a toddler, what that meant to him, his father, and others, somebody who is trying to really relate to, I think, the American people in that way. So bottom line, yes, the president tuned in. We are not surprised to hear that. But here's what everyone's watching for tomorrow. EU Ambassador Gordon Sondland. That is testimony that could potentially be very problematic for President Trump. And so you have a lot of eyeballs zeroed in on what Sondland may have to say tomorrow as well. One more thing else, and I just want to note, there's been an interesting back and forth that I want to explain to viewers here on the USMCA, that U.S.-Mexico-Canada trade agreement that is currently being negotiated out, working its way through the White House and Congress, et cetera. The president is now claiming that Nancy Pelosi is holding up a vote on that trade deal in order to essentially whip or gain support for an impeachment vote to move forward with those articles against President Trump. So that's one thing I would watch here. The president going after Speaker Pelosi in very harsh terms today, calling her a grossly incompetent woman. And I'm wondering how you're going to see that develop throughout the week, Al.
Hallie, one last question before we let you go. I know yesterday the president had hinted that he would consider testifying. Any more mention or talk of that today?
No, I actually asked him in the West Wing what's he going to do? Is he going to appear? What's his sense? He did not answer. I would say a couple of things here, that the president has dangled the possibility of him speaking to investigators before, notably during the special counsel investigation with Robert Mueller. The president repeatedly said he would leave the door open to that. Ultimately, he never actually appeared in front of Robert Mueller. But what did he do? He answered written questions, right? Nancy Pelosi, the House Speaker, and other Democrats that I've talked to say they would be okay if the president answered their written questions. If this goes anywhere, that is potentially where this goes. But you're having even allies now like Senator Lindsey Graham, like Congressman Jim Jordan, and others who have said they think it's very unlikely that President Trump will actually go ahead and appear in front of House investigators. And I'll tell you, Democratic sources are saying they're not even taking that offer seriously at this point, because they say if the president really wanted to cooperate with this impeachment inquiry, he would let people like Mick Mulvaney testify rather than blocking those potentially key witnesses from doing so.
Hallie Jackson of the White House, thank you so much. And the impeachment hearing is starting up again. We're going to take you there right now.
Domestic political debate in the U.S., domestic political narrative that overshadows that. So you were right to point that out, and I apologize for the mistake. I want to go back to a couple of things that you said during the minorities round. Can you repeat again with a readout that you got of the July 25th call?
Yes, I received a readout from both Ukrainian colleague Andrei Yermak, as well as from a U.S. person. I don't now remember whether it was my staffer or someone from the embassy or where. And the readout was that it was a good phone call, that it was a congratulatory phone call for the president's win in the parliamentary election, that President Zelensky did reiterate his commitment to fighting corruption and advancing reform in Ukraine, and that President Trump renewed his invitation for President Zelensky to come to the White House.
Okay. And I believe you said that readout was exactly as you expected the call to go. Is that right?
Exactly. That's what we were trying to tee up.
Okay. I just want to show you once again the July 25th text that you wrote to Andrei Yermak, which was the message that you were relaying to him so that he could prepare President Zelensky. And you'll recall this, right, where you said that this was the message: good lunch, thanks, heard from White House, assuming President Z convinces Trump he will investigate, quote, get to the bottom of what happened in 2016, we will nail down date for visit to Washington. That's what you expected from the call, right?
Yeah, I expected that President Zelensky would be convincing in his statements and comments with President Trump. that he was exactly that he would investigate, get to the bottom of things that had happened in 2016, and that if he was strong in conveying who he is as a person and doing that President Trump would be convinced and renew the invitation to the White House.
Right, but you don't mention corruption in this text, do you? The word corruption is not in this text,
The word
right?
corruption is not there. Investigating things that have happened in the past that would be corrupt would be investigating corruption.
You say a couple times in your opening statement, and you just said it again, that is, investigating things that happened in the past. You are aware, of course, that most investigations relate to things that happened in the past, right? Sure. Sorry?
Yes.
Okay. So that doesn't really move the needle, whether it's current or past, in terms of the subject of the investigation,
right? The subject of the investigation are things that happened in the past.
You also talked a little bit about the meeting that you had on July 26th with President Zelensky and Ambassador Sondland in Kiev, is that right?
On the 26th,
and
we had a meeting
Taylor.
with President Zelensky, yes.
Okay. And I believe you testified that the topic of investigations did not come up at all, is that right?
Yeah, I don't recall them coming up, just the general phone call.
You didn't take notes of that call, of that meeting, right?
No, I did not.
Right, because you had, there were staffers there to do that.
Correct.
And so if there are two staffers who took notes of that meeting and testified that the subject of either sensitive topics or investigations came up, are we better off taking their word for it than yours?
I have no reason to doubt their notes if they were notes taken contemporaneously at the meeting.
Okay. Another witness testified before us, Laura Cooper, about a meeting that she had with you on August 20th. Do you recall having that meeting with her? Because you didn't mention it in your deposition.
Yes, I did. I did mention that I had been making the rounds to weigh in on lifting the hold on security assistance, to do that with all of the interagency players.
Mm-hmm. And she recalled with some specificity that meeting, which I believe was also based on her notes, that you described the statement that you were trying to get President Zelensky to make to, and I'll quote what she said, disavow interference in U.S. elections and commit to the prosecution of individuals involved in election interference. And if he were to agree to do that, she testified, then you thought that it might help to lift the hold on security assistance. Is that your recollection of the conversation as well?
Not exactly.
And so how does yours differ?
I recall talking about the statement that we had discussed earlier, the one that had been in the subject of these exchanges between Mr. Yermak and myself, Ambassador Sondland, and Rudy Giuliani, and then back to Yermak. So I discussed that this is an effort we are doing, that this could be helpful in getting a reset of the thinking of the president, the negative view of Ukraine that he had. And if we did that, I thought that would also be helpful in unblocking whatever hold there was on security assistance. That if there's this negative presumption about Ukraine, getting this stuff on track would be helpful.
All right, well, so that's a different interpretation, but you don't doubt that what she testified is inaccurate, do you?
I believe she accurately reflected what she understood from the conversation.
Okay. You testified a little bit about the June 28th conference call that you had with Ambassador Sondland, Ambassador Taylor. I'm not sure if Deputy Secretary Kent was on the line,
I don't believe
and
so.
Secretary Perry, before you looped in President Zelensky. Am I right about the participants of that, or was Secretary Perry not on it?
Yeah, I am pretty sure that Deputy Assistant Secretary Kent was not on it. I don't remember whether Secretary Perry was on it, and I don't remember whether I stayed on for President Zelensky joining the call or not.
Okay.
Were there separate calls?
Were there any staff members or note takers on the call?
I don't believe so.
Why?
We were having a call among ourselves to talk about what were the messages we thought we needed to convey.
And at that point, we've had other testimony from people who did take notes that there was a discussion about the investigations, or what you needed to do, what President Zelensky needed to do in order to get the White House meeting. Do you recall that?
I recall seeing that in Ambassador Taylor's testimony, and I believe there may have even been a text message to that effect. And again, it comes down to what are we talking about in terms of these investigations. because what I certainly understood is we're talking about Ukraine looking into and fighting corruption internally and being convincing about this, presenting the new president and the new team as a change in Ukraine.
Well, you understood that the investigations were Burisma in the 2016 election, right?
Yes.
Okay, and you interpreted those to be okay because, in theory, they were looking into Ukrainians.
Correct.
Okay, but we can agree, can we not, that the investigations, all the investigations that we're talking about here today, were Burisma in the 2016 election?
Correct.
Okay. Now, and what you then amended your testimony today to say is that in retrospect, if you did not realize that the purpose for Mr. Giuliani and President Trump to want the Burisma investigation was for political benefits in digging up dirt or getting some information on Vice President Biden. That's what you learned subsequently, right?
It's correct that I learned about the president's interest in investigating Vice President Biden from the phone call transcript, which came much, much later. From Giuliani, I didn't know that he was actively pursuing this. I did know that he raised this with me directly, and I had pushed back on it.
Well, you knew that Ambassador Sondland was pursuing this at the July 10th meeting when he raised these investigations himself.
Well, again, he didn't specify Biden. He didn't specify Burisma, as I recall, either. I understood it to be a generic comment and something, again, not appropriate for that meeting.
Right. I understand, but Biden wasn't mentioned. But you do agree that when investigations are referenced in this context, it is Burisma in the 2016 election, no?
Yes, that's what I understand.
Right. And on that July 10th call, when Ambassador Sondland raised the investigations, he did that in response to a question from the Ukrainians about the White House meeting. Isn't that right?
Can you repeat the question? I didn't catch that.
When you said that Ambassador Sondland mentioned specific investigations at the July 10th meeting in Ambassador Bolton's office, and you said that you thought that was inappropriate.
Yes.
Didn't he make that comment in response to a question from the Ukrainian officials about when they could schedule the White House meeting?
That I'm not sure about. I remember the meeting essentially already being over, and then Ambassador Sondland bringing that up.
And in the July 2nd or 3rd meeting in Toronto that you had with President Zelensky, you also mentioned investigations to him,
Yes.
right? And again, you were referring to the Burisma.
I was thinking of
2016.
Burisma in 2016.
Okay, and you understood that that's what the Ukrainians interpreted references to investigations to be related to Burisma and the 2016 election.
I don't know specifically at that time if we had talked to that specifically, Burisma 2016 with President. That was my assumption, though, that they would have been thinking that too.
Now, Mr. Morrison, when did you have that conversation with Fiona Hill about Burisma and the parallel process involving Ambassador Sondland and Rudy Giuliani? Do you recall?
We had a number of handoff discussions between 1 July and 15 July.
Okay. So in that period of time, you were certainly aware of this effort to promote this Burisma investigation that Ambassador Sondland and Rudy Giuliani were going about, or at least you had heard about it from Dr. Hill.
I had heard about it from Dr. Hill.
Okay. I want to pull up another excerpt from a recent Wall Street Journal article that quotes an email from July 13th that Ambassador Sondland sent to you. And he wrote to you, quote, "Sole purpose is for Zelensky to give POTUS assurances of new sheriff in town, corruption ending, unbundling moving forward, and any hampered investigations will be allowed to move forward transparently." And you responded, "Tracking." What did you understand Ambassador Sondland to mean when he wrote to you, "Any hampered investigations will be allowed to move forward transparently"?
I don't know that I had any understanding. These are emails, July 13 emails. I wasn't even in the seat yet. But I knew that among the head of state meetings we were attempting to schedule was one between the president and President Zelensky.
Right, but it was before this that Dr. Hill had told you about Burisma and Ambassador Sondland, in particular, his desire for this parallel process to investigate Burisma, right?
Yes.
So you had that association when you received his email asking you about investigations, correct?
Not necessarily.
No?
No.
Why not?
Because Ambassador, among the discussions I had with Dr. Hill were about Ambassador Sondland. I think she might have coined it the Gordon problem. And I decided to keep track of what Ambassador Sondland was doing. I didn't necessarily always act on things Gordon suggested he believed were important. So he wanted to get a meeting. I understood that the president wanted to do and had agreed to a meeting. And so I was tracking that we needed to schedule a meeting.
You were not endorsing the notion of President Zelensky sending a message about investigations. Is that your testimony?
That is my testimony.
Okay. Ambassador Volker, I want to jump ahead. After the aid was released, you went to the YES conference, right, in Ukraine? And are you aware that Ambassador Taylor, who testified based on quite detailed notes, indicated that earlier, a few days before that, Ambassador Sondland had told him that President Trump is a businessman, and so before he writes a check, he likes to see people pay up, something to that effect. You're aware of that?
I am familiar with that testimony.
And you're also familiar that Ambassador Taylor said that you said something very similar to him when you were in Ukraine for the YES conference. Do you recall saying that to Ambassador Taylor?
Yes, I do. I was repeating what Gordon Sondland had said to me to explain to Bill Taylor what that understanding was.
And in what context did Ambassador Sondland say that to you?
I think we were talking about the release of the hold on security assistance.
Right.
And he was saying that the president he's already, got a negative view of Ukraine. He sees a check on his desk that's going to the Ukrainians, not sure about them, so he wants to hold on to it until he's assured.
Right, and the pay up before he writes the check is to get the investigations that he wants, isn't that right?
That was not clear to me.
What did you think it meant?
I didn't think that there was a pay-up. As we said, the language was similar. I had heard from Gordon that he sees this check. He's not sure he wants it. He wants to make sure that he's got to deal with the Ukrainians. I didn't know specifically, other than the generic formulation.
Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
15 minutes to Ranking Member Nunes.
Parliamentary inquiry, Mr. Chair. Do you expect any more of these magical 15-minute devotions that you come up with in the back?
I don't know how magical they are. They're prescribed by House Resolution 660 that we can have successive rounds of up to 45 minutes. So this is part of the prescribed procedure under the House resolution.
Do you expect you're going to have more this evening?
I do not expect more will be necessary.
Thank the gentleman. So for everyone watching, this is another example of how out of control this process has become, where the Democrats just magically give themselves additional minutes, which they're right in the little special rule that they wrote, they can do, but you'd at least think that they'd have the decency to just tell us that you're going to have 15 minutes more. And I would say that you can go 4 hours, we can go 5 hours. We'll give you all you want. You can keep digging if you want. The deeper the hole you dig, I think the more viewers will turn off because people just aren't buying the drug deal that you guys are trying to sell. I would add that since we are getting into prime time, these are two witnesses that were your witnesses that you called in to depose. We still ask for witnesses that you did not depose, including the whistleblower, who you and others claim not to know, which we still need to get to the bottom of that because it is the most important material fact witness to how this whole mess began in the first place. Secondly, we've asked for the DNC operatives that were working with Ukrainians to dig up dirt for what you call, or what the left calls, conspiracy theories, which they are right. They're conspiracy theories of dirt that they dug up to spin their own conspiracy theories to attack the Trump campaign in the 2016 election. So I have no more questions for these witnesses. I know our members do. Mr. Castor, you have a little bit of cleanup here.
Thank you, Mr. Nunes. I'll try to be quick and yield some time back so we don't have to use every last minute. Ambassador Volker, are you aware of a statement just last week from Foreign Minister Prystaiko about he said that no one ever told the Ukrainians, certainly not him, that there was any linkage between the security assistance funds and investigations?
Yeah, I saw that statement, yes.
And do you know the foreign minister?
I do.
And during times relevant, did you ever have any discussions with him about investigations and links to security?
Not about investigations with him. I believe I kept that discussion to being with Mr. Yermak. And we did discuss with Foreign Minister Prystaiko, and at the time he was diplomatic advisor, security assistance after it was raised after August 29th, and I did discuss that with him.
The primary person you worked with was Mr. Yermak?
Yes.
And Mr. Yermak also had some meetings with Ambassador Sondland. Did Mr. Yermak ever give you any feedback from his interactions with Ambassador Sondland?
I can't say whether he did or didn't. We were in frequent contact, and we were just talking about the issues as we went along.
The episode at Warsaw, where apparently Ambassador Sondland pulled Mr. Yermak aside, did Mr. Yermak give you any feedback on that meeting?
I did not get anything specific after that. This was around, I believe, September 1st or 2nd. And it was at that time that I had been, I think, texted by Mr. Yermak and was subsequently in touch with him and Prystaiko, where I told them both, and also the defense minister. I told them all, don't worry, we know about this, we're trying to fix it. And I think I left the conversation at that.
And those Ukrainian officials, to the best of your knowledge, they trusted you?
Very much so. We had a very close relationship.
And so when you made statements like that to them, do you think they believed you?
I think they believed me. I think they would also have other conversations, and they would hear things from other people, but I also think that they knew I was sincere with them.
And they also trusted Ambassador Taylor?
Yes.
Just like to demystify a little bit of the whole Mayor Giuliani role here. You met with him, I believe, one time?
That's correct.
And you exchanged some text messages with him, correct?
Yes, between, I guess it was the 10th of July and around the 13th of August.
Okay. And during your deposition, we sort of did an accounting of your communications with Mr. Giuliani, and it wasn't that, there weren't that many. We sort of accounted for them all. And then Ambassador Sondland, when he came in, he didn't have any one-on-one meetings with Mayor Giuliani, to your knowledge. Is that correct?
I don't believe he did, but I don't know.
And in fact, I think Ambassador Sondland testified that there were a couple conference calls that he may have been on with you.
That is true.
Okay. Just getting back to the irregular channel that Ambassador Taylor coined in his deposition testimony. Did you ever have an opportunity to sort of close the loop with him about any concerns whatsoever? Or was it all just these specific instances raised in the text?
It's only those specific instances.
Do you think Ambassador Taylor, in your communications with him, believed that Mr. Giuliani was in far greater communication with yourself, Secretary Perry, and Ambassador Sondland?
I don't know what he thought.
Okay. I think that's all I have. Mr. Nunes, do you?
I have nothing more. Would the gentleman allow us to use our magic minutes to yield to one of our members who'd like to go?
The House rules don't permit that, Mr. Nunes.
We yield back.
We'll now go to 5-minute member questions. Recognize myself for 5 minutes. Ambassador Volker, I want to ask you about something in your opening statement. With respect to the July 10th meeting, you testify, I participated in the July 10 meeting between National Security Advisor Bolton and then Ukrainian Chairman of the National Security and Defense Council, Alex Danliuk. As I remember, the meeting was essentially over when Ambassador Sondland made a generic comment about investigations. I think all of us thought it was inappropriate. The conversation did not continue, and the meeting concluded. Ambassador Volker, we asked you about that meeting during your deposition. and you told us nothing about this. I believe we asked you about why the meeting came to an end and why you had earlier indicated, I think, to Ambassador Taylor that it did not go well. And your answer was that Dan Lioch was in the weeds on national security policy. Why didn't you tell us about this?
Because that's what I remembered from the meeting, what I provided in my October 3rd statement. As I said, I've learned other things, including seeing the statements from Alex Vindman and from Fiona Hill, and that reminded me that, yes, at the very end of that meeting, as was recounted in Colonel Vindman's statement, I did remember that, yes, that's right, Gordon did bring that up, and that was it.
So at the time we deposed you, and I think we were there for 6, 7, or 8 hours, and we were asking you specifically about what you knew about these investigations. You didn't remember that Gordon Sondland had brought this up in the July 10th meeting with Ukrainians, and Ambassador Bolton called an end to the meeting. Ambassador Bolton described that meeting as some drug deal that Sondland and Mulvaney cooked up. You had no recollection of that?
Right. So in terms of Gordon bringing it up, no, I did not remember that at the time of my October 3rd testimony. I read the account by Alex, and that jogged my memory. I said, yes, that's right, that did happen. I do not, still to this point, recall it being an abrupt end to the meeting. The meeting was essentially over, and we got up, we went out to the little circle in front of the White House, we took a photograph. It did not strike me as abrupt.
Now, Ambassador Volker, you said in your written testimony today, I think all of us thought it was inappropriate. Now, if, as you say, Ambassador Sondland only mentioned investigations in the Bolton meeting, and you don't recall hearing him be more specific, although others have testified that he was in the wardroom, why did you think it was inappropriate?
Yeah, I thought it was put it this way, something of an eye roll moment where you have a meeting, you're trying to advance the substance of the bilateral relationship. We have the head of the National Security and Defense Council. It was a disappointing meeting because I don't think that the Ukrainians got as much out of that in terms of their presentation as they could have. And then this comes up at the very end of the meeting. It's like, this is not what we should be talking about.
But, Ambassador, you've said that you think it was appropriate to ask the Ukrainians to do investigations of 2016 and Burisma, as long as Burisma didn't mean the Bidens, right. Something you have now, I think, understand you should have seen otherwise. But nonetheless, if it was appropriate, why are you saying today that all of us thought it was inappropriate?
Yeah, because it was not the place or the time to bring up that. This was a meeting between the National Security Advisor and the chairman of the National Security and Defense Council. First high-level meeting we're having between Ukraine and the United States after President Zelensky's election.
Well, is part of the reason it was inappropriate also that it was brought up in the context of trying to get the White House meeting?
Possibly, although I don't recall that being, I know this was the council's question. I don't remember the exact context of when that came up. I viewed the meeting as essentially having ended.
I think you said in your updated testimony that you do think it's inappropriate and objectionable to seek to get a foreign government to investigate a political rival. Am I right?
To investigate the Vice President of the United States or someone who is a U.S. official, I don't think we should be asking foreign governments to do that. I would also say that's true of a political rival.
And you recognized when you got the call record, when you finally did see the call record, that's what took place in that call, correct?
That's correct.
Mr. Morrison, Mr. Volker thinks it's inappropriate to ask a foreign head of state to investigate a U.S. person, let alone a political rival. But you said you had no concern with that. Do you think that's appropriate?
As a hypothetical matter, I do not.
Well, I'm not talking about a hypothetical matter. Read the transcript. In that transcript, does the president not ask Zelensky to look into the Bidens?
Mr. Chairman, I can only tell you what I was thinking at the time. That is not what I understood the president to be doing.
But nonetheless, this was the first and only time where you went from listening to a presidential call directly to the national security lawyer, is it not?
Yes, that's correct.
And I think you've said that your concern was not that it was unlawful, but that it might leak. Is that right?
That is correct.
Now, the problem with it leaking is that what would be leaking is a president asking a foreign head of state to investigate Mr. Biden. Isn't that the problem?
Well, I believe I stated I had sort of three concerns about what the impact of the call leaking might be.
Well, if it was a perfect call, would you have had a concern of it leaking?
No. Well, no, I would still have a concern about it leaking.
Okay. And would you have thought it was appropriate if President Trump had asked Zelensky to investigate John Kasich, or to investigate Nancy Pelosi, or to investigate Ambassador Volker? Would that be appropriate?
In those hypothetical cases, no, not appropriate.
But you're not sure about Joe Biden?
Sir, again, I can only speak to what I understood at the time and why I acted the way I did at the time.
Finally, my colleagues asked about, well, doesn't aid get held up for all kinds of reasons? Ambassador Volker, have you ever seen military aid held up because the president wanted his rival investigated?
No, I have not seen that.
Have you ever seen that, Mr. Williams? Mr. Morrison, I'm sorry.
No, Chairman.
I yield to the ranking member.
So you took 2 additional minutes. Are you giving our side 7 minutes?
Of course.
I recognize Mr. Turner.
Thank you. Ambassador Volker, Mr. Morrison, good to see you again. I appreciate your service to your country and your service in government. Our country is safer today because of the work of both of you men. I want you to know that during all the testimony that we've had, no one has ever alleged that either of you have done anything inappropriate or improper. And everyone has spoken of both of you as having a high level of professionalism and a high degree of ethical standards. Ambassador Volker, I appreciated in your opening statement your comments of your work to focus on Russia as an invasion of Ukraine and an occupation, and your work on legal defensive arms. That would include the javelins, would it not, Ambassador Volker?
Yes, that's right.
And that made a big difference with Ukraine, did it not?
A very big difference.
Mr. Morrison, would you speak to, tell us about your military service?
Mr. Turner, I'm a U.S. Naval Reserve officer. I'm an intelligence officer.
And where did you go to law school?
George Washington University.
Now, gentlemen, there's been a lot of talk about a lot of people, and we're going to have to pick up the pace here because these are like short periods of time that we have now for this portions of questions. A lot of people talking about their perceptions, their beliefs, their feelings even, what they heard and their understandings and their thoughts. Ambassador Taylor, Mr. Kent, Ambassador Yovanovitch, and Lieutenant Colonel Vendeman all had conversations with each other and with other people and all had a whole bunch of hearsay. But I can assure you this boils down to just one thing. This is an impeachment inquiry concerning the President of the United States. So the only thing that matters, besides all these people talking to each other and all their feelings and all of their thoughts and understandings, it really only comes down to what did the President of the United States intend, and what did he say, and what did the Ukrainians understand or hear? Ambassador Volker, you're one of the first people that we've had in these open public testimony that's had conversations with both. So I get to ask you, you had a meeting with the President of the United States, and you believe that the policy issues that he raised concerning Ukraine were valid, correct?
Yes.
Did the President of the United States ever say to you that he was not going to allow aid for the United States to go to the Ukraine unless there were investigations into Burisma, the Bidens, or the 2016 elections?
No, he did not.
Did the Ukrainians ever tell you that they understood that they would not get a meeting with the President of the United States, a phone call with the President of the United States, military aid, or foreign aid from the United States unless they undertook investigations of Burisma, the Bidens, or the 2016 elections?
No, they did not.
You know, pretty much, Ambassador Volker, you just like took apart their entire case. I mean, if the President of the United States does not believe or intend it, and the Ukrainians don't understand it, and you're the only one who actually stands in between them. Now, I got to ask you, Ambassador Volker, you know, the Three Amigo thing or whatever that they're trying to disparage you with, You're not part of an irregular channel, right, Ambassador Volker? Aren't you the official channel?
That is correct.
Explain that. Explain how you're the official channel and not an irregular channel.
So I was appointed by the Secretary of State, Secretary Tillerson, in July of 2017 to be the U.S. Special Representative for Ukraine negotiations. That's a role that's different from Assistant Secretary of State or different from Ambassador in Ukraine. That role is particularly focused on the diplomatic activities surrounding the efforts to reverse Russia's invasion and occupation of Ukraine. It is Minsk Agreement implementation. It is the Normandy process with France and Germany. It is support from NATO. It is support for sanctions from the European Union. It's the OSCE and the monitoring missions. It is the efforts of individual allies like Poland, like the UK, like Canada that are supporting Ukraine. It is work at a senior level in the interagency with Secretary of Defense.
Great description. I'm going to cut you off there. Ambassador Volker, you were also one of the few people who had actually spoken to Giuliani, the so-called irregular channel. Again, all these other people who had feelings and understandings about what Giuliani was doing. Did Giuliani ever tell you that United States aid or a meeting with the President of the United States would not occur for the Ukrainians until they agreed to an investigation of Burisma, the Bidens of the 2016 election?
Yeah, everything I heard from Giuliani, I took to be his opinion.
Excellent. So I would assume then that the Ukrainians never told you that Giuliani had told them that in order to get a meeting with the president, a phone call with the president, military aid or foreign aid from the United States, they would have to do these investigations?
No.
Great. Okay. Mr. Morrison, you testified that you spoke to Ambassador Sondland, and he told you of a conversation that he had with the President of the United States. On page 128 of his testimony, he relates the content of a conversation that he had with the President, and he was asked about it. It's the only one he relates, and he said he was asked whether or not there was a quid pro quo. He said, I didn't frame the question basically to the president that way as a link. I did not frame the question that way. I asked the open-ended question, what do you want? This is Mr. Sondland in his testimony asking this question to the President of the United States. And this is what he reports at the President of the United States. He said, I want nothing. I don't want to give them anything. I don't want anything from them. I want Zelensky to do the right thing. That's what he kept repeating, no quid pro quo over and over again. Mr. Morrison, do you have any reason to believe that Mr. Sondland is not telling the truth as the content of his conversation with the President of the United States?
No, Congressman.
Now, do either of you have any information or evidence that anyone who has testified before this committee, either in the secret dungeon testimonies that have been released or in these open testimonies, has perjured themselves or has lied to this committee?
No, I have no reason to think that.
Mr. Morrison?
No, sir.
Mr. Morrison, Lieutenant Colonel Vindman reported to you, is that correct?
He did, sir.
Now, you have a legal background. He said that he listened to the phone call which you said you saw nothing that had occurred illegally. And he said that he believed the President of the United States demanded to President Zelensky that these investigations move forward. Do you believe, because he only was telling us his opinion, do you believe in your opinion that the President of the United States demanded that President Zelensky undertake these investigations?
No, sir.
To both of you. The Ukraine is an aspirant to the EU. Ambassador Sondland is the ambassador to the EU. Is the Ukraine in the ambassador's portfolio? Ambassador Volker?
Yes, also because the EU sanctions on Ukraine are incredibly important.
Mr. Morrison?
I agree, sir.
I yield back.
Mr. Himes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, gentlemen, for your testimony today. President Trump has described his July 25th phone call with President Zelensky as quote, perfect. And I think he's done that on Twitter, not once, not twice, but by my count, 11 times. It feels to me like this characterization of perfect is of a piece with the idea that we hear in defense of the president's request to the Ukrainians, that's just normal course of business pursuing anti-corruption. And I've been concerned from the start that this is actually not about going after corruption. It is, in fact, about aiming corruption at the vice president. Mr. Morrison, you listened in on the call in the White House Situation Room. Did you hear the president mention the company CrowdStrike and the server?
I believe so, yes, sir.
Did you hear President Trump mention the Bidens?
Yes, sir.
Did you hear President Trump in the length of that phone call use the word corruption?
No, sir. Sir, I don't believe he did.
Was the request that Ukraine investigate CrowdStrike and the Bidens consistent with what you understood to be official U.S. policy towards combating corruption in Ukraine?
Sir, it was the first I heard of much of this.
In fact, in your deposition, you testified that you wanted to stay away from what you described as this, quote, bucket of investigations. Why did you want to stay away from those issues?
That was what I was advised by Dr. Hill.
You also testified that the president's call was not, and I'm quoting you here, the full-throated endorsement of the Ukraine reform agenda that I was hoping to hear. What did you mean by that?
Sir, what we, myself, Colonel Vindman, others, what we prepared in the package we provided the president was background on President Zelensky, background on his positions about reforming Ukraine, reforming its institutions, rooting out corruption. We were hoping, we recommended the president very clearly support what President Zelensky had run on in his own election and what his Servant of the People Party had run on in its election where it received a majority mandate.
But that didn't come up in the call, did it?
No, sir.
Are you aware of any other discussion in which the president actually raised those things with the with the new Ukrainian president?
Corruption reform?
Yes.
Sir, it's been some time since I refreshed myself on the discussion that took place at the UN General Assembly, so I hesitate to say did he ever raise it, but he did not raise it at the time of the 25 July phone call.
Okay. Switching gears a little bit, you strike me as a process guy, and it's nagging at me because you characterized the Ambassador Sondland's linking in whatever way it happened of aid to an investigation as the Gordon problem. You said it caused you to roll your eyes. Ambassador Volker said it was everybody in the July 10th meeting thought it was inappropriate. John Bolton characterizes this as the drug deal. So it seems like everybody in the room understands that there's a huge problem here. My understanding is that it would be normal course of business when you have an ambassador out there going rogue, as apparently there was consensus Ambassador Sondland was doing, that either the National Security Advisor John Bolton or the Secretary of State might rein them in. Why didn't that happen?
Sir, I can't speak to that, but I would generally agree that ambassadors work for the Secretary of State and the President.
Do you have, you don't have any idea, you worked for him, you don't have any idea why John Bolton would characterize what the ambassador was doing as a drug deal, but not rein him in?
Ambassadors don't work for the National Security Advisor, sir.
No, but John Bolton's National Security Advisor, he presumably spends time with the Secretary of State. I'm just puzzled that everybody in the room is, characterizing this as the Gordon problem or inappropriate or a drug deal, and the Secretary of State does nothing.
Sir, I'm sorry, was there a question?
Well, yeah, you don't have any insight into that?
No, sir.
Ambassador Volker, you testified that you were troubled once you read the record of the president's July 25th call. You testified, quote, that asking the president of Ukraine to work together with the Attorney General to look into this, you can see as it has happened, this becomes explosive in our domestic politics, and in your new testimony, you call this unacceptable. What specifically in that call to the Ukraine president do you find unacceptable or troubling?
It is the reference to Vice President Biden.
Thank you. I yield back the balance of my time.
Mr. Conaway.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This morning we heard much about the July 25th call in which the President asked for a favor. At least in Lieutenant Colonel Vindman's mind, that was equivalent to a demand, an order, a requirement. And yet, in the last part of the conversation between the two heads of state, President Trump talks about a prosecutor that he's particularly in favor of and would like to see stay there. And Zelensky, though, says, Mr. President, no, since we've won the absolute majority in our parliament, the next prosecutor general will be 100% my person, my candidate. Does that, to either one of you, does that sound like a head of state who's been cowed or bullied and is under the thumb of the President of the United States?
Not at all.
No, sir.
All right. The impact of the pause that occurred, the 55-day pause in the lethal assistance or the security assistance, none of us have really understood exactly what happened during that time frame. No one knew about it other than internal U.S. folks until late August, and so the Russians would not necessarily have known about it. The potential impact that I agree with on Russia's interpretation of our support for Ukraine wasn't known until those last 14 days. But the impact on the lethal aid that they already had, should Russia had tried to move the line of contact further west with their tanks, would the lethal assistance that we'd already given been available to them to push back on that?
Yes, it would.
Mr. Morrison, comments?
Sir, I agree with that, but I would also add the hold, as I understood it, applied to Ukraine security assistance, UASI, UASI, and FMF. It did not apply to FMS, and the Javelins were provided under FMS.
Okay, so the most lethal weapon that President Trump provided to the Ukrainians, that President Obama and his his national policy, which he set, was available to them should the Russians have pushed their tanks west? The Javelins?
Yes, sir.
Throughout that process, even with the pause, even with all the stuff that was going on?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Associated Press is reporting that, Ambassador Volker, you mentioned it earlier, that the Russians in an act of war took 2 gunships and a tug and 24 sailors last November. And yet the Russians have now given the 24 sailors back in September, and the Associated Press is reporting today that they're giving the gunboats and the tug back. Does that sound like Ukraine is inept at being able to negotiate with the Russians because they're wounded in some way by our actions?
No, I would not say that the Ukrainians are inept.
All right, thank you, sir. Mr. Chairman, I would like, as a personal request that you and/or one of your members on the committee that are lawyers to put into the record the federal statute that provides for the absolute immunity or right to immunity that you've exerted over and over and over. I don't think it's there, but if it is in fact a federal statute and or a brief that you can cite, put that into the record so that we'll know that. And before you get mad and accuse me of wanting to out the whistleblower, you get upset every time somebody accuses you personally of knowing who the whistleblower is. I get upset every time you, anonymity, every time you accuse me of simply, because I want to know the whistleblower and we want to know what's going on, that we want to out that interviewer. That's unfair for you to make that accusation, and I get just as mad. This is about leveling the playing field between our two teams. Your team knows a whistleblower. They have intimate knowledge of who he or she is. The ICIG even mentioned indicia of biases. Your team fully understands that. Our team should fully understand that. It's simply leveling the playing field. And I know that you've overrun my request for a closed-door subpoena. I understand that. But I do think that it's important that you put into the record the basis on which you continue to assert this absolute right to anonymity. Excuse me, I misspoke earlier. Anonymity by the whistleblower. Also, the Speaker on September the 23rd issued a, dear colleague, that's a document that we all use to talk to each other. It went to 434 other members of Congress. It was intended to be the truth. It was intended to be straightforward. She says in that, dear colleague, that the whistleblower has, by law, is required to testify to the House and the Senate Intelligence Committees. Now, you're defying the Speaker in this regard. I understand that's between you and her, but if she's correct, then you're defying the Speaker, defying the law. If, on the other hand, she misled us into thinking something that was not true, then I think you need to tell the Speaker that she needs to retract that dear colleague letter, at least set the record straight. Is the Speaker, is this whistleblower required by law, as the Speaker said, to testify to us or not? And what is his absolute right to anonymity that you question? With that, I yield back.
Time of the gentleman has expired. I'm happy to enter into the record the whistleblower statute that allows whistleblower to remain anonymous, as well as Ranking Member Nunes' prior comments talking about the importance of anonymity for whistleblowers. And with that, I recognize Ms. Sewell.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ambassador Volker, it seems by early July, it's become pretty clear that Mr. Giuliani has become a major problem for the U.S.-Ukraine relations. You previously testified that on July 2nd, you met with the Ukrainian president and his aide in Toronto. Is that right?
I had a bilateral meeting between the U.S. and Ukrainian delegations, and then a pull-aside meeting with the president and his chief of staff.
There you discuss Mr. Giuliani's, quote, negative view, quote, of Ukraine based on a conspiracy theory about the 2016 election, right?
I conveyed that he was repeating a negative narrative about Ukraine based on accusations of the then Prosecutor General Lutsenko.
Are you saying that you didn't think that they were negative views?
No, that they were negative views.
Okay, but that wasn't your description.
I'm sorry, I lost the question. If you could repeat.
Well, I was trying to get at who said the negative views. That you discussed negative
So
views.
the Prosecutor General of Ukraine was putting out this series of conspiracy theories that I believe were self-serving and inaccurate. Mr. Giuliani had repeated these to me, so I believe that he was at least affected by those and believed those and was concerned about
And believe that they were negative.
Believed that they were negative and was conveying them to the president.
So was it problematic that he believed that they were negative views?
Yes, the whole thing was problematic.
Ambassador Taylor testified that on July 2nd, you told Ukrainians that they needed to, quote, cooperate on investigations, end quote. You're now saying that you don't recall that saying those words. Is that correct?
I don't believe I said the words cooperate on investigations.
Did you say investigations?
I believe I did, yes.
And what did you mean by investigations?
I meant Burisma in 2016 was in my mind, but I wanted to keep it general, and that Ukraine, in being convincing to Giuliani and hopefully also to the president that they are serious about fighting corruption, would engage in whatever investigations necessary to clean up the country.
Now, moving to July 10th, Ambassador Volker sent you a text message. You sent a text message to Giuliani, and I think it's on the screen now. And you said, Mr. Mayor, could we meet for coffee or lunch in the next week or so? I'd like to update you on my conversations about Ukraine. I think we have an opportunity to get what you need. Did you say that? Is that an accurate?
That is an accurate text message.
And what did you mean by what you need?
Contact with the actual government of Ukraine, the people who are now representing President Zelensky and his team.
Later that day, you and Ambassador Sondland met with Ukraine officials at the White House. We heard from several witnesses that Ambassador Sondland told the Ukrainians that they needed to cooperate with the quote-unquote investigations in order to get the Oval Office meeting that's scheduled on the books. Were these investigations a part of the official U.S. policy towards Ukraine?
U.S. policy toward Ukraine was about fighting corruption and Ukraine going
But was
after
it
that.
specifically about these kinds of investigation? You said the investigation was Burisma?
Right.
Okay.
In order to fight corruption, you need to conduct investigations. You need to see what Ukrainian citizens have been up to and doing.
But
So
was that
these
the purpose of that? Or was it because the president, you knew that, that the president wanted those investigations to be done as a condition for them to actually have a meeting in the White House?
Well, first off, we have to be clear what we're talking about in terms of investigations. We're not talking about Vice President Biden. We're not talking about some of the.
Well, Burisma that has nothing to do with. You're saying that.
I'm saying that whether Ukrainians within the company of Burisma had acted in a corrupt way or sought to buy influence, that's a legitimate thing for Ukraine to investigate. And if Ukraine can make a statement about their intentions on fighting corruption domestically, that is helpful in order to convince President Trump ultimately that this is.
With all due respect, Ambassador Volker, we heard from two witnesses this morning that those investigations were not official U.S. policy. Ambassador Volker, I don't know if you understand what you were getting yourself into, but sitting here today, I trust you understand that pressuring Ukraine to involve itself in U.S. domestic policy is just simply wrong. I yield back the balance of my time.
Mr. Turner.
I yield my time to Jim Jordan.
I thank the gentleman. Ambassador Volker, you were the special representative to Ukraine, is that right?
That is correct.
And prior to that, in your diplomatic service, you worked at the NSC, you were Deputy Assistant Secretary of State, you were Ambassador to NATO, Senate confirmed Ambassador to NATO in your distinguished diplomatic career. So it may not bother you, when you're referred to as the irregular channel, but it bothers Representative Turner, it bothers me. You were the special envoy to Ukraine. And in that role, you said in your opening statement, you were the administration's most outspoken public figure highlighting Russia's invasion and occupation of Ukraine and calling out Russia's responsibility in the war. Is that right?
That is correct.
And in that capacity, you strongly advocated for lifting the ban on sale of lethal defensive arms to Ukraine. Is that right?
That is correct.
And President Trump did it, didn't he?
That is correct.
But in spite of that, President Trump was still skeptical of giving hard-earned tax dollars to Ukraine, right?
Yes.
You said that in your testimony as well. And the reason he's skeptical is, let's be honest, the guy doesn't like foreign aid, right?
That's one reason, and then Ukraine's history of corruption is another.
One of the third most corrupt countries on the planet. And Europe isn't doing enough. And, oh, by the way, in the president's mind, he did think Ukraine was trying to influence the 2016 election.
Yeah.
Because things happened. The Democrats want to deny it, but when the ambassador from Ukraine here to the United States writes an op-ed on August 4th, 2016, criticizing then-candidate Trump, that's certainly trying to influence the election. When Mr. Avakov, a key minister in their government, says all kinds of negative things about candidate Trump, that certainly looks like it's trying to influence the election. And when Mr. Lyshenko states in the Financial Times during the campaign the majority of Ukrainian political figures want Hillary Clinton to win, that probably sticks in a candidate's mind. I know we all run campaigns. When people say bad things about us in the course of the campaign, we don't necessarily think great things about them. But you were convinced Zelensky was the real deal, right?
That is correct.
Because you spent a lot of time with the guy. And guess what? When aid was frozen, you knew if you could get these two guys together, it'd work out. When aid was frozen, what did you say? You told the Ukrainians, don't worry about it. Well, you didn't say it. You said, don't be alarmed.
Yeah.
Right?
That is correct.
And guess what happened? By the time when aid's frozen and when it's released, all kinds of interactions between President Zelensky and senior U.S. officials, right? Starts with the call. Starts with the call with President Trump and President Zelensky. Next day, you meet with President Zelensky in Ukraine. Then we have Ambassador Bolton meeting with him. Then we have Vice President Pence meeting with him. Then we have U.S. Senators Johnson and Murphy meeting with him. And guess what? In none of those meetings, not a single one, did security assistance dollars in exchange for an investigation, not once did they come up. Did that conversation come up? Is that right?
That is correct.
Not once. No discussion of aid for investigations. And, as you testified, you never believed aid for investigations was ever being talked about either in any of these conversations.
That is correct.
But what happened in those meetings? They all became convinced of the same thing you knew. They all saw the same darn thing. This guy was the real deal. He is a legitimate reformer. And they all came back and told the president, hey, Mr. President, this guy's real. Go ahead and release the dollars. Oh, by the way, in that same time frame, you know what else happened? Their parliament, their newly elected parliament, as Mr. Morrison testified to, stayed up all night to pass the reform measures, to get rid of the prosecutor, to put in the Supreme High Anti-Corruption Court, to get rid of this ability that no one in their Congress and their parliament could ever be hit with a crime. I mean, that's unbelievable. All that happens, and they come back and tell President Trump, hey, guess what? Time to release the dollars. And he did it, right?
The dollars were released.
Yeah, you did your job. You did your job. And you got to put up with all this because the Democrats are out to get this president. You did your job just the way Mr. Turner described. You did your job over all these years. All these years, and the Democrats put you through this. You have served our country well. The kind of diplomat we want serving. And here's the saddest, one of the saddest things about all this, that what the Democrats are putting us through. You two guys who are here telling it straight, you've both decided you're going to step out of government because of what these guys are doing. And that's the sad thing. People like Ambassador Volker and Tim Morrison, who have served our country so well, are now stepping out of our government because of what these guys are doing. And that's why Mr. Turner got so fired up a few minutes ago, why I'm so fired up too, because we appreciate what you guys did. I yield back.
Ms. Carson.
Thank you, Chairman Schiff. Ambassador Volker, I want to focus on the press statement that President Trump and Rudy Giuliani wanted Ukraine to make announcing investigations to benefit President Trump. On August 9th, sir, Ambassador Sondland and you had this exchange. Ambassador Sondland says, Morrison, ready to get dates as soon as Yermak confirms. You reply, excellent. How did you sway him? And Ambassador Sondland says, not sure I did. I think POTUS really wants the deliverable. The deliverable here was a public announcement that Ukraine was going to conduct investigations into Burisma and alleged 2016 election interference by Ukraine. Is that correct, sir?
Thank you. I understood the deliverable to be the statement that we have been talking about.
On August 13th, you and Ambassador Sondland discussed a draft statement from Ukraine with Mr. Giuliani. Sir, why did you discuss the draft statement with Mr. Giuliani?
Because the idea of the statement had come up from Mr. Yermak's meeting with Mr. Giuliani. You remember that Mr. Yermak asked me to connect him with Mr. Giuliani. I did. They had a meeting, and then they both called me afterwards. Mr. Giuliani said that he thought Ukraine should make a statement about fighting corruption. Mr. Yermak said, and we will say also specifically Burisma in 2016. Mr. Yermak provided me a draft statement. And I wanted to be assured that this statement would actually correct the perception that Mr. Giuliani had of Ukraine and what they stand for now, so that that would also be conveyed to President Trump and solve this problem that I had observed with our May 23rd meeting with the president. The problem being that he's getting a bad set of information. A statement like this could potentially correct that.
So was Mr. Giuliani satisfied with this statement?
No, he was not.
Why not?
He believed that it needed to say Burisma and 2016 specifically, or else it would not be credible, would not mean anything new.
So in fact, Mr. Giuliani wanted a statement that referenced Burisma and the 2016 elections explicitly, one that would benefit essentially President Trump. Mr. Ambassador, here's the text you sent to the Ukrainian official on August 13th. Let's put that up on the screen. You said, hi, Andre, good talking. Following is the text with an insert at the end for the two key items. Mr. Ambassador, those two key items were specific references to investigations of Burisma and the 2016 elections. Isn't that right, sir?
That is correct.
Did Mr. Giuliani, sir, dictate those two key items to you, sir?
Well, as you see, I had just had a conversation with Mr. Yermak to describe to him the conversation that we had just had with Mr. Giuliani. Mr. Giuliani said that it would need to include these things for it to be convincing to him. I put them in so we understood what he was talking about, and I shared it with Andre to say this is what he is talking about.
And you included them in the proposal to the Ukrainians?
I put it back in to be clear to the Ukrainians, this is what the conversation was.
Mr. Ambassador, if you believe the statement that Mr. Giuliani dictated in August was not a good idea, sir, why were the Ukrainians still considering giving an interview with the same themes in September?
Well, if I may, Congressman, I conveyed this to the Ukrainians in order to be clear, so we knew what the conversation was about, so this was following up on his prior conversation. The Ukrainians then said they had reasons not to do that, and they described those reasons, and I agreed with them, and we agreed to just scrap the statement. From that point on, I didn't have any further conversations about this statement. So I don't know how it came up or why it came up that there would be a possibility of President Zelensky doing an interview with U.S. media later saying something like this, and in the end, he didn't do that either.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Morrison, you said that the president's requests during the July 25th call were not consistent with U.S. policy. I emphatically agree with you, sir. Yet these text messages show that Ambassador Volker spent much of August pressing Ukraine to meet those requests. We can only be grateful. I guess that the president essentially got caught, and Congress passed a law to ensure the funding was released to Ukraine before it was too late. I thank you both for your service. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Dr. Wenstrup.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Both of you gentlemen, thank you very much for being here. I want to start, if I can, with you, Mr. Morrison, in discussing the 725 phone call and the concerns that Lieutenant Colonel Vindman had. Lieutenant Colonel Vindman came to you with edits for the transcript, and you stated that you accepted all of his edits. Is that correct?
I would have accepted all of the edits that I believed were faithful to what was actually discussed.
Did he come to you with an edit that said that the word demand should be in there?
I don't recall that specifically, sir, no.
He didn't either. How soon after the phone call did he meet with you on that particular issue?
We got the draft, as was normal, fairly quickly after the call, so that same day.
That same day. So today he said, I reported my concerns to Mr. Eisenberg. It is improper for the President of the United States to demand a foreign government investigate a U.S. citizen and political opponent. Now, he was going to Mr. Eisenberg with his concerns about the conversation, yet he did not at any point on the edits say that there should be a demand. And, you know, he didn't do that, but he did say that he didn't come to you with his concerns because you weren't available. But that same day, he came to you with edits. Was that correct?
I believe that's generally correct, yes, sir.
Okay. Well, he said you weren't available, and you didn't hear the president make a demand, did you?
No, sir.
So sometime between the call and today, Lieutenant Colonel Vindman must have been hearing some voices, and he heard demand at the time, but he didn't hear it that day, and he didn't make it an issue that day, but today he does. I think that's pretty bizarre. When Lieutenant Colonel Vindman went to legal, Mr. Eisenberg, do you know if he was advised not to speak to you?
I don't have any firsthand knowledge of that, no, sir.
Do you know if he was advised to contact the IGIC?
No, sir, I have no firsthand knowledge of that.
So you don't know what he was advised when he went to legal?
No, sir, I do not.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Mr. Volker, I want to tell you, I really enjoyed your opening testimony today, taking us through that. I know it's kind of long, but I thought it was extremely well done, and I appreciate it. You talk about letters signed and sharing concerns about leadership in your assigned country, about agreeing with and sometimes disagreeing with the leadership of your own country when you felt it was appropriate. You're the boots on the ground for the administration, let's face it. You're part of that team that is there to serve the country in that way. And that all to me sounded like the works of a very good diplomat, and I want to thank you for that.
Thank you, sir.
It's truly appreciated. And, you know, corruption was a concern, legitimately, in Ukraine, and in many ways. And Mr. Jordan pointed out some of the things that were done by Ukrainians in plain sight, I might use that term, in plain sight, by putting op-eds in our newspapers. And it's certainly more than one country can be trying to influence our elections. Would you agree with that?
I agree with that.
And, you know, we keep hearing that whole thing about Ukrainians, that's all been debunked. It was just the Russians. Well, you know, that comes from an IC community that some of the people that have come up with those conclusions are some of the very same people that we're going to find out, if we haven't already, were deeply involved with this whole Russian collusion hoax. But I want to say you did a great job. You vetted Zelensky's intentions, what he intended to be as a president. Would you say that's accurate?
Yes, that was, in fact, one of the key objectives of the presidential delegation at the inauguration, to take our own judgment and report back to the president.
And that's what your job should be. And you became comfortable with this president, correct?
Yes, I did.
And you worked to assure our president that you were comfortable with this president. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And in some ways, you have to work sometimes through any means available. And that might include working with Rudy Giuliani if it could be helpful to you to get that message and advice to the president. Would that be correct?
I believe that the messages being conveyed by Mr. Giuliani were a problem because they were at variance with what our official message to the president was and not conveying that positive assessment that we all had. And so I thought it was important to try to step in and fix the problem.
And in that, I think you termed that a useful barometer of where things were?
Yes.
So those useful barometers, I think, can come in a lot of different fashions, like Dennis Rodman in North Korea or James Taylor in France singing "You Got a Friend," if they can help the cause. And in that situation, it's not illegal. Good job, Ambassador. Thank you very much. I yield back.
Ms. Spear.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. And thank you both for your participation here today and for your service. I want to take us out some 30,000 feet for a minute and talk about cover-ups. But for the fact that the whistleblower came forward, we wouldn't know anything about this. But for the fact that the Inspector General of the CIA found it to be both urgent and credible, we wouldn't know anything about it. Mr. Morrison, you said that after you heard the call, you went directly to the attorneys in the National Security Council and recommended that they be limited access, and they were subsequently put into a special server. The White House has not released any documents whatsoever to this committee. So to you, Mr. Volker, thank you. But for the fact that you, as a private citizen with your own personal phone and your text messages with Mr. Giuliani and Mr. Sondland and Mr. Mayak and whomever else, but for those text messages that we've been putting up on the screen all day, we would have nothing. Nothing. And this cover-up would be complete. That's something we should think about. Now, on July 19th, you had breakfast with Rudy Giuliani at the Trump Hotel, correct? And
that's correct.
In that conversation, at one point, he brought up Mr. Lutsenko, and you said that whatever Mr. Lutsenko is saying, that's not credible. Is that correct?
Yes.
And then he brought up Mr. Biden, and I'm going to quote you here. I've known him for a long time. He's a person of integrity. To Giuliani, simply not credible to me. Joe Biden would be influenced in his duties as vice president by money or things for his son or anything like that. Now, we've had many discussions over the last few days about these investigations into Burisma and Biden and the 2016 CrowdStrike server. And you, in that conversation with Mr. Giuliani, basically debunked all of that. Now, at that time, at that breakfast, who else was with you at that breakfast?
There was someone that Mr. Giuliani brought along. I later learned that this was Lev Parnas, who we've learned a lot about since then.
So Mr. Lev Parnas was at that breakfast that Mr. Giuliani had with you, and we now know that Mr. Parnas has since been indicted for foreign campaign contributions to President Trump's Political Action Committee. Is that correct?
I have seen that.
All right. On May 23rd, you were in that discussion with the president, and at one point he referred to Zelensky having terrible people around him. Who do you think he was calling terrible people around him?
There were two people that came to mind. One of them was a former investigative journalist and later a parliamentarian named Serhiy Leshchenko. Serhiy Leshchenko is someone that in many of these stories is seen as bringing forth a black ledger relating to Paul Manafort's activities in Ukraine. That was one person. The other person I thought it could refer to was the person who was being named as President Zelensky's chief of presidential administration, Andriy Bogdan. He was known as a lawyer for one of the main oligarchs in Ukraine, Igor Kolomoisky, and there was a lot of controversy at the time about him being appointed to the administration.
Do you call them? Do you think of them as terrible people?
I don't think either one of them is terrible people, no.
All right, thank you. Mr. Morrison, earlier in testimony that was elicited from our colleagues on the other side of the aisle, you indicated that others had represented to you that Colonel Vindman leaked. Do you remember saying that?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Colonel Vindman this morning, under oath, said that he does not leak. Now, would you therefore want to maybe rearrange your comments about the references you made to Colonel Vindman?
No, ma'am.
So even though under oath he said that he has never leaked, you believe that you're believing people who said to you that he may have leaked?
Ma'am, I didn't believe or disbelieve them. I'm merely relating what they told me.
Well, they told you, and so then you decided to continue to put that forward, even though you had no evidence?
No, ma'am.
Thank you. I yield back.
Ma'am, I'm sorry. Chairman, if I could answer. No, ma'am, that's incorrect. They, Dr. Hill, Mr. Erath, others in the NSC raised concerns about Alex. Those concerns were noted. I didn't take them for face value. I treated them as representations of others. I was on alert, but I formed my own judgments. I took no action because of the statements of someone else that I couldn't independently validate.
Mr. Stewart.
Thank you, gentlemen. Welcome to Impeach-a-Palooza 2019, which is a Democratic plan to compel America to impeach President Donald J. Trump through the sheer force of boredom, because it's been a long day. And it turns out impeachment is very boring if you don't have any compelling or any condemning evidence. Good news and bad news. The good news is I'm going to be very, very brief. We're going on 10 plus hours of this. I will yield back some of my time. The bad news is most of my colleagues after me won't. So we've still got some time to go. Ambassador Volker, very quickly, do you think that someone should be immune from investigation of suspected ethical or criminal activity just because they were a candidate for office, even for office of the President of the United States?
I don't think anyone should be above the law.
Well, of course not. That would be absurd to suggest that. And I was certain that's how you would answer that question. What if some of these alleged ethical or criminal allegations occurred overseas, occurred in another country? Would it be improper to seek the host country's help, such as we do with Interpol or any other law enforcement agency?
There are channels for doing that for American citizens who may have committed crimes abroad.
Okay. And again, to seek the host nation's their government's help is not unusual at all, would it?
That is correct, and we often have treaties for that.
Thank you. And again, that's painfully obvious, and to me that's exactly and the only thing that the President was doing here. Mr. Morrison, I want to refer just briefly to Lieutenant Colonel Vindman's testimony where he described the 6 people, I believe it was 5 or 6 people, that were in the Situation Room listening to this phone call between the 2 presidents. Colonel Vindman described these individuals as exceptional. He stated that there was no reason to question their integrity or professionalism. This was an exchange that he and I had in the closed-door testimony. Do you agree with the description of these national security staff as exceptional people?
Sir, they are patriots, yes.
People of great integrity and professionalism?
Yes, sir.
Did any of these exceptional individuals, people of unquestioned integrity and professionalism, indicate to you that they had thought that the President of the United States engaged in any illegal or unethical behavior as a result of this phone call?
Not that I'm aware of, Congressman.
Did any of them suggest to you in any way that they thought the President was involved with bribery or any such thing associated with that?
Not that I'm aware of, Congressman.
You know, it only leaves 2 possible explanations. Either these individuals of what we've described as great integrity, either that's not true, which I don't believe, or they just interpreted an ambiguous conversation very differently than did Colonel Vindman. And I have one last thing, just as an aside. As an Air Force officer, I've never understood why President Obama was against providing lethal aid to Ukraine. Ambassador, do you have some insight into why they refused to do that?
I would only point to the statements from the administration at the time. There was a perception that our allies would oppose it, that Germany would oppose it. There was a perception that Germany should be in the lead. There was a perception that it could be provocative to Russia or escalate the conflict. As I've said extensively at the time and as special representative, I don't agree with those arguments. And I believe that the record has borne out that providing those lethal defensive arms was actually very important.
Well, I agree with you, Ambassador. I think that you got it right, and I think President Trump got it right. And with that, I yield back.
Mr. Quigley.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ambassador, I want to direct your attention to a meeting you had with Ambassador Taylor and Mr. Yermak September 14th in Kyiv. Do you recall this meeting, sir?
I believe we had dinner. It was around the time of the YES conference.
Okay. And do you remember discussing with Mr. Yermak Ukraine's intent to investigate their former president, Mr. Poroshenko?
I remember raising the issue of the possibility of prosecutions.
Well, they brought it up. Is that correct? You raised it, and they talked about their intention.
Excuse me, Congressman, I'm sorry. To be clear, there was a lot of talk in Kiev at that time about whether the new team would be prosecuting the former president. And I had met with President Poroshenko. I had met with others in the opposition as well. And I wanted to call Mr. Yermak's attention to the potential problems of this. I'm very familiar with other examples of countries in the region that have gone for prosecutions of the former government, and these have created deep divisions in society. And so I cited President Zelensky's inauguration speech, his National Day speech from August 24th, that was all about unifying the country. And I cautioned Mr. Yermak to say that pursuing prosecution of President Poroshenko risks deepening the divisions in the country, exactly the opposite of what President Zelensky has said he wants to do.
So it's fair to describe it as you discouraged him from such action.
I discouraged him. I raised concerns about what the potential impact would be.
And what was Mr. Yermak's response?
I believe, and I'm refreshed in this by seeing the testimony of others.
Mr. Taylor.
Mr. Taylor's testimony.
Ambassador Taylor and Mr. Kent.
Right, and I believe based on that testimony that Mr. Yermak said, well, what, you mean like asking us to investigate Clinton and Biden?
So it was something along the lines of, it's okay for you to ask us to investigate in the manner in which you are, these so-called investigations, but you don't want us to investigate our own president. Is that a fair way to describe this?
Well, I didn't quite understand what he was referring to because, to my knowledge, we weren't asking to investigate Clinton or Biden. And so I was kind of puzzled by the remark, and that's why I didn't respond.
Did you go and investigate what he might have meant or ask anybody?
No, I thought I took it something of a deflection from the point I was making about unifying Ukraine.
But in all this time, I mean, Mr. Giuliani in this time, in that May to September, he mentioned the Biden investigation. He mentioned Biden over 50 times and 20-something times in relation to Ukraine. None of that stirred your curiosity?
Well,
you just now finally come to this point?
Yeah, as I testified, I met with Mr. Giuliani once, and he did bring up Vice President Biden, and I pushed back on that. And I maintained a very clear distinction that Ukraine investigating its own citizens and corruption would be fine. Going beyond that to say we're going to investigate the vice president is not fine.
Did you have any discussions with anyone in the State Department or anywhere else in the administration about concerns about the investigation into Poroshenko?
Yes. So I know that I raised this with Ambassador Taylor in advance of that. We had been in some of the same meetings, some of the country team there. I don't remember whether I had raised it with George Kent or Phil Rico or not. I may well have done. But it was something that we had discussed as part of our meetings in Kyiv at that time.
I yield to the chairman.
So, Ambassador, when you had this conversation and you urged Ukrainians not to investigate or prosecute the former President Poroshenko, their response was, oh, you mean like you're asking us to investigate the Clintons and the Bidens? That was their response?
That's what I recall now from seeing Ambassador Taylor's testimony. Yes.
And you didn't understand that at the time, but then at the time, had you read the call record?
No.
Now that you've read the call record, that makes a little more sense, doesn't it?
Yes.
I was curious about something you said earlier when you said that the 2016 conspiracy theory of Lutsenko had no merit, but you didn't see any harm in Ukraine investigating it if they wanted to investigate it. Is that right?
Yes.
Don't they have enough legitimate corruption to investigate without spending time investigating a debunked conspiracy theory?
There is all kinds of corruption to investigate in Ukraine.
But nonetheless, you proposed that they go ahead and do this investigation of something you thought without merit because this was part of an effort to fix the problem that Giuliani was creating?
I did not propose it.
Well, I think you said you were okay with it, or you amended statements as we've seen to include it because, well, if it would help fix the Giuliani problem, was that the thinking?
Yes, that's correct. If it threads the needle between what is reasonable for Ukraine to do and if it resets the negative perceptions held by Mr. Giuliani and then the president, then why not?
This was part of what you described in your opening statement as your effort to, when you see a problem, to fix it. Is it clear to you now, Ambassador Volker, based on the September 25th call, that you were not able to fix it?
based on the transcript that was released on the 25th. I can see now that there were a lot else going on that was about Vice President Biden than I knew at the time. And the efforts that I was making were clearly not in the context of what had already been discussed by the President on July 25th.
So it's fair to say you were not able to fix the Giuliani problem?
That's correct.
Ms. Stefanik.
Thank you, Ambassador Volker and Mr. Morrison, for your years of service and your professional expertise and leadership on national security issues. And I want to particularly thank Mr. Morrison for his great work on the House Armed Services Committee, on which I serve. I wanted to start with the July 25th call between President Trump and President Zelensky. Mr. Morrison, you were on that call, and there was no mention of withholding aid on the call, correct?
That is correct, Congresswoman.
And there was no quid pro quo, correct?
Correct.
No bribery?
Correct.
No extortion?
Correct.
And Ambassador Volker, I presume you got a readout of the call, is that correct?
Very terse readout, but yes.
In this tertiary readout of the call, Ambassador, from the U.S. participants, was there any reference to withholding aid?
No, there was not.
Any reference to bribery?
No, there was not.
Any reference to quid pro quo?
No, there was not.
Any reference to extortion?
No, there was not.
And I presume you also got feedback from your Ukrainian counterparts as to how the call went. Did they mention the withholding of aid?
No, they did not.
Did they mention any quid pro quo?
No, they did not.
And did they mention any bribery?
No, they did not.
And in fact, the day after the call, you met with President Zelensky. This would be on July 26th.
That's correct.
And in that meeting, he made no mention of quid pro quo.
No.
He made no mention of withholding the aid.
No.
He made no mention of bribery.
No.
So the fact is the Ukrainians were not even aware of this hold on aid. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And in the coming weeks, you were in touch with Ukrainians as part of your official duties. And this included talking to Ukrainians over the phone, in person, on text. And the Ukrainians never brought up an investigation into the Bidens. Is that correct?
That's correct.
They never brought up the withholding of the aid.
That's correct.
They never brought up quid pro quo or bribery.
Let me bring up the aid. They did bring that up after the Politico article appeared on the 29th.
I'm going to get to that. But until the Politico article,
then, no.
They did not bring it up. And you said in your closed-door deposition, quote, "It never came up in conversation with them, and I believe they had trust in me that they would have asked if that was really what they were worried about."
That's
Is that correct?
That is correct.
And as you pointed out, the Ukrainians never even knew their foreign aid was on pause until the article was published in Politico in August.
That's correct.
So they didn't know during the call.
That's correct.
And in fact, you had to correct Chairman Schiff on this timeline in the closed-door deposition. The chairman of this committee asked you, quote, "When they became aware that military assistance was being withheld for a reason you couldn't explain, no one could explain, weren't they under even greater pressure to give the president what he asked for on the call?" And you answered, Ambassador Volker, quote, "To my knowledge, the news about a hold on security assistance did not get into Ukrainian government circles as indicated to me by the current foreign minister, then diplomatic advisor, until the end of August." Is that your testimony?
Yes, it is.
And Chairman Schiff also got the facts wrong again when he asked you this, quote, "At the point they learned their aid was paused, wouldn't that give them added urgency to meet the president's request on the Bidens?" And you answered, Ambassador Volker, quote, "I think the Ukrainians felt like they are going in the right direction, and they had not done anything. They had not done anything on an investigation," end quote. Isn't it the case, Ambassador Volker, at one point Chairman Schiff said to you, when you were truthfully testifying, quote, "Ambassador, you're making this much more complicated than it has to be," end quote. It's page 127 from the deposition. Is that correct?
I remember that.
But the truth is the facts are indeed not complicated. And I'm going to close out with two questions for the both of you. Did Ukraine open an investigation into the Bidens? Mr. Morrison.
Not to my knowledge, ma'am.
Ambassador Volker.
Not to my knowledge either.
Did either of you ever have any evidence of quid pro quo? Mr. Morrison.
No, ma'am.
Ambassador Volker.
I did not.
Any evidence of bribery?
No, ma'am.
No, ma'am.
Any evidence of treason?
No, ma'am.
No evidence of treason.
With that, I yield back.
Mr. Swalwell.
Thank you. Mr. Morrison, did Ambassador Bolton want the security aid hold lifted?
Yes, Congressman, he did.
You testified that Ambassador Bolton had a one-on-one meeting with President Trump in late August related to Ukraine security assistance. Is that right?
Sir, can you point to where I testified to that?
On page 266, you said Ambassador Bolton had a one-on-one meeting with President Trump in late August 2019, but the president was not yet ready to approve the release of the assistance. Do you remember that?
Sir, this is 226?
Yes, to 266 and 268. But I'm asking you, did that happen or did it not?
Sir, I want to be clear in characterizing it. Okay, yes, sir, I see.
And
yes.
You testified to that. What was the outcome of that meeting between Ambassador Bolton and President Trump?
Ambassador Bolton did not yet believe the president was ready to approve the assistance.
Did Ambassador Bolton inform you of any reason for the ongoing hold that stemmed from this meeting?
No, sir.
Mr. Morrison, do you consider yourself loyal to the president?
Yes, sir.
And the president executes the foreign policy of the United States, is that right?
Well, sir, I would say he decides.
He sets the foreign policy.
He sets it, yes, sir.
And as a staffer on the National Security Council, and even someone who serves in the military, it's your job to faithfully execute the foreign policy priorities of the president, is that right?
Sir, my oath is to obey all lawful orders.
On July 25, you listened to the President of the United States talk to the President of Ukraine, is that correct?
July 25th, yes, sir.
And regardless of what you had prepared as far as talking points for that call for the President, you heard the President of the United States ask the President of Ukraine to investigate the Bidens, is that correct?
Yes, sir, he made a request.
And after the July 25 call between President Trump and the Ukrainian president, fair to say that you talked to your Ukrainian counterparts a number of times?
Yes, sir.
How many times when you talked to your Ukrainian counterparts did you ask them to investigate the Bidens?
Never, sir.
Why not?
Sir, it was not a policy objective that I was aware of.
But with all due respect, Mr. Morrison, you're not in the White House to carry out your policy objectives. You just testified that the president sets the foreign policy objectives for the United States, and the one call that you listened to between the President of the United States and the President of Ukraine, the President of the United States' priorities were to investigate the Bidens. And I'm asking you, sir, why didn't you follow up on the President's priorities when you talked to the Ukrainians?
Sir, I did not understand it as a policy objective.
Mr. Morrison, I know that you put that conversation in the server because, as you said, you feared the political consequences and some other reasons that you gave. But you also chose to defy the president's request to not come here, as others have, like Mr. Mulvaney and Mr. Bolton. And you have come here, and you've been truthful. And I appreciate that. And Mr. Morrison, whether you acknowledge it publicly or not, I believe that you knew that what the president asked the Ukrainians to do was wrong. And as you just described, your duty is to follow the foreign policy priorities of the president, but to also only follow something that is a lawful order. And I don't think you believe that was a lawful order, and that's why you did not follow up on those priorities. Mr. Volker, we've heard a lot today about this president being such an anti-corruption president. He really cared about fighting corruption. Is Russia a corrupt country?
We're talking about President Zelensky?
Oh, President Trump.
President Trump.
Is Russia a corrupt country?
Yes, it is.
And President Trump has met a number of times in person with President Putin, is that right?
Yes, a few times.
And he's had a number of phone calls with President Putin, is that right?
Yes.
Is Turkey a corrupt country?
Yes, I believe so.
And just last week, despite their corruption, at the White House, President Erdogan had an audience with the President of the United States, is that correct?
Yes, he did.
Finally, Mr. Giuliani, on May 9th, told the New York Times, President Trump basically knows what I'm doing as his lawyer. Are you familiar with that statement to the New York Times?
No, I'm not.
But you agree, as someone who has a lawyer sitting next to you, that a lawyer acts on a client's behalf, and only on a client's behalf. Is that right?
I believe that a lawyer acts on his client's behalf. I'm not sure about only on a client's behalf, because I think, as I understood Mayor Giuliani in this case, he was doing a lot that I considered to be on his own. I did not believe he was always instructed.
And when he said we're not meddling in an election, we're meddling in an investigation, he didn't say I, he said we. Is that correct?
I'm taking that from the statement.
Yield back.
Mr. Hurd.
Mr. Morrison, my colleague from California, suggests he knows your opinions and your thoughts better than you do. Do you have anything? He didn't give you the opportunity to respond. Do you have a response or want to give a response?
No, sir. I heard the president make a request. I received no direction at any time to attempt to lead a policy process different from what I laid out in my deposition. I was directed by Dr. Kupperman to launch an interagency process to ensure a unity of opinion in the interagency as to the importance of continuing security sector assistance, and that's what I did. I acted upon the direction I was given.
Good copy. While we're with you, Mr. Morrison, thanks for your testimony, your clear and sober testimony today. Did you participate in or overhear any conversations about how political information collected by Ukraine on the Bidens would be used for political gain?
No, sir.
Ambassador Volker, same question. Did you participate in or overhear any conversations about how potential information collected by Ukraine on the Bidens would be used for political gain?
No, I did not.
There's been a lot of discussions about a text exchange you had with Mr. Yermak on August 12th that talked about this proposed statement. And Mayor Giuliani provided some feedback on what he thought needed to be included in that. Did Mayor Giuliani get feedback from the president on what should go into that proposed statement?
I have no reason to think that he had discussed it with the president.
Based on your recollection, Ambassador Volker, who within the Zelensky regime has Mayor Giuliani interacted with? Now, in addition to Mr. Yermak, which we've already talked about, and also the former Attorney General, Mr. Lushenko.
Yeah, I don't know who else he would have interacted with in the Zelensky government. I am aware of him having claimed that he met with Mr. Lutsenko's predecessor as Prosecutor General.
Yeah, but that's not within.
That's not under the
current
Zelensky
regime that in which we're talking about.
I don't know who else he would have met with.
In as few words as possible, what was your understanding of Ambassador Sondland's role in Ukraine?
He cared about Ukraine. He wanted to see U.S. support for Ukraine increased. He wanted to see European Union support for Ukraine increased, including maintenance of sanctions, and he wanted to be helpful.
Was Ambassador Sondland having conversations with senior Zelensky officials without letting other people know?
I don't believe that he was not letting people know. I think he may have had some conversations, but I think he was just acting, and I think we circled back quite frequently with myself, Ambassador Taylor, and others.
Can you say that you have a clear understanding of what Ambassador Sondland and Mayor Giuliani were doing in all their interactions with Ukrainian officials?
I can't say that I had a clear understanding. I thought that Ambassador Sondland and I were working on the same objective, which is getting a meeting between President Zelensky and President Trump. And that a statement, as I understood it, that mentioned Burisma in 2016 would be potentially helpful. I didn't know anything more about their interactions or what their thoughts were.
If you didn't have a clear understanding as the special representative of Ukraine, do you think the Ukrainians had a clear understanding?
No, I don't.
You thought there was a difference between Burisma, Biden, and the 2016 elections. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Earlier. Do you think the Ukrainians had similar understanding?
Yes, I do.
There's also a perception that when Ambassador Yovanovitch, who we've all, for her 33 years of being an awesome ambassador, that when she left Kyiv, that the U.S. position on corruption would weaken. That's kind of a narrative that's floating around. Who was the person that took over for her in the interim? Who was the charge after?
Immediately after Masha was Joe Pennington.
Was this individual strong or weak on corruption?
I would say in line with all the rest of our policy.
And after that individual, who was that person replaced with?
Then that was Bill Taylor.
who you suggested for that
Yes.
position, correct? Was Ambassador Taylor strong or weak on corruption?
Very strong.
Mr. Morrison, in my last 23 minutes, who sets official U.S. policy?
Sir, the President.
Not some other staffer within the NSC process?
Sir, the NSC staff exists to ensure the President has the full array of options for his decision.
Thank you. I yield back.
Mr. Castro.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, gentlemen, for your testimony today. Is it correct to say that both you gentlemen were either appointed or hired by the White House, by the Trump administration?
Yes, sir.
In my case, by Secretary Tillerson.
But part of the Trump administration?
Yes, serving in the same administration.
Sure. Ambassador Volker, you previously testified that Ambassador Gordon Sondland, quote, "I just know that he had a relationship with President Trump that I did not have." In fact, in one text message dated July 26, you wrote to Ambassador Sondland, quote, "Great photo, Gordon. Can you get this to POTUS without intermediaries?" July 26 was the same day that Ambassador Sondland spoke to the president from a restaurant in Kiev. Is that right?
I'm sorry, the date again?
July 26.
Yes, I know that to be correct now.
Were you aware of that call?
No, I was not.
Well, this committee certainly is aware of it now, as we all are. Were you aware that Ambassador Sondland had a direct line to the president?
He claimed that he spoke to the president frequently.
Did you have reason to doubt that?
Ambassador Sondland's a big personality and sometimes says things that might be a bit bigger than life.
But he was a political appointee. He was handpicked by the president or somebody in the president's administration to serve in his position.
And I believe that he could speak with the president.
He had also been a large donor to one of President Trump's campaign committees. Is that correct?
I have learned that.
And Mr. Morrison, you stated during your testimony that when you met Ambassador Sondland for the first time, he represented that, quote, his mandate from the president was to go make deals. And in fact, you testified that between July 25th and September 11th of this year, you heard or learned that Ambassador Sondland and President Trump spoke on several occasions. Is it accurate that every time you checked, you were able to confirm that Ambassador Sondland had, in fact, spoken to the president?
Yes, Congressman.
Mr. Morrison, you also testified that Ambassador Sondland emailed you and several White House staff to say that he briefed President Trump in advance of his July 25th call with the Ukrainian president. Is that correct?
Yes, Congressman.
Did Ambassador Sondland tell you what he briefed the president on?
It was, he sent me an email, sir. It was a very succinct, it was a list of 3 items. It was a very succinct item with respect to Ukraine. I briefed the president on the call.
And you testify that you personally confirmed that Ambassador Sondland and President Trump had spoken before the July 25th call.
That is correct, Congressman.
And presumably the White House Situation Room keeps a record of those calls.
Sir, that is how I was able to confirm it.
Okay. You separately testified that your staff prepared a briefing memo with suggested points for the president to raise on July 25th. Points that were consistent with U.S. policy. Is that correct?
Correct, Congressman.
But the president didn't use those points, did he?
No, sir, he did not.
So I guess let me get this straight. You prepared materials for the president. Your materials did not include references to Biden or the 2016 election. Is that right?
Correct, Congressman.
And then Ambassador Sondland, the guy who is the Gordon problem, the guy who's got a direct link to the president, the guy who's talking about making deals, briefed President Trump. Is that right?
Correct, Congressman.
And then President Trump raised the 2016 election and Vice President Biden and his son to the Ukrainian president after he was briefed by Ambassador Sondland. Is that right?
Correct, Congressman.
It sounds like Ambassador Sondland and the president were on the same page. They both are working to benefit the president's personal political interest, even when that undermined U.S. foreign policy. I want to ask you in the short time that I have, both you gentlemen who serve the United States government, whether, putting President Trump aside, whether you believe that it's proper for any president, now or later, to ask a foreign government to investigate a U.S. citizen and specifically a U.S. citizen that could be a political rival. Ambassador?
No, I don't believe it is appropriate for the president to do that. If we have law enforcement concerns with a U.S. citizen generally, there are appropriate channels for that.
Mr. Morrison?
I agree with Ambassador Volker, sir.
Thank you, Chairman. I yield back.
Mr. Ratcliffe.
Thank you, Chairman. Gentlemen, I appreciate both of you being here today. I know it's been a long day for you. Mr. Morrison, I'm going to try and summarize some of what we've heard to shorten this. You were on the July 25th call. Colonel Vindman was on the July 25th call, correct?
Yes, Congressman.
And I will tell you that he testified earlier today that he heard what he thought was a demand on that call that was improper and felt that he had a duty to report that. I think we've established already that he did not discuss or report any of that to you, correct?
Yes, Congressman.
But you did have a discussion with Colonel Vindman about other concerns that he had with the call, and I believe you said the fidelity of the translation and the fact that you both shared a discussion about there not being a full-throated embrace of the Ukrainian reform agenda. Is that fair?
Yes, Congressman.
Okay. But with respect to his concern about something improper, specifically, at no point did he come to you and say, I heard something that I thought was improper and was a crime.
Sir, I have no recollection of him doing that.
No bribe, no extortion, no quid pro quo, all the things that Ms. Stefanik asked you.
No, sir.
All right. And as you were listening, did you hear President Trump make a demand of anything that would constitute a crime?
Sir, I've been trying to stay on the safe side of making legal conclusions, but no, sir, I did not hear him make any sort of demand.
All right. You have a law degree?
I do, sir.
So you're at least generally familiar with bribery and extortion, generally?
I'm not a lawyer for the United States, sir.
All right. But is it fair to say that as you were listening to the call, you weren't thinking, wow, the president is bribing the president of Ukraine? That never crossed your mind?
It did not, sir.
Or that he was extorting the president of the Ukraine?
It did not, sir.
Or doing anything improper?
Correct, sir.
All right. And have you heard or read in the media where President Zelensky agrees with you and said repeatedly and consistently that he didn't hear any demand, he didn't hear any conditions, he didn't feel any pressure, he didn't experience anything improper or corrupt on the call?
Sir, I attended the bilat in New York at the UN General Assembly, and he made clear at the time in front of the press that he felt no pressure.
So did anyone on the National Security Council after this call express to you that some crime, bribery, extortion, quid pro quo, anything had occurred?
No, sir.
I want to ask you, Mr. Morrison, about the whistleblower complaint. I don't want to ask you to speculate as to the identity, but I want to ask you about the accusations that started this as to their veracity. First of all, the whistleblower, who apparently was not on the call, advised the ICIG that he or she was concerned that the president's conduct constituted under Title 50 USC Section 3033, quote, a serious problem, abuse, or violation of law or executive order, end quote. Again, to be clear, you didn't hear a violation of law or executive order as you listened to the call.
Sir, I made no judgment about any illegal conduct occurring.
The whistleblower also reported, in starting this inquiry, asserted that that President Trump, quote, sought to pressure the Ukrainian leadership to take actions to help the president's 2020 re-election bid. President Trump does not mention 2020 during the call, does he?
No, sir, I don't believe he did.
President Trump doesn't mention his re-election bid during the call, does he?
Sir, I don't believe he did.
And you did not hear President Trump pressure or have a demand of any kind, as we've already established, correct?
Correct, sir.
The whistleblower, like Colonel Vindman, also uses the word demand.
Did you just say whistleblower like Colonel Vindman? I don't think that's a fact that's in evidence.
Counsel, you should use the microphone.
Thank you. I'm sorry. In all due respect, Congressman, I believe you just said a whistleblower like Colonel Vindman.
No, I said, I'm sorry.
That's not an evidence.
Yeah, the whistleblower, like Colonel Vindman, also uses the word demand. On page 4, the whistleblower asserted, quote, Ambassador Volker and Sondland purportedly provided advice to Ukrainian leadership about how to navigate the demands the president had made of Mr. Zelensky, end quote. Again, there were no demands from your perspective, Mr. Morrison.
That is correct, sir.
All right. So speculations about the whistleblower aside with regard to motivations, the fact is that the whistleblower was wrong about many of the facts as well. Correct?
Sir, I'm not intimately familiar with the whistleblower complaint, but I did not hear a demand in that call.
I yield back.
The gentleman has expired. Mr. Heck.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ambassador Volker, I want to thank you for being here today, and I frankly found some of your opening statement to be not just genuine, but downright eloquent. In particular, I noted the passages about pushing back on Russian aggression and supporting the development of a strong, resilient, democratic, and prosperous Ukraine, one that overcomes a legacy of corruption, and that this is critically important for U.S. national security. Some of us believe that we're not pushing back strongly enough on Russia. Some of us believe we're not being supportive enough of the Ukraine. But one of our challenges is to go home to the people for whom we work and help explain to them why it is in our national security interest. You have an audience like you'll never have again to look into the camera and tell the American public why it is important to support Ukraine, why it should matter to them if the biggest issue in their life is getting their kids off to school, paying their bills, and the like. Sir.
Thank you so much, Congressman. I agree with you completely that we are not pushing back hard enough on Russia and that we owe Ukraine a great deal of support.
Why does it matter?
Russia is trying to upend security in Europe. It's trying to reassert its domination of neighboring countries, whether it's Georgia or Ukraine or the Baltic states. It has led to war in Europe. The war in Ukraine has left more people dead in Europe in a European war than anything since the Balkans. More people displaced by a war in Europe since World War II. These are people who stand up for freedom, for democracy. They want reform. They want to see their country be successful, like Germany, like Sweden, like us. And they are fighting a war of aggression against them designed to hold them back. And if we want to live in a world of freedom for the United States, we ought to be supporting freedom for people around the world.
Thank you for that. So we're here in part because under cover of a concern for general corruption, some of us believe there wasn't. In fact, there was something quite nefarious as the alternative, that there wasn't a concern about general corruption. But reviewing the record on that, sir, is it not true that in March of this year, the Department of Defense certified Ukraine as having been made sufficient progress to continue to receive military assistance?
I don't know the details of that, but I believe that to be correct.
Is it not true that on April 21st, President Zelensky won an overwhelming mandate with 73% of the vote, based largely on his effort and advocacy for anti-corruption?
That is correct.
Is it not true that this mandate was affirmed and expanded on July 21st when his party won one-party control, again on the basis of anti-corruption?
That is correct.
In fact, subsequently, he enacted sweeping reforms to combat anti-corruption, did he not?
Yes, he has.
And is it not true that everybody on the ground thought or was filled with optimism that Ukraine was getting serious about combating corruption?
That is correct.
Ambassador Volker, did you know that one of the very first anti-corruption measures passed in Ukraine was a law to provide for the impeachment of the president?
I did not know that.
It's true, because he thought we should start with it himself. I raise this because my friends on the other side of the aisle keep characterizing this impeachment inquiry as inherently wrong because, and I'm quoting them, it will overturn an election. Over and over, it will overturn an election. Well, impeachment is an anti-corruption tool. And for my friends on the other side of the aisle, yes, it does overturn an election. By definition, it overturns an election. I don't know if they've got a problem with their Constitution and its provisions for impeachment, but I recommend they reread the relevant passages in Article 1, Sections 2 and 3, and some of the history about how we got there. Look, none of us wants to be here, despite what's being said. None of us came to this easily. I didn't. I will recall for the rest of my life the 48 hours I spent at our family cabin, literally plunged in self-reflection and literally prayerful deliberation about this whole matter. Collectively, we're going to have to grapple with this very grave decision. It's weighty, and it's going to get hard, and it's hard in proportion to its importance to our great republic. A republic, if we can keep it. I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Jordan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ambassador Volker, in the now famous call transcript, the bottom of page 3, President Trump said this: I heard you had a prosecutor and he was shut down, and that's really unfair. Just for clarification, do you believe President Trump was talking about Lutsenko or Shokin?
Shokin.
Shokin. All right, thank you so much. That's what I thought as well. Mr. Morrison, you testified in your deposition that you had issues with Colonel Vindman's judgment. Is that right?
It is, sir.
And you said specifically that you had concerns with Colonel Vindman exercising, quote, appropriate judgment as to whom he said what. Is that right?
It is, sir.
You testified that Dr. Hill, your predecessor at NSC, told you that she had concerns about Colonel Vindman's judgment. Is that right?
It is, sir.
And you testified that Colonel Vindman did not always adhere to the chain of command. Is that right?
I believe so, yes, sir.
You testified that you were aware of issues with Colonel Vindman trying to access information outside his lane. Is that correct?
Sir, I believe I stated that I was aware that there were those who were concerned about that. Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. You testified that Colonel Vindman was not included on certain trips. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
And you testified that colleagues expressed concerns to you about Colonel Vindman leaking information. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Now, when I asked Colonel Vindman why he didn't go to you with his concerns about the call, even though you, his boss, had no concerns about anything being, I think your language was, nothing improper, nothing illegal on the call, I asked Colonel Vindman earlier this morning why he didn't go to you and instead went and talked to the lawyers, his brother, Secretary Kent, and one other person that he wouldn't tell us and chairmanship wouldn't allow him to tell us. When I asked him why he did that, he indicated that the lawyers had instructed him to do that and he tried to get a hold of you. Is that fair?
Sir, I watched part of the proceedings this morning. I heard him say that. Yes, sir.
Okay, well, one thing that Chairman Schiff brought up at the end of this morning's hearing, he pointed out that you, Colonel Vindman's boss, also went to the lawyers. But your reason for going to the lawyers was a little different, wasn't it?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I think you had a few things that Mr. Castor and you talked about earlier in today's hearing, but I think at the top of your list was you were concerned about the contents of the call leaking out. Is that fair?
Yes, sir.
And that's exactly what happened, isn't it?
Sir, I don't know. I don't know that the contents leaked out. There was a whistleblower complaint. The president chose to declassify the MEMCON.
Well, it seems to me you were prophetic, Mr. Morrison, because you said in your statement today, as I stated during my deposition, I feared at the time of the call on July 25th how the disclosure of the contents of the call would play in Washington's political climate. My fears have been realized. Seems to me you saw what might happen, and it sure enough did. Fair to say?
Yes, sir.
And we get all this. I mean, we get all this, and that's the part that gets me. We get all this, these hearings, these weeks, the basement, and the bunker in the basement of the Capitol, and 4 facts that we keep coming back to have never changed, will never change. We've heard from both of you today that confirm these fundamental facts. We got the call transcript, as you both said. No linkage to security assistance dollars and investigations in the call transcript. We've got the 2 individuals who were on the call. They've both said no linkage, no pressure, no pushing. We've got the fact that the Ukrainians didn't even know aid had been withheld until August 29th. And most importantly, the Ukrainians did nothing as far as starting, promising to start, announcing they were going to start investigation, did nothing and the aid got released. And I believe it got released because of what we've been talking about, the good work of Ambassador Volker and others. I believe that's why it happened. And yet here we are. And you called it all. You saw this coming. That's why you went to the lawyers. That's why you wanted to. That's why the concern was there. And that's the part that's most troubling. I yield back, Mr. Chair. I yield to the gentleman from Ohio.
Ambassador Volker, on Daily Mail, they currently have this headline. It says Ukraine Special Envoy Kurt Volker walks back his closed-door testimony and says he, quote, has now learned there was a link between U.S. military aid and a Biden probe. That's not your testimony today, is it?
I don't believe that's in my testimony.
Thank you. I yield back.
Mr. Welch.
Thank you. Just following up on Mr. Jordan, the easiest way to avoid investigation is to not do anything wrong. I want to talk a little bit about why we're here. Official government actions can't be traded for help in a political campaign. Let me give an analogy and ask each of you if you agree. Could a mayor of a city...
Hi, everyone. I'm Allison Morris. For some of our NBC stations, our coverage is ending. Thank you so much for tuning in to NBC News Now. You can watch the impeachment hearing and analysis along with our streaming viewers on NBCNews.com or on the NBC News app on your Roku, Apple TV, or Amazon Fire TV. That coverage continues now.
I'm sure you agree? Yes. And the same would be true if it were a governor withholding the budget request of the state police unless the state police agreed to conduct an investigation on a political rival. You would agree?
Correct.
Yes, sir.
In your view, is it any different for a member of Congress? Of course not, right? Would you agree that the president has the same obligation as the mayor, as the governor, as the member of Congress to not withhold aid unless he gets an investigation into a political rival? Mr. Morrison?
Yes, sir, I would agree with that hypothetical.
I would agree.
Thanks. And we're having a debate here, both sides, as to how to read what's plainly before us, the presidential phone call where the president ignored the work of the advisors in the National Security Council of talking points and instead chose to talk about the Bidens and talk about Hunter Biden and ask for an investigation. So we are just going to have to debate that. But isn't the principle that no person, including the president, is above the law absolutely essential and worth the effort to make certain that we continue to guarantee? Ambassador Morrison?
Sir, I haven't been promoted.
I'm sorry, Ambassador Volker? I'm sorry, pardon me.
Yes.
Yeah. And Mr. Morrison?
Sir, the rule of law is essential to our democracy.
It's so true. You know, we've had some discussions and challenge from the other side that the president has authority in foreign policy to do what he likes. And in fact, he does. You know, a recent president by President Trump to take our troops out of Syria and allow the Turkish forces to go in literally meant that some Kurdish families went to bed Saturday night and woke up Sunday morning, packed their kids and fled for their lives. A lot of people, including both sides of the aisle, totally disagreed with that. But the president has the authority to do it, impulsive as that decision may have been, unwise as it may have been, as threatening to our national security. We're not talking about that here. And Ambassador Volker, I've listened to your testimony and I take it and thank you for making efforts to try to advance what had been a bipartisan Ukraine policy. Help Ukraine get rid of corruption, help resist Russian aggression. But what you came to learn painfully is that there was a sidebar Ukraine policy with Giuliani as the advocate, and it appears Ambassador Sondland is very much involved. Is that correct?
I don't know everything about that, sir.
You don't, but as you have been involved and with the benefit of hindsight, while you were working on what you thought was stopping aggression and ending, in eliminating corruption, there was a side deal here to get investigations going, correct?
Yeah. Well, so yes, sir, my objective was purely focused on support for Ukraine,
All right, so
national security, and I now have learned through other testimony about the president's statement about investigating Biden
Right.
and other conversations that I did not know about.
Right. And thank you for that. And thank you for your candor about Vice President Biden's integrity and service. But the bottom line here is at the end of the day, we're going to have to make a judgment about what the president was up to with respect to that request for the favor and how it repudiated the policy that was the bipartisan effort in Ukraine and raises questions about he, in that hypothetical example I gave of the mayor, held himself to be above the law. I yield back.
Mr. Maloney.
Gentlemen, thank you for being here. Ambassador Volker, I'm struck by your opening statement. You moved a long way from the testimony you presented to us in October. And I know you gave a reason for that, which is that you were in the dark about a lot of these things. Is that fair to say?
That is one thing, is that I learned a lot out of the testimony.
You learned a lot.
Yeah.
You learned a lot. And what you said on page 8, I'm referring to your statement that you gave this morning, this afternoon, that I did not know, this is quoting, I did not know that President Trump or others had raised Vice President Biden with the Ukrainians or had conflated the investigation of possible Ukrainian corruption with investigation of the former Vice President Biden, right?
Correct.
You didn't know Burisma meant Biden. That's what you're saying.
Right. I had separated the two.
I got it. Well, you didn't know, right? I mean, you were, well, do we have to go through it, sir? I mean, you were there on May 23rd for the meeting with the president when he said, talk to Rudy, and Rudy sure cared about the investigations, which you now know meant Biden, right? But you missed it on May 23rd, right?
No, sir. I understood at the time that Hunter Biden and Vice President Biden's son had been a board member of Burisma.
I understand, but you didn't read that as a request to investigate the Bidens at that time. That's all I'm saying.
Correct.
And on July 10th, you were in not one but 2 meetings in the White House where Ambassador Sondland raised the investigations, but you didn't know it was about the Bidens. That's your testimony, right? At the time.
Right. I did not think he was talking about anything specific.
Right. You heard him say investigations. You thought it was inappropriate, and the chairman asked you about that, but you said, oh, it's because I didn't know it was the Bidens. I just thought it was inappropriate. And then I guess when they were in the wardroom and Ambassador Sondland raised Burisma and the Bidens in 2016, you missed that too, as I understand it.
That is correct.
Right. And then, of course, on July 18th, you knew aid was withheld. And then in August, you spent a good part of the time with this statement with Rudy Giuliani, right? I mean, you were the guy making the changes and interacting with the Ukrainians. You were putting in Rudy's changes, which included a call for investigating Burisma and the 2016 elections, which you now know meant Biden's, right? You didn't know it at the time, right? But now we know it, right? And then on September 1st, you were in Warsaw. I mean, you were at every point in this. You were in Warsaw, and you were there when Ambassador Sondland told Andrei Yermak that he was not going to get security assistance. He wasn't going to get a White House meeting unless there was the investigation. And I understand you missed that. You were out of the loop then.
That's not correct, sir. So I was not in Warsaw at these meetings.
Oh, excuse me. You were not in Warsaw, but you heard about it right after from Sondland. Is that right?
No, that's not quite correct either. It was sometime later.
I got it. So, but now we know, right? Now you know what it meant. And you said, in retrospect, I should have seen that connection differently. And had I done so, I would have raised my own objections.
Right. That is correct. And
what are the objections you would have raised, sir?
It's that people, what I would have raised is that people are conflating investigating the Bidens with investigating this Ukrainian company, Burisma.
Would you have objected to the president asking for an investigation of the Bidens? As you sit here now, you said, I would have raised my own objections.
Yes.
If you knew it was the Bidens.
If I knew we were talking about investigating Vice President Biden and asking the Ukrainians
and
to
his
do
son.
that would be inappropriate, and I would have objected to that.
Right. And so if you had heard him ask for it on the call, and you said, in retrospect, Ukrainians clearly it would have been confusing, right?
Correct.
Is confusing the right word, sir? I mean, it would have put them in the position of having to do something inappropriate, right?
No,
investigate the Bidens.
I think confusing is the right word because they were clearly hearing something different from the president in one conversation, and different from me as a U.S. Special Representative, different.
Well, or maybe,
from
sir,
Bill
they
Taylor on the ground.
understood that investigating Burisma and investigating 2016, in fact, meant the Bidens, even though you didn't. I mean, in fact, at the time you were talking to Yermak and putting those changes in the statement, he had talked to Sondland, right, at the same time. And so the point being that they were put in an impossible position. They were being asked to do something inappropriate. And you now know that, right? And you would have raised your own objections.
Well, I know they were asked in the phone call to do that. In the conversations that I had with Ukrainians, we were not asking them to do that. And even at that point, the Ukrainians, perhaps with the knowledge of this phone call, which I did not have knowledge of at the time, they said, we just don't want to go there.
Right. And so in retrospect, though, you would have raised objections. You would have said it was inappropriate for the president to do this.
Correct.
And Mr. Morrison, can I just ask you, sir, so I'm stuck on this issue of you didn't see anything wrong with the call, but you went straight to NSC Legal to report it. Is that your testimony to us today?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, sir. Yield back.
Ms. Hemmings.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Morrison, and to both of you, thank you so much for your service. Thanks for being here. It's been a long day. Mr. Morrison, just to follow up on the question from my colleague, you responded earlier to a series of questions about the call and basically saw nothing wrong with it, yet you skipped your chain of command to go to legal counsel to find out, I guess, to find out what to do, because you were concerned about the political fallout, not about anything being inappropriate or wrong with the call. Is that correct?
Ma'am, I don't agree with the premise, no.
Okay, could you tell me why you felt the need? You saw nothing basically wrong with the call, yet you skipped your chain of command to go to counsel because of what? What was the reason for that?
I don't know that Again, I don't agree with the premise, ma'am. I don't think I did skip my chain of command. If I had seen something wrong, I would have.
Who's your direct report?
The Deputy National Security Advisor.
And the name of the person?
Dr. Charles Kupperman at the time.
Okay, Dr. Kupperman. Did you speak with him before you spoke with legal counsel?
No. No, ma'am.
But you don't feel you skipped your chain of command in doing so, going directly to counsel?
Ma'am, if I may, I viewed my engagement with the NSC legal advisor as one largely focused on administrative matters. I was interested in locking down the transcript. That's an administrative matter. I was interested in making sure that the legal advisor was aware of the call because I didn't see anybody from the legal advisor's office.
And why were you so concerned about the legal advisor being aware of this call that you saw nothing basically wrong with the substance or content of the call?
Because I did not see anybody from the legal advisor's office in the listening room, and I wanted to make sure somebody from the legal advisor's office was aware, and I wanted to make sure it was a senior person.
And what is it that you wanted them to be aware of specifically?
I wanted them to be aware of the call because I wanted them to know what had transpired.
What concerned you to the point where you wanted them to know what had transpired that you went directly to legal counsel to inform them of?
My equivalent, the head of NSC Legal was and is John Eisenberg. He was my equivalent in that position. I wouldn't go to somebody subordinate to him. I would go to him.
Didn't you testify earlier that you were concerned about the political fallout based on the political climate in D.C.?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, all right. And so how long have you supervised Lieutenant Colonel Vindman?
Ma'am, approximately, well, I guess not approximately, July 15 to October 31 or so.
Okay, all right, thank you. Ambassador Volker, you testified that you believe congressional pressure helped unfreeze the security assistance being released. Do you still stand by that testimony today?
I believe it was important. I met with staff members of the Senate Armed Services Committee. I then saw the letter that several senators signed and sent to Chief of Staff Mulvaney, and I was briefed about the possibility of a couple of phone calls from some senior members of the Senate as well.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, I yield my remaining time to you.
I thank the gentleman for yielding. Ambassador Volker, just want to follow up on a couple of questions about Ukrainians not being aware of the aid being withheld. You're aware, I'm sure, of the testimony of Colonel Vindman that, in fact, he was contacted by someone within the Ukrainian embassy who was concerned about the hold prior to its becoming public?
I was not aware of that, but I take that.
Are you aware of Ms. Croft's testimony and transcripts that have been released that, in fact, the Ukrainians found out quite quickly after the hold was placed in July that she was impressed with Ukrainian tradecraft and that the Ukrainians had a reason to keep it silent, not make it public?
I saw that in her testimony.
You don't have any reason to question whether, in fact, that testimony was accurate, do you?
No, I don't.
So the Ukrainians did find out before it was public, at least according to these two witnesses. But nevertheless, the Ukrainians certainly found out it was public when it was published in the newspaper, right?
That is correct, in August 29th.
And at the time they found out from the newspaper, they still hadn't had the White House meeting, and they still didn't have the aid. And at that point, they had already had the conversation with the president in which she asked them to investigate the Bidens, correct?
That is correct.
Mr. Krishnamurthy.
Good evening to both of you, and thank you for your service. Ambassador Volker, on page 7 of your opening statement today, you said, since events surrounding your earlier testimony, October 3rd, quote unquote, a great deal of additional information and perspectives have come to light. I have learned many things that I did not know at the time of the events in question, correct?
Yes, that is correct.
That includes conversations that occurred as well as meetings that occurred of which you weren't a part, correct?
That's correct.
Sir, you obviously were not a part of the July 25th call. Isn't that right?
That is correct.
You were not aware that Ambassador Sondland, according to your opening statement, had a call with President Trump on July 26th, correct?
That is correct.
On September 1st, you weren't present for the sidebar meeting between Ambassador Sondland and Special Advisor Yermak. Isn't that right?
That is correct.
And you certainly weren't part of the phone call between Ambassador Taylor and Ambassador Sondland, in which Ambassador Sondland, according to multiple people now, said that everything, a White House meeting as well as military aid, were dependent on public announcements of investigations. Isn't that right?
That is correct.
And certainly, sir, you weren't part of the phone call on September 7th between Ambassador Sondland and President Trump, in which President Trump insisted that President Zelensky go to a mic and publicly announce investigations of President Trump's domestic rivals. Isn't that right?
That is correct.
And certainly you weren't part of the September 8th phone call between Ambassador Sondland and President Trump, where President Trump again insists that these announcements have to happen. Isn't that right?
That is correct.
Sir, you say that you weren't a witness to any kind of quid pro quo or conditionality between military assistance and investigations, what someone called missiles for misinformation today. Isn't that right?
That is correct.
But sir, you weren't present for many, if not all of the phone calls and conversations where these alleged instances of quid pro quo occurred. Isn't that right?
That is correct.
Sir, let me turn your attention to another topic that's come up today. Or actually, it came up last Friday. You have high regard for Ambassador Yovanovitch, correct?
Yes, I do.
I presume that you were aware that as the ambassador was testifying, President Trump actually tweeted very disparaging remarks about her, right?
Yes, I saw that moment.
And I presume that you disapprove of those types of tweets, correct?
Yes, I don't think that's appropriate.
You've supervised many, many people over the years during your career in the Foreign Service, right?
Yes, I have.
And you would never do that to one of your direct reports or anybody who worked in your organization, right?
No, I would not.
It's just wrong.
I believe that even when you feel like you need to criticize, criticism is private, praise is public.
And I also believe that you're a man of honor and you would not attack a veteran. You would not attack someone who is currently serving in the military who's doing their duty, correct?
I respect the service of our members in uniform.
In fact, there's a certain man that we both admire, the late Senator John McCain,
Yes.
who unfortunately was attacked not only when he was alive, but after he died by the current president. Isn't that right?
That is true.
And I presume that you would disapprove of all of those attacks on John McCain, right?
Yes, I knew John McCain very, very well for a very long time. He's an honorable man and very much a war hero for this country.
Well, today, sir, as Lieutenant Colonel Vindman was testifying, our president used the official Twitter account of the Office of the President to attack Lieutenant Colonel Vindman's credibility. I presume you don't approve of those types of tweets either, do you?
I was not aware of that, and as with Ambassador Yovanovitch, it's not appropriate.
Thank you, sir. Thank you
you.
for your service, and thank you, Mr. Morrison, for yours as well.
That concludes the member questioning. I now recognize Ranking Member for any closing comments he has.
Thank you. As the first day of this week's impeachment TV marathon draws to a close, I'd like to remind the American people what we're watching. The public hearings are the culmination of 3 years of incessant Democrat efforts to find a crime to impeach the president. First, they tried to manufacture evidence that the president colluded with Russia. To accomplish this task, the DNC and the Clinton campaign worked with a former British spy, Christopher Steele. Steele assembled a dossier of false information alleging the Trump campaign colluded with Russia. That dossier was largely assembled from Russian and Ukrainian sources that the Democrat contractors worked with. Next, they primed their hopes on the work of Robert Mueller. Mueller spent 2 years and millions of taxpayer dollars seeking evidence of a crime that we know wasn't committed. Mueller's failure was a devastating blow to Democrats who clearly hoped his work to be the basis for the removal of the president. Today, we are witnessing the Ukraine hoax, the direct-to-TV sequel to the Russia collusion hoax. The plot of the Ukraine hoax is hard to follow. It shifts from day to day. First, the Democrats claimed they had evidence of quid pro quo, then extortion and witness intimidation. Now Democrats are pinning their hopes on bribery. Like any good Hollywood production, Democrats needed a screen test before releasing their latest attack on the president. They leveraged the secrecy of the House Intelligence Committee to interview a cast of characters in preparation for these public hearings. With the media's enthusiastic support, they built a narrative based on selectively leaked testimony. Speaker Pelosi and the Democrats on this committee are seeking the truth. They would want to know the answers to the following questions that they refused to ask. To what extent did the whistleblower coordinate with the Democrats on this committee and or his staff? What is the full extent of Ukraine's election meddling against the Trump campaign in 2016? Why did Burisma hire Hunter Biden, and what did he do for them? And did his position impact any U.S. government actions under the Obama administration? The American people were promised a grave and somber impeachment inquiry. Instead, they got the salacious spy screen comedy that they've been working on for 3 years. Good night. See you in the morning.
I thank the gentleman, and I thank you both for your testimony today. I would highlight a couple things about what we've heard this afternoon. First, Ambassador Volker, your written testimony in which you say, in hindsight, I now understand that others saw the idea of investigating possible corruption involving the Ukrainian company Burisma as equivalent to investigating former Vice President Biden. I saw them as very different, the former being appropriate and unremarkable, the latter being unacceptable. In retrospect, you said, I should have seen that connection differently, and had I done so, I would have raised my own objections. Ambassador, we appreciate your willingness to amend your earlier testimony in light of what you now know. And I think you made it very clear that knowing what you do today that, in fact, the president sought an investigation of his political rival, Vice President Biden, that you would not have countenanced any effort to encourage the Ukrainians to engage in such conduct. I appreciate also that you were able to debunk, I hope for the last time, the idea that Joe Biden did something wrong when he, in accordance with U.S. policy, sought to replace a corrupt prosecutor, something that not only the U.S. State Department wanted, not only the European Union wanted, and not only the IMF wanted, but was the consensus position of the United States national security infrastructure. You didn't get a lot of questions about that today, as other witnesses did, because I think you effectively said that was all nonsense. We appreciate your candor about that. Mr. Morrison, I think what is most remarkable about your testimony is the acknowledgement that immediately after the Vice President met with President Zelensky in Warsaw, you witnessed Gordon Sondland meeting with Andrei Yermak, a top advisor to President Zelensky, and then immediately thereafter, Sondland told you that he had informed the Ukrainians that if they wanted that $400 million in military aid, they were going to have to do those investigations that the president wanted. And you were later informed, and this is also significant as you've testified here today, that the Ambassador Sondland had a subsequent conversation with President Trump and informed you that it wasn't going to be enough for the Ukrainian Prosecutor General to announce the investigations the president wanted. President Zelensky had to do it himself if he wanted to get that aid, let alone the meeting in the White House. Now, you've been asked to opine on the meaning of the term bribery, although you weren't asked to opine on the meaning of the terms high crimes and misdemeanors. But bribery, for those watching at home, is the conditioning of official acts in exchange for something of personal value. The official acts we're talking about here are a White House meeting that President Zelensky desperately sought, and as you have acknowledged, Ambassador Volker, was deeply important to this country at war with Russia, to show the United States had this new president's back. That meeting was important. That meeting is an official act. The military assistance is even more significant because Ukrainians are dying every day in their war with Russia. And so the withholding of military assistance to get these investigations, which you now have acknowledged, Ambassador Volker, was wrong for the president to request, the idea of withholding that military aid to get these political investigations should be anathema, repugnant to every American, because it means the sacrifice not just of Ukrainian national security, but American national security for the interests of the president personally and politically. Now, my Republican colleagues, all they seem to be upset about with this is not that the president sought an investigation of his political rival, not that he withheld a White House meeting and $400 million in aid we all passed on a bipartisan basis to pressure Ukraine to do those investigations. Their objection is he got caught. Their objection is that someone blew the whistle, and they would like this whistleblower identified. And the president wants this whistleblower punished. That's their objection, not that the president engaged in this conduct, but that he got caught. Their defense is, well, he ended up releasing the aid. Yes, after he got caught. That doesn't make this any less odious. Now, Americans may be watching this and asking, why should the United States care about Ukraine? Why should we care about Ukraine? And this was the import, I think, of the conversation, the now infamous conversation in that Kiev restaurant with Gordon Sondland holding the phone away from his head because the president was talking so loud. What does the president ask in that call the day after the now infamous call he had with Zelensky? What does he ask on that cell phone call? Not whether the Rada had passed some new anti-corruption reform. No. Are the Ukrainians going to do the investigation? Meaning into Biden. And Sondland's answer is they're going to do it. They'll do essentially anything the president wants. But what's more telling is the conversation, I think, that Sondland has with the Foreign Service Officer Holmes afterwards, in which the president says, basically, Donald Trump doesn't give an expletive about Ukraine. He cares about the big things. And Mr. Holmes says, well, Ukraine's at war with the Russians. That's kind of a big thing. And Sondland's answer is no. He cares about big things that affect his personal interests. This is why Americans should care about this. Americans should care about what happens to our allies who are dying, but Americans should care about their own national security and their own president and their own constitution. And they will need to ask themselves, as we will have to ask ourselves in Congress, are we prepared to accept that a president of the United States can leverage official acts, military assistance, White House meetings to get an investigation of a political rival? Are we prepared to say, well, you know, I guess that's just what we should expect in a president of the United States? I don't think we want to go there. I don't think our founding fathers would have wanted us to go there. Indeed, I think when the founding fathers provided a remedy, that remedy being impeachment, they had the very concern that a president of the United States may betray the national security interests of the country for personal interests. They put that remedy in the Constitution, not because they wanted to willy-nilly overturn elections. No, because they wanted a powerful anti-corruption mechanism when that corruption came from the highest office in the land. We are adjourned. I ask the audience to please allow the witnesses to leave the room before they exit.